This dude right here is our Ga-hyeong. He lives in a massive 1,000 square meter apartment that his Kang Sung-hoon bought with high-interest loans before leaving it to him. On the day the apocalypse arrived, while other mutants were out in the streets hunting monsters with their extraordinary powers, our guy just stayed inside munching on snacks and sipping tea. He casually tossed a water bottle out the window, and somehow, that was enough to send an unlucky monster to the afterlife. He could even just point his finger forward and thousands of iron weights would drop right out of the sky. Alright, enough rambling. Let's dive right into it. The entire city was swallowed by a sea of flames. The situation was quite literally the sudden end of the world. The TV was constantly blasting news about infectious diseases and the greatest viral threat to humanity. The number of young people between 20 and 30 choosing to just give up on life reached a record high of 740. Fine, Dustin Jew was normal, but then came war news of heavy casualties, economic collapse, and famine. Even though these signs of the end times had appeared early on, the thing that actually started snatching human lives wasn't humanity itself. The real culprits behind the apocalypse were monsters that were supposed to only exist in video games. The rest of the story is pretty cliché, just like a typical novel. Awakened individuals started appearing all over the world, gifted with special powers. But if there's one thing that makes this story different from those novels, it's that the power of these awakened ones wasn't nearly enough to stop this massive catastrophe. 3 days later, the city fires were mostly out, leaving behind nothing but heaps of rubble. That's right, the world hadn't completely ended yet. At the very least, our Ga-hyeong still had a roof over his head and a stash of snacks to slowly go through. Because hey, I'm still standing here alive and well. On average, every 3 bites of snacks are followed by a big gulp of Coca-Cola. It feels amazing. A long, satisfied, ah. The only problem is I'm all alone. This house is plenty comfortable for him, but it's a bit lonely. In this 30 apartment, I'm the only one here. My parents, my grandparents, all my relatives are somewhere outside. This place was bought with $200 million that my dad decided to borrow from the bank, plus another $200 million from our entire family's savings. A guy who isn't some rich heir like me is living here alone, because if you want a tax break, you're required to actually reside here for over 2 years. So I was living here solo, but now I'm trapped because of this sudden disaster. He grabbed his phone, but as soon as he looked at the screen, his face turned pale. Real trouble has arrived. No internet connection. Please check your status and try again. Living alone with no internet is officially worse than being a literal cockroach. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Huh. What the heck? He looked up and saw a freaking ginormous bird soaring through the air with a deafening roar. It had 3 mouths full of razor-sharp teeth and was diving straight for him, looking like it wanted to eat him alive. Seeing this in person for the first time, who wouldn't lose their mind? Holy crap, my heart almost stopped. That was terrifying, damn it. But the monster was way too big. There was no way it could fit through a door as small as a nostril. Our guy was screaming his head off, but luckily he was still safe. After screaming for a while and realizing he was still breathing, he dared to peek out. Right in front of him, a blue system screen appeared with a notification. Unauthorized target attempting to intrude. The monster was blocked right then and there. The king of the house, a level 1 passive skill, was declared. As long as the king doesn't give permission, no one can enter the house. After reading that, he finally let out a sigh of relief. So no monster can just hop in and take a bite out of him anymore. He felt like he'd just lost 5 pounds of pure stress. That's right, he just remembered the reason he'd survived this long was all thanks to this ability. But this thing was so secure that even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't. It was total invulnerability. Nothing gets in and nothing gets out. He was going crazy being locked in, banging on the door and screaming, "Please, someone open the door," but it was useless. That door was like a fortress. He could break his leg kicking it, and it wouldn't budge. This is so annoying. Damn it. Today is the 3rd day since the world went to hell, and thanks to this protection ability, I'm still stuck inside. The only thing filling the empty, it was getting on his nerves. What kind of king is this? Is it that hard to just be a normal person? I literally can't do anything. He glanced down at the floor. Food was becoming a real issue. He was sick to death of instant food, and wrappers were scattered everywhere. At some point, the power to the fridge had cut out completely. Even though things like side dishes had lasted this long, thanks to the residual cold in the freezer, they definitely weren't going to hold out much longer. Now even the cup noodles were running low. What was he supposed to do? Suddenly, ding, the system announced, level 23, Ga-hyeong eliminated. You have received a massive amount of experience points. Skill level increased. He had no idea what was going on. He hadn't done anything. He hadn't even touched a thing. Why was this popping up? Feeling totally confused, he went out to the balcony to check. Just like the system said, that giant bird was lying flat on the ground, completely crushed and definitely dead. A bunch of green monsters were swarming around it. Oh, I get it now. It all clicked. He realized, wait, because it crashed into my house, does the system count that as me killing it? A string of notifications rang out. New skill learned. Eligible loot detected nearby. Calculating loot. Meanwhile, a pack of goblins below were screaming and acting like lunatics. He was like, "What the hell is this? Why so sudden? Those monsters near the bird's corpse were acting super weird like they were having a seizure." Ding, loot calculation complete. 2,203,241 dong has been transferred to the king's wallet. What? Just like that, he was just standing there with a blank stare, his brain trying to process it all, when suddenly the lights in the house flickered on. Today was just one surprise after another. The power is back, the king of the house. As long as the king does not give permission, no one can enter. The king of the house maintains status. To maintain status, all household functions have been restored. The king's wallet current balance 2,203,240 dong. He read it and vaguely understood all the functions in the house were back to normal. Knowing that was enough, he immediately sprinted to the fridge first. You can't be a hero on an empty stomach after all. This is amazing. The cold air was flowing, and there was even water in the faucet. The induction stove hummed to life. Now, he definitely didn't have to worry about starving. He was over the moon, grinning ear to ear. He was so happy he could cry. Alright, everything is back to the way it was, just like before the apocalypse. Wait, does this work too? He grabbed the TV remote, but the screen still said, "No internet connection. Please check your status and try again." Entertainment was still a no-go. Damn it, still no internet. Then he spotted a shiny USB drive lying all alone on the floor. There's no internet, but the computer still connects to the USB just fine. Let's open it up. Wow, these are all old family videos. From back when I was a tiny baby in my mom's arms, to my very first day of school. There are happy photos of the three of us, even a video from my birthday. We were such a happy family. Looking back now is overwhelming. My heart feels like it's being squeezed. The longing mixed with bitter resentment is stifling. My eyes burn with determination. I have to find a way to save my family and bring them back here. I clench my fists and grit my teeth, looking out at the chaos before me. I will do this. Suddenly the system screen pops up. King of the House, Shop, Level 1. You can purchase registered items at their original price. Current balance 2,203,239. Register item. Would you like to register an item for the first time? King of the House Shop Level 1. Buy registered items at cost. I need to look into this. A shop. Let's see what's in here. Looking at my balance, it seems linked to the king's wallet skill. Since it's my first time registering an item, I'll try opening the door and heading out first. Immediately a notification pops up. The king of the house cannot leave the premises. I can't even step onto the balcony. It's like an invisible wall. I let out a heavy, frustrated sigh. Figures, I'm still stuck. Sigh. Even if my skills level up, I still can't leave. But one thing's for sure, as long as I kill monsters, I can level up my skills. And I can even gain new skills, just like when I killed that bird earlier. But if I can't even step out my front door, how am I supposed to hunt monsters? There are plenty of monster birds flying around, but I can't count on every single one of them crashing into my house and dying in such a pathetic way. I definitely can't rely on that happening again. But as I look down at that mangled carcass, a light bulb goes off in my head. Wait, if I use a little strategy, I might be able to take down those goblins. No time like the present. I grab a heavy water bottle. Let's see if this works. I lift it high. Take aim and hurl it down. From this height, the impact should deal some serious damage. I can't leave the house, but nothing's stopping me from chucking things out of it. Yes, it worked. Throwing things from inside is a viable strategy. In that case, let me grab the heaviest thing I've got. Let's see how they like this. I'm going all in with these dumbbells. I was just about to throw one when I noticed something weird down below. The whole pack of monsters is shouting to each other, and then they all start scattering, carrying off the bird meat. My face goes pale. If they run away, what am I supposed to hit? Damn it, don't you dare run. I have to throw this before they all disappear. Please, please hit. My prayers are answered. The dumbbell drops right onto one of their heads. Blood spatters everywhere. I'm thrilled but also terrified. I'm shaking, drenched in sweat. I'm the one who started this fight, but I've only got one dumbbell left. Now what? There's nothing else left in the house to throw. With my strength, I can't exactly chuck a TV or a computer very far. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupts from outside. It makes me jump. The monsters are all swarming toward my building, screaming their heads off. They're pointing and looking up, absolutely furious. If this whole mob comes for revenge, I'm toast. A second ago, I was worried they'd leave, but now they're charging at my building like a pack of rabid dogs. They're swarming like ants, cursing as they come. I grip the balcony railing and look down. Wait, this might actually be the perfect opportunity. This distance isn't bad at all. I'm starting to get the hang of how this game works. My eyes light up. I have a shop right here, so why am I worried about running out of things to throw? I open the shop immediately. Homebound King's Shop. Please register an item. Balance 2,203,239. I hit register right away. Do you wish to register an item? I hold up the dumbbell. Yes, I want to register this. The system scans it. Registering. Registration successful. 3 kilogram, classic non-slip dumbbell. I'm shocked the price is exactly what I paid on the app before. It looks like inflation hasn't hit the apocalypse yet. Basic 3 kilogram non-slip dumbbell. Price 2. Do you want to buy? Heck yes. The more the better, especially since they're so cheap. Now I can rain these down on those monsters all day long. Ding, the dumbbell appears right in front of me. I'm ecstatic, my eyes shining like stars. It worked. I pick it up nice. The weight feels solid in my hand. Now that I've got ammo, I start raining them down non-stop. The more they swarm, the better my chances. No matter where I drop them, I'm bound to hit something. The system alerts keep rolling in. Ding. You have defeated a level 7 goblin. Experience points gained. 345 yuan added to the homebound king's wallet. It's just like getting rewards in a video game. This is amazing. The monsters are crowding around their fallen comrades, and some are looking up at the building absolutely livid. But before they can even let out a yell, my dumbbells start falling like rain. They scramble to get away, knowing it's certain death if they stay. Some of them are actually pretty smart. They've learned how to dodge now. I can't land a single hit, and it's driving me crazy. Missed again. What a waste. I need to buy more. Ding, you have purchased 3 sets of basic non-slip dumbbells. Every time I run out, I just buy more and keep throwing. A direct hit this time. You have defeated a level 6 goblin. 2,512 yuan added to the homebound king's wallet. My skill level is rising, and I've even learned a new skill. I can't stop grinning. This is incredible. A new skill unlocked. House Husband King's Inventory, level 1. A space used to store items. So it's an inventory. Let's see how it works. I grab a dumbbell, and the system asks immediately, do you want to store this in your inventory? Yes. With a ping, the dumbbell vanishes. The system sucked it right in. House Husband King's Inventory 1, 3 kilogram classic non-slip dumbbell stored. Would you like to summon it? This is so cool and incredibly convenient. Let's try summoning it. The dumbbell reappears instantly in my hand. Success, I can summon items from my inventory to any designated spot. Realizing this, a wicked glint flashes in my eyes. Oh, I'm going to have some fun with these monsters. Hee hee. From a distance, my room erupts with a massive flash of light. I don't know what I'm doing, just standing there with my hand out. Ding, summon inventory, summon dumbbell, summon dumbbell, summon dumbbell, summon dumbbell. In an instant, the air in front of me is filled with dumbbells falling like a torrential downpour. This time, the monsters aren't just dying, they're being wiped out. A series of thunderous crashes echoes like an earthquake. The monsters are terrified. There's nowhere left to run. Their leader is standing there completely shell-shocked. Frozen stiff, his legs turned to jelly. He can't even figure out which way to run. The system notifications are relentless. Level 5, Goblin defeated. Level 6, Goblin defeated. You have defeated a goblin. Massive amounts of experience points gained. 54,661 added to the homebound king's wallet. Would you like to register more new items? Of course there are. Better items and more monster kills mean more money. I could play this game forever without getting bored. After opening the shop, I listed 10 items. First, the dumbbells, then a whole bunch of snacks and main meals. Whatever happens, I've got to fill this empty stomach. Including the dumbbells I used to take down those imps. I've listed all the cooking ingredients and daily necessities. After spending a ton, I finally noticed the balance in my Homebody King wallet was 2,178,805. Wait, what the hell? Why is there one missing? Does maintaining the dignity skill cost money too? I quickly glanced around. Right now I've got electricity, gas, and water. Maybe the fridge is why they're charging me. This is bad. So frustrating. Damn those goblins. Ever since the day I smashed a few of them with my dumbbells, those goblins just ran away. After that, I only managed to kill 2 more. Damn it, aren't there any more monsters left to hunt? Without them, I'm basically unemployed and broke. But I've been staring at the ground for half a day, and it's still empty. Not a single soul in sight. I have to think of something. My head's starting to throb. If only some stupid monster would just pop out. Just as I said that, my eyes widened in shock as I looked at the sky. Be careful what you wish for. There's one flying right there in the sky. It looks exactly like the last one charging at me with its mouth wide open. I barely survived last time, so seeing it again still freezes me with fear. But recognizing it, I quickly pull myself together and run inside to grab my gear. Great. Turns out the gods haven't abandoned me yet. I gripped the cord tightly, having made a makeshift bird hunting weapon and prepared to take a shot. But this monster isn't charging like the last one did. It stayed back, keeping its distance. Suddenly, my weapon flashed a bright light which immediately caught its eye. The monster shrieked and lunged like crazy, attacking recklessly just like the one before. It flew right into my line of sight. I was ecstatic and shouted in excitement. It worked. The monster flew straight at me, not realizing there was a barrier, and slammed right into it. I couldn't stop laughing as it kept banging its head. If this keeps up, the game will be over in no time. If I kill it, I'll definitely level up. But man, the impact this time is serious. Even from inside, I can feel its raw power radiating outward. Suddenly, everything went eerily quiet. What the heck? How did that monster disappear so fast? Not a single feather left behind. It's like it was just an illusion. I ran out to check and was honestly speechless. The thing was clinging to the wall. No way. It's still alive. It was hiding up there on purpose, trying to lure me out. It's smart enough to set a trap. My face went pale with dread. The monster tilted its head back, gearing up for another strike. It used all its strength to slam into the system barrier. A warning popped up. Unauthorized entity attempting to breach. The loud thuds were relentless. I can't just let this happen. If it actually breaks through, I'm dead meat. I'm terrified, but I'm still hoping the barrier holds. It won't break. Right. I quickly pulled up the shop. I have to think of something. But aside from the dumbbells, it's all just food. And so far, I have to be near the corpse to claim the loot. I haven't always been successful at hunting goblins. The survivors would often carry away the bodies of their fallen comrades. And if the bodies are taken away, I can't claim the loot. Basically, if the distance exceeds a certain limit, I get nothing. This is so frustrating. I'm clenching my teeth from the stress. I can't let this happen. Is there really no way to kill it in one hit? I looked at the items in the system and suddenly had a brain blast. Oh, I'll buy 10 packs of canola oil right now. Purchase confirmed instantly. I grabbed all those bottles, threw them into some pots and pans, and started heating them on the stove. I don't know what kind of crazy plan he's cooking up, but he even grabbed a stick and tied a cotton ball soaked in alcohol to the end. He dipped it into the hot oil, then quickly opened the shop to register the item, pouring the boiling oil directly into the system. Ding boiling, canola oil, registered successfully. Everything's ready. I grabbed the starter to ignite the flame. The oil flared up into a massive blaze. That giant bird is still flying around out there. With the system screen hovering above, it's time for that thing to die. I looked at the screen and shouted, "Summon canola oil." Instantly, a massive amount of oil poured out of the system. It got completely drenched. I seized the moment, grabbed the torch, and lunged. Take this and die. The monster was engulfed in flames instantly. Looks like roasted bird is on the menu. He couldn't help but laugh with delight at the sight. It worked. The bird didn't even have time to react before it plummeted to the ground. It's a gruesome sight. But hey, in the apocalypse, you do what you have to do to survive. The bird writhed in agony for a while before finally dying. Ding! You have defeated a level 27 Kelly Can, gained a massive amount of experience. Skill level increased. Skill level increased. You have learned a new skill. Loot is within range. Commencing loot calculation. Calculation complete. Your Homebody King wallet has been credited with 9,347,487 won. This one is worth way more than the last. I stared with my jaw dropped. 9 million. This is almost 10 million. Ding, conditions met. Commencing home territory expansion. The whole house suddenly started shaking violently before I could even react. What's happening? The house is moving on its own. It's upgrading. I was scared out of my wits and had no idea what to do. I just stood still to see what would happen. My room was being moved who knows where, and I could even see other people's homes. A family of 4 was sitting around a table, completely oblivious. My face went pale. There are other people. They're the neighbors from next door. How are they still alive? My vision went dark and I was drenched in sweat. Something's not right. What is this? That image of the family of 4. I never expected anyone else to be here. I thought I was the only one left. Suddenly, the house screeched to a halt and all the noise stopped. I snapped out of it, my hands still clutching my face. Information appeared for those people. The young man with glasses is Choi Hyuk-jun, aged 35 to 39. Park Hee-gon, the wife, also 35 to 39. Choi Na-on, the 6-year-old eldest daughter. And Choi Se-on, the 4-year-old second daughter. Ding, entities detected eligible for citizenship. Do you wish to grant citizenship? I ran over and asked, what happens if I don't grant it? The system notified me that if citizenship isn't granted, they will be removed from the house. Are you sure you want to deny citizenship? That sounds awful. Then it hit me, if I don't give them citizenship, won't they be thrown right into danger among those monsters? I can't just abandon them. I'll grant citizenship to the 4 of them. Citizenship has been granted to Choi Hyuk-jun, Park Hee-gon, Choi Na-on, and Choi Se-on. Doing this might actually benefit me a little too. Alright, maybe other citizenship-related skills are unlocked now. Let's check. Just as I thought, I've got Lord of the House and Lord's Eyes at level 1. Nothing in this house can escape the Lord's gaze. He looked around for a bit. Now where's the section for citizens? Ding, passive skill house proclamation, level 6. Without the king's permission, no one can enter the house. Found it. Oh, here it is. Let's click it right now. Choi Hyuk-jun, level 9, loyalty 24. Uncle Hee-gon, level 5, loyalty 18. Choi Na-on, level 3, loyalty 33. Choi Se-on, level 2, loyalty 42. Current population 4,600 people. He was shocked. 600. Is that number exaggerated? Everyone's levels and skills are all being displayed. Experience and reward distribution ratios. Does that mean I get a cut of their experience points and rewards too? I can even adjust the percentages myself. He's become a true capitalist now. He couldn't help but chuckle. So this is how you level up, and I can even assign quests. Quest details, time limits, rewards, failure penalties. It's all there. This makes managing them so much easier. It gets better and better. I can even write the descriptions myself. He decided to try assigning a quest immediately. Quest, slay goblins 0 to 1. Time limit 168 hours. 0 rewards a tiny bit of experience and a failure penalty. No, not that quest. Since there are basic rewards, I wonder how far I can push the failure penalty. He changed the penalty to death. Wow, there really is a maximum setting. That's too cruel though. Our MC immediately shook his head. No, cancel the quest. He literally held the power of life and death in his hands. He could kill any citizen whenever he wanted. Is this really my power? What should I do now? Suddenly, he whispered a name, Eyes of the King. The space around him shifted rapidly, and his eyes turned pitch black. This skill allowed him to see through walls, and he saw that family of 4. The wife looked at Choi Hyuk-jun anxiously. Honey, what are we going to do? He ran his fingers through his hair in despair. I don't know. What can we do? At the very least, I have to go out and get some water. You and the kids wait here. The wife flinched in fear. No, it's too dangerous, I know, but there's no other choice. But what He-gon was really worried about was whether there was even any water left out there. He had it all planned out. He wanted to check the nearby convenience store. That store is huge. Maybe there's something left. Just as they reached their breaking point, their 2 daughters whimpered, Liji Sukmi, I'm so thirsty. The wife turned to comfort the kids. Seeing them like this only added more pressure on the husband. If he didn't go, the whole family would starve or die of thirst. He turned and gripped his wife's hands tightly. You trust me, right? I'll find a way to bring water back. Just wait for me. The wife had no choice. She bit her lip, trying her best to hold back her anxiety. Nothing else she could do. Watching this, our MC felt his energy drain. He deactivated Eyes of the King. That family is completely exhausted. The situation is much more serious than I thought. He had to check the shop. There were still a few essential items left enough to get by, but not much. If only I could add a few more things, that would be great. I wonder if this will work. He opened the skill window and saw he could still make purchases. He pumped his fist in excitement. I knew it, Ding. Do you want to upgrade the skill? King's Home Shop. Of course, upgrade successful. King's Home Shop has reached level 2. Maximum registered items increased to 20. 10% discount on all items. Sounds pretty good, right? Oh, not bad at all. He still had 2 skill points left. In that case, let's invest in the shop and royal presence. Who knows, maybe I'll meet more citizens later. Ding King's Home Shop has reached level 3. Maximum registered items increased to 40. Item repair function unlocked. This is cool too, a function to turn old things into new ones. Great. Upgrading the shop to level 3 was definitely worth it. He opened the shop. At level 3, he could buy registered items at their original price. He bought bottled water and Yuja tangerines first. Those people next door are parched. After buying them, it was time to upgrade more skills. Do you want to upgrade royal presence? Yes. Royal presence has reached level 2. Vassal registration unlocked. That's a strange name. He wondered. Vassals. What's that supposed to be? Next door, Choi Hyuk-jun was packing his bag, getting ready to leave. His wife and kids came to see him off, none of them wanting him to go. Honey. He patted the 2 little ones on the head. Daddy has to go now. Be good while I'm gone. Okay, the 2 kids asked sadly. Daddy, do you really have to go outside? He patted their heads. Yes, Daddy has to go find some water and food. Listen to your mother while I'm away. The little one was on the verge of tears, but they squeezed their eyes shut and cried out in fear. But there are monsters out there. The child remembered when the 2 sisters were playing in the sand at the park, and suddenly a pack of massive, ferocious monsters charged right at them. The kids were paralyzed with fear, faces pale. Don't go. They had turned and run like crazy back then. Daddy. Luckily, their parents got there just in time, each grabbing a child and running for their lives. Thinking back, they were all still terrified, their faces white as ghosts. Hyuk-jun was scared to go out too. As the 2 children wailed, the wife pulled them close to comfort them. Children, be good, stop crying. This might be the last time we see your father. He bit his lip, soaked in sweat. Just then, a knock came from the door. Knock knock. Hyuk-jun scrambled to grab a baseball bat. The whole family stared at the door in silence. What was that? Who is it? Our MC's voice called from outside. Sorry to bother you, but if it's convenient, could you please open the door? Their faces went dark with dread, highly alert, and not daring to move. But is that a human voice? It could be a monster. It's dangerous. But he called out again. Hello. The family sat deathly still, not daring to move an inch. Our MC had no other choice but to bang on the door loudly. Then it went silent again. Hyuk-jun clutched his bat, wondering, did they leave? Mustering all his courage, he cautiously opened the door to see. He jumped back in shock, his whole body trembling. He quickly turned and shielded his wife and kids. No, honey daddy, please spare my wife and children. Nobody had even done anything yet. He hadn't even touched them. He had to use a gentle voice to reassure them. Hey, sorry for the intrusion. He stood there with a bag of food, the door wide open, smiling. He looked on in a panic, stammering, Who Who are you? I live in the room next door. My name is Kim Ga-hyeong. I have some water and tangerines here and I wanted to share some with you guys. After you've eaten, could we talk for a bit? They were stunned, frozen in place, unable to react. All four of them breathed a massive sigh of relief. He was like an angel sent to save them. Water and food. They really had no reason to say no. Maybe this guy actually came to help us. He leaned to the side, inviting him in first. The two soot-faced children stood still in their parents' arms, not moving, though it looked like their mother was holding them so tightly they were about to suffocate. Kim Ga-hyeong gave an awkward, forced smile. Did I scare them half to death? Come to think of it, they know how to use blackout curtains. Smart. That way the chance of being attacked by monsters will decrease. But he didn't like this pitch-black room at all. Let's get the lights on first. He tilted his head toward the ceiling and his eyes glowed with a bright light. Instantly, the whole room lit up. The others were shocked. Wait, why did the lights? First, he took out a bottle of water and handed it to the father. Let the kids have some water first. They politely accepted it. Oh, okay. Thank you, sir. There were two children. Na-on Choi Se-on. The two kids grabbed it and started chugging to quench their thirst, drinking so fast they began to choke. The mother worriedly asked Na-on, "Are you okay?" Kim felt for the kids and held out a tangerine. "Do you like tangerines? Here you go." The children were still scared but took it anyway. As they were about to eat, the mother quickly stopped them. "Wait, Choi Se-on, let Lee Ji-suk-mi peel it for you." She peeled it into segments and fed them. "Here, open wide." The kid ate happily, eyes shining bright. The little girl chewed with her cheeks, puffed out, looking delighted. The mother smiled and asked, "Is it good?" "Yes, the older one likes it too. Lee Ji-suk-mi, I want some too." So every kid got their share. Once they had food and water, everyone's trust level shot up. Ding requirements to register as a retainer have been met. Kim sat back and observed them. Little Na-on was the most capable. But since she's still so small, he couldn't exactly assign missions to a kid like her. Unlike commoners, you can only register a maximum of 10 retainers. They at least need to be like Hee-jun to carry out orders. But looking at this chubby guy, his trust level in me is only 31. Kim Ga-hyeong had to find a way. He needed to make him trust him just a little bit more. The man suddenly looked at Kim, who was startled right in the middle of plotting some sneaky scheme. "Is something wrong? I'm truly grateful to you. I don't know how to repay this kindness. In that case, come out to the hallway and talk to me for a moment." The man's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, okay." The two of them headed out to talk. "Have you received your commoner rights yet?" Did he not understand? Only now did he fumble with the screen in front of him and realize, "If you mean that notification, my whole family got it 30 minutes ago." Kim quickly asked if anything special happened after receiving those rights. He answered honestly, "Well, there was a period where we couldn't move our bodies. His family were the first citizens." "I see. So before receiving citizenship rights, humans temporarily fall into a state of paralysis." Kim Ga-hyeong decided to tell him, "Look, I can help your family get back to the life you had before." He naturally couldn't believe it, eyes wide with shock. What Kim casually offered, some tempting bait. At the very least, no monsters will be able to break into this house. He found it harder and harder to believe his mind, reeling as he stammered, Is that for real?" Kim gave a firm nod. "Yes, it's true." He let out a massive sigh of relief. "That's amazing." But the man also understood one thing. There's no such thing as a free lunch. "But you're definitely not helping me for nothing, right? What do I need to do for you?" Kim asked first, "But doing this might cost you your life. Are you still ready?" His face went pale. He was definitely scared, but the price was his family's safety. He made his choice. "Fine, I'm ready. Honestly, if it weren't for you, I would have had to go out for food and water long ago. I was already prepared to risk my life back then." That's the spirit. Kim was very satisfied. "Oh right, I saw you holding a golf club earlier. How much does a club like that usually cost?" He scratched his face, confused. "What, I think it was around 500,000 or so. It's a high-end club, but that's not ideal. The price is too high to list on the shop. I need to save on costs for later." The man looked at him puzzled. "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Kim Ga-hyeong waved it off. "No, it's nothing. Cough. Anyway, the main point is, do you remember the day the monsters appeared?" He thought back, feeling a chill. I think it was a weekend. That day was truly terrifying." Kim nodded in agreement. "Exactly. The people who were home at that time are likely still alive. A lone goblin doesn't have any significant strength because they're small and their level is lower than that of an adult man. A goblin's real weapon is that they always act in packs. But humans are the same in that regard." He had already planned ahead. "The top priority now is to bolster our forces." Hee-jun, Kim Ga-hyeong called out. He listened intently. "Yes, I'm giving you your first mission. From now on, you just need to come with me to find survivors." "Got it." That night, Kim Ga-hyeong sprawled on the sofa, checking the system. Citizen Choi Hyuk-jun's trust level has gone up again. After eating his food and seeing everything was fine, the trust levels of the whole family of 4 increased significantly. Seeing their happy family made him feel a bit sad. "If I keep gathering people one by one like this, I'm sure I'll find my own family one day, right?" Suddenly, there was a blood-curdling scream from the monsters. Kim jumped up, startled. The noise came from downstairs. He had to rush to the balcony to check it out. Looking down, his face went pale with shock. It's humans. A whole group of people was fighting the monsters, but it was hard for him to help. They were all the way down there, while he was way up on a high floor, and he couldn't even leave the building yet. The monsters below were incredibly aggressive, but one man in the group looked even fiercer. He gripped a baseball and threw it with incredible force, hitting a monster square in the face. It was quick, clean, and decisive. This performance was even better than the MC's. What on earth? It wasn't just him. There was a girl in purple who was amazing with a bow. She fired 2 arrows at once with perfect accuracy, pinning the monsters' heads. Another guy with a baseball bat looked ready for a war too. He let out a loud shout, leaped high into the air, and brought the bat down with both hands. With a thunderous strike, the monster's head was crushed. They were all landing one-shot kills. The monsters got scared and hauled tail away, and the group survived in total badass style. Suddenly, the girl whipped around, alert, her bow, drawn and ready. She was extremely cautious. But the thing that had made the noise was just a pack of instant food. She looked up and saw Kim Ga-hyeong waving like a maniac. Of course, she wouldn't hear him calling, so he could only risk waving frantically. But from her perspective, he was just a tiny moving speck, and she couldn't see him clearly. The MC spread his arms and legs, waving wildly to signal them. This is crazy. Just then, there was a call at his door. He had to stop and turn around. Oh, coming. Looking through the peephole, it was Choi Hyuk-jun standing there holding a cardboard box. He went to open the door for the guy. "Come on in," he said. The man cautiously carried the box inside. "Pardon me then," he muttered, but even he was blocked by the system's barrier and couldn't actually enter the room. He was quite surprised too. The reason for being blocked was failing to meet conditions, so he couldn't enter the house. The guy was totally confused, repeating, "What do you mean failing to meet conditions? What on earth is going on? Is even our main character stumped?" He wondered. Let's think about this. Could it be that not just anyone can enter my house? Or maybe only those registered as vassals can come in, but I can still take the items he's passing through. Let me take this first. I've brought everything that could be used as a weapon. He took the items. Oh, thank you. Let's open it up right now. Inside were more toolkits. He told the system, "Open inventory, take out 5 bottles of water and 5 packs of instant noodles." Immediately, those items appeared in front of Choi Hyuk-jun. He handed them over and asked, "Look, could you help me carry this water and ramen down to the first floor entrance?" The guy got a bit nervous all of a sudden. Down to the first floor. Isn't that way too dangerous? He tried to reassure this coward. It's fine, I've been watching. I've noticed that those goblins actually move around mostly during the day. Besides, I'm quite impressed by those people out there. I absolutely must make them my subordinates. First of all, if they know I have food, they'll naturally come crawling to me. But he couldn't say that out loud. So he just told him, "I have my own plan, so I'll have to trouble you with this." The guy was scared to death and kept asking nervously, "Do I really just need to leave them on the first floor?" Growing annoyed, he replied in a cold tone, "That is correct." The man didn't dare ask anything else and left immediately. "I understand this isn't that hard. Well, I'm off then." Before leaving, he even bowed deeply to him. "As long as he's willing to go, that's fine." He smiled and said thanks. He felt that for someone so honest, he should give him a bit more of a reward. Thinking that he acted immediately, he opened the quest board and assigned a mission. Place 5 packs of ramen and 5 bottles of water on the first floor. Time limit, 24 hours. Reward, a small amount of experience points. Penalty for failure, none. The screen immediately popped up right in front of the guy's face. What's this? Our main character explained it to him. When you complete the mission, you'll receive experience points or something like that, just like in a game. Get it? Oh, I see. By the way, you're currently at level 9. If your level goes up, you'll definitely get some great rewards. So, I'm counting on you. This gave the guy a bit of extra motivation. He took a deep breath. Whew. Alright, I got it. He went home to grab a golf club, stood in front of the door for a while, and finally summoned enough courage to head down. He made it to the first floor of the building, clutching a cardboard box in one hand and a club in the other, wiping away sweat. Phew, now let's take this. Suddenly he froze, eyes widening as he stared ahead. Not far away, a group of people had gathered in the dim light. He couldn't see them clearly, and his mind started playing tricks on him, making him think they were those terrifying monsters. Before they could notice him, he immediately turned around and mumbled, "Run, I gotta run fast." But then he tripped, tumbling over as the items in the box spilled out with a loud crash. He ended up flat on his face. No one had even done anything yet, but he had scared himself half to death. His whole body went stiff, his legs turned to jelly, and he tried to calm himself down. "Please just stand up." With a face as dark as a coal pot, he glanced back, unable to even scream. He wet his pants, squeezed his eyes shut, and tears started pouring down as he covered his face in terror. Suddenly, a human voice called out. That finally brought his soul back to his body. He lowered his hands to see a group of young people around him asking, "Hey mister, are you okay, Ding? An entity is attempting to enter without permission." Kim Ga-hyeong, standing inside the house, was stunned when he received the notification. He immediately guessed what was happening. No way. I have to go check this out personally. He activated his Eye of the Sovereign skill. It was indeed the group he saw earlier following the chubby Choi Hyuk-jun into the building. They were talking among themselves. The person who threw the ramen down earlier is in this very apartment building. So there's food here, right? Exactly. If we think about it, our food supplies are running low. He looked closely at their faces and recognized them as the people from before. The fish have taken the bait. Ding, entities eligible for citizenship are approaching. Do you wish to propose citizenship? Our main character thought for a moment. Citizenship has become a proposal now, a right. Even though I can force citizenship on people during territory expansion, in this case I'm giving them a choice. This means they could refuse. This is such a headache. Right now there's a 90% chance they'll say no. What should I do? Just then, a noise came from outside the door. It seemed like that group had made it up here. I'll go check it out. Outside, Choi Hyuk-jun was ringing the bell. Hello, Kim Ga-hyeong, he spoke through the door. Yeah, wait a second. Ding, the system popped up again. Choi Hyuk-jun has a mission in progress. Do you want to reset the mission? That works. He decided to agree. Yes, reset the mission. Task: treat 6 guests to a meal. This was his chance to get to know those people better. The chubby guy outside received the mission immediately. Kim Ga-hyeong, our main character, interrupted him. Yes, that's a new mission. Tell those people first that I have a good idea. He confusedly agreed. Okay, I got it. Once he got the mission, he had to do it right away. Through the camera, he could see the group whispering excitedly. Finally, the chubby guy reported back with a happy smile. They've agreed. That was fast. Our main character replied with satisfaction. Good, thank you. He immediately activated the system to propose citizenship to all 6 people. Ding, citizenship has been proposed to Ha Dong-gun, Kang Rae-soo, Kim Ga-rang, Yoo Hye-in, Kim Gon, and Moon Bong-ho. Access to the 30th floor has been granted to Ha Dong-gun, Kang Rae-soo, Kim Ga-rang, Yoo Hye-in, and Moon Bong-ho. Only then were they allowed to enter. Ding, the number of citizens has reached 10. Citizen experience points and gold rewards have increased by 10%. Awesome, Kim Ga-hyeong's eyes lit up. Extra experience points and bonus gold. Not only did he have more manpower to face monsters head-on, but he also got these amazing buffs. Of course, I'm welcoming you with open arms. All their information was now available on the system. Citizen Management: Ha Dong-gun, level 23, Trust level 19. He knew that level 23 was on par with the Kellyan monster he had just defeated. Awakened ability: Baseball Throw. Experience share rate 0%, gold share rate 0%. Baseball Throw D rank consumes stamina to triple the power of the ball. He could feel it just by reading, as expected of an awakened person. Actually, depending on the throwing force of the individual, a baseball could truly become a weapon. Plus, with a skill that triples the power, it'll be a perfect weapon for killing monsters. He just needed to slowly build up their trust. He set the experience point distribution for all 6 people to 70%. For now, this will do. Things are looking up. Now I just need to assign monster hunting quests, and I can just sit back and rake in experience points and gold exactly like an auto battle feature in a game. Of course, I still have to find ways to build rapport, because these people might be the key to finding my family. Ding, Ha Dong-gun's reliability has increased. Our Kim Ga-hyeong is actually a bit shook. He hasn't even done anything yet. Notifications keep popping up. Kim Ga-dong's reliability has increased. Do Hyun's reliability has increased. They haven't even met him yet. What's going on here? On the other side, Choi Hyuk-jun is warmly welcoming the group. Please come in. Pardon the intrusion. Hee-gon's wife rushes out looking panicked. Park Hee-gon, what's all this? He quickly tries to calm her down. I'll explain everything later, dear. Sorry to ask, but could you whip up some food for us? She hesitates. Right now, I'd have to start from scratch. He scratches his head sheepishly. I'm counting on you. It seems Hui-jun has his own plan this time. Hearing that, she heads straight to the kitchen. All right, she says, with 100% trust. I've got it, I'll start right away. He turns back to the group. Everyone, please wait just a moment. They bow politely. Yes, thank you, ma'am. The leader scans the room with a calculating look. Getting straight to business, he asks, tell me, what kind of person is this Ga-hyeong guy exactly? Our chubby friend has only known him for a day, so he doesn't really know what to say. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself. The group looks even more confused. Wait, you don't know much about him either. That's right. All I know is that he's my neighbor from next door. The leader looks toward the room intrigued. A neighbor, Choi Hyuk-jun, keeps it brief. Basically, he's a miracle worker. All these resources are thanks to Ga-hyeong. The leader figures it out immediately. So you're saying he's an awakened, right? It has to be. He still has the bag of snacks the MC dropped earlier hidden on him. This level of power is considered incredibly formidable. I have to get on his good side. Someone who can provide electricity, water, and food. In this current world, those are basically miracles. He's on a completely different level than us. He's definitely plotting something regarding our MC. Meanwhile, Choi Hyuk-jun is being an incredibly gracious host. Dinner will take a little while. Would you all like to wash up first? The two girls in the group, their eyes light up like stars. A shower. Oh my god, can we really take a shower? It finally clicks for them. Oh right, if there's power, that means almost all the appliances here should work normally. Does that mean? Choi Hyuk-jun grins from ear to ear. Exactly. And there's even hot water. It's pure luxury. It feels like they've stepped into a wonderland. The two girls are absolutely floored. Hot water, he adds. That's also thanks to Ga-hyeong's abilities. There are bathrooms in both the living room and the bedroom, so two of you can go at once. I'll show you the way. It's no wonder the group's reliability toward our MC is skyrocketing. Choi Hyuk-jun is doing an amazing job with this mission. The guys ask each other nervously, Senior, is that man also an awakened? Most likely. If all of this is true, he possesses power that I can't even begin to compete with. They start teasing each other. Aha, don't be discouraged. Just use that baseball bat of yours and give him a real thrashing. You psycho, we should be trying to get on his good side. What kind of nonsense are you talking? Oh, is that so? I'm begging you, don't do anything stupid. Just stay quiet and behave. Haha. Okay. He sighs helplessly. Whew. Anyway, he leans on the table to discuss. Our goal is to get as much food as possible. Be careful not to mess this up and just play it by ear. Understood. The guys get the message immediately. Yes, sir. Everyone agrees. Okay. Only one guy, the most timid of the bunch, stays silent. The leader claps him on the shoulder. Bung-ho. He finally snaps out of it. Oh, sorry, boss. I didn't catch what you just said. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. No, it's not your fault at all. This guy seems really serious. No, I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have made a fuss about a housewarming party and dragged you along. Bung-ho looks away, avoiding eye contact. It's fine, boss. I wanted to come myself. The leader makes a decision. Once we get some food here, we'll head straight to your grandmother's house together. Okay, yes, thank you, sir. Despite saying that Bung-ho's expression is grim, he closes his eyes tight, his face darkening as he sighs. It's already too late. Thinking about those monsters out there, he still wants to hope that his grandmother is alive. He clenches his teeth, forcing himself to stay calm. The others say, Anyway, it's just around the corner. If we work together, we'll definitely make it. Just hang in there a little longer. What else could he say besides agreeing? Yes. But just then, a sound comes from behind. Everyone turns toward the door. The leader alertly grips a tennis ball. What is it? At that moment, we felt it. Maybe this person is exactly who they were hoping for. Kim Ga-hyeong steps in and announces, I'm going to help you all. The group freezes in shock. Someone who can pull us out of this abyss of despair and save us. They all see our Kim Ga-hyeong as their only lifeline. They all sit down at the table together, and the atmosphere is a bit awkward. I'm so sorry, Hegon says, covering her mouth with a shy smile. I'm so embarrassed. Our place doesn't have enough room. But what more could those people ask for? It's fine. We're the ones who barged in and disturbed you. Choi Hyuk-jun brings out the food. Alright, food's served. There's rice, soup, and veggies. It's probably been forever since these people had a proper meal. Hegon's face turns red with modesty. I hope this suits your taste. The spread is pretty basic, mostly a lot of eggs. They immediately start grabbing bites. Everyone is literally drooling. This smells amazing. It's just fried eggs, but they're praising it like it's heavenly. This is great, ma'am. It's perfect. I can't believe you prepared such a feast. Hegon quickly waves her hands. It's all thanks to the ingredients Ga-hyeong gave us. If it wasn't for him, I'd probably only be able to offer you plain rice and some tangerines. Ding. Our Kim Ga-hyeong checks the system. Talk about a surprise. He didn't expect her reliability to jump to 50 even faster than Choi Hyuk-jun's. Everyone starts digging in. I'm eating. I'm starving. It's the best meal they've had since the world ended. They're too busy eating to even talk. These egg rolls are delicious. Are these those sweet egg rolls you get at Japanese restaurants? Hegon replies with a beaming smile. That's right. Everyone, please eat your fill. Suddenly, the little girl walks over. Lee Ji-sukmi, I want some egg rolls too. She rubs the child's head, her eyes welling up. Wait until the guests are finished, then Lee Ji-sukmi will make some for you, okay? The little one bursts into tears right then and there. One of the girls immediately waves the child over. Choi Se-on, do you want to eat some egg rolls with me? Come here. The little girl jumps into her arms in a flash. There you go, the girl said, picking up a whole egg roll. Choi Se-on, open wide, sweetie. The little one happily munched on the egg roll, and everyone wore a smile. Haha, the atmosphere felt much more relaxed now. Park Hegon also called out to the couple, telling them there was plenty of food left, and inviting them to join in. The two looked at each other pleasantly surprised. Their eyes lit up and they agreed immediately. Of course we'd love to. We won't stand on ceremony then. Just like that, they gathered around like one big, happy family. As he ate, he thought sadly to himself. It had been a long time since he'd felt this way. It reminded him of the egg rolls his mother used to pack, with a little note tucked inside for her son. He silently prayed that everyone would stay safe and sound. Before long, the table was wiped clean. After finishing her meal, the little one rubbed her eyes. Lee Ji-sukmi, I'm sleepy. Hegon scooped up the two kids. All right, let's go get some sleep with Lee Ji-sukmi. He watched them walk away, noting that it was getting late, time to get down to business. Alright, let's pick up where we left off. Your grandmother's house is so close, so why exactly is it impossible to get there? The leader's face darkened. It's because of the goblins. Goblins. Exactly. The underground parking garage is the perfect place for them to hide. It seems like those pests have taken over the entire area. This was news to our protagonist. The underground parking lot, they added that there must be at least thousands of them. He realized that the current building king's power only reached the 30th floor, so the goblins could use the basement tunnels to infiltrate the building. He also mentioned that every entrance to the complex connected to that basement, so leaving the building was out of the question. Kim Ga-hyeong crossed his arms, calculating his next move. But from what I know, there's a new path. The man agreed. Right. Our original goal was to follow that new path, to get out of here. Hearing this made him jumpy. Was it even more dangerous? What does it look like? The man turned pale just thinking about it. It looks a bit like a wolf, but also like a bear. Luckily, that beast was busy fighting a pack of goblins when we saw it. And that's how we managed to slip away. He had never encountered something like that before. A wolf or a bear. The man tried to remember, but his only vivid memory was two glowing eyes. He wasn't entirely sure. It was too dark to see what it really was. He thought it over. It looked like a frontal assault was their only option. He nodded. True, but there's something even more worrying, he had to admit. We've reached our limit. Our weapons are just bows and baseball bats, and eventually they're going to break or run out. To him, this wasn't a huge deal. Reaching out his hand, he said, I can take care of that for you guys. Can I see your bows and bats? They handed them over. Here you go. He held up a baseball bat. Ding. Would you like to register this item? He started putting the gear into the system one by one for appraisal. Recurve bow, good condition. Costs 1,530 gon. Would you like to register? Of course. He gave the bow a little shake. He looked back at them. Does everyone here know how to use a bow? The group went silent. Breaking into a cold sweat, they didn't know what to say. Well, I'm sure we can learn. He decided to buy 5 sets of bows anyway, even if they didn't know how, yet they'd better start practicing now because they'd be using them constantly from here on out. As soon as he finished the purchase, ding, the trust level of citizens Ha-ryong-gon, Kim Ga-dong, and Yu Hae-in has increased. Man, these people are easy to please. He was genuinely shocked, especially Bong Ho, who looked overjoyed. If they had this man's power, maybe his grandmother actually stood a chance. Ding, citizen Moon Bong Ho's trust has increased significantly. The group began to discuss excitedly. With these, our monster hunting speed will be way faster. I won't need a bow since I have these. I won't have to risk my life trying to recover arrows anymore. But he was the one in charge of the plan. Everyone, hold on. First, we need to significantly thin out the goblin numbers. They naturally look to him as their leader. Right. So, when do we start the operation? Kim Ga-hyeong declared. Starting tomorrow. Tomorrow, yes, the sooner the better. No one dared to object. That makes sense. He had everything planned out. Tomorrow, we're definitely going to rescue Bong Ho's grandmother. The kid looked like he was on cloud 9, unable to stop grinning, but they were still terrified of the main problem. So, how exactly are you planning to do it? He already had a plan ready. Here's a hint, I'm going to use a bait strategy. The whole group sat in hushed silence as they listened to Kim Ga-hyeong. No one argued, though it seemed a bit hard to believe. It might actually work. The guy with glasses was still worried about whether the battle would go smoothly. Suddenly, the system chimed, Citizen Choi Hyuk-jun has completed his task. The service fee of 30,000 gon has been fully utilized. He didn't expect that. So I just found out. Assigning tasks costs money. That meant, as long as he had the cash, he could raise the social status of his citizens. Unless absolutely necessary, there was no need to spend money right now. Choi Hyuk-jun's trust level increased. Trust reached 50, unlocking the door to loyalty. Since his loyalty had exceeded 30, he decided to grant him the title of Login Record Keeper. Choi Hyuk-jun felt something immediately and jumped in surprise. Did something just flash? The system announced, first appointment of an advisor. You have received the Summon Subordinate skill as a reward. You can summon servants to your home. However, you must wait 2 hours before summoning another servant. Name Choi Hyuk-jun. Level 20. First servant. Trust 51. Loyalty 62. Awakened ability, Gorilla Super Strength. Passive skill, possesses superhuman strength. Experience points and gold accumulated by the first servant, when killing monsters, will be doubled. Within a 5-meter radius outside the house, the eye of the house will create a summonable zone. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Wait, what's this plus sign for? Would you like to spend 10,000 gon to upgrade Servant Choi Hyuk-jun's level? What the? That's insanely expensive. It felt like a bolt of lightning hit him. Seeing his face change color, the others asked worriedly, Sir, are you okay? I'm fine. Kim Ga-hyeong looked at the big guy. More importantly, how are you feeling? He clenched his muscular fist, feeling a surge of power. I feel like I'm bursting with energy right now. Is this? Because of you, sir, of course. Who else? He was so thrilled he kept staring at his hands. I feel 10 years younger. This was great. If he got stronger, it helped the MC too. He handed him a bow. We'll be relying on you for this mission. Citizens will receive a 10% experience point bonus. The servant's effectiveness can be doubled, allowing them to gain even more experience. He gave the order, you need to take down as many monsters as possible. His face paled when he heard that, and though he was weeping, he didn't dare refuse, clutching the bow tightly. All right, I understand. Seeing you being this obedient really hits the spot for me. Well then, I'll trust you. The scene shifts to the first floor, where several people are setting out with their bows. Ha-dong-gun, do we need to check the first floor? I just looked around and all the windows are broken. It's a total mess. But it's better to double check just to be safe. The leader's face wrinkled up. You just heard what Ga-hyeong said, right? We are currently here as members of the rescue team. Our first mission was assigned by Ga-hyeong. The items they need to find are scattered all over this apartment building. Survivors are being taken to the 30th floor. The key to this operation is to eliminate a large number of goblins by luring them into this building and then wiping them out all at once. So we'll find as many survivors as possible. Everyone got it. The guy holding the baseball bat smirked with delight, showing no fear at all. All right, I get it. Donggu looked at the group and shouted, Great, let's start searching from room 101. Since we don't know when the goblins will show up, everyone must stay alert at all times. The whole group followed the plan and split up. Suddenly sensing something, Ha-dong-gun gripped the ball tightly on high alert. The group standing behind him turned pale, covering their mouths and freezing stiff like they'd been glued to the spot, especially the two girls. In front of them, corpses lay everywhere, blood soaking the floor. It was a truly tragic sight. They tried to stay calm and told each other, let's get out of here quickly. On the other side, the group following the guy with the baseball bat was also shocked. Everywhere we go, it's just corpses. Damn it, there's no hope for the first floor anymore. Let's move up to the second floor quickly. But the second floor wasn't any better. The scene was just as shocking, and Ha-dong-gun couldn't take it anymore. Damn it, I need to get to the third floor immediately. The third floor is definitely a bit better. The group knocked on every door calling out, is anyone inside? They knocked on every single room, but they were met only with silence. Is anyone inside? Seeing nothing, the group gathered in one spot and shook their heads at each other. It's hopeless. Ha-dong-gun bit his lip, his face turning pale as he headed upstairs. It's still the same. Every closed door is a sign of hope. They called out loudly, is anyone there? We're here to rescue you. Suddenly, a door opened. The man inside was pale with dark circles under his eyes. He asked warily, Are you really a rescue team? I've finally met someone alive. Ha-dong-gun smiled happily. That's right. That man looks exhausted. Can I have some water? I'm really thirsty. They quickly took out some water. Here, take it. The Kang Sung-hoon only reached out one arm, asking cautiously just to be sure. Are you really going to give this to me? Are you really the rescue team? Dong-un lost his patience and tried to convince him. We are actually residents of this apartment building, but we came here to rescue you. There's a place even safer than here. Come with us. The Kang Sung-hoon's eyes widened in disbelief, his brain unable to process it for a moment. Finally, without a word, he slammed the door shut. The group was speechless, clutching their bags and waiting patiently. A moment later, he swung the door wide open. There were a few more people inside. Now more welcoming, he reached out his hand. I think I was overthinking it. My name is Hong Sung-soo. Nice to meet you. He changed his tune incredibly fast. His attitude was completely different. My name is Ha-dong-gun. I hope we can look out for each other. He turned and told the two girls, Kim Ga-rang and Hu Lin, take this guest to the 30th floor and then come back to meet us. The Kang Sung-hoon flinched when he heard that. What, the 30th floor? Shouldn't we be going down from the first floor? But the young man in the house was much more relaxed as he walked out. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Dad, seriously, I knew the helicopter would eventually come for us. The girl quickly waved her hands to explain. It's not what you think, but if you go upstairs, you can have a hot meal and a bath. The little girl's eyes immediately lit up like stars when she heard that, and she ran out of the house. A bath, really? Typical girl who wouldn't love a bath, that's right, and there's even hot water. With just that, she was immediately willing to follow them, calling out, Dad, what are you doing? Hurry up and go upstairs. The resident received 90% bonus experience points, and their settlement money also increased. Kim Ga-hyeong checked the system from home. So the number of citizens has reached 40 now. First, arrange for the elderly and children to stay at Choi Hyuk-jun's place. Let the other young people wait in the hallway for now. Ha-dong-gun reported to him that a total of 40 people had been found. He asked him again, is that everyone? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, we searched up to the 29th floor, but it seems like most people left the apartment right from the start. If that's the case, then so be it. You've all worked hard. Choi Hyuk-jun's house was almost full, so this should be enough, right? He immediately activated the Monarch's eye skill, and his vision that could see through walls appeared to observe how the others were doing. They were indeed taking it quite seriously. It seemed they had found everyone they could. There were no more issues. All right then. Ha-dong-gun stood still, listening to his instructions. The operation is entering phase 2. Let's start hunting those goblins. The group gathered in the hallway. Alright everyone, listen up. Ha-dong-gun was still the leader. I will now give a brief summary of the mission. Our goal is to lure all the goblins hiding in the basement out. We'll start with the first basement level, splitting into 2 teams. First, we'll provoke the goblins in basement level 1 and deal with them, then we'll handle the ones in basement level 2. Suddenly, the guy wearing glasses volunteered and raised his hand. Yeah, go ahead. He wondered, what if we encounter a larger goblin army than expected? Won't we get stuck on the first floor? Plus, if the goblin corpses make it hard for us to move. Everyone was confident. That's right, the situation is different now. We have enough arrows, it definitely won't be a problem. Since that was the case, he didn't have any more objections. Alright, that's good. Just then, they heard a savage screech. Speak of the devil, the monsters had arrived. Hulin immediately fired an arrow, killing 2 with 1 shot. The guy with the baseball bat also joined the fray. Now everyone fought with whatever weapons they had. They were fighting like crazy, their performance as sharp as ever. Several monsters were already dead, and they still had time to tease each other. Senior, if you were going to use a baseball bat, why did you bring a bow? You said you'd need it earlier. Oh, that's right. Hulin pointed anxiously. Look, the corpses are disappearing. It's true, the goblin corpses are just vanishing into thin air. They wondered, could this also be Ga-hyeong's power? Go on ahead. Good. Now let's head down to the first basement level. They followed behind comfortably. I knew he'd have a way to handle it. The MC sat at home leisurely watching the system screen. The reliability of citizens Ha-dong-gun, Kim Ji-rang, and Ju-hyun has increased. Perfect. It wasn't intentional, but it really feels like I'm just constantly staring at them. Ding citizen Moon Bong-ho's reliability has reached 50. Loyalty unlocked. Moon Bong-ho's loyalty has surpassed 30, meeting the requirements to register as a vassal. That was fast. I didn't see that coming. It's only been a few hours, but hey, I'll take it. The faster I gain vassals, the quicker I grow. Wait, something feels off. That Bong-ho guy's loyalty is 88. I'm totally confused, but whatever, it's not a bad thing. Now I can decide when to officially register him as a vassal. While the others are still fighting like crazy, Bong-ho's entire body suddenly starts glowing. On top of that, bolts of lightning are sparking off him. Everyone turns around, jaws dropping. What on earth is that? Even the pack of demons is blinded by the light. The demons don't dare move forward. They're completely spooked. Ha-dong-gun immediately shouts, an order. I don't know what's happening, but forget it, run now. The whole group starts hauling tail out of there. Ha-dong-gun and Yoo-hae-in provide cover, firing arrows back at the monsters. That girl Ju-hyun is no joke either. She hits every single mark, 1 shot, 1 kill. She can fire 3 arrows in a single second, taking down countless monsters, but they're still coming in swarms. Everyone's panicking, yelling, Ha-dong-gun, there's too many of them. Damn it, I didn't expect this much aggro. It looks like all the monsters from the second basement have swarmed up here too. Head for the emergency exit. Their formation has completely crumbled. It's every man for himself now. Run, move it. Ha-dong-gun stays behind to block the door, but the horde is just too big. He can't hold them off by himself. A monster lunges with a massive spindly arm, but luckily 2 others stay back to help. The 3 of them join forces, but they're heavily outnumbered. They can only hold out for a moment longer. We can't hold them. Everyone get to the first floor. Just then, a thunderous roar echoes from behind. Ding, gorilla strength, a passive skill. He possesses terrifying power rivaling a gorilla's. Choi Hyuk-jun is unleashing his hidden strength. Thank God for him. This big guy is enough to block the door on his own. You guys go. He decides to stay behind alone to hold the door so the others can escape. He's drenched in sweat. Exhausted, but he has to push through. Choi Hyuk-jun keeps telling himself, I have to do this. This is my job. Ha-dong-gun runs a distance before turning back to shout, hey, we're safe. Get up here fast. He quickly lets go of the door. Got it, I'm coming. But of course this guy. He always manages to trip and fall right when it's time to escape. As soon as he hits the ground, the monsters swarm him. He screams out in desperation, just get out of here. Run. Ha-dong-gun is at a loss. Damn it. Suddenly the guy with the baseball bat rushes in and cracks a monster over the head. Move it. Come on. He refuses to leave a teammate behind. But it's too late. A swarm of monsters grabs a tight hold of Choi Hyuk-jun. Just as they're reaching out for each other, boom, the big guy vanishes without a trace. Everyone just stands there, completely frozen in shock. Huh, what the hell just happened? He can't believe his eyes. Choi Hyuk-jun. But he'd better worry about himself first. A monster is lunging straight for him. He quickly swings his bat. Ha-dong-gun and Ju-hyun keep firing arrows to back him up. Hurry, move it. He turns and bolts for his life. The other 2 watch the horde of monsters rushing toward them, paralyzed with fear, screaming at the top of their lungs. Run faster, but it might be too late. They're only a few steps away from the pack. Are they even going to make it out alive? That night, the apartment building is silent as usual. Outside, a black bear is tearing through the monsters, cursing them with pure hatred. Die. It's already killed who knows how many monsters today. Its eyes are glowing red, its teeth huge and sharp, refusing to let go of its prey. For this beast, it's never enough. It needs more. Suddenly, a fierce roar erupts behind it. The bear spins around, eyes wild with rage. It has to kill them all. Cut to Choi Hyuk-jun's group. He's being swarmed by monsters like a colony of ants. Right as he's about to bite the dust, his body suddenly zips away to another dimension in the blink of an eye. He has no idea what's going on. Kim Ga-hyeong looks at his pale face and sighs. That was way too close. Choi Hyuk-jun's brain is still buffering. He's drenched in sweat and so terrified he can't even speak. It's only when he sees Ga-hyun that he manages to gasp out, "Ji Ga-hyun, you really saved a life there. Man, that feels good. Just to be safe, I've been using the King's Eye to keep an eye on them. Thank God the vassal summoning skill worked." Suddenly his face twists in pain, his legs shaking like leaves. Now the pain is finally hitting him. He looks down at his blood-soaked leg and freezes. When did this happen? I quickly reach out to calm him down. Wait, are you okay? His legs are trembling violently, but he still manages to act tough. I'm fine. A little scratch like this will heal in no time. Looking at the wound, it's clearly not fine. I feel a pang of worry. I guess it's time to register some medicine. I turn to head inside. Wait here for a second. Choi Hyuk-jun just stares blankly. Wait. Kim Ga-hyeong goes straight to the medicine cabinet. In a situation like this, medical supplies are essential. It really takes me back to when I was a kid. My mom used to put ointment on my little scrapes all the time. I scrounged through the house, but there's only a few measly bottles of alcohol and some bandages left. There are so many things I need to register, but I only have 40 slots. Suddenly it clicks. Ding, I've got it. I quickly pull everything out of the drawer and pop it into the system. Ding, successfully repaired the old low-quality first aid kit. I need to hurry up and get this to him. Let me see that wound. He rolls up his pant leg, revealing a bloody mess, but he's still insisting, really, I'm okay. Kim Ga-hyeong ignores him and gently prepares the medicine. I'm going to disinfect this first. My movements are pretty practiced. I can't let anything happen to him, or I'll lose a valuable asset. The alcohol hits the wound and he winces in pain. But then Ding citizen Choi Hyuk-jun's reliability and loyalty have increased. He gritted his teeth through it, and finally, it's done. He lets out a huge sigh of relief. Phew. Thank you. Seeing him injured like this makes me worry. I wonder if the others are okay. I quickly head back to my room. You rest here for now. I've still got things to take care of. Next, let's see what's happening downstairs. I close my eyes and activate the King's Eye. A few people are running from the second floor down to the first. Ju-hyun is firing arrows like a maniac, picking off the ones closest to her teammates. It looks like she might actually save him, otherwise he's toast. Ha Dong-gun is shouting while firing his own arrows. Ju-hyun, run. Their situation is critical. A horde of monsters is right on their heels. Every single one of them is absolutely massive. Kang Rae-soo isn't running fast enough. A monster is about to grab him by the seat of his pants. He gnashes his teeth and runs for his life. He didn't dare look back or lose focus for a second, but no matter how fast he ran, it was hard to escape them. Right when things were at a breaking point, Moon Bong-ho suddenly charged in like a man on a mission. With one swing, he took out 2 of those monsters, saving Kang Rae-soo's life just in time. Everyone was stunned. Moon Bong-ho had leveled up, and he was likely the strongest one there now. He could take on this whole horde by himself. The tide had completely turned, so the others didn't even need to do much anymore. They all just stood there, eyes wide as saucers and faces pale with shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. What the hell? Is this for real? But was Moon Bong-ho always this good at fighting? Seeing this, Kim Ga-hyeong finally felt a bit more at ease. Good, they're doing a great job. He immediately appointed him. Name Moon Bong-ho. Title, the second vassal. Trust level 55. Loyalty 88. Awakening power, teleportation. It can only be used in areas with a clear line of sight, and the mental energy cost increases, depending on the number of people traveling and the distance. He couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. Registering a vassal was definitely the right choice. Just like that, the group wiped out the monsters in no time and got back to their mission. Little Ant, are the extension cords ready? What about the water jugs? Everything was set on that side too. Once the preparations were complete, Ha Dong-gu turned around and called for Moon Bong-ho. We're ready to go. Hearing that, he turned and vanished in a flash. Near the stairs, the group had piled things up, including a large, heavy jar balanced precariously. It was a trap. Just as they planned, when the monsters rushed in, the jar tipped over and spilled everywhere. The massive wave of water swept the monsters away before they could even react. Dong-gu screamed, "Little Ant now." The guy with glasses immediately flipped the power switch and electricity surged through the water. Just like that, zap, the monsters were completely fried. 334,464 coins were added to the house husband king's wallet. His skill level increased, and he learned a new skill. Even the Kim Ga-hyeong himself was caught off guard. He didn't expect them to be this efficient. His investment in them was definitely paying off. His own power was skyrocketing too. Especially that penetrating eye skill, his field of vision was stretching further and further. Ding, enemy detected. Commencing extermination. Level 6, goblin eliminated. Level 7, goblin eliminated. A whole swarm was rushing into the building from outside. No wonder they seemed endless inside. Suddenly, one of them stopped in its tracks and looked back, feeling like something was off. Its instincts were sharp because right behind it loomed a massive black bear that had appeared out of nowhere. The bear bared its teeth and lunged. Time for a snack. It bit down hard on the goblin's neck, killing it instantly. The other monsters heard the noise and turned around absolutely terrified. They scrambled like a disturbed hornet's nest, but the bear just kept on mauling them. It tore apart every goblin it could get its paws on. It was a bloodbath, and the bear's eyes glowed a furious red. These low-level goblins were simply no match for it. But there were so many of them, and they were vicious. They swarmed the bear, sinking their teeth into its hide. The more it hurt, the angrier, the bear got, fighting with even more primal rage. They were evenly matched in a fight to the death when suddenly the goblin's heads started exploding into a bloody mess. The bear froze, completely confused. No one had even touched them yet. Talk about a total mood killer. Ding. The system announced that citizenship had been granted, and the bear began to shrink. The thick fur vanished, and the creature slowly transformed into a human. It turned out to be a beautiful young woman, but she was completely drained and collapsed on the spot. Ga-hyeong saw everything. He wondered who she was. The system displayed her info. Yeonju, level 33, trust level 9, awakening power Bearkin. Bearkin allows transformation into a beast man while maximizing all physical abilities and regeneration. This girl was unexpectedly powerful. Not only was she level 33, but she also possessed an A-rank ability. Suddenly, system notifications started flooding in. Additionally, Ha-dong-gu's trust has reached 50. Loyalty unlocked. Kim Ga-hyeong's trust has reached 50. Loyalty unlocked. Wait, did Ha-dong-gu, Kim Ga-hyeong, and Kang Rae-soo all hit 50 at once? Citizen Kang Rae-soo's loyalty has exceeded 30, meeting the conditions to be recruited as a vassal. Perfect. After that battle, they must have realized just how formidable I am. They're ready to be trusted. Kim Ga-hyeong went ahead and registered Kang Rae-soo as a vassal. Name Kang Rae-soo. Title the Third Vassal. Awakening power Steel Knight. Summons full-body steel armor and a battle axe for protection. He realized a vassal's rank is determined by their awakening power. Choi Hyuk-jun has C-rank power Gorilla Strength at level 20. Kang Rae-soo has B-rank power Steel Knight at level 25. Finally, Moon Bong-ho has A-rank power Teleportation at level 30. The moment they're registered as a vassal, their rank is determined by their awakening tier, just like this. Suddenly, the system showed a box with a question mark, a random box. He wondered, wait, is the rank random? If Moon Bong-ho got A rank because of his loyalty, then Choi Hyuk-jun, who has higher loyalty, should have been a B rank instead of a C rank. Especially since Kang Rae-soo got B rank with only 31 loyalty. He racked his brain but couldn't figure it out. If only he knew the exact requirements to unlock higher tier abilities, that would be a game changer. This was a crucial issue. After all, he could only register a maximum of 10 vassals, so gathering as many high-rank individuals as possible was vital. The problem was, he still didn't know what would happen when he recruited an awakened person as a vassal. Awakened individuals could move freely through the stairwells and elevator halls. He walked to the elevator and activated his Monarch's Eye skill to check on the bear girl. She was still out cold. The elevator stopped on the 30th floor, and he turned to call someone. "Hey, Choi Hyuk-jun," he said to the man standing right behind him. "What is it? We're at the 30th floor. I need you to go down to basement level 2 and bring that girl up here." The scene shifts elsewhere. Dong-gu's group was still mopping up the remaining monsters. That's when they noticed the goblins with their heads blown apart. They looked at each other confused, wondering what on earth had happened. Why would a pack of goblins just show up like that? Yeah, it feels like someone did this on purpose. Dong-gu stared at the scene, feeling the tension rise. To possess such overwhelming power, the mere thought of it was terrifying. He clenched his eyes shut and bit his lip, trying to keep his composure. He remembered what he was told on his first day. Choi Hyuk-jun had said that he was an extraordinary person. It was true. Even the hot water and the supplies they had were all thanks to Kim Ga-hyeong's abilities. If it wasn't for him, we'd be stuck eating nothing but plain rice and tangerines. He swallowed hard. A chill ran down his spine just thinking about the man. This was definitely his doing. And then there was Moon Bong-ho, that shy, introverted kid. After meeting Kim Ga-hyeong, he had suddenly become a completely different person. This power level is truly terrifyingly high. No matter what their ability is, the outcome won't change. He's honestly both in awe and terrified of Kim Ga-hyeong. The scene shifts to the basement, where Choi Hyuk-jun is rushing to bring that girl up to the 30th floor, as our main lead requested. If you want to find salvation in this hellish world, you absolutely have to be chosen by him. Everyone here understands that. They have to stay obedient and follow his lead, just to get food and water and maintain a basic existence. At a small park before the apocalypse began, a little boy is playing happily. He looks back with a bright, wide smile and calls out Lee Ji-sukmi. The woman standing there with a gentle smile is the girl in the Oreo bear suit. Suddenly, a massive shadow creeps up behind the child. Her face instantly pales. Her smile vanishes into pure horror, and her expression turns from deathly white to a dark shadow of despair. Her eyes are filled with absolute terror as her child stands there smiling and waving. It was those terrifying giant goblins. She rushes forward to save her son, but it's all too late. She's only a few steps away, but there isn't enough time left to reach him. The monsters attack like lightning. Tears stream down her face as she screams in a frantic, desperate agony. It's no use. In the end, all that's left on the ground is a lonely toy car drenched in blood. The girl wakes up on a hospital bed, drenched in sweat. Kim Ga-hyeong, standing nearby, sees her wake up and calls out softly, "Miss Werebear." He knows she just had a nightmare, so he calls her name to snap her out of it, not quite knowing what else to say. She sits up abruptly, burying her face in her hands and sobbing uncontrollably. Our lead, a bit confused, reaches out to introduce himself. "It's nice to meet you. I'm Kim Ga-hyeong." After crying for a long time, she finally calms down and looks over. "Was it you?" she asks. He doesn't quite get what she means. "What was me?" she finally clarifies, referring to the ones who wiped out those goblins. His hand freezes in midair for a second, then he slowly pulls it back, finally admitting, "Yes, that's right." The girl's face is full of disbelief. He looks so ordinary. To think his power is so immense that he could wipe out a whole swarm of goblins in the blink of an eye. Maybe. Just maybe. Her face darkens as she lowers her head silently, calculating, her hands trembling with intensity. With a power like his, if it's him, there might actually be a chance to do it. Tears fall like rain as she gasps through her sobs. "My son. Please, I beg you, save my son for just one day. Even if it's only for one day. Please." Ding. The system notifies him that Oh Yeonju's trust level has increased significantly. She wipes her eyes, crying heart-wrenchingly. "I miss my son so much." Hearing this, our lead finally understands. It seems those goblins took her son from her. She can't stop crying. The mere thought of her child feels like a knife to her heart. He has no idea how to comfort her. Is there really no way? He decides to try something. He attempts to create a custom quest, slay 100 goblins. No time limit, no penalty. The reward, resurrect her son. This was the simplest solution he could think of. He's tense, wondering if the system will actually allow it. If this works, but of course it doesn't. A cold notification rings out, unable to assign quest. As expected, it didn't work. He figured as much. How could anyone just bring back the dead? He'd have to find another way. However, to his surprise, the reason was, the resurrection reward exceeds current available cash for payment. Please prepare sufficient cash and try again. It was way over the budget. He's completely stunned. Wait, so it's just about the money. Anything that can be solved with money is the cheapest way possible. His voice trembles with excitement. This is insane. It's beyond anything he imagined. As long as he has the money, he can actually bring someone back to life. He looks at the girl, still drowned in her sorrow. Even though it's hard to estimate how much it'll cost to revive her son right now, this is a much better prospect than nothing. He grit his teeth, trying to find the right words. "Miss Werebear." She wipes her tears and turns to him, her voice cracking. "What is it?" He gets straight to the point. "I think I can help you. There might be a way to save your son. There is definitely hope." These words are like a divine light shining directly into her heart. She's dazed, forgetting to cry, and stammers. "Really? Is it true? You're saying you can save my son?" He confirms it firmly. "Yes. It's just, I can't do it right this moment." She immediately sighs in disappointment. But if it's just a matter of money, he can do it. He doesn't want her to give up. "However, I am absolutely certain there's a way. Even if it's just a tiny glimmer of hope, she has to grab it right. Anything, I'll do anything. What do I need to do?" He does some quick math in his head. Right now in Ha-dong-gun's group, the ones who have awakened their powers are Gu and Moon Bong-ho. If we add level 33 Oh Yeonju to the mix, then facing normal monsters will become incredibly easy. The best way is to make all 7 of them his vassals. "There's a real chance this will work," Kim Ga-hyeong tells her. "Stand up for now. I want to introduce you to some people." And so several people meet for the first time. "Nice to meet you. My name is Ha-dong-gun. And I'm Oh Yeonju." Suddenly, she recognizes him. "You're the one who threw the baseballs to kill the goblins before, aren't you?" Then she looks at Yu Hae-in, and that girl used a bow. The group is startled and asks, "You know us?" She laughs playfully. "It seems you guys don't remember me, do you? We've met before." She even mimics a bear's pouncing motion. She makes rar sounds, but to the others, she just looks like a giant question mark. What the heck is she doing? Is she out of her mind? Since they don't get it, Oh Yeonju decides to give them a real eye-opener. She transforms directly into a black bear right then and there. Thick fur starts covering her entire body. Now the group realizes immediately. "Oh, I remember now. It's that wild beast we saw on the trail earlier." Oh Yeonju grins proudly and teases them. "Technically, I'm a bear. Haha. I've actually helped you guys out a few times. You really didn't recognize me." Everyone stares with their mouths wide open in awe. Wow, she's huge. I guess our meeting wasn't just a coincidence after all, huh? Well, any enemy of the goblins is a friend of mine. Seeing them getting along so well, our lead steps forward. Now that everyone knows each other. That's perfect. I have a mission to announce. Listen up. Tomorrow morning we're going to execute the plan to rescue Moon Bong-ho's grandmother. First off, the goblin population has dropped significantly, so we can take this opportunity to save her. The group stands there, listening intently. Oh, and one more thing. Since Choi Hyuk-jun is injured, he won't be joining this operation. Right now, he's lying in bed, crying his eyes out. So Oh Yeonju will be joining the tactical plan tomorrow instead. She happily agrees. Hey, I'll be in your care, everyone. It's a deal. Alright, see you all tomorrow morning then. Suddenly, he calls out Moon Bong-ho. Kang Rae-soo. He gestures behind him. Come out to the hallway with me for a moment. He wants to speak privately with Bong-ho and Rae-soo. Do you two know why I called you out here separately? Both of them look completely blank. No sir. They're starting to get really nervous, feeling like they've been called into the principal's office. Neither of them has a clue what this is about. Could it be related to this power? Kim Ga-hyeong smirked. Bingo. You're not as dumb as you look. That's right, both of you have awakened this time. Moon Bong-ho's new ability is teleportation, while Kang Rae-soo got Steel Knight. Kim Ga-hyeong had everything calculated. Before heading out, tomorrow, he needed to fully understand their abilities. So first he set a party quest. The objective: test their awakened powers. Time limit 1 minute and 0 seconds. Reward: strength boost. Penalty for failure. Sleeping in the hallway sounds fun, right? A party quest, huh? Let's just give it a shot. Suddenly someone called out. It was Kang Rae-soo, sounding confused. Wait, Kim Ga-hyeong, do you mean I've awakened too? Kim Ga-hyeong nodded. Kang Rae-soo was over the moon, absolutely hyped. That Steel Knight ability was amazing, but even though he was using it, he didn't realize it let him summon armor and a halberd. He had this totally blank, shocked look on his face. A halberd. Just then, a pillar of blue system light appeared right next to him. He jumped back and yelled, "Whoa!" The two of them stood in the hallway, staring at each other. Even Bong-ho could feel something, a surge of power inside him. It actually worked after just one try. He clenched his fists, filled with hope. As long as he had this power. Ding, civilian moon. Bong-ho's loyalty has increased. He was already so grateful for that alone, bowing politely. Thank you so much, Kim Ga-hyeong. Hold on. Bong-ho asked, surprised. What is it? Kim Ga-hyeong knew exactly what he'd want to do first, now that he had power. He gave him a quick warning. Going to your grandmother's place right now is still a bit too much for you. Bong-ho stammered, confused. Why would you say that? Because there's no guarantee you can control your powers yet. That earlier success might have just been luck. Hearing that, Bong-ho swallowed hard, his throat tightening with nerves. Kim Ga-hyeong added, you'd better figure out your max teleport distance and what kind of physical toll it takes on you each time. Bong-ho gave a small nod. Yeah, I get it. Right then, something flashed by like lightning. Looking over, they saw Kang Rae-soo, fully decked out in armor, wielding a massive weapon. He was absolutely ecstatic, eyes wide in disbelief. Did this really just work? Naturally, another ding followed. Kang Rae-soo's loyalty has increased. I mean, after seeing this, how could they not trust him? Seeing they could at least use their powers, Kim Ga-hyeong told him, Moon Bong-ho, can you teleport over there? He pointed to the building across the street. Bong-ho froze for a second, a bit worried. Over there, but he knew he wouldn't improve if he didn't try. He made up his mind. I'll do it. Kim Ga-hyeong pushed the quest to the system. Objective: use teleportation to reach the rooftop of apartment building 113. Time limit 3 minutes. Reward: increased teleportation proficiency. Penalty: sleeping outdoors. Yu stood behind them, cheering him on. Moon Bong-ho, you've got this, man. Standing by the window, he took a deep breath and focused on his power. In a flash, he vanished. It happened so fast he didn't even realize it, until he looked around and saw the other two back at the original building. He'd done it. I made it. It worked, he cheered, waving his arms at them. Ding, Moon Bong-ho has completed the quest. Seeing him succeed, Kim Ga-hyeong felt a wave of relief. But as Bong-ho was waving, he suddenly stumbled and collapsed right there. The other two panicked instantly. If he was unconscious over there, who was going to bring him back? Kim Ga-hyeong quickly used his summoning skill to pull Bong-ho back. Thankfully, he got him back safely. After all that drama, the guy was just out cold on the bed, snoring away. He seemed fine. Kim Ga-hyeong figured he just overexerted himself and passed out. Kang Rae-soo stood nearby, hovering and asking, is Bong-ho okay? Kim Ga-hyeong checked the system. Thankfully, he just needed some solid rest to be back on his feet. Bong-ho was fast asleep and in good health. He probably just fainted because he wasn't used to the power. Alright, he's fine for now. But what about you? Do you usually work out? Kang Rae-soo blinked. Kim Ga-hyeong didn't waste any time and set a quest. Objective: exercise while wearing the armor. 100 push-ups. And 100 squats. Time limit 10 minutes. Reward: strength enhancement. Penalty for failure: sleeping outside. Obviously, he had no choice but to get to it right away. He was huffing and puffing, practically dying from exhaustion. It's hard enough normally, but with that heavy armor on. When he finally finished, he yelled, "Done, I'm finally done, ding. Kang Rae-soo has completed the quest." Even Kim Ga-hyeong was impressed. Wait, was he in a sports program? His stamina is definitely on another level. Suddenly the system popped up, but it was blank. Kim Ga-hyeong was confused. What's this now? Kang Rae-soo slumped down and asked. Hey, am I done yet? Kim Ga-hyeong snapped out of it and gave him a big grin. Yeah, you did great. Go get some sleep. That was music to his ears. He dragged his wobbly legs away. Alright, good job. A notification popped up on the system, showing a slight increase in strength. Right then, he felt a dark aura rising from his hands. Wait, no way. He couldn't believe it. They were the ones training, but his own power was going up. This was an absolute win. He couldn't stop grinning. Well, that changed everything. The next day, in an alley somewhere in Busan, Jong-gu and his group were sprinting for their lives. Run, move it. Goblins were hot on their heels, and they were scrambling to get away. Kang Rae-soo was fed up. He turned around and started swearing. He was done running. He activated his armor skill and charged right in. Eat this, you bastards. He was taking on the whole mob solo, getting some practice in with his armor and weapon. The monsters got even more aggressive, but Kang Rae-soo didn't flinch, cussing them out as he fought. Come on, you ugly freaks. Is that all you got? Bong-ho shouted. Forget about the guys running away. Yu let out a laugh. Haha, I'm on it. The two of them worked in perfect sync, one close range, one long range. The goblins were backed into a corner too scared to move. Kang Rae-soo kept taunting them. What's wrong, you cowards? Get over here. Suddenly, a massive roar echoed through the air, freezing the goblins in their tracks. Our mama bear Yu had joined the fray. Let's see where they try to run now. The goblins were totally screwed, getting hit from 3 different sides. The crew took full advantage of the opening, diving in to take down as many as they could. Jong-gu yelled over to Bong-ho, "Go now while you have the chance." Bong-ho snapped out of it. Jong-gu kept pressing him. "Go, hurry up and find your grandma. They could handle the monsters here," so he took off immediately. Got it, thanks. Meanwhile, Kim Ga-hyeong was at home, eating instant noodles, keeping an eye on everything. Ding Yu has completed the quest. Quest evaluation for Yu is complete. Evaluation finished. 132,966. Won has been deposited into the House King's wallet. He still couldn't figure out how the hell this system actually worked. Money again, but this reward is different. Last time Kang Rae-soo got a power boost, so are the bonus rewards going to be random from now on? That makes sense. Since the mission difficulty is increasing, the rewards should probably follow suit. The system just announced that Moon Bong-ho has completed his quest. Moon Bong-ho has used up all his daily missions. Starting mission evaluation. Evaluation complete. This is the moment our guy has been waiting for the most. Alright, let's open the rewards. What the heck? He jumped back in surprise. He actually hit the motherlode. Congratulations, Ding. You've hit the jackpot. Congratulations, you have received skill points. Kim Ga-hyeong almost choked. What? The jackpot? I can actually get skill points here. He only got 1, but things are getting more interesting by the second. He laughed to himself. Not bad at all, right? On the other side, Moon Bong-ho was frantically using his teleportation skill. He was exhausted, but he didn't dare stop until he finally reached the small house. He rushed straight inside, calling out for his grandmother over and over. Finally, he found her lying on the bed. Scared out of his mind, he ran over to her immediately to check on her. Grandma. Luckily, she slowly opened her eyes and recognized him. She gripped his hand and whispered, "Huh, Moon Bong-ho, is that you, Moon Bong-ho?" He burst into tears of relief. Thank God he made it in time. She was still alive. The two of them hugged each other tightly. Thank goodness. Grandma, I'm so sorry. I'm so late, aren't I? He sobbed, overcome with emotion, but he didn't forget to be grateful to Kim Ga-hyeong. Kim Ga-hyeong, thank you so much. Thank you. Ding. A notification popped up. Moon Bong-ho's loyalty has increased to 100. The limit for the number of retainers you can own has also increased. Kim Ga-hyeong was the one reaping the benefits. It's pretty sweet just sitting at home while things get done. All 3 of his retainers were upgraded at the same time. Our guy covered his mouth, unable to stop himself from grinning. Haha, I didn't know they could level up like this. Let's see how much it'll cost to upgrade our boy Moon Bong-ho. Who would have thought he didn't have enough cash for the upgrade? 100 million is required to upgrade retainer Moon Bong-ho. Please deposit more cash and try again. This is highway robbery. 100 million. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pass on that. Sorry, Moon Bong-ho, but hey, I'll still give you missions every day. Suddenly a noise echoed from outside. Kim Ga-hyeong immediately went on high alert. The elevator bell. Who could it be? He activated his X-ray vision right away. In the hallway stood a young man and a woman. They were carrying a cardboard box. They knocked on Choi Hyuk-jun's door and called out, "Hello, is anyone home?" The wife answered immediately, "Yes, coming. Who is it, please?" The girl introduced herself with a bright smile. "Hi there, I'm Kim Ga-bin and this is my younger brother Kim Min-ho. We live in apartment 1701 in this building." Park Hee-gon greeted them politely. "Oh, I see. Is there something I can help you with?" The two suddenly sighed. We've come here because we have a favor to ask. Park Hee-gon was baffled. Her face went blank. A favor. For me, the girl's expression darkened, as if it was a huge struggle to speak. I know this is incredibly bold of us, but would you mind letting me take a shower here? That's it. She made it sound so serious just to ask for a shower. Park Hee-gon was taken aback. A shower, that's all. The girl nodded firmly. Yes, just a shower. Park Hee-gon finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I thought it was something much bigger. Of course you can. Come on in. Thank you so much, Kim. Min-ho, still carrying the box, asked, where should I put this? Oh my. It turned out they hadn't come empty-handed. They brought some gifts as a thank you. We brought some canned food and a few other small things for you. When she opened it, the contents looked pretty good. Park Hee-gon played it cool even though she really wanted them. Oh dear, you really didn't have to do all this. But thank you. The two of them went back and forth for a bit. Oh, it's nothing. We barged into your home with such a strange request. A small gift is the least we could do. Suddenly, Ga-bin froze, staring at the bows and arrows leaning in the corner of the room. Excuse me, but are those bows and baseball bats owned by someone living in this building? Park Hee-gon smiled as she began to explain. Oh, those. They don't actually belong to anyone here. Someone from another building brought them over. It's a bit of a long story. And so they continued chatting. Kim Ga-hyeong saw the whole thing. For now, they didn't seem like bad people. He decided I'll head over there in a bit to check things out and have a chat with them. Plus, maybe he could get them to help rescue survivors in the other apartment buildings. Ding, 39,783,200 has been transferred to the House King's wallet. Skill level increased. Note, 39,783,200 gold is roughly equivalent to 736 million Vietnamese dong. A new skill has been learned. He was just standing there when a literal pile of money dropped into his lap. Wait, what's going on so suddenly? He quickly activated his X-ray vision. Damn it. He saw Ha Dong-gun and the others, their faces covered in blood, but they were still alive. It was clear the battle had been brutal. The bear girl had fought a tiger. The tiger was dead, but she was also severely injured. He finally realized the gravity of the situation and started panicking. What the hell is happening? While the others were screaming in pain, the system announced, potential citizens detected. Do you wish to grant them citizenship? The number of citizens has reached the required threshold, unlocking the power of faith skill for all citizens. He was stunned. The power of faith, what is that? Speaking of which, he looked over the group to see who was injured. Everyone looked drained. Moon Bong-ho was even carrying his grandmother on his back. The whole group was limping back, covered in blood. This is bad, really bad. The one who's hurt is, Oh Yeonju. If the strongest person in the group is down, what are we supposed to do? The pack of monsters behind them was relentless. Seeing them injured, the beasts refused to let up. The others tried their best to manage the situation, but then they noticed something strange. Whoa, what? I hit it on the first shot. Me too, I'm shocked. What's going on? My body suddenly feels so light. Same here, and I don't feel tired at all. It turned out that was the power of faith, a passive skill that boosted all their stats by a percentage equal to their faith level, effectively channeling strength into them. So that was it. Ha Dong-gun's group all had a base faith index of over 50. If stats like stamina, agility, vision, strength, and reflexes all increased by more than 50%, then a sudden surge in combat power was only natural. Moon Bong-ho even shouted excitedly, I'm certain of it. This has to be Kim Ga-hyeong's doing. That one sentence caused the group's loyalty to skyrocket. Our guy immediately registered 2 more people as his retainers. The 2 girls stared in shock as spiritual energy radiated from their bodies. What's happening? New retainer Kim Ga-rang. Title 4th Servant. Awakened Skill Piercing. New retainer Yu Hien. Title 5th Servant. Awakened Skill Poison Bone. With this kind of power boost, it looked like the 2 of them could finally stand their ground and block the monster horde. Yu Hien drew her bow and fired. Every shot was a bullseye, and the power behind them was immense. Any goblin hit by an arrow died instantly. Even better, the arrows pierced through one enemy and into the next, wiping out the whole group with just a single arrow. The girl was completely floored. What in the world? The piercing skill consumed mental energy to fire a shot that could penetrate anything. Kim Ga-hyeong also gave a quest to both of them. Quest details. Use piercing to kill 10 goblins. Time limit 10 minutes. The reward is increased, piercing proficiency, and the penalty for failure is exhaustion. But even he thinks this skill is a bit hard to use, right? The other girl's power poison mist consumes mana to spread a deadly cloud of fog. Although the skill itself is quite good, being a B-rank poison mist skill, if used incorrectly, it could harm his own team members. He decided to leave it for now and look into it more later. Soon enough, a system notification appeared saying Kim Ga-ran had completed her quest. Her daily quest limit has been reached. Starting the quest evaluation. This is the part Ga-hyeong looks forward to the most. Nothing this time. While I'm at it, I'll check on the residents downstairs. He activated his vision and saw a guy walking in the hallway. What are they doing? He's holding an empty bottle to collect water. Oh, that's smart, stocking up on water ahead of time. That way they won't necessarily have to join Hadong's team. After all, they'll store their own food and water. Suddenly, he saw a girl collapse. He rushed over to check on her. Her name is Kim Ga-eun, level 26. Reliability 18. Awakened skill healing. It uses mana to heal wounds. Her skill is incredibly useful. He has to recruit her right away. A healer, that's amazing. Ga-hyeong finally reached her floor. Room 2902. He gently tried the door, but it was pitch black inside. To make matters worse, the safety latch was on, so he couldn't get in. As he was trying to figure out what to do, his eyes lit up as an idea struck him. Oh right, my new skill. He pulled it up immediately. Ding's skill, the invisible hand of the House Lord. It lets him summon and control an invisible hand. Perfect. He clenched his fist and tapped on the door, focusing his thoughts on how to break it open. With a sudden shift, his invisible hand transformed into a giant pair of pliers. He skillfully reached inside, snipped the latch, and that was it. Success, one clean cut. He hurried to the balcony to check on her before she kicked the bucket. Finally, he saw her lying there completely still, with her eyes shut tight. Ga-hyeong sat down beside her and shook her, calling out, "Hey, wake up." But no matter how much he shook her, she stayed as still as a corpse. His face went pale. Damn it, her condition is even worse than I thought. She looks severely dehydrated. He scanned the room to see if there was anything useful. Suddenly, he froze in confusion. Wait, what's going on? This makes no sense. Why? There's bottled water right here in the room, so why is she dehydrated to this point? Whatever, I have to find a way to save her no matter what. I wonder if this will work. He pulled up the system and set a quest. Objective, take 1 breath. Reward relief from dehydration symptoms. Ga-eun completed the quest. 10 quest points consumed. It worked, her condition visibly improved. As long as there's a breath, there's hope. She slowly opened her eyes and saw the silhouette of the guy sitting there. Hello, you're awake. Startled and confused, she asked. Who are you? I'm Kim Ga-hyeong. I live in the apartment above you. She looked even more shocked. How did you get in here? He didn't hide anything, and told her the truth. I saw you were in critical condition, so I broke the door down to get in. For some reason, upon hearing that, her eyes widened in terror, and she began to sob uncontrollably, unable to speak. He couldn't imagine what had happened to make her cry like this, even going so far as to starve herself to death. Ga-hyeong didn't know what to say, so he just sat there quietly, while she cried. But she wouldn't stop, so he finally had to call her name. Miss Ga-eun. He didn't have time to wait anymore, and got straight to the point. I'm really sorry, but we need your help. My teammate is severely injured. She finally stopped crying and stared at him in silence. She couldn't process what he was saying. What is this guy talking about? Does he think I have the power to help people? How is that possible? And he's asking me for medical help. How does he know I'm a nurse? She trembled instinctively, but seeing how desperately he was asking for help, she figured he probably wasn't dangerous. Still, to be safe, she decided it was best to cooperate with him for now. After thinking it over, she finally replied, I understand. Where do you want me to go? Time limit 1 hour. Reward increased. Healing skill proficiency. There is no penalty for failure. She saw the system window too. Anyway, Ga-hyeong didn't need her to go anywhere yet. Eat something and get some rest first. They'll bring the patient to you. Before she could even react, he started pulling out a pile of oranges, ignoring her shock. Wait a second. It wasn't until she yelled that he finally stopped. What? She pointed at the system window that was continuously spitting out oranges and asked what? What is that thing? Ga-hyeong didn't want to waste time, so he just brushed it off. Oh, I'll explain it to you later. With that, he turned to leave. Your body is very weak right now, so just rest here for a bit. She stood there, like she'd lost her soul, her brain unable to process everything that had just happened. It was all too fast. Dazed, she started eating an orange, and asked herself, Am I dreaming? Ga-hyeong quickly returned to his room and received a notification. Ding, Kim Ga-eun's reliability has increased by 1. Only 1. He was speechless. Of course, she didn't trust him at first. But then again, she's a girl living all by herself. It makes sense. Bursting in like that would make it hard for anyone to trust me. He stood on the balcony and looked down. They should be arriving soon. Suddenly, he jumped in horror. What the hell is that? The group had indeed made it back to the apartment building, but right behind them, a massive tiger was hot on their heels. Ga-hyeong's face turned pale. Even from up here, he was trembling with fear. The tiger was enormous, its mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. That's a crimson tiger. One swipe from that thing and you're dead. And now it was about to catch up to them. In just a split second, it would be game over. Ga-hyeong was shocked to the core. There's another one. This one is exceptionally aggressive, and with the girl already badly injured, no one has the strength to fight it. At that critical moment, Kim Ga-ran twisted her ankle and fell straight to the ground. The whole group stopped panicked. Ga-ran. She had taken a hard fall. Her whole body was trembling, and she couldn't even stand up. Ugh. Hee-in watched in terror and screamed. No, the tiger was right behind her, its jaws wide open, ready to bite. Garan was as good as dead. She was helpless and didn't know what to do. She could only wait to be swallowed whole. But just as the tiger snapped, its jaws shut, she vanished into thin air. Like a meal snatched right from its mouth, the tiger looked around in confusion. On the other side, Garan had been saved. She was gasping for air, her heart pounding in disbelief. The MC managed to summon her back just in time, saving her life. He let out a tense breath, swallowing hard. That was way too close. But thanks to that, I've managed to buy quite a bit of time. Ding, the system has identified potential citizens. Do you wish to claim citizen rights? The next ones to be summoned are Bung-ho and his grandmother. He immediately set his grandmother down. I'm counting on you to take care of my grandma. The MC quickly held him back. Wait a second. What? But then he gave a slight nod, signaling everything was under control. He would handle the rest now. Bung-ho didn't expect that. He thought he'd have to warp back and keep fighting. He caught the MC's drift and held his grandmother close. I've got it. Down below, the tiger, having missed its mark on the girl, started frantically chasing after the others. The MC couldn't let it hurt anyone else. He activated his skill, Invisible Hand, immediately. He had to find another way to take down that red tiger. The people below were completely helpless, running for their lives with no other choice. Donggon suddenly stopped, aimed a ball with precision and threw it with all his might, trying to buy every second he could. He channeled his power into the baseball and swung his arm as hard as possible. But how on earth did he miss? The tiger dodged it, so not only did he fail to do any damage, but he also made it even more furious. Hein screamed out, in worry, Ha Donggun. The tiger closed in on him for the kill. Realizing it was too late to run, he decided to act as bait. He spun around and sprinted in a different direction, yelling to the crowd, "Everyone run now!" Just as he planned, the tiger stopped chasing the others and locked onto him alone. He bolted straight for the entrance with the beast right on his heels. Ha Donggun was terrified, but what else could he do? Suddenly, the tiger jerked to a complete halt. It couldn't move forward anymore, caught by the MC's invisible hand. He formed a vice-like grip around its neck, allowing him to attack comfortably from a distance. The grip tightened around the tiger's neck as it was lifted high into the air. The beast thrashed and writhed in agony, losing all strength to attack. The others wouldn't leave their comrade behind, and they ran over with weapons in hand. When they saw this scene, they were completely frozen in shock. What is this? A system screen appeared before them. The girls' eyes widened in surprise. Now they knew who was behind it. The MC had planned it all. He didn't even need to show his face. If Kim Ga-bin delivered the final blow, the rewards would be quadrupled. She stepped forward with her bow aiming straight at the tiger. It was pinned down, unable to escape the grip. She steeled her resolve to make this shot count. Ding, the red tiger has been defeated. You have gained a massive amount of experience. 63,211,776 world points have been added to the House King's wallet. Additionally, everyone's trust has skyrocketed. Most notably, Ha Donggun's loyalty has surpassed 30, meeting the requirements to register as a retainer. Kim Ga-hyeong gave a satisfied smile. Great. He completed the registration and everything was settled. The injured were being treated. Jeanne stepped up to help her healing powers, closing wounds instantly as she went. The MC watched, feeling lucky they had found her. He turned to Donggon and asked, "What happened? Where did that red tiger come from?" He let out a long sigh. I guess Bung-ho's grandmother's house just happened to be their territory. They had already successfully taken one down, but they never expected another one to show up. I see, the MC replied. No wonder I felt something was off. Now that I think about it, there were no traces of goblins around that house at all. If those goblins needed a nest, Bung-ho's grandmother's place wouldn't have been left untouched like that. We're lucky it was just 2 red tigers' territory. That was a close call. Ding. Kim Ga-hyeong has completed the mission. Mission costs of 73,312 world points have been deducted. She wiped her brow, breathing a sigh of relief now that the healing was done. The MC walked over, deeply grateful. "John, you did a great job." She smiled back. "It was nothing. So can I go home now?" Suddenly, a sweaty Choi Hyuk-jun ran out. "Wait a minute, Kim Ga-hyeong. I know this might not be the best time to bring this up." He finally found the courage to speak. "But you don't plan on having everyone keep huddling up at my place forever, do you?" Haha. Only then did the MC realize the situation. He looked around. "This really is a bit inconvenient." Haha, don't worry. I was actually about to discuss this. He had made up his mind. There are currently empty rooms, and they have electricity. I'll provide all the necessary supplies. From now on, you all can live there. Kim Ga-bin. She immediately responded. Yes, rooms 101 and 102 on the 21st floor are vacant. I'll set up the power over there too. Can you help me pass the word to the other survivors? Tell them they can go there for basic needs like bathing and using the restroom. She agreed immediately. Oh yes, I'll get right on it. He also added, if necessary, you two can share one room and use the other as a common living area. That's amazing. Oh really? But there's no such thing as a free lunch. Before she could celebrate, the MC continued, but I have a favor to ask you. How could she say no now? Sure, just say the word. He got straight to the point. I hope that from now on you can act as a liaison between me and the other survivors. She was a bit shocked. A liaison, Kim Ga-hyeong had already recognized her talent for diplomacy and small talk. Exactly. Go and inform the others. From now on, I will grant housing to the team that manages to kill 100 goblins the fastest. Electricity, water, and gas are a given. I also guarantee an unlimited food supply. Furthermore, if each apartment takes in 10 survivors, everyone in that unit will receive the same benefits. But make sure to tell them they have to help me. Depending on the floor, it might take some time. The MC began operating the area, establishing himself as the absolute leader. In short, from now on, I will only give appropriate rewards to those who prove their worth. Time limit 168 hours. Reward a small amount of experience. Failure penalty, banned from using public utilities. Everyone had to risk their lives to fight. There was one young man among them trying to hold his ground alone, but it was impossible. Drenched in sweat, he dashed toward a door, but before he could reach it, a monster grabbed him tight and threw him. He hit the ground hard, rolling in pain. It turned out he was just bait, he shouted out now. Now, right then, the others armed and ready waited. Great, we lured a whole pack of them. The people behind the door thrust their weapons out, slaughtering the goblins outside. This dirty trick actually works. Countless monsters were stabbed to death before they could even react. A few survivors didn't dare charge anymore and turned to flee. The group immediately chased them. Hey, over there, they're getting away, attack now. Suddenly, one guy in the group gave a sinister grin. Hey, want to see something cool? He stepped forward holding a homemade weapon and hurled it straight ahead. This guy had some incredible strength. With just one throw, the weapon whizzed right past. Two teammates moved like lightning, stabbing that damn monster with pinpoint precision. Even from that distance, his throw was as effortless as tossing a rose, taking it down with ease. He shouted out in excitement, "Nice, see that?" Even his teammates couldn't help but be impressed. That was slick. After the battle, they tallied it up. So how many did we get? I got 22. I win, I got 24. They were all smiles, eyes crinkling with joy. So, the three of us together have cleared over 100 now. Are you for real? That fast? Holy crap. At first I thought it would take us forever to hit 100. The guy who lured the monsters ran over. Damn it, Sung-ryong, didn't you say there'd be 15 at most? Sung-ryong looked visibly annoyed, turning back to glare at him. What are you whining about this time? Out with it. The guy yelled back in frustration. Does that look like 15 to you? The others tried to calm them down. Hey, as long as we got the results, it's fine. We're moving into a new place soon. But the guy wouldn't let it go, veins popping out on his neck. What are you talking about? You almost got me killed. Sung-ryong's secret was out, and he was speechless, but he still tried to act tough. His face turned beet red as he glared menacingly. Whose idea was it to take them out like this anyway? Wasn't it mine? I came up with the plan, and the twins made the spears. And didn't you say yourself that you were confident in your speed? The guy had no comeback. At that point, Sung-ryong did a total 180-degree turn. If you're so unhappy, then leave the group. We can handle things just fine without you. The twins quickly stepped in to separate them, trying to play peacemaker. Oh, come on, Sung-ryong, take it easy. Sung-min did a great job earlier. That's right, Sung-min was awesome. Bait, he ran incredibly fast. But Sung-ryong wouldn't back down. He's the one who ticked me off first. How dare he swear at his big brother? Haha. The blonde twin turned to the other guy. Hey, Sung-min, he's right. Swearing at your Hyung is crossing the line. Just apologize. Sung-min finally gave in. Fine. I'm sorry. Only then did the argument end. Sung-ryong turned away sharply. Forget it. Let's get to the 21st floor and claim our new place. But when they arrived, Kim Ga-bin broke the news. I'm so sorry, but another team already claimed the reward. Naturally, they weren't having it. What? Are you saying a team killed 100 of them faster than us? She nodded. That's right. Sung-ryong wouldn't accept it. Hold on, Ga-bin. Stop joking around and just give us the keys. She didn't know what else to do and tried to explain. I'm not joking. Just then, they heard people approaching. Oh, they're here right on time. She pointed toward them. It's them, the team that took the lead in wiping out 100 goblins. Sung-ryong froze in his tracks. With nothing left to say, they stared at each other in shock. The Goblin sisters talked among themselves. How did it go? Everything settled. Even though we gave up the new house. In exchange, our house and Uncle Jiho's place will be supplied with electricity, food, and other resources. Plus, the girls won't have to go on missions anymore. But aren't Jiho's daughters minors? Park Hee-goners aren't supposed to go on missions anyway, the couple explained with wide smiles. The kids are all grown up, haha. Our daughters just have baby faces exactly like their mother. Since they take after me, they're also excellent with a bow. You should worry about your own kids instead. Oh, right, he also promised to provide bows and arrows for the two of you. Why do we need bows and arrows? Are we going to keep killing goblins? Yeah. June personally asked us to help clear out the goblins nearby. I swear I don't know where those disgusting things came from, but there are so many we can't kill them all. The group kept talking, completely ignoring Sung Ryong, who was standing right there. His face was dark with rage. Wait a minute. He'd heard everything and yelled, "Aren't you guys just abusing your power? You're his friends, this is totally unfair." At that Park Hee-gon-ho remembered something. Oh, that's right. Since he was worried someone might feel it's unfair, he said he's prepared equivalent rewards for the second and third place teams. He's inviting you up to the 30th floor. Kim Ga-bin was just finding out. Oh, is that so? She smiled brightly at them. You heard that right, that's great. Take your team to the 30th floor, he's waiting for you there. Sung Ryong was still fuming but didn't say anything else. While in the elevator they started mocking him. Is it that guy, Jae-hyung? I heard he's even younger than us. Isn't it ridiculous how everyone talks about him like he's some big shot? The twins chimed in. Exactly, and here I thought he was some kind of legend. Ha, legend my foot. He sounds more like a cult leader to me. Just a bunch of punks following some nonsense. Haha. Only Sung Min looked uneasy, muttering to himself. We're only safe because of his power. Do we really have the right to say things like that? Besides, aren't we going there right now just to kiss his ass? The three of them were silenced by the truth. They turned and stared at him. Sung Ryong, already irritated, snapped. Hey you little brat. Just then, ding, they reached the 30th floor. As the elevator doors opened, Sung Ryong wouldn't let it go. He threatened him before stepping out. I'll deal with you later. They didn't expect Kim Ga-hyeong to be standing there waiting. He smiled warmly and greeted them. Hello guys. Their faces turned as dark as a soot-stained pot, and they barely squeezed out a greeting. Hello. The leader stepped forward. I'm Bae Sung Ryong. They shook hands. I saw your battle. I saw the excellent performance from you and your team, Mr. Bae Sung Ryong. The defensive wall tactic you used to wipe out the goblins was also brilliant. His face went pale. How? How did you know about that? He didn't answer, only smiled. I'll provide electricity, water, and gas to rooms 1301 and 1502 immediately. He froze in total confusion. Really? Is that really okay? He felt so guilty after talking trash. Kim Ga-hyeong nodded. Yes, of course. They wondered. How on earth did you manage to do that? He told them straight out. First of all, you've killed 100 goblins, so you've earned it. And by the way, I'm not a cult leader. He looked directly at them while they stood there stunned. I have no desire to be a god either. They felt like their legs were made of lead, wishing they could crawl into a hole. The embarrassment was unreal. He added one more thing. Oh, and since things have turned out like this, Kim Ga-hyeong gave a sly, mischievous smile. I'd like to ask you for one more favor. This time, he was going to show them the consequences of running their mouths. The mission he gave them next was, of course, to hunt monsters without missing a single beat. The whole group scrambled like crazy. Serves them right for being arrogant jerks. Sung Ryong ran in front, barking orders, throw it now. This group was assigned to Donggun's team, but their job was basically being meat shields, serving as bait to lure the monsters in. Donggun gripped his weapon tight, wearing a smug grin. Alright, let's get this started. He raised his spear, taking aim. This was the Donggun, known as the sixth subject, a spear knight, with the awakened ability piercing throw and a 200% experience distribution rate. The throw skill consumes mental strength to toss an item, boosting its attack power 5-fold. Piercing consumes stamina to access. Temporarily create a sharp aura at the tip of the spear the moment it strikes. As a knight, his physical abilities scale based on his loyalty percentage. When a vassal with the knight title slays a monster, they bring in triple the experience points and gold. These points can then be allocated to help the knight level up. His spearman proficiency is currently at 11%. The more he masters the long spear, the harder he hits. And man, his aim is definitely on point. He landed a direct hit right in the chest of a massive monster. The other creatures kept lunging, getting even more aggressive as they watched their comrade fall. Just then, a streak of light shot up from behind Donggun, another weapon. It pierced the giant monster's head with lethal precision. It turned out to be an arrow from the team's archer girl. While the group was training together, Donggun didn't skip a beat. He pulled out another spear and took aim, ready to strike the next beast in his path. Only after the monster finally collapsed did he look satisfied. Ding Orc defeated. Experience points received. The king of the house's wallet has been credited. 211,098 world. The party quest to slay 100 orcs was complete. The onlookers were terrified this raid had saved 3 more people. Donggun smiled cheerfully to calm them down. You're close to meeting the requirements for citizenship. Would you like to apply? Kim Ga-hyeong looked over the group. 3 people this time. The tax skill allows him to collect 10% of a citizen's cash. However, the citizen's actual balance won't decrease when the tax is collected. It has a 30-day cooldown. This could be pretty useful, he thought. The tax skill helps him recoup some of the settlement money he distributed to the citizens. But he couldn't just take back the shares whenever he wanted. He did some quick math. At this rate, it would take 10 months to see a return on his investment. That's not fast enough. If he wanted to save his parents, he had to get Ha-dong's team to Namgyumindong immediately. For now, he'd set the settlement share at 30%. Sigh, let's just call it an investment. Ding skill level increased. House proclamation has reached level 10, 3 skill points received. Right at that moment, a sharp, excruciating pain flared in his chest. It hurt like hell. A purple light erupted, enveloping the massive apartment complex. The system announced, "Congratulations. House proclamation has been cast over the entire building." A donation fund was loaded, and the construction function was reactivated. There was even more to it. He was becoming increasingly shocked by the system's capabilities. He checked the available facilities: solar power generators, a convenience store, and a gym. Kim Ga-hyeong couldn't help but yell out in frustration. "I only make 30 million won a year, but building one facility costs 130 million won. It would take over 5 years just to break even. This is all wrong. No, this isn't right." He had way too many things to spend money on right now. Instead of building these facilities, he thought it might be better to just level up Ha Dong-gun again. Then a sudden spark of genius hit him. Wait a second. He realized something about the donation funds. Could it be that this money can only be used for facility construction? Oh well, that makes things a lot easier. He couldn't stop grinning. That changes everything. This fund was completely separate from his personal wallet. The first thing he decided to build was the solar generator. It would take 23 hours to finish. But as soon as he checked, the system notified him only one solar generator can be built per apartment building. And what's this convenience store about? He clicked to check the details. Whoa, this is fancier than I thought. The facility could link with the king of the house shop skill, allowing him to sell items he registered himself. Ah, a convenience store. But the best part is, it doesn't need a cashier. The system handles everything. As long as the items are prepaid, they can be generated instantly. This isn't bad at all. Lately, creating relief supplies and lugging them downstairs had been a real pain. With a convenience store, the residents could just buy what they needed themselves. It would be way more efficient. He wouldn't need people to distribute supplies anymore, and he could even set the prices himself. That way, he could adjust the reward distribution to give everyone a little extra. Let's set it up now. Ding, please choose a location for the convenience store. Ga-hyeong decided to put it in room 101. Time remaining for convenience store construction: 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Finally, there was the gym. The basic training center was designed to help residents boost their strength and stamina. While training there, workout efficiency increases by 200%. Residents under level 15 get an additional 300% efficiency boost. He wasn't sure at first, but now that he was looking at the options, everything seemed amazing. He already knew you could level up through exercise, but having such a powerful buff alongside quest rewards would be incredible. Please choose a location for the gym. Let's just turn the entire second floor into the gym. Time remaining for gym construction: 71 hours. Alright, he thought, time to do some planning. He had 3 skill points. He upgraded the king of the house shop, and the number of registerable items jumped to 500. A sorting function was also added, allowing him to buy goods in different sizes, or find items with similar uses. Oh, what's this? Items that were originally sold in bundles could now be purchased individually. First, he added the essentials: bottled water, then soda. He was shocked by the long list of names that popped up. Even if every single brand wasn't there, there were so many options now. What about the rest? Even the ramen section had everything, different types and prices for people to choose from. This is great. Ga-hyeong had to admit how useful this was. Elsewhere, Dong-gun was decked out in armor, fighting a giant monster all by himself. 2 guys were watching from behind. "Hey, what do you think would happen if we threw that thing?" Jong-gu asked, finally, noticing the weapon in his hand. "This? Why are you asking?" All of a sudden, Dong-gun asked back. "Let me borrow that for a second. I want to try something." Before Dong-gun could even agree, Jong-gu snatched it away. "Hey, what are you?" Wait, Jong-gu was seriously shameless. Without even waiting for permission, he raised the blade and prepared to throw. He put his full strength into it, and combined with the blade's inherent power, it soared forward like a bolt of lightning. Kang Rae-soo was losing it, standing there in utter shock. "Hey, did you seriously just throw that?" Jong-gu just stood there casually crossing his arms as if it were no big deal. "Alright, now try unsummoning it and then calling it back again." Oh, that guy clearly hasn't thought of this yet. It's a fresh idea though. Let's see what happens. Spiritual energy radiates from him, glowing brightly. To my surprise, that spear actually flies right back into his hand. Kim Ga-hyeong is absolutely ecstatic. It's so powerful. "Ha Dong-gun, are you some kind of genius?" That guy turns away, trying to act all cool. "What's all the fuss about?" Just then that girl runs over shouting, "We have to go. I'm running low on arrows." Suddenly everyone freezes in their tracks. Right as she finishes her sentence, a brand new quiver of arrows appears nearby. I guess the corporate grind won't let them go home just yet. This is unreal. How long is this fight going to last? Man, she is something else. The moment she complains, the supplies just show up. Kim Ga-hyeong must be watching their every move without missing a beat. Multitasking star allows the use of other skills within the range of the king's eye. Now that they have weapons, it's time to get back to the fight. Orcs eliminated. Experience points received. 2,103,338. 1 has been deposited into the home king's wallet. Reading this back at home, he realizes it instantly. Mission rewards can indeed boost his ability stats. Now a glimmer of hope is finally starting to appear. He's never forgotten his original goal. This place is about 10 kilometers from his parents' house. It'll probably take about 3 hours to get there. He opens the door and heads straight outside, standing on the top floor, looking down at the city. The charred, ruined buildings are a tragic sight, almost too painful to look at. He needs to try even harder and pick up the pace. Maybe he should start with Harrison's team first. Level 33 Awakening Power Crow Control. Even though Gary's C-rank skill is currently very useful for scouting, Oh Yeonju has awakened as a werebear, and Gary has awakened his power too. He has blessed healing and magic armor, but it only matters if Oh Yeonju and healer Gary join the ranks. However, unlike Lee Jun-hyuk, who already registered as a vassal, Oh Yeonju's loyalty still isn't high enough. He's realized that for those who possessed awakened powers from the very beginning, their efficiency is completely overwhelming compared to everyone else. Now there's only one way to make her loyalty go up. As expected, is that really the only option left? It's the mission reward Revive Sun. But the system still notifies him. Insufficient cash to cover the cost. Please earn more cash and try again. Is it still not enough? First, let's try increasing the mission difficulty. Mission goal: eliminate monsters level 40 or higher. Level 40 monsters are incredibly strong, so the reward is bound to be generous. The time limit is 24 hours, and the penalty. He actually set the penalty for her as death. Ding. Mission reward Revive. Insufficient cash to cover the cost. Please earn more cash and try again. He tries every possible way, but it's still the same. Is it completely impossible with his current funds? Suddenly another window pops up. Level 18, Orc eliminated. Experience points received. 278,221. 1 has been deposited into the Home King's wallet. Now Kim Ga-hyeong finally remembers he still has that team mission, and if he uses that, the mission content: eliminate 1 monster level 40 or higher. Time limit 24 hours. Reward: Revive Sun for 1 day. Failure, penalty, death. He's calculated everything. He has to make Oh Yeonju completely his person first. Right then, there's a loud banging on his door. Hey, open up, Kim Ga-hyeong, open the door. He doesn't rush to answer, just quietly walks to the door. As soon as he opens it to see who it is, Oh Yeonju rushes straight in. She's panting so hard she can't even speak, tears streaming down her face in shock. Was that you? She asks. He nods. That's right. There's a time limit, but I'm sure you can complete the mission. She collapses to the floor, weeping with joy, her face buried in her hands. Thank you, oh thank you. She can't stop crying, even just for 1 day, as long as I can see my son again. Ding. Her loyalty immediately surpasses the 30% mark, meeting the requirements to register as a vassal. Kim Ga-hyeong looks up at the ceiling, staring without blinking, his expression hardening. Suddenly the light bulb starts flickering and buzzing. It turns out he's testing his own power, and it worked. Next, he looks toward the faucet, fixing his gaze intensely on it. Immediately the faucet begins to drip, and finally the water starts gushing out without anyone even touching it. Ding. Skill: maintaining dignity. Kim Ga-hyeong is absolutely thrilled. Great, I'm finally getting the hang of this. I feel like I've actually become a mage. First off, he can now precisely control 3 resources: electricity, water, and gas. Ding. Daily sales for the convenience store have been calculated. 320,981. 1 has been added to the Home King's wallet. Only 20% profit, and it's already 320,001. That means today's total revenue for the convenience store exceeded 1.5 million won. Let's turn on the King's Eye skill for a second. He can see every corner of the building clearly. A group of people are walking around asking each other, hey, how much more money do we need to earn? This bow costs 150,000, and we only made about 10,000 today. It'll probably take us half a month, right? Hey, you idiot, didn't you think about the fact that we still have to buy water and ramen during that half month? Oh fine, if you're so smart, you do the math yourself. He witnesses these kinds of arguments all the time. Just the act of splitting the bill has completely changed the atmosphere. Ever since he built that mysterious convenience store on the first floor of the apartment, starting from when people got a little bit of money for killing goblins, it sparked a hunger in everyone to hunt monsters. Now, these residents are all stepping out of the apartment building just to kill goblins. Not only is leveling up going smoothly, but more and more residents are joining in. The current population is 78,911. 243,817 won has been added to the king's wallet. It's starting again. Oh Yeonju, knowing her son can be revived, is fighting like a maniac. Any monster that crosses her path is as good as dead. Plus, her transformation from human to bear and back is incredibly smooth. After the fight, she lets out a sigh of relief. Suddenly a voice calls out, "Oh Yeonju, it's the healer. Are you okay? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Even if I get a little hurt, it doesn't matter." They talk amongst themselves. "Oh Yeonju, don't push yourself too hard. We can't even keep up with you." Oh Yeonju looks embarrassed. "It feels like I'm hogging all the rewards for myself. I'm sorry. I just have a desperate reason." What? Oh Yeonju, why are you apologizing? Thanks to you, we're safe and having an easy time. It's great. Seeing them getting along, Kim Ga-hyeong is satisfied. Bringing Oh Yeonju and Lee Jun-hyuk on board was definitely the right move. It makes sense. With their abilities, this kind of result was obvious. Everyone's power has increased significantly. Right at that moment, a savage roar echoes through the air. The three girls jump in shock, looking toward the source. In the long, pitch-black hallway, they can't see what the monster is yet, but just the sound of it is absolutely terrifying. The group immediately backed away, staying on high alert. Standing before them was a massive, towering goblin, and it was even wielding a weapon. It looked like a seasoned warrior. This was going to be a tough one to handle. The three girls were absolutely freaked out by the monster in front of them. This giant beast looked disturbingly human-like. It even has hair. With that weapon and armor, it's definitely a dangerous opponent. Oh Yeonju immediately transformed into a bear, not forgetting to call out to her teammates for backup. Right now, only our bear girl is strong enough to take on a monster like that. Both girls shouted out in worry, Sister Wu, but she ignored them, focused only on charging forward to finish this quickly. The two sides clashed instantly. The bear let out a deafening roar while the monster lunged with its weapon. It probably never expected one of those three girls to turn into such a bloodthirsty beast. They traded blows back and forth, perfectly matched in strength, with neither side giving an inch. That monster was surprisingly skilled with its weapon too. Yoo-hyun stood behind them with an arrow notched, ready to fire, but with the two of them moving so fast, it was impossible to get a clear shot. She didn't want to risk accidentally hitting her own teammate. But she's a professional archer after all. She let an arrow fly anyway, trusting her instincts. The arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning, whistling through the air toward the combatants. The monster was quick, raising its weapon just in time to block the shot. Taking advantage of the opening, the bear girl lunged forward, landing a heavy blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Oh Yeonju opened her massive jaws and bit down hard. One snap of those teeth was more than enough to end it. Funds have been deposited into the Lord's wallet. Oh Yeonju has defeated the Gapo chief. Requirements met. The outpost category has been added to the construction menu. A safe zone can now be established outside the main house. Once activated, it provides temporary influence equivalent to the house's declared territory. However, it can only be activated if a citizen with the rank of knight or higher resides there. If unauthorized individuals occupy the facility for more than 1 day, it will be destroyed. Back at the house, Kim Ga-hyeong stared at the system screen, completely stunned. He was in total shock. Ding. During the construction of this facility, you must gather 3 citizens with the rank of knight or higher. But then he realized something. Wait a minute. If that's the case, then Oh Yeonjo, Kim Gon, and Ha Dong-gun would have to stay there for an entire week during construction. My biggest loss here would be time. Staying there for a whole week. I can't afford to waste that much time. Besides, thanks to the hard work of Ha Dong-gun's team and the other citizens, most of the monsters near Gapo have been wiped out, so an outpost might not even be necessary. I should probably just cancel it, though it feels like a waste. At least we got some decent loot. If I can eventually build an outpost like this back in my hometown, I'll finally be able to breathe a sigh of relief. That way, my family's safety within the territory would be fully guaranteed. In reality, bringing my grandparents all the way here is no easy task. Just thinking about his family made his heart ache. He closed his eyes tight and prayed, please. I just hope they're still alive. Alright, it's decided. In that case, tomorrow I'll send Ha Dong-gun's team back to my hometown. The scene shifts to a long, pitch-black tunnel. Kim Gon stared into the darkness, his eyes wide with shock. He looked at the bloody, mangled remains scattered around. This is insane. How can someone tear someone apart with their bare hands? He had seen the bear girl bite the monster to pieces. Is it because she's not considered human? Well, that makes sense. After all, she was incredibly strong even before receiving Ga-hyeong's blessing. He couldn't wrap his head around it. How did Ga-hyeong manage to convince someone like her? Before this, she was obsessed with nothing but killing goblins. Did she gain some kind of new ability as well? A notification appeared on the screen. Party Quest 1. Objective return. Time. Limit. 1 hour. Reward. Small amount of experience. Failure. Penalty. None. Just as he received the quest, Ha Dong-gun and the others approached. They called out that it was time to head back. He jumped a little. Oh, okay. Then he let out a long, sharp whistle. Immediately, a black crow came fluttering down toward him. Kim Gon held out his arm for it to land on, smiling warmly as he gently stroked the bird. Good boy, little black. Ha Dong-gun suddenly clapped him on the shoulder. I'm counting on you for scouting. He agreed immediately. Yes, sir. Kim Gon patted the bird's beak. Be careful out there. The bird's eyes glowed, as if it understood, and then it soared high into the sky. It flew from place to place, following Kim Gon's silent instructions perfectly. It turned out he could actually see everything the bird saw. This scouting skill is top tier. Everything looks clear. We should be able to head straight out. Ha Dong-gun finally relaxed. Thanks. Let's move out. As the 6 of them were leaving, a rat scurried across the floor. The noise made Kim Gon whip around instantly. Ah, What the hell was that? Was it a rat? He even knelt down on the floor to get a better look, but it was gone. He didn't notice that in the shadows a pair of glowing eyes was staring right back at him. Once the group had gone, the rat hopped out. Its movements were incredibly swift and strangely intelligent. It looked left and right, checking its surroundings, just like Kim Gon's bird did. Those beady black eyes were fixated on them. Back at the base, Kim Ga-hyeong bowed deeply, his voice full of sincerity. "I'm begging you. Please help me." The 6 of them looked at him confused. No one spoke at first. They just exchanged glances, needing a moment to process. Ga-hyeong continued, "I know the chances of success are low." Ha Dong-gun asked hesitantly, "Is your family in that apartment complex too? I haven't been able to contact them for so long. I'm feeling helpless. I can't guarantee anything." Just then, Bong-ho spoke up. The man Ga-hyeong had helped to save his grandmother immediately placed a hand over his heart and shouted, "Let us help you." Everyone turned to look at him. He repeated firmly, "No. What I meant was, please let us help you." Ha Dong-gun smiled and nodded. "He's right. After all, it's thanks to you, Ga-hyeong, that we've made it this far. Ga-hyeong, we're ready to help. Just tell us what you need." He hadn't expected everyone to be so enthusiastic. He was moved to the point of tears. "Thank you, everyone. The monsters occupying Gapo Station have been completely wiped out. We just need to follow the subway tracks towards Soman Station. Lachi Station is the closest one to my hometown. We just need to exit through gate number 2. Once we're outside, I'll give you more specific directions. I won't ask you to reach the final destination all at once. I know that's too much to ask. For now, let's just focus on taking back Soman." Ha Dong-gun nodded. "Understood. I'm glad we could get their help." Ga-hyeong bowed deeply again, thanking them once more. "Everyone get some good rest tonight. We'll start the operation first thing tomorrow morning." Suddenly, Oh Yeonju stepped forward. "Wait a second, I have something I need to ask you." She had a valid point to raise. "Is there no way to use your ability to bring my family here? If I could do that, I wouldn't have bothered with such a complicated method. Of course, I've tried that too, attempting to use mission rewards to teleport subjects. He can teleport incredibly fast over quite a long distance. And if everything went smoothly, we might have had a chance to bring the whole family here at once. But the system just gave me a cold notification saying that mission reward couldn't be used, so in the end it was completely impossible. This is just a theory of mine, but it's likely because Moon Bung-ho's grandmother is currently outside my area of influence. If that's really the case, then if anything happens to my parents, I'll be completely helpless, since they'd definitely lose their lives outside my reach. Damn it. This is a real headache. I had to be honest with her and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm not all-powerful. There are things I can do and things I just can't. But you don't need to worry too much, because I will definitely keep my promise to you." Our main character knew that this was exactly what she needed to hear most. Citizen Oh Yeonju's trust level has increased. She gave a satisfied smile. "Thank you for being honest with me. That's all I needed." They said their goodbyes. "Alright, thanks everyone. You all should go ahead and get some rest for today." The group left quietly. Dong-gu stayed back for a moment. "We'll head out first. Get some rest so you can recover." Right then, the system chimed. Ding. An unauthorized subject is attempting to infiltrate. A potential candidate for citizenship has been detected. Do you want to grant citizenship? Of course I do. I'll grant it. But I also need to activate my God's Eye skill to see who exactly requested citizenship for Seo Ye-jin. Seo Ye-jin has accepted the offer. Name Seo Ye-jin, level 31, Trust 7. Awakened ability, the Mouse Queen. As soon as he read that, he thought, wait, another awakened. It turns out that Mouse from earlier was actually this girl. When he used his God's Eye, all he could see was that tiny mouse. Rewinding to 1 hour ago, this mouse encountered Dong-gu's group and was completely baffled. Who on earth are those people? They're just slaughtering those orcs. Maybe every single one of them is an awakened, but is that even possible? I should follow them and see. These people are definitely worth getting close to. After all, it's getting harder and harder to survive on my own lately. With my ability, I'll be fine. I'll just observe them for a bit longer first. She decided to trail them as they emerged from the sewers. She followed the main road until she reached the lobby of the apartment building. As soon as she walked in, she could hear the sound of cheerful conversations. Haha, let's go Lee Ji-suk-mi. Look at this. It was a scene of kids playing and laughing so noisy and full of life. It felt like she had stepped into a completely different world. She was completely stunned, frozen in place. Are those kids actually playing in a park? Why is this apartment building the only place with so many people? What kind of place is this? I need to investigate further. This place is completely cut off from the rest of the ruined world. The mouse scurried along quickly, wanting to uncover the truth as soon as possible. But the moment it tried to jump inside the building, it was slammed back by his world barrier. The poor mouse's head immediately swelled up with a huge bump. Ding bip access denied. It had no idea what was going on. Do you want to receive citizenship? It was absolutely thrilled. Yes, yes, but the only sound coming from the mouse's throat was a frantic squeak, squeak. She was totally speechless. The mouse just stared at the system screen and let out a long sigh. I guess I can't get citizenship while looking like a mouse. But just as she was losing hope, a message appeared. Citizenship granted. She was over the moon. Oh, it actually worked. She rushed inside immediately to check things out. Great, but she didn't expect the people who saw her to freak out and scream. Help, a mouse. A crowd gathered trying to stomp the poor thing to death. It's getting away. Catch it. The poor girl was chased and beaten, the sounds of the struggle echoing in the distance. Luckily, she didn't die. After struggling and rolling around, she barely managed to save her own skin. Man, that was exhausting. If I'd known, I would have just walked in as a human. Somehow, she ended up drifting into a room full of handsome guys. Is this a gym? She saw men with bulging muscles and women working out as well. Everyone looked so relaxed, just like they did before the apocalypse. The mouse looked around, totally baffled. Where on earth am I? Right then, a massive dark shadow loomed over her. Oh no, this was followed by a barrage of heavy blows raining down on her. Back at her real body, the girl felt the throbbing pain in her head. Ow, that hurt so much. She had to sever the link with the mouse immediately. But despite the pain, what she saw felt like paradise. She couldn't help but throw her head back and laugh. Haha, finally, I found a glimmer of hope. But there are still obstacles ahead. The problem is, how do I actually get there? First, I need to find a way to reach Gasan Digital Complex. Is going towards Suwon really the only way I could use the subway tracks? But the problem is that monster at Gasan Station. Then again, that's exactly why this might work. Because there's nowhere I can't reach. This girl has a whole army of mice at her disposal after all. Ding, a system screen appeared in front of Kim Ga-hyeong. You have killed a tamed mouse. You have gained a small amount of experience points. A 416 world item has been sent to the king of the house's wallet. Every mouse that meets her swears their absolute loyalty to the queen. Tamed mice can be used as minions to share their senses with the user. Our main character read this and understood immediately. Ah, so she's the one controlling the mice. I actually thought she was a mouse for a second. He activated his Emperor's Eye skill. An A-rank awakened came looking for me on her own. I definitely need to make her my vassal. But after searching the entire apartment complex, he couldn't find a trace of that mouse. Where could she be? She's not around here. Wait, why don't I just summon her here by giving her a quest? Quest details. Come to the apartment building. Time limit 48 hours. Reward, a Coke and a chocolate bar. Penalty for failure. Wait. Suddenly, he froze. Hold on a second. Oh, Yeonju's question kept echoing in his mind. Is there no way to use your ability to bring my family here? He knew he'd tried a few times but failed every time. If the reason for those failures was that they were outside his range, then surely anyone granted citizenship must be within his range. Because no matter how far away they are, every monster kill they make is still recorded normally. So he decided to modify the quest. Quest details. Come to the apartment. Time limit 10 seconds. Reward a Coke and a chocolate bar. Penalty for failure. Forced summon. Ding settings saved successfully. Now all he had to do was wait. He never imagined he could exploit the failure penalty like this. Let's see if this works. Even if it's just a one-time thing, as long as he could use this method to summon citizens from the outside, then bringing my family here safely shouldn't be a problem at all. I remember that once an outpost is activated, it's possible to temporarily possess power similar to being in the home territory. If that's the case, if Ha Dong-gun's team gets there and builds the outpost, I can grant citizenship to all the family members, and then use the mission system to bring them here. That would be amazing. It sounds like a plan. The real question is just how much it'll cost. Let's give it a shot. I hit assign mission and say a silent prayer, please just don't let it be over 1 billion. To my surprise, the system announces that Seo Ye-jin's mission failed, costing a staggering 31,674,894,030. I let out a heavy, frustrated sigh. Just then, that girl is summoned right in front of me, her face pale as a ghost as she screams in terror. What the hell? Where am I? Kim Ga-hyeong is caught off guard too. It actually worked. We just stand there staring at each other in total confusion. She's trembling from head to toe. I mean, it makes sense. 1 second she's fine, the next she's warped somewhere else. It takes a second to process. I step forward to greet her. Hey there, Ye-jin. She's still in shock. Who are you? How do you know me? I simply reply. I'm the one who granted you citizenship. Her eyes widen with a mix of shock and hope. What? Wait, does that mean? I nod firmly. That's right. You're on the rooftop of the apartment building you saw through your mole. I'm really sorry for bringing you here so suddenly. You must have been terrified. It's good to meet you. I'm Kim Ga-hyeong. As I speak, I pull out a candy bar and a bottle of soda, just like I promised. I place them in her hands. She takes them, her voice trembling. So, you're the one who summoned me here. And that weird mission earlier too. I explain. Yeah, that was my doing. Her fear vanishes instantly, replaced by a wide, excited grin and sparkling eyes. Oh, well, if that's the case, and I know this is a lot to ask, but I'm looking after a group of people. Can they join us too? Talk about giving an inch and taking a mile. I freeze, feeling a bit awkward. She continues enthusiastically. It was so hard to try and get everyone here on my own, so I was just going to risk everything. It's a miracle. She's so innocent. It's almost unreal. I have to ask, how many people are we talking about? 3 people. That's a decent crowd. I can't give her an answer right away. I need to do the math first. Damn. I didn't realize she had teammates. Just looking at the rough numbers, this isn't looking good. I'm really sorry, but this might be difficult. Her disappointment is written all over her face. What? Why I give it to her straight? With my current abilities, there's no way I can bring all of them here. Desperate, she grabs the hem of my pants, begging. No, please. My mom and my younger brother are both there. I'll do anything you want. Please, I'm begging you. I'm at a loss here. I couldn't even do that for my own family yet. The only reason I could summon her was that she found this place first. For total strangers, not a chance. I tell her, wait, let me think. I realized I never actually touched So Ye-jin directly, yet I was still able to grant her citizenship. This proves that the family territory recognized her white rats as a part of her. If things go well, this method might actually work. I notice her trust level has gone up. Makes sense, it's hard not to trust someone when you're in this kind of situation. I switch to a serious tone. So Ye-jin, are you really ready to do anything? She flinches suddenly on high alert. Anything? What do you mean by anything? But she knows she doesn't have a choice. It's high stakes. She nods resolutely. Yes, I'll do whatever it takes. Hearing that, I tell her, all right, I have another way. The catch is, you have to trust me completely. Got it. If you can promise to trust me, I guarantee I'll save you and your family. It sounds simple, but you can't just force trust to happen. She's sweating bullets. But this girl is a woman of her word. Her trust level skyrockets. Once it hits 50, loyalty is unlocked and the requirements to register her as a retainer are met. I didn't expect her to come around so fast. This is perfect. Let's see how the system handles this. I register her as a retainer. Immediately, a surge of power wraps around her. Name So Ye-jin. Title 10th Servant. Trust 52. Loyalty 33. Awakened power Queen of White Rats Beast Tamer. The stats of her tamed creatures increase by a percentage of her loyalty. The growth speed of all tamed subjects is boosted. Once they reach a certain level, they can even evolve. First, I have to ask, are there any tamed rats where your family is? She nods quickly. I tell her, send one of those rats to your family right now. At this point, she'll do whatever I say. I understand. She sits cross-legged on the ground, eyes shut tight, focusing her power. I activate my king's eye to follow along. There it is, a level 2, tamed rat, scurrying straight toward her family. The group is confused, looking at the little creature. Is that a rat? Wait, isn't this one of Ye-jin's? The rat stands there squeaking repeatedly, as if trying to signal them. Through the rat, I use the system to deliver a pile of food and water. Everyone's jaws drop in shock. Oh my god. Look, all this food just appeared out of nowhere. Did Ye-jin send this? Just this one act makes her trust in me soar. I can't help but smirk. Perfect. Just as I thought. Combining So Ye-jin's ability with my king's eye is incredible. From now on, the thousands of rats crawling through the sewers will be my eyes and ears. Just the thought of it is amazing. I've just gained the ultimate scouting team. Suddenly, it clicks. Hey, that Nambu Park Higondong place you mentioned. Is that near Songdo Beach? Yes, exactly. That's perfect. What a coincidence. Seo Ye-jin has been to Nambu Park Higondong, which just happens to be my hometown. This is a huge stroke of luck. Her being part of this will be a massive advantage for Ha-dong-gun's team when they first arrive. Plus, all we have to do is send the rats. That's enough to confirm if my family is alive, and make sending rescue supplies so much easier. Before I can even finish, she smiles brightly, hand over her heart. Leave it to me. Her trust is going through the roof. I take the opportunity to ask, so, can I ask you for a favor right now? She replies easily. Of course, no problem at all. In that case, I want to move along the subway tracks. You know, the Busan Line 1. To my surprise, her face goes pale instantly, and she practically screams in fear. No, we can't do that. I'm taken aback. Wait, why not? She finally manages to speak, her voice trembling with lingering terror. Because there's a monster at Seomyeon Station. A monster. Suddenly, I'm starting to get worried. First, let's see what we're dealing with. Can you send a rat to check out that monster? She nods, okay. At Seomyeon Station, a rat darts off moving lightning fast. Suddenly, she froze in her tracks, startled. Being in a place like this made her way more alert than usual. Turns out she had run right into a monster. The whole place looked dark and eerie. This massive, oversized monster was still chewing on a goblin's body. Its body was long and slithering like a snake, and it tilted its head back to swallow the goblin whole in one gulp. Watching this, the little mouse was terrified and tried to scurry backward to get away, but it looked like it was too late. The monster glanced over and spotted it instantly. The mouse's entire body shriveled up as it trembled, pressing itself into the corner of a pillar to hide. But there was no way that monster was letting it go. It slithered right up to the mouse in a single move. It opened its massive mouth filled with razor-sharp fangs that looked absolutely revolting. The mouse was shaking uncontrollably with fear, frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. The monster lunged forward to attack. Terrified, the mouse scrambled and darted back and forth, desperately trying to dodge the onslaught. Thanks to its tiny body, it managed to slip away and survive for the moment. But this monster was determined not to let it go, and the mouse kept running like crazy trying to escape at any cost. Kim Ga-hyeong was watching from home, and even he was feeling scared for it. That thing was impossibly huge. He wasn't sure what level it was, but it might have even surpassed level 40. After showing him the footage, Seo Ye-jin said, "You saw that right. We can't go through Sonam Station. What if we skip one station and head straight toward Gonagon? I've seen what your teammates can do, so I know for sure. With their strength clearing, a path definitely won't be an issue." He felt the same way. Seo Ye-jin wasn't wrong, so he nodded. "Alright, let's do that then." He suddenly grinned and tilted his head. "Just head over to room 2701. She suddenly felt a wave of anxiety, wonders he was thinking of something inappropriate. He even gave her specific instructions, saying she should stay there from today on. "Oh, that's right, I need to tidy up a bit." She didn't dare refuse, so she stood up wobbling slightly. "Yes, thank you so much." She tiptoed away as fast as she could before anything else happened. "I'll be going now." "Yeah, go get some rest." He watched her walk away, thinking that if he were in her shoes, he probably would have come up with a similar battle plan. I mean, back when we weren't teammates yet. The solar power generator facility. The remaining construction time is 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Wait 5 years. This efficiency is great, but it's still not enough to meet the needs of nearly 800 residents. If we want to raise capital and build more facilities, we have to increase the workforce. At the very least, we need to set up a 3-shift work rotation. It's the same for the newly added public facilities. Alright then, let's get started. It was time to keep hunting more monsters. The very next day, Ha Donggun and his group were moving like lightning. They were all running and shouting at the same time. "Ah, it's lunging this way. Damn it, we're in deep trouble again." They were getting chased by monsters all day long. This time, it was a swarm of bats with razor-sharp fangs, their wings flapping loudly as they soared through the air. The group came to a halt and pulled out their bows to shoot, since the things were flying so high they didn't know how else to hit them. With a loud whoosh, 3 arrows flew out at once. The monsters hit by the arrows shrieked in agony. Some died instantly, but others still dared to charge forward, like moths to a flame. Yu Hae-in quickly looked back. "Good job. Is everyone okay? No one's hurt." "Yeah, we're fine." Kim Ga-rang looked tense as she asked, "Hey, about that snake at Som Station that Ga-hui mentioned. Do we really have a way to kill it?" They reassured each other, saying it should be fine. After all, if things get really dangerous, Ga-hui will just summon us back. "Oh, right. I was worried for nothing." Dong-gu even gave a relaxed laugh as he spoke. "Exactly, no need to worry too much. Let's keep moving. Let's go." When they reached Som Station, the ground began to shake violently, and the scene before them was absolutely horrific. There were monster corpses, and blood splattered everywhere. The sight made everyone gag and hold their breath. They were all dry heaving but tried their best to keep going. "Let's keep moving. Just hang in there a little longer." But after only a few steps, they were all startled again and came to a sudden halt. The ground was clearly rumbling loudly. Ha Dong-gun immediately shouted, "Stop! Stop right there! Stay still and be careful." He could smell a very real danger now. It was that massive giant snake. Since when did that damn thing just appear right in front of them? The whole group was shaking like leaves, practically wetting themselves. Kang Rei-su couldn't even stand straight, her face pale. Are they really making us fight that kind of monster? No one dared to fight. They turned around to run while they still could. Ha Dong-gun pulled Do-hyun tightly into his arms. "Everyone get down now." They all immediately dropped to the ground. Luckily, their quick reaction saved their lives. Ding. Right at that moment the system popped up. A party quest. Defeat the giant python. Time limit 10 minutes. Reward. A massive amount of experience points. Penalty for failure. The ground shook violently, making everyone terrified. The group looked up, dazed and confused. "Ugh, what's happening? I'm so dizzy." "Is it an earthquake?" Ding. A screen appeared right in front of Dong-gun, specifically naming them. The mission was assigned to Ha Dong-gun and Oh Yeon-ju defeat the Great Python. He was in total shock as he read it. What on earth was going on? The mission was for Ha Dong-gun and Oh Yeon-ju to kill the python. They were being forced to take down this snake, and even he was holding his breath out of pure fear. But wait, what the hell? No matter how many times they looked, the python was just lying there on the ground, not moving at all. What happened? No one had even done anything yet. They hadn't even touched it. He looked completely baffled and wondered to himself, what's wrong with it? A massive bloody wound appeared on the python's body. They looked at each other and nodded. "The python is already this weak. I don't know what's going on, but our only choice is to fight," he shouted. "Be careful," and immediately threw a ball straight at the beast. The monster shrieked in pain. Normally, it would use its venom to completely paralyze its opponent, then coil around them to suffocate them before swallowing them whole. However, that only applied to large prey of a certain size. When facing a tiny mouse that was much smaller than itself, it didn't even bother with all that and just swallowed it whole. The little mouse, having escaped death, dashed off like a bullet. It took a leap, and its entire body began to glow with a sparkling pink light. In its wildest dreams, the snake never could have imagined the consequences of swallowing that mouse without a second thought. It had walked right into Kim Ga-hyeong's trap. The protagonist smirked triumphantly. Open warehouse. There were 2 skills he could use. He reached out his hand, opening both the warehouse and the shop at the same time. Right inside the python's stomach, he summoned toxic gas. The python's belly immediately swelled up to a massive size. Then he summoned burning toilet paper, literally setting its stomach on fire from the inside out. As its belly bulged and twisted, the python was helpless and could only endure the agonizing pain. Finally, its entire body erupted in flames. The mouse died along with it. Even so, Ye-jin was affected, her head throbbing with pain. The protagonist asked her with concern, "Are you all right?" "Haha, oh yeah, I'm fine. I was just a bit startled. Anyway, you've worked hard." "Yeah, but he didn't want the monster to die just yet. Watching Donggun's group rush in, he thought I absolutely cannot be the one to finish it off. That thing had to die at the hands of his vassals who held the knight title. Only then would they receive 6 times the amount of experience points and rewards." Donggun and Yeonju exchanged a meaningful look. Ding. The system screen appeared again, assigning the mission to Ha Donggun and Oh Yeonju to slay the giant serpent. The 2 of them shouted in unison, understood, and drew their weapons immediately. Donggu threw his weapon with all his might. Squelch, the blade sank deep into the snake. Meanwhile, the girl transformed into a bear and lunged at lightning speed. One swipe was all it took to tear it apart. The python was already on its last legs. Working together like that, there was no way they'd lose. With one punch from the bear girl, a massive hole opened in the python's head, killing it instantly. The Serpent King has been defeated, a massive amount of experience points gained. The clan leader's wallet has been credited. Ha Donggun and Oh Yeonju have defeated the boss of Gomsan. An outpost can now be established in Gomsan. As they leveled up, Brother Kim also felt the surge, though it sent a sharp pain through his chest. He clutched himself, coughing harshly as the power radiated throughout the entire building. Suddenly, a notification chimed. It found individuals who met the requirements for citizenship. "Do you wish to grant citizenship?" His chest was thumping, and his face was twisted in pain. "Wait, there are 200 people." He clicked agree. The population has reached 100. Since the number of residents hit a certain milestone, the basic wage skill has been unlocked for all citizens. Basic wage, a passive skill, increases experience points, and gold rewards for all residents by 100%. The MC wiped the sweat from his face, looking stunned. What does this mean? Amazing. So, this is the basic wage. It means even if I set the tax rate to 0%, they still get an extra 100% in experience and rewards. Well, that works for me. Suddenly, So Ye-jin walked over. Brother Kim. He turned around immediately. What's up? I'm really embarrassed to ask this of you, but could you help me bring my teammates here? Again, she'd asked once before, and he still needed time to think. But seeing how well she'd been performing, he decided to agree right then and there. Of course I'll help you. Her face lit up instantly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Thank you so much. Taking the opportunity, the MC made a suggestion. Can you control that rat one more time? She happily obliged. Sure, no problem at all. Okay, I'll have your teammates follow the rat. You just need to show them the way. She agreed, without a second thought. Over on the other side, the python was definitely dead. Tu Ing-hae-chan controlled another rat and sent it off. Donggon and the others stumbled along, supporting each other as they followed it. Suddenly, he froze in shock. Yeonju turned toward them. "Oh, you guys are here." Seeing the carnage, Yeonju quickly shook her head to explain. "I didn't do this. It was already like this when I got here." Their faces turned pale. Was this originally the territory of the demi-humans? Everywhere they looked, there was nothing but blood and corpses. Even though the boss was dead and the immediate danger had passed, they couldn't afford to be careless. There could still be packs of monsters lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, the rat stood up on its hind legs and waved for them to hurry up. The whole group was speechless. Good grief. How can a tiny little rat be this smart? Moon Bong-ho guessed it immediately. Is this rat part of Brother Kim's power too? Without a shred of doubt, they continued following it, while the MC kept a close eye on everything. Great, no major threats for now. The system notified him that he had 3 skill points, and the MC started calculating where he should invest them. His range of activity had also expanded, as I thought I should prioritize upgrading the Emperor's Eye. After all, this skill was incredibly powerful when used in combo with Toon-Gae-chun, so he decided to upgrade the Emperor's Eye. Ding, the upgrade was successful. Every time his power spiked, his head throbbed with pain, but he gritted his teeth and pushed through it. On the other side, the group was back in the thick of it, fighting off a bunch of goblins. These were all level 8 goblins, standing about 103 centimeters tall. They were pack monsters, intelligent enough to use tools, and had surprisingly good eyesight. They could see across great distances and navigate dark caves without any trouble at all. Their eyes were incredibly sharp. Just reading about it made Brother Kim excited. Perfect. This is exactly the kind of ability I need right now. First, he needed to find monsters with the right level and assign quests to everyone, that way he could save on resurrection costs. Now next up, the dignity maintenance skill. Since he'd be meeting many more people in the future, their loyalty and trust were going to be vital. Dignity maintenance leveled up, but suddenly something felt off. He whipped his head around, startled. What was that? Was that a gunshot? Brother Kim jumped in surprise. Wait, what's going on? Gunshots? He knew for a fact they didn't come from his side. This was unbelievable. How the hell did those goblins get their hands on guns? The world had officially gone crazy. He couldn't wrap his head around goblins carrying guns, and not just one, but every single one of them. Had one Donggon's group ducked in fear, screaming, "Everyone, get down, move." Everyone scrambled to the sides, diving for cover. They peeked out from the bushes, watching intently. How on earth do they have guns? We don't stand a chance in a head-on fight. But Donggon suddenly smirked and replied, "Don't worry, we have Moon Bong Ho. He's got that blink skill." In a flash, he was right behind the enemy. One stab, one dead goblin, and one looted gun. No matter how fast those guns were, they were nothing compared to his speed. Moon Bong Ho wiped out the entire pack by himself, not leaving a single one alive. One goblin, fuming with rage, raised its gun and screamed, but before it could pull the trigger, its gun was swatted right out of its hands and sent flying into the air. Yoo-hae-in charged out with his bow. "Where do you think you're going, Kang?" Rae-soo lunged forward in his armor, and Oh-yeon-ju transformed into a bear and dove into the fray. There was no way they were letting these things go. The monsters were disarmed and stood no chance against them. The two onlookers stood frozen, their mouths hanging open in pure shock. These guys were absolute combat machines. They never seemed to tire. Brother Kim quickly gathered the guns to register them as items. To his surprise, there were also 100 rounds of real .38 caliber ammunition. Brother Kim could hardly believe his eyes. Actual guns, but he knew he couldn't just put them on display in the shop, even though the benefits would be massive. Doing so would immediately motivate everyone to hunt more monsters, and even allow ordinary citizens under level 10 to take down orcs. Experience points and gold rewards for the residents would skyrocket. However, I can't just trust every single citizen, especially since they could turn those guns around and point them at me. Even I have to admit, the way I'm taking in residents right now is a mess. In other words, there are absolutely no standards. If I just accept everyone without any vetting process, I won't be able to control the situation if something goes wrong. Of course, increasing the population brings a lot of perks. But if I let them have guns, the game changes completely. I can't guarantee that, out of all those people, every single one of them is harmless. Suspicion, resentment, envy. For whatever reason, an incident could occur. In the worst-case scenario, someone could end up dead because of it. That's why I can only hand out guns to verified residents, and only to those with high enough loyalty. So the first candidates to receive guns have been decided. The first person I'm choosing is Moon Bong Ho. A gun dropped right in front of him, and he snatched it up immediately. "Brother Fu, thank you." The group continued their journey, but after just a few steps, they had to stop again. A tightly locked door stood right in front of them. "Let's open it up and see." Inside, a crowd of people were huddled together, trembling in fear. After rescuing them, Seo Ye-jin felt a wave of relief. "Phew, it's really nice to have a place to walk around within the territory. Thank you for coming out with me to meet them." "No problem. I've been wanting to step outside for a walk for a while now anyway." "Did you see the notification on the screen? It announced that unauthorized subjects were attempting to breach the perimeter." He realized it immediately. "Oh, it looks like they're here." As soon as he granted them entry, a loud shout echoed through the air. Jin suddenly cried out in surprise, "Lee Ji-suk." They all threw their arms around each other in a tight hug. "Seo Ye-jin, where did you run off to without saying a word? Do you have any idea how much I worried about you?" "I'm sorry, Lee Ji-suk." Her little sister's eyes sparkled with wonder. "Wow, sis, you smell so good. Did you actually get to take a shower?" She nodded and urged them along. "Yeah, there's hot water here and we can even bathe." "Really, sis?" "Of course it's true. There are real beds here, and hot, freshly cooked meals waiting for us." The MC let them embrace for a moment before stepping forward. "Jin, I've decided that room 2701 is yours. You can use it however you like, but sharing one room with over 30 people might be a bit cramped." However, right after he said that, she quickly turned back to look at the others. Their faces instantly lost all color, turning pale with worry. She lowered her head sadly. Then, "What should we do?" To her surprise, the MC spoke up. "I'll give you 3 more vacant rooms because you are absolutely worth that much." That was incredibly generous. The girl was stunned. Oh, thank you so much. Everyone can use rooms 2402, 2301, and 1902 in this same building. Having been assigned so many rooms, she excitedly promised, "I will work twice as hard." Instantly ding the trust and loyalty levels of the entire group started skyrocketing. He was a bit taken aback. "Oh wait, I just remembered I upgraded things but haven't checked them yet." The screen displayed a Spirit Beast Manager. But it was insanely expensive. Summoning a Spirit Beast costs 1 billion. The MC's face darkened. 1 billion. Suddenly, someone called out, "Brother, Jia, can I have a moment of your time?" The two went back to the room to talk. "Did you need to see me about something?" Kim Ga-hyeong was hesitating, acting a bit awkward. I have something I want to tell you." Go ahead, feel free to speak your mind. Okay then. Her face darkened, and she began sweating profusely, keeping her head down. It took her a long time to finally get the words out. I'm truly sorry, but I want to leave the group. Kim Ga-hyeong didn't understand at all. This was so sudden. Why? She must have gathered a lot of courage to say this. I'm so sorry, but I want to leave the party because my abilities are completely overshadowed in the team. Furthermore, I feel like it doesn't really matter if I'm there or not. The MC was a bit flustered. Just be honest with me, it's okay. To his surprise, she spilled her heart out immediately. The truth is, I'm terrified. Kim Ga-hyeong's nerves had been pushed to the limit for a long time, and now they finally snapped. I'm so scared. I'm scared of the goblins, scared of the orcs. And that giant serpent we faced today was just too terrifying. Even that time the red tiger chased us. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her mind in a state of total panic. Her whole body was shaking. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. You save us every single time, but I'm just so useless. I always feel like I'm going to let you down. She just kept crying, unable to stop. Kim Ga-hyeong had actually sensed this. Honestly, I noticed her fear a while ago, back when we went to rescue Moon Bong-ho's grandmother. And during the orc subjugation too. Even during the chase with the red tiger, she almost lost her life. To be fair, her impact on the team really isn't that large, but you can't blame her for that. With just a tiny bit of carelessness, her poison mist ability could hurt the other team members. That makes it a very difficult power to utilize properly. Kim Ga-hyeong must have been trying her absolute hardest, but since the results didn't go her way, she's been in a lot of pain. She was shaking and crying uncontrollably. If you're that scared, I can just have you do something else. That worked out well, as he actually needed more people anyway. He asked her, you know Kim Ga-bin, who works at the public utility area on the 21st floor, right? She has to handle all the work by herself. It's incredibly exhausting. Besides that, I plan to build a utility area in every building, so I need someone reliable to help out. If it's you, I can rest easy. Would you be willing to help me? At this point, he paused for a second. I believe that as long as someone has the will to act, no one is useless. Furthermore, your ability is very strong. You possess the power to control toxins. I'm certain the day will come when you shine brightly. If fighting on the front lines is too much for you, you can temporarily step back and handle internal support. When the time comes that your specific strength is needed, I'll ask for your help again. After saying that, he even gave a very polite bow. The girl was stunned, completely forgetting to cry, and finally agreed immediately. I understand. She couldn't help but smile happily. Ding, her loyalty level shot up to 100%. Wiping away her tears, she said, this is so embarrassing. Brother Ja, I let you see my weak side again. Just like that, her face brightened up like a flower. I will do my absolute best. Seeing her regain her composure, the MC replied with satisfaction. Very well. You've worked hard lately. I look forward to your help from now on. After she left, Kim Ga-hyeong went back to tinkering with his new skills. Should I just give it a try? Let's see what happens. He selected Summon Spirit Beast, and in one click, 1 billion was gone. A brilliant golden light from the system shone directly onto his face, and a glowing golden summoning circle appeared on the ground. A massive cracked golden egg appeared. The light radiating from it hit him square in the face. It turns out that summoning a spirit beast literally means summoning an egg. Once the light dimmed, the MC saw a pitch-black bird with round eyes staring right at him. He was totally shocked and had to use Eyes of the Sovereign just to see what it was. This creature is the divine three-legged crow born with the power of the sun. Since it's not yet mature, it's still just a fledgling that needs protection. It requires high-quality sunlight to grow. Kim Ga-hyeong waved his hand to introduce himself. Hey there, little guy. The bird stared with its big round eyes and let out a sound. Chirp chirp. He looked at it and thought for a moment. What should I name you? Since you're a black crow, let's call you Blackie. The bird flapped its wings frantically in excitement. Oh, you like that name, haha, that's great. Suddenly it started hopping around. He didn't understand what it wanted. Are you hungry? He immediately grabbed some snacks for it to munch on. It really was hungry. The bird devoured a huge amount of food and let out a massive burp. With its stomach full and eyes heavy, it closed its eyes and fell asleep right after eating, even drooling a bit. It didn't care about him at all anymore. It just rolled over on its belly and fell into a deep sleep, completely oblivious to the world. The MC looked on with envy and sighed. You really have a lucky life, don't you? But then he noticed that the three-legged crow's level had increased and the solar generator's efficiency had jumped by 100%. Turns out keeping it well fed actually has its benefits. Wait, my brain started working fast. Those 10 buildings we just got. None of them have solar panels yet because we're almost out of cash. Honestly, blowing 130 million on a facility that takes a whole year to make just 30 million is a total waste. But things are different now. The three-legged crow leveled up. Solar panel efficiency jumped 100%, producing 90 million watts a year. That's a threefold increase instantly. There's absolutely no reason to hesitate. Let's get solar panels installed on all 10 buildings right away. I can't stop smiling just thinking about it. I went straight to room 301 and knocked. A voice inside asked, "Who is it?" "Oh, it's me." Choi Hyojun rushed to open the door. "Oh, Ga-hyeong, is something wrong?" I told him I needed a favor. He was like, "Sure, what is it?" I didn't expect to be so blunt, but I just said, "I want to give you my money." They went back and forth for a bit. This chubby guy was totally floored, his eyes bulging in shock. What Kim Ga-hyeong had already crunched the numbers back home. After thinking about my tax skills, I came to this conclusion: giving money to trustworthy people to hold on to can actually generate a profit. Even though there's a 10% processing fee, when I first give it away, it can generate 10% profit every single month after that. So who should I give my money to? So I just went for it. I gave 1 billion to my follower, Choi Hyojun. He was literally shaking when he saw the cash. Oh man, ding. His reliability and loyalty both maxed out at 100. I don't know how he had the guts to ask, but he was like, of course I should keep this safe and not spend it right, even though that was my plan at first. I didn't expect his loyalty to go over 100. I laughed and said, "If it's just for small expenses, it's fine for you to use some of that money." He immediately bowed down, thanking me over and over. "Really, seriously, thank you so much, no problem. I'm counting on you, okay? One job done." Alright, next on the list is finding Kim Ga-bin. She looked at me puzzled. "Can I really pick whoever I want?" I personally brought Ga-hyeong over. "That's right, don't worry about it. Including Ga-hyeong, you can pick whoever you want for your team. Since you're the captain, I'll double your salary." Her eyes literally turned into dollar signs. Her loyalty shot through the roof. She totally flipped her attitude, hugging Ga-hyeong and giving me a cheesy military salute. "Thank you, I'll do my absolute best." Then she just dragged the other girl away. "Ga-hyeong, let's go over the handoff first." "Wait, Kim Ga-bin, slow down a bit." I just stood there watching them bicker and couldn't help but smile with relief. Most of the immediate tasks are done, but there's one super important thing left. Alright, I guess it's time to bring up that difficult subject. Kim Ga-hyeong went to find the group. "Everyone worked hard today. Is everyone feeling okay?" Dong-gu and the others nodded. "Yeah, we're good. But did you need something from us? Thanks to all of you, the monsters at Gumshan have been wiped out. It's a safe zone now. The subway lines are safer too. The Gap Bonegon and the Gabelmin near Samsung Station are pretty much gone. This is our best chance. We have to move before the monsters take over other places. Strike first." I'm starting to realize more and more things. Seeing Ga-hyeong crying and begging me made me realize something. Everyone standing in front of me right now is putting their lives on the line just to fulfill my requests. Luckily, with Seo Ye-jin joining us, we were able to know about the monsters at G Samsung beforehand. Without her, things would have been really dangerous. I know in this world where you can die at any moment, how greedy it is to want your family safe and to want to go save them. But even so, I just told them straight, I hope everyone can head straight for Gachi Station tomorrow. I knew in my heart that I couldn't give up on this either. The next morning I was up before the blackbird even stretched and chirped. Solar panel efficiency up 100%. The three-legged crow's level has increased. I didn't expect it to happen so fast. Level 5 already. It's so satisfying. Suddenly, ding. The three-legged crow is releasing a portion of the sun's power. It's inherited a part of the mythical beast's strength. Basic fire attribute magic awakened. Magic. Now things are getting interesting. I immediately held up my finger to test it out. Like this, my fingertip burst into flames. I felt like a freaking magician. That's awesome. It worked. This feeling is so familiar. It's a lot like the feeling when I use my dignity maintenance skill. Since that's the case, Ga-hyeong headed out to a deserted spot, checking my surroundings first. Good, no one's here. I closed my eyes, focused as hard as I could, and tried to visualize it. I imagined a flame powerful enough to swallow the whole building in front of me. I swung my hand forward and yelled, "Burst!" The fire in my hand flared up instantly, swirling into a massive fireball. But looking at it now, I'm a little disappointed. Is this the biggest I can make it right now? It's too small. Honestly, this ability isn't that special. But then I tried something else, summoning poison gas. All I have to do is combine it with the poison gas from my dignity maintenance skill, and it'll be a massive threat. Even though it's not that strong yet, the potential is endless. I close my fist to pull the flame back since Little Black will keep growing. Still, it's better than nothing, right? This is great. Let's end the testing here. Time to eat. The solar power facility is fully built. After finishing breakfast, Little Black's level jumped another 3 levels. Thanks to that, the solar panel efficiency has increased 8-fold. Now, even after supplying all the power we need, there's still extra electricity left over. And that extra power can be converted directly into cash in my wallet. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Oh, she's here. It was Seo Ye-jin, walking in with a huge smile on her face. Thanks for giving me some time to get some proper rest. I'm fully charged now. This girl helps me out a lot. Thanks to Ye-jin, I've been able to make my abilities much more flexible, so I definitely have to take good care of her. I called her over just to ask for a favor. I'm counting on you again today. She totally got what I was thinking and even moved before I could ask. I already sent the rats along the subway lines. I think they can make it straight to Chogang Station without any issues. I was a bit startled. Only to Chogang, is there going to be a problem after that? She finally spoke up. Yeah, to be exact, it's at Gap 1. Let me show you with your own eyes. She sat cross-legged on the ground, her whole body glowing with spiritual energy. I saw it too, a scorched, desolate wasteland. On top of that, it was flooded. There wasn't a single sign of life anywhere. Looking at it, I finally understood why there was no way through. As you can see, since the tracks ended up like this, I've sent the little rats up to the surface to scout around. She closed her eyes and focused, but even inside, it was a complete wreck. It was heartbreaking to look at, and it only made Ga-hyeong more anxious. None of the surrounding buildings had been spared. They were all piles of rubble. What on earth happened up there? Suddenly, the scout mouse stopped right in front of a massive crater. He widened his eyes, scanning the area. It was only from this angle that the pattern became clear, a footprint. Ga-hyeong felt a surge of pure dread. It was a giant. Damn it. Now I see why every building is in pieces, and why the streets are such a mess. His face turned deathly pale. Suddenly, both of them jumped, as the ground began to shake violently. Little Soyejin grabbed her head and screamed in terror, and even he could barely stay on his feet. At this rate, the whole building's going to come down. Something was making the earth shudder. Ga-hyeong rushed over to her. Yejin, are you alright? She started to calm down slightly. Yeah, just leave me for a second. What is this? He didn't have an answer. Just then, someone began pounding on the door like crazy. Ga-hyeong, hey kid, get out here and see this. The two of them looked at each other in shock. We need to get out of here. What's going on? The fat guy burst into the room looking completely panicked. Ga-hyeong, I'm sorry, but you need to come to my place right now. They rushed out immediately. He had a terrible sinking feeling. From the fat guy's house, they had a clear view of the entire Gakson station area. That massive sound from earlier, plus the urgency in his voice. Could it be? It looked like his fears were right. The couple next door was standing on the balcony, pointing frantically. He felt even more uneasy. Damn it, why are my bad feelings always right? Right before his eyes, a colossal monster was tearing everything to shreds. His mind was racing. This is insane. The thing was absolutely massive, and was brutally smashing everything in its path. Ga-hyeong shouted, summoning guardian spirits. Everyone from Donggu assemble now. Huh, what's this? Why are we here? I think it was that earthquake just now. But once they looked up, their faces went pale with sheer terror. The monster was beyond huge, with a single glowing red eye and razor-sharp fangs. None of them could even process what they were seeing. Suddenly, the beast slammed its fist into the ground. The fat guy shrieked at the top of his lungs. Ah, it's coming. It's heading right for us. Donggu was also losing it. What the hell is going on? Ga-hyeong knew he had to stop it, but the question was, how? With his current power, could he even take a single hit from that thing? He was shaking, unable to think of a plan. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Ga-hyeong. Odu stood there, her presence burning with intensity. She volunteered herself. Give me a chance. Her gaze was fixed on the giant, her spirit ready to boil over. Such a fierce fighting spirit. He was conflicted, but out of all of them, she was definitely the strongest. He tried to stay calm and asked her, can you really do this? Time limit 240 seconds. Reward resurrect sun for 1 day. Failure penalty. Intense pain for an entire day. Fine. I'm going to give out brief tactical orders now. Everyone listen up. After explaining the plan, he finished with a final word. Is that clear? Yes, they all shouted. Group 1 Odu Hyunggon Kim Ga-dong and Kangsu. Group 2 Hyunmoon Bong-ho and Kim Gun. Finally, Group 3, me and So Ye-jin. Leave things here to me. Everyone else get to your positions immediately. We're counting on you. With that, the 6 of them charged into battle. As they left, another person called out to him. It was Kim Ga-rang. She reported, I did, as you said. I've gathered everyone with military experience at the main gate, and I've directed the rest of the residents to the basement parking lot. Thank you. Now you should head down to the basement too. But she gripped her hands tight, pleading with him. I want to help too. Her voice sounded tough, but her hands were shaking like a leaf. He saw right through it and asked, Are you sure you're okay? Her face was white as a sheet. I'm terrified, she said, her voice loud and clear, but I'm going to find the courage. Seeing her resolve, he didn't have the heart to say no. Finally, he nodded and turned around. Fine. Come with us to the main gate. Scene shift Giano Area 23. The count reached 98, 99, 100. Out of more than 1,200 residents, only 101 had military experience. It was far too few. Sung-min raised his hand. So, what are we supposed to do? Someone suddenly asked, Where are Sung-ryo and the twins? Sung-min looked away, his face turning red with embarrassment. Well, it looks like they ran away. Veins popped on Ga-hyeong's neck as he heard that. Those bastards. Hundreds of residents, including Sung-ryo, had played dumb and hidden in the basement parking lot. He was fuming, his teeth gritted. What a bunch of cowards. The people standing here weren't idiots putting their lives on the line for fun. They were here because they knew if they didn't fight, they'd all die. They chose to stand up to protect their precious families and themselves. Everyone is afraid. Look at them, they're all shaking. And yet, those young guys had the nerve to hide. Someone once told me something. Courage isn't the absence of fear, it's facing that fear and refusing to back down. To survive in a world full of terror, we need more people with that kind of guts. Forget those cowards. He looked at the group before him. Thank you all for being willing to stand here today. He made his decision. He purchased 101 pistols and ammo, and even better, he increased the experience and gold rewards for everyone present by 100%. Please take the guns and ammo in front of you. The crowd got excited. Real guns. With these, we might actually have a chance. Ga-hyeong had it all planned out. I'll give special treatment to those who choose to face their fears. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward the distance. He activated his skill, Monarch's Eye begin. On the other side, the massive one-eyed monster opened its maw wide and lunged for an attack. Dong-gu stood to the side, clutching his weapon and waiting for an opening. He threw a spear high into the air and drove it straight into the monster's thigh with pinpoint accuracy. The monster roared in agony, glaring down at him. This time, Dong-gu had really pissed it off. Just as it was about to strike in a blind rage, the girl in bear form lunged from behind and slashed him across the back. The monster's eye turned blood red as it shrieked, stomping the ground with a thunderous boom. The two massive beasts began to clash. However, the bear girl took a heavy hit from its foot and was sent flying straight into a large building. That kick must have hurt like hell. She was covered in blood. The monster had no intention of stopping. It marched toward her. Just as it was about to throw a punch, a voice rang out. Here is Kang Rae-soo grabbing a megaphone and cussing him out until his head hurts. You stupid brat. You stinking monster. I don't know if the beast understood him or what, but it actually stopped. Looking over speechless, it suddenly gazes down at the arrow, still stuck in its own leg. Kang Rae-soo froze, completely stunned. What the hell? Why is he making that face? Turns out the monster thinks the arrow in its leg is the spear Kang Rae-soo is holding. Now, the rage it feels toward him is skyrocketing. It charges in for an attack right then and there. The poor guy is about to pee his pants. He thought he'd be safe just shouting through a megaphone, but now he's actually being targeted. He quickly changes his tune. Wait, hold on. But the beast isn't listening. It just roars and charges forward. Kang Rae-soo's face turns pale with fear. It's like getting struck by lightning out of nowhere. He can't fight, and it's too late to run. What's he supposed to do? The monster is practically on top of him in just a few steps. From a distance, Kim Ga-hyeong is watching closely. It's coming, he quickly shouts the order. Everyone get into position. He's almost here. It turns out Kang Rae-soo was just the bait running ahead to lure the monster in. But man, that monster is incredibly fast. Poor Kang Rae-soo wearing that heavy armor running for his life until he's sweating bullets. He almost died several times, but finally managed to scramble into the protective circle. The main character shouts, "Now's the time." A black crow dives out of the sky, instantly gouging the monster's eye out. Yoo Hee-in stands right in front of it, aiming her bow, and lands another arrow straight in its eye. This thing is definitely blind now. Next, Bong-ho enters the fray, blinking right next to it without it even noticing. He's carrying dozens of Seo Ye-jin's rats and drops them right into the monster's gaping maw. Once he's done, he immediately yells to signal Ga-hyeon. Everything is going smoothly according to plan so far. The next step is to summon the poison gas. He has to take it down while he still can. The sooner it's dead, the better. He activates his skill, basic fire magic. The monster is instantly engulfed in flames. The fire blazes high. If they don't kill it now, when will they? The monster is getting thrashed and losing strength fast. Everyone inside the protective circle holds their breath as they watch. Everyone is terrified. Oh no. They start backing away as the giant lumbers toward them. The main character quickly tries to reassure the crowd. Please stay where you are, don't move. He knows things are going perfectly. Next, he just needs everyone to focus their firepower on its head once it collapses against the defensive wall. It would be best to let the vassals deliver the final blow. Ideally, Ha Dong-gun or Yoo Hee-in should do it, but they haven't arrived yet. At the very least, Seo Ye-jin, who has the knight title, should finish it off. Suddenly the fat guy starts shaking. Ga-hyeon behind you. He doesn't seem scared at all. He just turns his head. Oh, don't worry. It's going to fall over the wall anyway. But life isn't always a dream. His face immediately turns grim. What? That massive monster is right there, and the eye that was just gouged out is completely healed. It's staring right at the main character. Now even he is getting nervous. How? How is this possible? It survived that attack. On top of that, it's slamming its fists down, ready to crush them. It raises its massive fist high, preparing for a full-force strike. It's about to give back everything they threw at it tenfold. But the moment the monster touches the barrier, the system blares a warning. Beep, unauthorized entity, attempting to breach. Kim Ga-hyeong is stunned, still processing that it actually blocked the attack. The portly Choi Hyun starts shaking and immediately orders them to open fire. Everyone raises their guns. Seeing the monster can't get in, everyone starts feeling a lot more relieved. The beast is overwhelmed by the hail of bullets, screaming in agony. But the main character is still worried. It held this time, but he's not sure it'll stand another few hits. If the barrier breaks, the consequences will be fatal. If that's the case, he needs to find a way to kill it as fast as possible. Skill activated giant invisible hand. This is the skill he got by spending the points he was too stingy to use before saving them for an emergency. Just as he suspected, the bullets aren't doing much. The monster clenches its fist, ready to swing again. The crowd jumps in fright, screaming, "It's attacking again." Everyone watches in horror as that massive fist comes crashing down. The system warning keeps blaring. Unauthorized entity attempting to breach. Unauthorized entity attempting to breach. It failed again. The people sigh in relief, grinning ear to ear, as they quickly start firing again. We held off the giant's attack. Everyone keep firing. The monster gets hit by another rain of bullets. He stands there observing it carefully. It's not like it's unhurt. Whether it's the rat bombs or the citizens' gunfire, it's definitely taking damage. If they keep it up, they can kill it, but they still need a finishing move. Just then, 3 of Ga-hyeong's arrows fly in from a distance, piercing the beast. Donggu's team has arrived. With them here, they can finally deliver the final blow. Their attacks do way more damage than just guns. They're all here now. Even the bear girl from earlier isn't too badly hurt. The monster opens its mouth wide, filled with jagged teeth, and roars. Ga-hyeong decides to activate his skill, summoning Basic Spear. "I'm counting on you, Donggu." He catches the weapons. Ga-hyeong pulls out, his brow furrowed and eyes shining as he takes a powerful stance and throws. Whoosh! A volley of spears pierces right through the monster's flesh. It worked. The monster screams in pain. Ga-hyeong runs up with her bow. "I'll help too." Together, they rain down attacks, tapping into the power of the phantom beasts. Basic fire magic has evolved into intermediate fire magic. The 3-legged crow senses an intruder in its territory. The 3-legged crow is requesting to unlock its power. He didn't expect this. Unlock its power. The intruder mentioned here must be that one-eyed giant, but what can such a tiny creature even do? Still, he's got nothing to lose. He might as well use everything he's got. Let's give it a shot. The main character decides to shell out the cash and unlock the bird's power. A brilliant golden light erupts, but man, his wallet is hurting. 3 million. If this doesn't work, he's going to be crying a river. The light shines as bright as the sun. He stands there with his mouth agape, looking up. Wait. Is that heading toward my house? It really is. Something flies right out of his room. Ga-hyeong watches in shock. It's that sharp beak and black feathers. It's little black, but it looks completely different. It's huge now, radiating pure power. This is nothing like the lazy bird that just ate and slept before. As long as it can show its true power when needed, it's worth every penny. The bird opens its beak wide and lunges at the monsters like a lightning bolt. The beast doesn't even have time to react. It just turns its head, and bam, it's already hit. That bird might be small, but its power is nothing to sneeze at. With one cross-continental fire blast, the monster hits the dirt hard. It worked. This is exactly the high-damage finishing move he needed. It's the first time seeing the monster in this much pain, with blood gushing non-stop from its mouth. While Donggu's crew is just standing there, dazed, a brown blur streaks past them. It's none other than the bear girl, and she's seizing the chance to finish that monster off once and for all. If she succeeds, her beloved son will come back. This time, the monster is toast. It barely has time for its final breath before the bird's attack is followed by a super powerful strike from the bear. In the blink of an eye, Xing takes down the Cyclops and gains a massive amount of experience. The hero's skill levels skyrocket instantly. His body can't handle the sudden change yet. Lightning crackles all over him as he clutches his chest in agony. A massive wave of power surges, engulfing the entire building. Ding, congratulations. You have applied the house declaration to the entire first section of the apartment complex. The sponsorship money has been deducted, and he's in so much pain he collapses to the floor. The bird flies over and lands right next to him, looking all smug and proud of itself. Our hero is speechless. I'm in total agony and this bird is mocking me. It actually had the nerve to blow 300 million of my credits. Once he scolds it, the bird finally drops that smug look. Even though he's lecturing it, he knows Xiaohei dealt the killing blow to the Cyclops, so he reaches out and pats its head. You did good. Even though summoning mystical beasts seems restricted to the house's territory, this was a total steal, spending 300 million to make 30 billion. Should he fill up all 10 summoning slots? With power like this, there's no reason to hesitate. But when he checks the system, the price for the next summon has jumped to 10 billion. Why did the price go up so much? Suddenly, a bunch of system screens pop up. At that very moment, for just a brief second, the status window notification chimes. Oh Yeonju has completed the mission. She transforms back into her human form, standing there and waiting for a miracle. It was the sound of a wish finally coming true. Tears stream down her face and she sobs silently. She's finally reached this moment. The scene shifts to a sewer somewhere. A voice calls out. Next, a guy who can make clean water, pour from his hands, is filling up bottles for people. The girl takes the full bottle, tilts her head with a small smile and says, "Thank you." He just sighs. Next. He looks completely exhausted. Their food supplies are constantly dwindling. I can make water, sure, but the food we get from fighting the monsters nearby is almost gone. We've really hit our limit. Even the water he creates is slowing down because he's out of energy. It looks like they'll have to leave this place after all. Right then, boom, their shelter shakes violently and everyone looks around in a panic. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Someone bursts through the door screaming, "Lee Jun-hyuk, get upstairs and see what's going on fast." It's bad. A monster. The messenger is frantic, barely able to get the words out. They rush to the rooftop to look, and their eyes go wide in shock. It's the exact same look the hero had when he first saw that Cyclops. Damn it. Hell no. He quickly tells the guy shivering next to him to make sure everyone stays in the basement and doesn't wander around. The guy is practically wetting himself. Lee Jun-hyuk, what are we supposed to do? There's nothing we can do. His face is flushed with exhaustion as he rubs his head. What do you mean? What do we do? There's no way we can handle a monster like that. The other guy keeps rambling until Lee Jun-hyuk snaps. Don't you get it? We're helpless. Just then a streak of golden light shoots straight for the monster. While the two of them are still arguing, the only thing they can do is pray that whoever that is. Well, by then, our hero has already wiped the floor with the monster. Don't come any closer. They hear the noise and turn in stunned silence. Wait, what? He can't believe it. Just one look, and he knows that guy is an awakened, and he's on a completely different level. He's in a different league entirely. He quickly calls out Lee Hyo-chan. He's absolutely sure about this. He trusts his gut. You go and gather everyone. Even though he doesn't know who the guy is, Lee Hyo-chan is still confused. But, you're not actually going over there, are you? He's never met Kim Ja-hyung before, but his brain is working fast. He's certain, if we want to survive in this hellhole, we have to rely on that man. The group argues as they walk. Lee Jun-hyuk, are you sure about this? What if he's a bad person? We don't have a choice. Our food is running out. If we stay there, we're just waiting to die. Lee Jun-hyuk made the right call. Now they just have to leave the rest to fate. Lee Jun-hyuk, the leader, is too tired to even speak as he heads toward the hero's building. I think it's around here. Section 2. Lee Hyo-chan looks around confused by the situation. The world is a total mess right now, so how is this building still so clean? While he's wondering, thud, his head hits the building's barrier. The whole group is blocked, having no idea what's going on. Ouch. What gives? We can't get in. Ding. A system screen appears in front of them. Do you wish to become a citizen? Before they can even react, another screen pops up. Apply for citizenship. They immediately get the mission assigned by the hero. Find building. 114. Room. 30. Time limit 1 hour. Reward a small amount of experience. Penalty for failure, none. They finally make it inside and find Kim Ja-hyung's room. The hero himself comes out to greet them. Mr. Lee Jun-hyuk, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Kim Ja-hyung. As soon as Lee Jun-hyuk sees him, he starts shaking. He knows it's this man. The man who made that massive giant drop to its knees is standing right in front of me. His instincts are screaming at him. He quickly grabs the hero's hand with deep respect. He even bows his head low and shouts clearly, I am Lee Jun-hyuk. He's made up his mind he absolutely cannot let go of this hand. He tells him he's looking forward to working with him, leaving our hero a bit speechless. People like him are pretty rare. He awkwardly replies, sure. In another room. Little Woo Ju is sitting there, the table overflowing with food. She calls out softly, Sigu, is it good? My baby is finally back. Sitting in his mother's lap, he happily replies, yes, it's delicious. But Lee Ji-sukmi, whose birthday is it today? She's caught off guard. Oh, it's nobody's. He looks puzzled. Then why do we have seaweed soup? She pulls the little boy into a tight hug. Because our Sigu loves seaweed soup, that's why. The kid is over the moon and laughs out loud. Haha. Wow, that's great. Just then the hero opens the door and walks in. She turns around. Ga-hyeong. The little boy recognizes him too. Oh, it's the mage mister. They chat for a bit. Is everything going smoothly with the new arrivals? Yes. I've already arranged their food and a place to stay. He suddenly scratched his head, looking flustered. Also, I'm really sorry. You probably don't understand what's going on. What? He continued. I mean the fact that no one can leave my house. I honestly had no idea it would turn out like this. Oh, Yeonju didn't want anything more. She gently stroked her child's head. The fact that my son and I can stay here like this is already more than enough. She couldn't help but give the little boy a kiss. I'm truly content right now. You really did bring my son back to me. Her reliability and loyalty spiked to 100. Even without the system notification, he could tell from Oh Yeonju's expression and attitude. He stood there, watching the mother and child play together. You want to watch the dinosaur movie? Sure thing. He knew it. He could feel her sincerity. The two of them watched movies together without ever getting bored. But seeing them so happy only made him feel a pang of sadness, his eyes hollow with despair. He thought of his own mother, wondering if his family was doing okay right now. Are they eating properly? Are they sick or hurt? Could something terrible have happened to them? The crow seemed to understand his heart. It ran over and let out a few caws, wanting to join in the fun with them. Watching this, he tried to encourage himself. It's okay, don't worry too much. Only one day has passed, but I know how much Oh Yeonju has struggled for this day. Right now, Shu Yizhen's rat is already on its way to my parents' house. As soon as the rat reaches home, I can transfer the necessary supplies to my family. So for today, his eyes were weary but filled with hope. I'll just watch quietly. This shining moment in a dream for Oh Yeonju only lasts for one day. Kim Jae-hwee even gave up his own bed for the mother and son. You and Sigu should go sleep in the bed inside. She didn't want to trouble him too much and immediately refused. No, it's fine. We can sleep out here. But women and children come first. He insisted they couldn't. You and Sigu need to get a really good night's sleep. He gave a playful, teasing smile. This is an order. She couldn't really refuse anymore. If you say so. The mother and son bowed deeply. I understand. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you, mister. The three of them said their goodbyes and the little boy even waved. Good night, Mr. Wizard. He looked at them with such a gentle gaze. When he was little, his mother must have held him to sleep just like that. Late into the night, the sound of soothing whispers echoed from the bedroom. Sleep tight, sleep fast. My little Sigu, Lee Ji-sukmi's little baby. Sleep well, sleep tight. Sweet dreams. Rooster, please don't crow, you'll wake my baby. Puppy, don't bark, woof woof, you'll wake my baby. That night, through the small crack in the door, Oh Yeonju's lullaby echoed endlessly in the quiet room. Even though I'm long past the age of lullabies, for some reason hearing that song made my eyes slowly drift shut. Nothing special happened the next day. It was just a peaceful day passing by. Sigu and I ate the meals that Oh Yeonju cooked. We all watched Sigu's favorite cartoon together. Sigu kept chasing little Hack, who just wanted to sunbathe, making the crow lose its temper. The whole family took a nap together. We even played with the toys I bought from the store. During that time itself unfeeling and waiting for no one just flew by in a flash. Ding. The system notified that only one day was left. He looked at the screen, his face turning grim, and even the crow shed tears of sympathy. The time I could give them was only one short day. Oh Yeonju pulled her son into a tight hug. The boy noticed, Lee Ji-sukmi, are you crying? Tears were streaming down her face, but she still said, Lee Ji-sukmi's not crying. The child cupped his mother's face. You're clearly crying. Lee Ji-sukmi, please don't cry. Oh Yeonju choked back a sob. Sigu, Lee Ji-sukmi, I'm so scared. I'm so scared of a world without my baby boy. Suddenly, the boy reached out and wrapped his arms tightly around her neck. Lee Ji-sukmi, hold me. I'm still here. Sigu used a voice as warm as sunshine to comfort her, making her break down in a fit of wailing. But even so, the child slowly let go and stepped back. Lee Ji-sukmi, I'll always be by your side. You know that, right? Oh Yeonju watched him drift further away and cried even more hysterically. Sigu, no matter how hard she tried to hold on, the boy had to leave. Not yet. I still have so many things to do for you. I still want to cook more delicious food for you, all the things you like. The boy was crying too, but he turned around and tried his best to smile brightly. He kept calling out Lee Ji-sukmi, but the dead cannot return to life. He knew he had to go. Lee Ji-sukmi, I love you. After saying those words, the boy's silhouette gradually faded away, gone forever. Facing the separation once again, Oh Yeonju's entire body trembled violently. Her face was soaked with tears, and she couldn't even speak anymore. She bit her lip until it bled repeatedly, whispering Sigu's name. Finally, she managed to force a smile and say, I love you too, my little treasure. Even though she was completely broken, she still tried to smile. Lee Ji-sukmi. Goodbye, Lee Ji-sukmi. The child turned into white petals and drifted away, never to return. The wind blew, erasing his presence from this world. Oh Yeonju just knelt there on the floor. Until the warmth Sigu left behind completely vanished, she didn't lift her head once. Hope. Hope is a flower that only blooms in the depths of despair. Therefore, those who hold hope in their hands can only sink deeper into the abyss of desperation. He witnessed it all, helpless to do anything. Thinking of his own family made his heart ache. Would they like Sigu be gone forever? It was just too cruel. Once it was all over, he walked toward Oh Yeonju and reached out to comfort her. Don't be too sad. After all, this isn't the last time. He knew he was lighting a spark of hope for her again. She immediately looked up in shock. Really, he confirmed. As long as there's a chance, I will definitely help you bring him back to life. Kim Jae-hwee took her hand. He knew Oh Yeonju couldn't resist. She was drawn in by a temptation like that of a devil. Just like that, her loyalty hit 100, and it was certain she would push herself to the limit on missions just to see Sigu again. Moving to another scene, Bae Sung-ryong was screaming his head off, cursing up a storm. Damn it. The twin brothers stood there silently, taking his verbal abuse. The long spears and all the assets they had, painstakingly saved up over time, were all gone. I'm so pissed. Everything was stolen. Where the hell are your supplies? One twin looked away, awkwardly pulling down his hat. I woke up and realized everything was gone. The other twin frowned deeply. I went to check, and it turns out a lot of people are dealing with the same thing. Do you know what the common link is between them and us? It was that time at the main gate when they called for veterans. None of us went out there. Motherf. What's more, the people who did go seem to have returned safely. Thinking back, they got even more annoyed. One of the twins let out a long sigh. We should have just gone back then. Bae Sung-ryong's face turned black with rage the moment he heard that. He grabbed the twin by the collar and barked, "So now you're blaming me, is that it?" The two of them were helpless against him on their own. He hurriedly tried to explain, No, that's not it, it's not like that at all. But the other guy just used the opportunity to keep berating him. "Damn it, didn't you guys agree to this too? You even said it yourself. That anyone who followed those orders was a total moron, am I right or not?" The man who was being held tightly by his collar stammered in a panic. Yes, Sung-rae, I'm sorry, okay." He finally let go. He shoved the man away, releasing his collar. Only then did the rest of them start to get scared, thinking they might actually get kicked out, since they remembered that kind of thing had happened before. "I heard someone tried to mess with a minor and got caught red-handed, so they kicked him out on the spot." Not long after that, criminal's body was found dead on the street. Plus, after the giant was defeated, survivors started flocking to our apartment complex in droves. We have plenty of manpower now. If I keep disobeying his orders, I might be the next one thrown out. The more he thought about it, the more furious and terrified he became. He grit his teeth hard. Damn it, this is way too easy for Sung-min just waltzing to the rendezvous point like that. He even has a gun. The more I think about it, the more my head hurts. How the hell did things end up like this? You have no idea what kind of punishment I have in store for you, Park Sung-rae. And just wait until you see how you're treated by the other survivors from now on. And then, the three men standing there jumped in surprise. Ding quest, eliminate 20 goblins. Time limit 24 hours. Reward, a small amount of experience points. Penalty for failure, 1 minute of excruciating soul-crushing pain. His face turned pale as he spun around to stare at the system window. What's this? Excruciating pain. This was the main character's sweet revenge. If you want to survive in this safe zone from now on, you're going to have to learn what it means to carry some responsibility. Ancient Vitality. This was one of Oh Yeon-ju's A-grade skills. It massively boosts regeneration rates in proportion to how severe the injury is. He studied the system screen thoughtfully. He hadn't expected that the reward for reaching 100% trust would be gaining the target's own skill. This particular skill didn't seem very useful to him right now, though. After all, I'm not planning on heading out to the battlefield myself. Since I can't really leave the house, I barely have any chance of getting injured. Still, the fact that you get a skill at 100% trust is definitely something to keep in mind. Moon Bong-ho's trust level is almost at 100 now too. If I can get my hands on Moon Bong-ho's awakening skill, teleportation, I'd be able to move to any location within my line of sight. If that's the case, what if I wait until the outpost is activated, and then combine Emperor's Eye with teleportation? Theoretically, as long as my mental power is high enough. However, activation is only possible if a resident with the title of Knight or higher is living there. If someone without authorization occupies it for more than a day, the facility will be destroyed. Kim Ga-hyeong had it all figured out. I'll be able to teleport right to that spot. It looks like I need to increase my mental power. From now on, I'll have to use quest rewards to strengthen my mental power instead of my skill mastery. Suddenly, he heard his younger sister calling him. Oh Yeonju suggested it, and she sounded much calmer than before. Please take me there now. She officially volunteered, declaring, I will personally go and rescue your family. I knew the operation was supposed to start yesterday, but it was delayed by a day because of me. She knew everything. Honestly, she said, sincerely thank you for giving me this precious time. I will definitely repay your kindness. After all, he had done all of this just to hear those words from her. Her words hit the nail right on the head. He awkwardly scratched his face. Was my anxiety really that obvious? It made him feel both grateful and a little embarrassed. She comforted him with a look of understanding. Not at all. If I were in your shoes, I'd be just as worried. After all, family is the most important thing to anyone. I truly understand the value of the day you gave me. He knew that even though the way he handled it wasn't perfect, it was probably because he had let her meet them. Her eyes sparkled. Please let me express my gratitude to you one more time. Now the fire of anger was gone from Oh Yeonju's eyes, replaced by a deep, unwavering trust. Seeing her like this made him relieved. Thank you for understanding. In that case, would you mind waiting in the room with Ha Dong-gu's team? I'll head down to find you all in a bit. She bowed deeply, accepting the order. Yes, I understand. The main character then began calculating the plan to rescue his family. There was a reason I didn't have them head straight to Gyeomcheon Station immediately. Because of that damn giant, part of the tracks at Gyeomcheon had collapsed. It wasn't just the subway tracks, but most of the underground space in Gyeomcheon was completely trashed. I have to find a new route. That's why since yesterday, So Ye-jin has been constantly sending out her mice to scout for a preliminary path. Meanwhile, he activated his skill. He used Emperor's Eye to see through the eyes of one of the mice, and what he saw was unbelievable. The mouse's status was incredible. His sister's mouse had turned into a literal giant mouse. It was a level 7 tamed giant mouse. He hadn't even known something like this could happen. Did the mouse evolve? Was it because of the new skill she got after Ye-jin was registered as a goddess? But what the hell is chasing it? He could only catch glimpses of pale white legs. They were all undead. I guess the longer you live and the more places you go, the more types of monsters you run into. Undead. They were all originally human, and now they were hunting down the mouse. Suddenly, the mouse stopped and whipped around to face the undead head-on. Several undead monsters surrounded the lone mouse. It looked like there was no way out, and even the main character felt like it was a lost cause. But then he thought instead of letting the mouse be sacrificed for nothing like this, he might as well use a toxic gas explosion to take out the whole crowd of undead along with it. The mouse's dark eyes flashed with a murderous glint, and it suddenly lunged forward. It was incredibly fast, dodging the undead's grasp as it slashed and tore at them, absolutely refusing to die. Now his sister's mouse even had actual intelligence. It knew how to find a path and how to fight. You tough little guy. I didn't expect that at all. Good, just a little further, and it would reach the exit. The mouse managed to keep its life and kept running. It's almost there. Go, it made it. But before he could even celebrate, another monster appeared right where the mouse was running. It was pale with razor-sharp teeth. The monster looked at the mouse like it wanted to swallow it whole right then and there. Both the mouse and Kim Ga-hyeong jumped in terror at the sight of it. This monster was a level 23 land shark. Its mouth was already wide open, just waiting for the mouse to run right in so it could have a snack. This was way beyond the mouse's league. What the hell is happening now? And just like that, the little guy was gone. Its death affected the main character immediately. He clutched his head in agonizing pain, sweat pouring off him like rain. What was that thing just now? A land shark. No, that's not it. The important thing is why it looked so familiar. It turns out that place was Gangnam. My parents' house is only a few kilometers away from Gangnam. That means there's a good chance the area around their house is crawling with monsters like that. I have to move fast. Over on the other side, Gabin was busy rearranging some cardboard boxes in the hallway. Managing this place all by herself was proving to be pretty exhausting, so she wiped her brow and let out a long sigh. Phew. Suddenly someone called out, "Team leader, Kim, you've been working hard." It was Kim Ga-hyeong coming to find her. Even though she was tired, hearing that made her stand up, rest her hands on her hips and flash a bright smile. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just doing what I'm paid to do. Heh. But anyway, what brings you here?" Suddenly, he looked incredibly flustered with sweat pouring down his face from the tension. He stammered and couldn't seem to get his words out. "Oh, cough. The thing is, She had never seen him like this before. She was genuinely surprised. Could the confident Ga-hui really be hesitating like this? His awkward attitude made her even more nervous, and her face turned beet red. Just spit it out already." Ga-hui felt like things weren't going well at all. What on earth was he about to ask her for? He cleared his throat several times before finally calming down. "Well, the thing is, I'd like to borrow Garang for a bit." Gabin froze. "What you mean?" Her face turned pale with shock. She was completely staggered and couldn't believe it. "Are you telling me that for the foreseeable future, I have to handle all this work entirely on my own?" But he had already planned it all out and closed the deal right then and there. "So I'm counting on you for the next 2 days." Team leader Kim was furious, her face darkening, but she tried to salvage the situation. She was determined to fight for her rights with Ga-hui. "You're gonna pay me overtime, right?" Anything that could be settled with money was something he'd never refuse. "It's a deal. I'll pay you double." Now that's what you call effective human resource management. The moment she heard about the money, her eyes lit up and she forgot all about her exhaustion. "Deal," she shouted. With that, Garang returned to using her powers. Her skill was a thick, pungent, toxic gas. Slowly opening her eyes, she realized she had been summoned to the meeting area. Kim Ga-hyeong looked around at the group. "Is everyone here? Then let's officially begin our strategic briefing. As you all know, the appearance of the giants has made the route through Samson Station extremely difficult to navigate. However, it would be a waste to simply give up on the underground rail lines." Ye-jin, she jumped in surprise and pulled out a map. "Ah, yes. After passing Samson Station, the section from Bonagon Station to Gang Station is still intact. Since the monsters haven't occupied that area yet, we can pass through freely. Therefore, our primary objective," she pushed the map in front of everyone, "is to break through to the route leading to Gasan. The proposed route involves moving along the main road." But looking at that hand-drawn map, the whole group instantly froze, completely speechless. It was so bad they wouldn't even know which way to go in broad daylight. The protagonist had to step in. "Wait a second." A man named Go-do chuckled awkwardly. "Seo Ye-jin, you really have a unique drawing style." He. She actually thought it was a compliment and smiled broadly. "Thank you." The protagonist was at a loss for words. He cleared his throat softly. "Anyway, allow me to continue the explanation." He pointed to the station before Bonagon. "We need to be careful here. A horde of orcs has turned that hypermarket into their base. We estimate their numbers to be at least 500 or more." Ha Dong-gun spoke up with a question. "Is it absolutely necessary to face them head-on?" Ye-jin nodded. "That's right. After all, our goal is to reach Bonagon Station and use the subway tracks. Don't worry, everyone. I've used my scout mice to confirm a route that has no orcs. I'm certain that as long as we deal with the monsters we encounter on the way and quickly get into the subway, we'll be fine." Kim Ga-hyeong had it all calculated. Before launching the operation to eliminate the giants, he had spent a massive amount of money to level up the members of Ha Dong-gun's team as much as possible. As a result, they had all reached level 30. Currently, among the vassals he possessed, the only ones below level 30 were Choi Hyun and Ga-hyeong. A goblin like Zamba was basically no match for Ha Dong-gun's team now. The group continued to point at the map and discuss the details. While we can go straight to Gang Station once we enter the subway tracks, the real problem lies at the next stop. Gasan Station. The group panicked the moment they heard the name. Do you mean there's a giant at Gasan Station too? No, we haven't seen any giants there yet. Only then did they dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Well, that's good news then. But Yejin's face looked even more tense. The problem isn't a giant, it's the tracks. The line connecting Gang Station to Gasan is crawling with an absolutely terrifying number of zombies. If we don't have the ability to wipe out monsters in such a confined space, this route will actually be a death trap for us. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked at Ga-hyeong. Using toxic gas in a confined space would mean they'd all be goners. Plus, she was the most timid person in the entire group. Her face turned pale, and she started shaking uncontrollably. She finally gritted her teeth and calmed down. Yejin held her trembling hands tightly, trying to prove her worth. My power will definitely be of help. After returning from the meeting, she got straight to work. Ding. Storage capacity for poisonous bone 100 kilograms has exceeded the storage limit. Only then did she dare to let out a sigh of relief. Phew. It's finished. Right then the protagonist walked in. Ga-hyeong, you've worked hard. Oh, thank you. Are you feeling all right? I'm doing great. Even though I felt pretty weak halfway through, I suddenly felt a surge of power, so there are no problems at all. That's good to hear. The protagonist had actually played a hand in that. Since Ga-hyeong looked exhausted, he had urgently opened the vassal management window to level her up. Even though it cost a lot of money, he had already earned tens of billions anyway. This small amount of money was nothing compared to saving his family. Looking at the result, it was clearly the right decision. She had a bit of a question. But Ga-hui, do I really not need to go there in person? He nodded. It's fine. It's enough for you to stay here and continuously create poisonous bones. This is the best arrangement. It utilizes your talent without forcing you into a situation where you might literally die of fright. Alright, the preparations are complete. Everything is ready now. It's time to start the operation. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Ga-hyeong activated his Divine Eye skill. On the other side, Yejin summoned her scout mice to lead the way. This time the mouse encountered a massive crowd of the undead. Since it was a level 3 domesticated scout mouse, it was quite sturdy. The two sides clashed one mouse against a horde of zombies. The protagonist immediately reached out and opened his inventory. Clouds of Ga-hyeong's toxic mist filled the air. The mouse avoided all of it, aided by the poisonous bones. Everywhere the mouse ran, the zombies collapsed. Ga-hyeong's poison had a paralyzing effect. Once the mist was inhaled, movements would become sluggish as the victim lost control of their body. Following that, it would paralyze the diaphragm and intercostal muscles, leading to suffocation. But these creatures were zombies. Since they were already dead, they didn't need to breathe, so the poison had no effect. To deal with this situation, he had prepared Plan B. He shouted, "Jin, I'm counting on you." She understood perfectly and gave the command. Yes, right now hundreds of glowing red eyes appeared in the hallway as an entire army of mice thick as ants charged forward. There was no shortage of mice in this post-apocalyptic world. This time, the zombies were definitely done for. The mice gnawed on them until not a single scrap of bone was left. System notifications rang out continuously. Ding, the gorilla has eliminated the zombies and gained experience points. 120,085 gold has been deposited into the household king's wallet. Suddenly, So Yu-hae-in sat there startled and let out a scream. Oh no, something's wrong with the rats. Now she can see that the rats have turned into zombies too, probably from gnawing on those contaminated corpses. The situation is even worse than before. First, it was undead people, and now we have giant level 9 domesticated zombie rats. The two of them really didn't see this coming. It was a close call. If they get infected by zombie blood, they'll turn into zombies themselves. Just one moment of carelessness. And for someone fighting, by biting and scratching, the risk of infection is incredibly high. He breathed a sigh of relief, thankful they avoided the worst-case scenario. Do the mutant rats still listen to you? Yu-hae-in wasn't sure. She tried to connect. Well, they seem really angry, but they still seem to be following my orders. If that's the case, then it's not so bad. He let out a relieved breath. Everything was going according to plan. If they keep this up and reach Gajwa Station safely, he might actually be able to save his family this time. Suddenly, ding, the system announced that an unauthorized object was attempting to intrude. His eyes widened in shock. 157 people. Where did all these people come from? Still, he pressed the authorization button. The number of citizens has reached 3,000. Having reached a certain number of citizens, the Skill Economic Activity Population Subsidy has been unlocked. Since the citizen count hit a certain milestone, he got the Economic Activity Population skill. Having more people isn't such a bad thing after all. A look of genuine interest spread across his face. This skill actually looks pretty sweet. The system displayed a series of new skills. The Economic Activity Population Subsidy allows him to assign roles to residents and provide them with a stipend. The subsidy money is calculated separately from the cash in the household, King's personal wallet. Plus, there are new roles like secretary, director, and manager. He immediately thought that assigning Kim Ga-bin and the public facilities management team to these roles would be the most logical move. The salary he was paying them was originally 700 G a week. That works out to exactly the 100 G daily wage for a staff position. From now on, when he pays them, there won't be any transaction fees. In that case, he needed to significantly increase the number of public facility management staff, because using the Economic Activity Population Subsidy to pay residents is completely free. This is a massive amount of money. Even a low-level staff member makes 100 G a day. If he hires 300 staff members, that's 30 million won a day. If he fills every single quota from staff all the way up to director, the total amount they could receive would add up fast. A manager gets 200, a deputy director gets 250, and a director gets 300. That's a total of 50 million, won a day. By accumulating that, the money earned from using the tax skill will also increase. His eyes practically sparkled at the mention of money. Furthermore, they'll spend that money in the shop, and a portion of it will loop right back into his hands. Assigning more roles to residents is incredibly beneficial for him. Aside from public facility management, he wondered what other positions he could create. He could organize jobs for facility managers, janitors, and security guards. Is that all he can think of for now? For the security guards, he'd prioritize the people who gathered at the main gate last time. And one more thing. Ding. He officially appointed Kim Ga-bin as the director. Besides Choi Hae-ryung and Ga-hyeong, who else was on Kim Ga-bin's team? They've already been registered as retainers. He knew it. Give her a little raise, and everything falls right into place. Oh, I see. It turns out that once their loyalty reaches 100, they're automatically registered as retainers. Doesn't that mean that once their loyalty hits 100, they'll also gain awakening abilities at the same time? He was about to tap the screen to check Kim Ga-bin's power when suddenly a loud snoring sound erupted next to him. He turned around to see Ga-hyeong fast asleep on the sofa, dead to the world. So Yoo Hae-in just stood there speechless and pointed. Should I wake her up? Jin Hyuk shook his head. No, let her be. I know Ga-hyeong worked hard to finish her mission. Even though she acts like it's nothing, she must be exhausted. This just proves she used up a lot of stamina, so I should reward her. Let her sleep. After saying that, he thoughtfully used an invisible hand to gently pull a blanket over her. Even Jin Hyuk could see that Ga-hyeong was wiped out. Right, he just remembered to check on Yoo Hae-in too. Are you doing okay? We've entered the tracks for Nampo Station now. That's good. Great work. I'll keep counting on you then. She nodded immediately. Yes, leave it to me. But suddenly her face went pale and she looked terrified. Jin Hyuk immediately noticed something was wrong. What happened? She was drenched in sweat. No. I can't connect. She stared down at her hands in a panic, her face turning dark. Jin Hyuk jumped, startled. What do you mean? Just like that, Yoo Hae-in tried to stay calm. Wait, give me a second. But no matter how many times she tried, it wouldn't work. It seems like the distance is just too far now. But the rats are still there. Weren't you connected just fine a moment ago? Co Yoo Hae-in explained the situation. If I'm already connected, I can move a bit out of range, but the initial connection range seems to be limited to the area around Jungnong Station. What should I do? Even Jin Hyuk felt helpless at this point, gritting his teeth in pure frustration. Why now of all times? We're so close. Just a bit further from Gajwa Station and we'd be at my family's place. He had originally planned to use So Yoo Hae-in's rats to check on his home first. He clenched his fists, furious. Damn it, So Yoo Hae-in, I know it's a hassle, but try to find a way to reconnect at Jungnong Station. She agreed instantly. Oh, okay. She sat cross-legged and closed her eyes, focusing with everything she had. She told herself she had to succeed. The rats were still running wild out there. They were turning into zombies without her control, and there was no telling what kind of trouble they'd cause. Jin Hyuk was incredibly tense. I have to try everything. He just hoped his family was safe. Right now, Ha Dong-gun's group was getting close to the rats' location. Over at Jungnong Station, the group emerged from the underground one by one onto the street. The scene before them was absolute devastation. Skyscrapers had collapsed, and giant footprints were stamped into the ground. Everyone gasped in horror. Oh my god, this is terrible. Yoo-jin tapped the guy's shoulder. Ga-hyeong, go scout the area. Yes, Yoo-jin. After saying that, he released a crow into the sky. Through the crow's eyes, it seemed like there were no monsters around. They figured that thanks to that giant causing a rampage, they could pass through easily. Ga-hyeong agreed. Seems like it. I doubt any monsters would dare come near this mess after seeing how brutal it was. Donggon suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. But it's almost dark. Is it okay to keep going? Maybe we should find a safe place to sleep for the night. We can head out again in the morning. Yoo-jin turned to reassure him. Don't worry. Based on goblin behavior, the night is actually safer. They tend to hide once the sun goes down. Come on, let's keep moving. If things get dangerous, the king will just summon us anyway. Just then, a rat scurried up, squeaking as if it were trying to tell them something. The group realized it right away. Oh, it's the mouse sent by Seo Yejin. Let's follow it. Just like that, a mouse led the group, but the further they went, the more everyone felt a creeping sense of dread. Good lord, Gap Busan has turned into a total lake. How did this happen? Was this the giants doing too? It must be. It looks like a massive crater created after the building slammed into the ground. Nobody noticed, but something was rising from beneath the lake's surface. Donggon was the first to spot it. What's going on? I just heard some kind of noise. He pointed toward a mound in the middle of the lake. Who is that over there? Is that a person? Looks like a woman. Wait a second. No, hold on. She has a fishtail. She's clearly a mermaid. Could it be? Just as everyone was spiraling into confusion, a soul-shredding scream tore through the air. Everyone flinched, desperately covering their ears. Ugh, everyone cover your ears now. That siren, that fish monster woman was tilting her head back, screaming violently at the sky. Anyone could tell this wasn't going to end well. Everyone clutched their ears and gritted their teeth trying to push through the pain, but no matter how hard they pressed, it still got to them. Their eyes flashed with a purple light as they groaned. What on earth is happening? My body. I can't control it. Their entire group was lifted into the air before some invisible force hurled them straight into the water. Yu Hien and Kang Rei-su were the first to get hit. They were thrown deep into the water, and unable to react in time, they looked at each other in sheer panic. That guy Kang Rei-su passed out already, damn it. Oh Yeonju scrambled to swim toward him. No way. If he stays like this, Kang Rei-su is in real trouble. But just as she started swimming, dozens of webbed hands reached out from the depths, trying to grab her legs and pull her down. She gasped in horror as they swarmed the lower half of her body, but Yeonju couldn't afford to stop. I have to risk it, I have to make it. But there were too many monsters, and being underwater made it worse. She was reaching her limit. To make matters worse, Kang Rei-su was still unconscious, while those on the shore clutched their heads in agony. Damn it, Donggon fought back, using his magic to suppress the headache, firing a magical barrier toward his teammates. That effectively blocked the scream's impact. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as the pressure eased. Suddenly, they felt strong enough to stand their ground again. Ga-eun, this power. What exactly is it? The girl collapsed to the ground, exhausted, barely managing to whisper, "Ugh, quickly go save Kang Rei-su and Oh Yeonju." She was completely out of strength. Suddenly, the group saw monsters emerging from the water. Wait, what are those? There were several of them, and they were armed. They were acting like they were in a frenzied trance, charging straight at the group. Donggu quickly grabbed his weapon and roared, "Everyone get ready for combat. They're targeting us first. Here they come. Get over here." A merman suddenly lunged up from the ground. Watch out. Donggon's face turned beet red as he gnashed his teeth and gripped his weapon tight. That merman was fighting just like a human. He had a weapon and even knew how to parry. The two were locked in a high-tension duel when an arrow suddenly pierced the monster's neck. But more and more of them were leaping out of the water. Yu Hei-in's arms were aching from firing so many arrows. Damn it, there's no end to these things. In the blink of an eye, the entire group was surrounded by mermen. Donggon's face paled as he ground his teeth. Damn it, there's no time to mess around. I have to save Oh Yeonju and Kang Rei-su right now. Just then, lake water erupted everywhere, startling even the monsters. They turned to see Oh Yeonju in her bear form clutching Kang Rei-su as she leaped straight out of the water. She looked absolutely livid. Now that she's a bear, those monsters are screwed. Thankfully, Kang Rei-su managed to cough up the water. I really thought The others were so overjoyed they couldn't stop smiling. Kang Rei-su Yeonju. Having been saved, he gave a shaky thumbs up. Yeonju, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'd be dead meat. The girl smiled brightly. Don't mention it. I owe you a lot too. Watching their reunion, the monsters were fuming with rage, their eyes bulging as they roared in fury. Watching them rush in for another attack left the group speechless. These things aren't giving us a single second to breathe, are they? Fine, let's just pop all our skills at once and fight them to the bitter end. Let's see this through. Kang Rei-su suited up in his armor, his strength, returning as he gripped his combat knife. Meanwhile, the bear girl was taking on several monsters all by herself. One swipe from her was enough to send them to the afterlife. She sent one monster flying into a wooden pillar, but the group didn't notice something. There was a monster's corpse hanging on that pillar, and after taking such a heavy hit, the whole thing started to topple. The group panicked, shouting, "Everyone move!" Luckily, they dodged just in time before the entire pillar crashed down in a cloud of dust. They anxiously asked one another, "Donggon, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. But what the hell was that just collapsed? Is this a goblin? It's bizarre that even monsters are tied up on these pillars." That's when they finally noticed it. Wait, everyone look up there. The whole group looked up. Oh god, that's horrific. There were countless pillars just like that one, each with a goblin tied to it. Ha Donggun stood there, frozen, jaw dropped. He'd been so focused on the ground that he hadn't noticed these poor bastards. Whether they were magical beasts or humans, just how many lives had these things taken? A literal forest of vertical stakes stood before them. Suddenly, Ga-hyeong was so shaken that she dropped her bow. Her whole body trembled, her face turning pale as she lost her voice. Ah! Her eyes went wide with shock, her hands flying to cover her mouth. That's my dad. Just as she was reeling from the horror, a monster seized the opportunity and lunged straight for her. Dong-gon was equally stunned when he heard her cry out for her father. The monster was closing in, and she was too traumatized to even notice. The group screamed. Yu-hye and Dong-gon yelled her name in a panic. Yu-hye. Fortunately, someone pulled their gun just in time and took out the monster with a single shot, saving her life. The creature slumped over dead. Bung-ho asked worriedly, Yu-hye, are you okay? Dong-gon let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Bung-ho, great job. He then realized something was wrong. Wait, what's going on? Ga-hyeong's condition was worsening. She was clutching, her face collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, Ga-eun called out Dong-gon. She looked serious as she suggested, I think I found a way out of this mess. I've been tracking that siren through Little Black this whole time. It seems she's hiding in the back, giving orders to all these monsters. Everything finally clicked for Dong-gon. What he didn't understand the siren's language, but as long as her mouth was moving, these fish heads followed her lead. If we can just take down that siren, the monsters might retreat once they lose their leader. It sounds like a solid plan, definitely worth a shot. But that bitch was right in the middle of the lake, and it didn't look like they were going to give us any openings. Suddenly, Kang Rae-soo spoke up. So all we have to do is kill that siren, right? Even though he'd sink like a stone in the water, he confidently added, no problem. Leave her to me. I've got a plan. The siren's lips began to move again. Immediately, the mermen raised their weapons and charged. The group's faces flushed with anger, teeth grinding. They've changed their formation. It looks like they realized we're targeting the siren. Dong-gu asked him anxiously. Hey, Kang Rae-soo, can we really trust you on this? I don't know what kind of plan he's cooked up to be this confident. Relax. Just leave everything to me. Drawing their attention will actually work in my favor. You guys just focus on clearing a path for me. Kim Ji-dong pulled the girl who was trembling and sobbing into a tight embrace. I'll take responsibility for protecting Yu-hyeon. Everyone else, let's get Ha Dong-gun's plan moving. Their immediate goal was to wipe out that swarm of fishmen. They went wild using anything they could get their hands on. Guns, bows, spears, you name it. Suddenly, Ha Dong-gun turned around and shouted, Sue, are you okay? He still looked incredibly confident. Clad in full iron armor, he focused all his strength into his weapon and hurled it with everything he had. It tore through the crowd, aiming straight for that siren. The bitch didn't expect to go down like that. She tilted her body just in time to avoid it. It nearly took her head off. Damn it, he missed. It wasn't enough to bring her down. Everyone watching was stunned. They thought he had some secret technique, but it was just a simple straight throw. They just stood there frozen. Hey, Kang Rae-soo, didn't you say you'd handle everything? But his face remained as confident as ever. He didn't say a word. Having escaped death, the siren couldn't stop laughing as she mocked them. Even the fishmen joined in with their crazed laughter. Ji-woo suddenly smirked triumphantly. Dong-gon, did you forget already? If even you fell for the trap, how are they supposed to see it coming? He still didn't get the point, and turned around snapping. What the hell are you talking about? But just as he finished shouting, it hit him. He remembered the incredible secret of the divine spear that he himself had discovered. Risu smiled, confidently waiting. Exactly as he calculated, the divine spear turned around and came flying back. This time it pierced right through that bitch's body. Now that's how you reel him in. That siren bitch wasn't laughing anymore. She was sent straight to meet her fishy ancestors. A system notification pinged. Ding, you have defeated the siren. Experience points received. Funds have been added to the family wallet. The group had succeeded. The fishmen were caught completely off guard. Before the smiles could even fade from their faces, the whole pack was so terrified they practically wet themselves and dove into the water. They're retreating. Everyone finally let out a long breath of relief. Phew, thank goodness. We can finally breathe again. Ha ha ha, how was that? I really am a genius, aren't I? Kang Rae-soo, you were amazing. That guy's ego was so inflated, his nose was practically touching the clouds. Dong-gon rushed over to Yu-hyeon. Are you okay? Da-on, who had been holding the girl tight, looked at him with a confused and worried expression while she continued to sob. Ha Dong-gun. What do we do? He still had no idea what was wrong. Yu-hyeon finally managed to speak to Ha Dong-gun, her whole body shaking violently. My dad, he's hanging up there. His face instantly turned pale. What? No way. He quickly turned his head to look. Why was his father-in-law? He was just as panicked. No. I must be seeing things. Yeah, I'm definitely just seeing things. Yu-hyeon's tears fell like rain. Dong-gon, what am I going to do? No matter how many times they looked, there was no mistake. It was him, Ha Dong-gun, my dad. What do I do? Everyone watching felt a wave of deep sympathy and sorrow. Poor man. The heartbreaking cries of dad echoed through the deathly silent space. On the other side, Kim Ga-hyeong, having learned what happened, tried to use the system to update a major quest for the target. Kim Yu-hyeon, reward, resurrect father. But then a warning appeared: cannot resurrect a target who died outside the king's territory. Jijin quickly turned to look at him, but Kim Ga-hyeong didn't say a word, helplessly hanging his head. The system screen flashed a deep, bloody red. This pain was just too much. He started worrying about his own parents, wondering how they were doing. If the same thing happened to them, he wouldn't be able to bring them back either. I have a lot of faith in Ha Donggun's team. If they truly face a life-threatening situation, I won't hesitate to summon them back. Because if I summon them without a forward base, everything will have to start from scratch. The risk is just too great. Yeah, I'm only doing this because I have no other choice. No other choice. Is that really true? They were dragged underwater and surrounded by a pack of fishmen brandishing weapons. If that doesn't count as a life-threatening situation, then what does? But deep down, I knew exactly why I was doing this. The anxiety and the desperate urge to see my family as soon as possible wasn't just my own. They have families of their own too. Naturally, they'd be worried sick about their loved ones. To be honest, I knew all along. I was just being selfish, prioritizing my own family and pretending I didn't notice. They were the ones who gave up their chance for me. I know. I clearly know everything. His hand trembled as he selected the quest. He decided to give them a team mission. Quest: build a grave. Time limit: 1 hour. Reward: a small amount of experience. Penalty for failure: none. The system screen appeared in front of Yoo-hyun, pulling her back to reality. She looked at it, feeling even more hopeless, biting her lip and gritting her teeth to endure the pain. The dead were gone, but the grief was overwhelming. She eventually collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. Kim Ga-hyeong was in a tough spot too. He clutched his head, blaming himself. Damn it, I'm still giving them quests at a time like this. He really just wanted them to take care of it quickly and get back to the original plan. Once the graves for the deceased were finished, they stood in silence for a long time. Ha Donggun asked tentatively Yoo-hyun, "Are you really okay?" She could only whisper, "Dad will like it here. My father was a total workaholic and he was really proud of that too. He used to say that even when he died, he wanted to be buried right next to the train tracks." She placed his nameplate on the grave. "That was back when I was a kid. At the time, I thought it was such a ridiculous wish, but I never imagined I'd actually be the one to fulfill his wish like this." Every word from Kim Yoo-hyun felt like a knife twisting in my heart, because I knew that I too might have to face a tragedy just like hers. I don't want to see them suffer through that pain again. That's why I can't let everyone stay in this sorrow any longer. I need people with even more power, the ones with the most potential right now. The scene shifts elsewhere. Lee Jun-hyuk was using water to fight off monsters. I checked his stats. Loyalty of citizen Lee Jun-hyuk has exceeded 30. Conditions for registering as a vassal have been met. Kim Ga-hyeong immediately pressed accept to register him as a vassal. Suddenly, the girl behind Lee Jun-hyuk pointed at him, terrified. "Appa, Jun-hyuk, your body is glowing." He only just noticed it himself. That was the spiritual power I had given him. He knit his brows in confusion. What is this? A series of system windows popped up. 12th Servant Night Mage. Trust 59. Loyalty 31. Awakened Power Aquatic Knight. Ability Water Manipulation. Can summon heated and condensed water to create explosions. Quest: attempt to manifest Aquatic Knight and control water. Time limit 10 minutes. Reward: mental power enhancement. Penalty for failure: mental fatigue. He realized it was me immediately. The girl behind him was still trembling with worry. "Are you okay? What just happened?" He cut her off. "Give me a second." He let out a delighted grin. "Kim Ga-hyeong, I get it now. It just so happens there's target practice everywhere around here. Look at all these goblins. This is the perfect place for some practice." He reached his hand forward, and a sphere of water instantly materialized in the air. Thanks to the system's power, his water sphere was absolutely massive, its destructive force multiplied several times over. The pack of monsters stood there, completely stunned, not a single one of them daring to charge. He let out a roar, and with a loud boom, the Water Knight spell sent the sphere crashing into the pack, blowing the goblins away instantly. The damage was insane, taking out several monsters in one hit. But he wasn't done yet. He had to test out a few more water manipulation skills. In the sky, a series of giant water spheres began to rain down. Everyone watching the scene was frozen in total disbelief. Whoa, Lee Jun-hyuk, was that you? This newfound power was exactly what he dreamed of. He had never felt so cool in his entire life, and he couldn't stop himself from grinning like an idiot. Ha ha ha. He dropped to his knees, threw his head back, and laughed like a madman. Looking toward Kim Ga-hoon's building, he bowed deeply. "Thank you. I will never ever forget this debt of gratitude." The onlookers were totally blanked out, having no idea what was happening. What's wrong with him? Why did he suddenly go crazy? Thank you. Who was he thanking? Wait, was it because of that light earlier ding? The reliability of citizen Lee Jun-hyuk has increased sharply. His loyalty has increased sharply. Even Ga-hoon was surprised. He hadn't expected the guy to awaken an S-rank ability. So after Yuju, the second S-rank powerhouse has been born. To be honest, since I heard his initial ability was only B rank, spending mana just to create water, I didn't expect things to go this smoothly. Was it because of his high level? It doesn't seem like it was just dumb luck. Regardless, the result is good enough. Now moving on. How should I utilize his power next? Would it be better to have him join Ha Jong-un's team? No. Ha Dong-gun's team is already very well balanced. Simply moving Lee Jun-hyuk to Ha Jong-un's team isn't a great choice. That's because the people following Jun-hyuk are very tightly knit around him. The moment he leaves, that group would likely turn into a disorganized mess. For now, it's better to let Lee Jun-hyuk and his teammates stay together. Suddenly ding, you have defeated a level 6 goblin. Experience points received. A flood of notifications began ringing non-stop. Ga-hyeong couldn't tell who it was at first. It's already this late. Besides Jun-hyuk's team, is there another group out there working this hard to hunt monsters? Not only that, but his skill level was rising. Announcement. The nest has reached level 20. You have received 3 skill points. New skill learned. Territory has been expanded. Every time something leveled up, his entire body would erupt in a wave of agonizing pain. He clutched his neck and screamed. Seo Ye-jin jumped up in a panic. What's happening? She watched him writhe in pain, frantically calling his name. Ga-hyeong had no idea that his power was currently surging outside. Everything went dark as the pain peaked. When he finally blinked, his eyes open, he saw her standing there, terrified. Ga-hyeong, are you okay? He was beyond exhausted. This pain was on a completely different level compared to before. It felt as if his entire body was being pierced by thousands of sharp needles. The girl's face was deathly pale. Ga-hyeong, breathe. Please just breathe, Ga-hyeong. What's wrong with you? He struggled with all his might just to peek through his eyelids. Ugh. What happened? Did I pass out? Suddenly he saw a pair of lips closing in right in front of his face. His eyes snapped wide open. She was about to kiss him, probably trying to give him mouth to mouth. Ga-hyeong panicked, and without any hesitation or gentleness, he shoved her away. Ugh, Seo Ye-jin, what are you doing? The girl jumped back, her face turning bright red with embarrassment. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. She looked like she wanted to crawl into a hole, stammering through her explanation. Well, I thought you stopped breathing, so I was going to give you CPR. The pain had faded, so he sat up and replied, I'm fine. He looked over and saw Little Black crying as well, so he reached out to pat its head. I'm okay. He quickly activated his skill, and through his Emperor's eyes, he could see the entire territory. The scale this time was truly staggering. It's huge. It didn't just expand to Bo Station. Even Samsan Station and Buon Station were now within his borders. With the apartment complex as the center, every street within a 1-kilometer radius now belonged to him. No wonder it hurt so much. After all, this was the largest territory expansion to date. He was exhausted. Even though he desperately wanted to sleep for just 5 more minutes, time was of the essence. First, the 3 skill points he got after reaching level 20. I've already decided which skills to upgrade. This is the most crucial ability for my current combat strategy. I need to level up Emperor's Eyes. Emperor's Eyes has reached level 4. Multi-vision feature unlocked. Now his eyes were sharper than a hawk's. He could feel his field of vision expanding, almost like sitting in a security room filled with surveillance monitors. However, maintaining such a suddenly expanded view was taking a toll on his concentration. It seems that maintaining 3 views simultaneously is his current limit. Next, with the remaining 2 skill points, the second skill I want to upgrade is Maintain Dignity. Upgrade complete. Magic Draw feature unlocked. You have received 300 sponsorship crystals. He didn't expect that. 300 crystals, that's a lot, but he figured it out instantly. They probably gave me these 300 crystals just so I could test out the magic draw. Of course, there was no reason for him to refuse a freebie. He hit accept immediately. Instantly, a golden magic circle appeared on the floor. The light was so intense that Seo Ye-jin and Little Black had to shield their eyes. Ga-hyeong, this light is. Even he was stunned. He didn't know what this was. Golden light flooded the room, shining as brilliantly as the sun right outside the window. A ring appeared. It was smaller than a communication ring, but larger than the rings used to transmit a king's voice to his vassals. Ga-hyeong picked it up and tried it on. It was a perfect fit. A communication ring, a ring that can transmit voice. Not bad. If I combine this with Kim Ga-bin's power, the effect will be amazing. He suddenly remembered that Kim Ga-bin had already been registered as a vassal. He pulled up her profile to check. Vassal Management, Kim Ga-bin. Title 11th Attendant. Reliability 77. Loyalty 100. Awakened ability Telepathy. Perfect. This is such a stroke of luck. This ability and her job are a match made in heaven. Just then, the sound of shouting erupted from outside. Are you saying all 50 of us have to live in a single apartment? The yelling was so loud that Ga-hyeong could hear it clearly. What do you mean, just for now? Do you think we're chickens being kept in a coop? I just checked and there are clearly plenty of empty rooms. I walked around and saw them all myself. Are you trying to scam me? Seriously, at least give everyone a place to sleep. At the very least, give the children a decent place to lay their heads. The entire crowd began ganging up on Ga-bin. Don't be like that. Just give us a few more of those empty rooms. We just need a place to squeeze into and sleep, that's all. All the poor girl could say was, I am truly sorry. According to our regulations, Ga-hyeong watched the scene, his face darkening with anger. A bunch of entitled freeloaders. He needed to teach them a lesson. Ding. The king's door can now connect doors within the territory. A family announcement has been received. This is a new skill I just unlocked after reaching level 20. I never imagined I'd be testing it out for the first time in a place like this. He opened the door right behind Kim Ga-bin and stepped out. That fat old geezer was still pointing his finger and yelling. At the end of the day, you're all just squatters who took over someone else's house, aren't you? In an emergency like this, people should be helping each other. Do you really think you're so high and mighty? Kim Ga-hyeong spoke in a cold, sharp voice. I'm right here. I'm the squatter you're talking about. Kim Ga-bin turned around in surprise. Kim Ga-hyeong, you're back. He ignored her for a moment, staring straight at the Kang Sung-hoon. If you have a problem with my policies. His expression grew dark. He glared at the Kang Sung-hoon as a warning. Then how about you get the hell out of my house? Even at a time like this, he still has the nerve to act superior. What's with this, respect your elders nonsense just because I'm younger than you? Kim Ga-hyeong didn't feel like wasting any more words. He pointed his finger and shouted a single command, expel Choi Se-ong Jin Sik. Instantly, the Kang Sung-hoon vanished without a trace. The crowd was scared out of their wits, and they quickly scrambled backward. He remained as calm as ever, looking at each of them with the cold eyes of a grim reaper. Finally, things were a bit quiet. All right, does anyone else have something they want to say? The entire group stood in dead silence, not daring to utter a word. He continued, from this moment on, I am cutting off the electricity, water, and gas that you have been using. The crowd couldn't accept it and screamed out in shock. What, how? How could you do something like that? Kim Ga-hyeong looked at them with total indifference. I'm the one who should be asking you that. What exactly is going on here? He began to expose their true deceitful faces. You vultures only showed up at this residential area right after we took down that giant monster. Is that just a coincidence? Isn't it because you figured this place was safe enough to kill monsters like that giant, so you came here looking for a free ride? Well, hundreds of people with that exact same mindset come looking for this place every single day. Do you understand what I'm getting at? First, we'll quickly run out of empty rooms and eventually we won't be able to take in any more new residents. Second, the people already living here will definitely start feeling resentful. And third, once you give in to people like you, once you'll never stop making endless demands. I'm taking this opportunity to make things very clear to you. There are no basic rights or welfare benefits for you here. Please open your eyes and look at the state of the world. The South Korean government has already collapsed and I am not a government representative. The crowd's faces turned pale. They were as obedient as puppies now. They probably thought this was just the tyranny of someone abusing their power. But the world has become so cruel that you can't keep holding on to delusions about things like basic rights or welfare anymore. He had to teach these bastards a lesson in manners. If you want to enjoy privileges, then prove that you're actually worth it first. Right now, other survivors are gritting their teeth just to endure and adapt to this hellish environment. To make the most of the space, they are willing to sleep in 3 rotating shifts and actively seek advice from those who arrived before them. Even in these harsh conditions, there are still people willing to care for the elderly, women and children, all while struggling to survive together. Yet you people don't look for solutions, you just blindly demand handouts. He was done with them. He glared at them threateningly. All of you get back to your assigned quarters immediately. You people never know when enough is enough. If you don't want to lose even more, then get the hell out of my sight. After hearing Kim Ga-hyeong's words, the whole group was terrified. They didn't dare say another word and quickly turned tail and ran. Kim Ga-bin let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, Kim Ga-hyeong, thank you. You really saved me back there. He gave her a soft smile. What are you thanking me for? It's what I should have done. If anything, I'm the one who should be thanking you. She clearly heard his voice, but his mouth hadn't moved at all. She jumped in surprise. Seeing her reaction, he felt like teasing her more. Does it seem like magic to you? Well, it kind of is. He decided to guide her. You can use a similar skill too. You know what telepathy is, right? You just have to think of the person and say what you want to say in your head. Kim Ga-bin tried it, immediately closing her eyes. Oh, I did it, talking without opening my mouth. Ooh, is it like this? You're doing great. As for the specific conditions and limits, you'll get used to them as you use it. Thanks. How did you manage that? He thought everyone had left, but then he saw one person standing there, raising a trembling hand. That. Kim Ga-hyeong and Kim Ga-bin both looked over in surprise. It was a young, chubby guy bowing his head in fear and stuttering. Kim Ga-hyeong realized the guy wanted to say something. Do you have something else to tell me? The guy kept his head down, not daring to look up. I know it's incredibly thick-skinned of me to ask this. He bowed even deeper as he spoke. But, could you please forgive the person who was just kicked out just this once? Kim Ga-hyeong asked him bluntly, why should I forgive him? Actually, everyone was responsible. I don't think Choi Se-ong Jin Sik should be the only one punished. I'm willing to accept any punishment myself. So please, I beg you, have some mercy and forgive him just this once. In truth, Kim Ga-hyeong had already considered this. He was wondering whether he should let Choi Seong-jin-sik back in later anyway. After all, he couldn't just sacrifice someone's life just to make an example out of them. Luckily, it seemed like Choi Seong-jin-sik hadn't run off anywhere and was still outside knocking on the door. After thinking for a moment, he asked the guy, "What's your name?" "My name is Han Kyung-hoon." "Alright, Han Kyung-hoon. I'll reinstate Choi Seong-jin-sik's residency rights. Also, I'll restore the electricity and water to your place, but not the gas." This was more than the guy had even hoped for. The chubby guy was stunned. "Really? Is that true? I see that you're sincere, so I've decided to let it slide this once, but there won't be a second time. Make sure you tell the others that." The guy bowed deeply and sincerely. Thank you so much, Ping. Residency rights have been reinstated for Choi Seong-jin-sik. Citizen Han Kyung-hoon's trust level has increased significantly. This was the lightest punishment he could give them. Although he thought about the children in that group and wanted to give them gas too, that wouldn't really be a punishment. They needed to experience the hardship of taking cold showers or lying on a freezing floor at least once. He looked over at Kim Ga-bin, who was smiling brightly at him. "You actually have a very warm heart, don't you? That's unexpected." He was caught off guard. "Me, yeah. Thank you for thinking so well of me." "Oh my gosh, are you actually blushing right now?" "Alright, enough joking around." He got down to business. "Let's change the subject. Kim Ga-bin, I want to talk to you about the public utilities we're installing in the 3 buildings. I'm considering whether we should build 1 utility facility for each of the 25 buildings." As soon as she heard that, her face went pale with shock. "What? All 25? He started checking on the current status. "Tell me how many members are currently in your group, including Hae Lim and Uncle Han Jun. 15 people in total. If that number increases to 100, do you have a plan to manage them? 4 managers per building should be more than enough, right? This girl never shies away from work. The only thing she's afraid of is not having money. 100 people, you say?" Our lead nodded. "That's right. I'll pay every single member of the team a daily wage of 100,000. As soon as she heard about the money, she agreed instantly. With a crew that size, things should definitely be able to run smoothly. Ding, we're on the 21st floor now. As the elevator doors were about to open, the two were still talking. Besides, this way, I'll have more of a say in things. Suddenly, someone stepped out of the elevator and greeted everyone. "Is this a new recruit? What's going on?" "Yes, I wanted to ask." 3 people had appeared and proactively asked, "Does this place need a medical team?" And Kang Sung-hoon, wearing glasses, introduced himself. "I am an associate professor from the Department of Nephrology at Bai Buan Hospital. My name is Lee Sung-min." While the two continued their discussion, I had already brought them back. "What should we do next?" "High-level personnel should receive treatment that matches their status. Assign them rooms and turn that area into a hospital. What do you think? Is it a good idea? If we look carefully among the citizens, we'll probably find a few who can work as nurses. I'll leave the operation and the formation of the medical team to you. As long as there's money involved, this girl can handle anything." "Yes, you can count on me." Once the work was done, he returned to his room. As soon as he saw Ryan, she turned and asked, "Oh, Kim Ga-hyeong, is everything settled?" He nodded. "Yeah, there shouldn't be any more problems now." He continued to activate his skills. He had to use the king's eyes to check on the others. Donggu's team had already set out. They were currently on their way. They were making good progress toward Gasan Digital Station. Well then, let's finish what I started earlier. Ding, open the skill point menu. The final skill he should invest points into was, as expected, the king's storage upgrade. The king's storage skill has been raised to level 2. The storage capacity has increased to 200 kilograms. A new function has been added, status maintenance. Status maintenance is a passive skill. It can preserve the kinetic state of an item when it is placed into storage. It can keep an item exactly as it was moving when it was stored. The capacity has doubled too. With this, using the storage will be much easier. What's this status maintenance? Wait a second. If I can take advantage of this function, I'll open the shop and buy an M60 with 100 rounds of real .38 caliber ammunition. If I can store the dynamic state of an object perfectly, it means that when I summon it from storage, it will maintain the same momentum it had when it was put in. If that's the case, he immediately raised the gun to test it out, not forgetting to warn the girl. "Seo Ye-jin, cover your ears. There's going to be a very loud noise in a moment." The girl had no idea what the heck was happening, but as soon as she turned her head, she panicked. Kim Ga-hyeong, that's a gun. Just as he was about to store it, he decisively pulled the trigger, and the bullet flew out with a flash of sparks. Jin screamed, covered her ears tightly, and dropped to her knees, but the spot he fired at was actually the system screen. Ding. The warhead has been stored in the warehouse. It worked. So far it's perfect. If I guessed correctly. Jin was still terrified and completely confused. Kim Ga-hyeong, what on earth are you trying to do? The lead walked out onto the balcony, reached his hand forward and shouted firmly, "Summon warhead." Instantly, the bullet he had fired earlier came flying out exactly as he intended. He couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. Unbelievable. This is exactly what I need, a method to provide fire support for Ha Dong-gun's squad. The scene shifted to Gasan. The monsters that had just lunged forward were killed, instantly spraying blood everywhere. The entire tunnel was filled with the screams of dying beasts. Realizing they couldn't win against Donggu's team, the monsters scrambled to escape. The group looked at the sight before them. They had finally reached Gasan Digital Station. Kim Ga-hyeong continued to monitor them. He used telepathy to speak to them. "Can you all hear me?" The whole group jumped in, surprised, stunned. "Oh, Kim Ga-hyeong, I'd know that voice anywhere." "Oh, looks like you can hear me, huh?" Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. From now on, I'll use this method to communicate with you. For now, everyone just head out through exit number 2. Ha Dong-gun shouted, "Yes, sir." They might as well start getting used to it. Who knows what other surprise skills the lead has up his sleeve. At exit number 2 of the station, the group climbed up from below. Every time they emerged from the tunnels, they were met with a shock. Every location looked different, but they were all equally tragic, always the same sight of crumbling, ruined buildings. The lead knew that from this point on, they were in an unidentified zone. Although Seo Ye-jin had been constantly trying to reconnect with the shrew drone since they were at the central station, she had failed every time. In other words, unlike the routes we opened through prior reconnaissance, we have absolutely no preparation for this area. Dong-gu had to ask Kim Ga-hyeong, "Which way should we go next?" He guided them through telepathy. "Go along the main road to the left for about 1 kilometer. The destination is nearby." Just then, a massive rumbling sound echoed from up ahead, making everyone jump in alarm. "Wait, is that a giant monster?" The whole group froze in confusion. It was that thing, the land shark that appeared back when the shrew showed up. Donggu hurriedly shouted, "Everyone get back." Thinking back, they had just barely managed to push back the merman and escape that place. Now it's the shark's turn. This one was even more ferocious than the previous ones, not to mention it was absolutely massive. Donggu was furious, gripping his staff and gritting his teeth as he struggled to resist. The shark's eyes glowed red as it opened its massive maw and lunged. Ga-hyeong quickly drew his gun. Senior. Just like that, some fired guns while others shot arrows, all of them rushing in to strike the monster. Donggu took the opportunity to unleash a lightning punch. The bear girl also stepped in, jumping high into the air and slamming straight down. If that massive body crushed it, the shark was done for. A classic move of using weight to crush the enemy, and the battle was over. Ding, you have defeated a land shark. Experience points received. 13,813,758 world has been added to the King's Clan wallet. Ha Dong-gun hurriedly called out, "Gon, go scout." "Oh, okay." He closed his eyes and focused with everything he had. Through the bird flying in the sky, he observed the entire city. His whole body jolted as his eyes snapped open in terror. He hurriedly reported, "Senior, it looks like those things are everywhere around here. It's all giant seafood. This time it's not a shark, it's a whole giant crab." Ga-hyeon's face turned pale with fear. Monsters. The whole group was terrified, telling each other that there were monsters up there too. They hadn't even finished with the one on the ground when another appeared in the sky. What on earth are these things? Birds with razor-sharp beaks were diving straight down like kamikazes. Dong-gun screamed, "Kang, Rei-su, block it." He immediately activated his skill, covering his body in armor. "Leave it to me." He landed a heavy blow. "Take this, Ding. You have defeated a sky marlin. Experience points received. 785,230 has been sent to the King's Clan wallet." The others were firing their guns continuously. Yu Hee-in also pulled out her bow. This girl's skill is still top-notch. Every shot hits the mark, but she still felt uneasy. Damn it. If we just kill them one by one like this, it'll never end. Suddenly, the sound of continuous gunfire erupted from behind. Looking back, they saw Dawn holding a gun and firing, cursing as she shot, Don't come over here." But the girl's skills were limited. No matter how she shot, a sharp-beaked monster was still diving straight down, about to stab her to death. Ding. The system panel appeared. Summon storage warhead. Kim Ga-hyeong took action. The moment the bullet appeared, it took the monster down. This saved that girl's life, but because he killed it with his own ammo, the reward was way lower than expected. He looked over at Seo Ye-jin and handed her the gun. "Stop trying to connect and just help me shoot." She was startled. "Wait, what? You want me to shoot?" Without a word, he shoved the gun into her hands. "Yeah, hurry up." She was clearly panicking. Where am I supposed to aim?" But his request was simple. Just shoot anywhere, faster. She was terrified, but she closed her eyes and started crazy. Every bullet fired was instantly stored in his inventory. That's not enough ammo yet. He kept barking orders, "Keep shooting." As soon as she fired, he immediately summoned the bullets to use in battle. A massive amount of ammo was stored and then summoned toward the monsters, wiping out tons of them. Seo Ye-jin screamed, "I'm out of bullets," but the main lead just shouted, "Reload and keep firing, move it." He gritted his teeth, cranking up his efficiency 6 times. Even though he felt bad for putting Seo Ye-jin through this, he didn't have any other choice. The sound of gunfire echoed endlessly. Ga-hyeong woke up and rushed in to see what was happening. "What's going on? Why are there gunshots?" He stared at the two of them, completely baffled. "What on earth is this?" He thought it was just some weird dream. Why can't I wake up? On the other side, the group was struggling to take down a giant red crab. The bear girl and Jung-woo were hitting it repeatedly, but getting nowhere. It was incredibly frustrating. This is ridiculous. We have to win. That monster was freaking huge and had way too many legs. Its shell was harder than iron armor. How the hell were they supposed to break it? The crab charged forward aggressively. Everyone panicked. It's coming again. With one heavy swing from its claw, the whole group scrambled like crazy. Getting hit by that thing meant being crushed to a pulp. The tiger girl screamed for Da-on to buff her, and she acted immediately. On it, boosting you now. The tiger girl's power surged. She seized the moment and charged, grabbing one of the crab's claws with both hands. Her eyes turned blood red as she roared, putting every ounce of strength into it, until she finally ripped one of its legs off. Jung-hoon rushed in with his weapon to help. Working in perfect sync, he stood back and hurled his sword, landing a direct hit right in the monster's face. The tiger girl leaped from behind. It's now or never. She delivered a devastating punch straight down onto the crab's body. But not only was it unhurt, the shell didn't have a single scratch. Everyone froze in shock. What? No damage at all. Moon Bong-ho quickly yelled, "Everyone get out of the way." He blinked high into the air, aiming his gun down and firing non-stop. However, no matter how much he shot, the bullets couldn't pierce the crab's armor. Damn it, how are we supposed to fight this? The defense was insane. Ha Dong-gun gritted his teeth. The tension was high. What do we do? Is there really no other way? Even the main lead was stumped, thinking fast. That's no ordinary shell. It looks like we need one massive, powerful blow to damage it, like hitting it with a giant sledgehammer. Suddenly, his brain kicked into high gear with a brilliant idea. If that's how it is, he was going to go all in. He searched around for a bit but couldn't find it. Where did it go? He was sure he saw it. And then he found it. He quickly pulled it from his inventory and called out, "Yeonju, wait for my signal and jump on that giant crab's back." She got ready instantly. "Got it, I'm on it." Ga-hyeong reached out his hand. "I've seen something that can crush that shell," he shouted as he summoned. A barbell. That's it. He remembered the barbell Park Hee-gon-ho used to use. "Sorry, Park Hee-gon-ho. Once I register this item, I'll buy you a brand new one." First, he maximized the kinetic energy of the heavy barbell, falling freely under gravity. He maintained that state and stored it back in his inventory, letting it fall through the system. With this, he summoned the barbell again, transferring it directly onto the giant crab's back. Now Yeonju jump. The crab was now being crushed by the barbell, spitting out blood. Then came a thunderous crash as the bear girl leaped in to attack as well. Boom, dust and smoke filled the air. The bear girl was determined to take it down this time. Success. Yeonju has defeated the level 35 cancer. Experience points received. 931,732,266 won has been added to the master's wallet. He started doing the math. After dealing with the crab, the road back to his old house looked like a seafood market. Even though they fought off various fish and all sorts of crustacean monsters as they moved forward, they still got cornered a few times. If I hadn't been there to support them, they'd be in real trouble. Honestly, he could feel it too. With the Ha Dong-gun team's current strength, this place was too much for them to handle. Everyone in this squad was an awakened, and they even had guns, but they were already exhausted after traveling only 1 kilometer. Now I have to admit, my family's survival rate is almost 0. The closer he got to his old home, the more terrified he felt. Ga-hyeong's hands and feet were shaking with fear. But even if there's only a 1% chance, I can't give up hope. Even though it was in ruins, this was still his familiar neighborhood. His house was just down that alley. Suddenly something felt off. Wait a minute. That tree. There was a massive tree there. He quickly told the group, "Wait, stop for a second." This was where he was born and raised. He remembered every single detail. There was never a tree on this main road. How could such a huge tree even exist in the middle of the city? He realized it immediately. That tree appeared after the world was destroyed. He was right. The more he looked at it, the more suspicious it seemed. He shouted, "Everyone, do you see that big tree up ahead?" The whole group was standing right in front of it. "Yeah, we see it. That tree. I'm certain it's a monster attack." The team immediately fell into formation, getting ready. Just as he suspected, a blood-red eye snapped open on the tree trunk, and it even had a distorted mouth that let out a scream. It looked incredibly bizarre. Yoo Hae-in struck first, swinging her blade and nearly chopping the tree in half. Its roots immediately shot out and dug into the ground. The tree monster actually had 2 arms and began crawling toward them. Ha Dong-gun started pummeling it. The tree monster didn't even get a chance to strike before they started tearing it apart. After a series of heavy hits, the two sides stood still, staring each other down. The team was only focused on why they couldn't finish it off. Moon Bong-ho blinked behind the monster, aiming his gun. He fired several shots into its body. The tiger girl charged in as well, and they took turns striking it over and over. The monster immediately extended its long roots to defend itself. The bear girl was huge, but she dodged smoothly, weaving through the roots and smashing everything in her path. This tree hadn't dealt any damage yet, but its roots grew incredibly fast, erupting from the ground. The bear girl kept dodging, but she was eventually caught. The roots coiled tightly around her, refusing to let go. Everyone watched in horror, shouting in unison, "Yeonju!" The roots lifted her high into the air while another sharp spear-like root prepared to impale her. How are they going to get out of this? The poor girl is scared to death, looking back in pure terror, when suddenly he dashes forward, flashing right in front to block the path. The classic hero saves the girl move. Get out of the way. He grits his teeth, absolutely terrified, yet he stands his ground, determined to save her life. Suddenly, the forest root stops dead in its tracks right in front of him. Ha Dong-gun quickly seizes the opportunity. He uses his skill. Now is the time. He flashes away immediately to escape death, taking his girl with him, of course. Our Kim Ga-hyeong notices something too. What was that? For a split second, the tree monster stopped its attack. It finally clicks for Ga-hyeong. Is it possible? He quickly barks out an order. Ha Dong-gun, tell Oju to fall back. The others keep attacking. He's totally confused. Oju, are you sure? Yes, he confirms. Now he's certain. I get it. He quickly tells the others to follow Ga-hyeong's lead. Oju, fall back and protect Ju-hyun, and Ga-eun-ju move to the front. He agrees immediately. Look, that's not a problem, but do I have any way to deal with this thing? You're the tankiest one here, after all. He's speechless, just gripping his weapon. Fine. Wait, what? The tree suddenly lowers its branches. It clearly has no intention of attacking anymore. The whole group stands there frozen. What's with that guy? Dong-gon doesn't get it either. Ga-hyeong, what's going on? The tree monster went back to its original spot. It even closed its eyes, acting exactly like a normal tree again. Now he starts wondering. It doesn't attack humans. He notices it now that tree monster only started attacking after Oh Yeonju shifted into her beast form. On top of that, it was only targeting her just a moment ago. So that means Yeonju's beast form is likely what provoked the tree monster. And now that she's back in human form, it stopped. That monster. Suddenly its eyes snap open, giving everyone a heart attack. It's standing up again. Just then, a shark-like monster charges in with its mouth wide open to attack. The tree only fights the monster. The two of them clash with a massive thud. In an instant, the tree entangles and kills the shark. Ga-hyeong is even more certain now. Just as I thought. I don't know why, but this guy doesn't attack humans. Since it doesn't seem to have any hostile intent, let's just leave it alone and keep moving. Alright, they actually managed to walk past the tree without any trouble. But after just a few steps, they stop startled. Dong-gon frowns. Over there, Ga-hyeong sees it too. They all look at each other. Is the spot where that tree is Ga-hyeong's house? He's confused, wondering, did we find the wrong place? But deep down, he knows there's no mistake. It can't be wrong. His hands grip tight, trembling. This was supposed to be my home. This is where my mom and dad, and my grandparents should be. They should be here, not some freaky monster tree. He's livid now, completely forgetting that it doesn't hurt humans. Losing all logic, he gives the order. I'm going to kill it right now. That's the only way I'll be satisfied. I'll fill it with toxic gas and blow it to smithereens. Just use the summoner to call Dong-gon's team back. I have to destroy that monster tree immediately. Right then, ding. A system notification pops up. Detected a relative of the king of the Ga family nearby. He freezes, stunned. Suddenly a voice shouts, "Who's there?" A flashlight beams right in their faces. "Who are you people?" Three old men walk up glaring and shouting, "How dare you bully our little Bob?" These guys look absolutely furious. They're staring them down, gritting their teeth and cursing. These are all the elders from around here. And they're actually using a pet name for that monster tree. The old men start comforting the tree. "Oh dear, what are we going to do?" one says. Another adds, "Look, it's got a hole poked right through it. That must hurt so much. Bob, are you okay? Oh man, if the Lipeng Rayol finds out about this, he's going to be heartbroken." The group stands there breaking into a cold sweat, knowing they messed up, and not daring to say a word. One Kang Sung-hoon bellows, "Hey, is this your idea of a joke?" Yeah, another adds. "How could you hurt a child who wasn't even doing anything to you like this?" The group quickly bows their heads. We're sorry." Suddenly, a voice rings out. "Look over here." Another Kang. Sung-hoon runs over, waving his hand and cheering happily. Little Bob caught another monster. Oh. The men with walking sticks hobble over while others are already busy butchering that shark from earlier. Wow, this one's a big fat one, isn't it? But they don't taste that great. With the way things are now, you think we can afford to be picky. If you don't like it, don't eat it. No, that's not what I meant. The old folks stop paying attention to Dong-gon's group and huddle around the fish. Kim Ga-hyeong watches this and finally understands. So that's it. Everything makes sense now. Whether it's the tree monster not attacking humans or the giant tree appearing at his house. Ever since he was a little kid, his house was always full of plants. The flowers in the yard would change with every season. The trees on the rooftop would bloom and bear fruit right on schedule. After his grandfather retired, he started gardening on the rooftop. Homegrown vegetables from his own hands were always on the dinner table. If that non-aggressive tree and the massive one taking up his home came from someone's awakening ability, then that person must be an awakened, with power on par with his own. Now I get it, Lee Peng-ryol. You awakened too, didn't you? He finally lets out a long sigh of relief. This is great. This is truly wonderful. I thought everyone was dead. Monsters level 25 and up occasionally wander the streets. In the sky, tons of level 15 monsters fly around in swarms everywhere. He had been wondering how humans could possibly survive in a place like this. His mood shifts from extreme anxiety to a grin he can't hide. Jaejin stands there puzzled. Ga-hyeong, what's up with you? He smiles brightly, showing off his joy. It's nothing. Everyone's safe and sound, but we're not done yet. I need to confirm one thing first. Over on the other side, Donggon's group has to help the locals butcher the shark monster. The old men finally cool off. Wow, you young folks are something else. Is this enough, sir? Yeah, that'll do. Thanks, boys. Ga-hyeong calls out to Ha Donggon. Hey Donggon, ask them for me, what's the Lee Peng Ryol's name? He agrees immediately. Sure. He turns around to ask. Excuse me, sir. Could you tell me the name of the Lee Peng Ryol here? The Kang Sung-hoon is surprised. Huh, what do you know? Our chief. His name is Lee Peng Ryol. As soon as he hears that name, Ga-hyeong knows. Just as I thought. It really is Lee Peng Ryol. The Kang Sung-hoon leads them for a while, then suddenly stops. Before we go find the chief, I'll take you guys here first. Life here seems surprisingly peaceful. The elderly are sitting around chatting. There's more fresh fish than they can eat. Overall, life is prosperous, and not bad at all. The group looks on in awe. Ga-hyeong estimates the crowd. There must be over 100 people here. It's like they moved the entire market to Ganchi, and Kang Sung-hoon is butchering a fish with a cleaver when someone calls out to him. Hey Kang Sung-hoon Park. Whoa, I heard Bob caught a massive prize. Don't even get me started, it's unbelievably huge. Lucky these young men were here to help out. So, I want to treat them to some sashimi. Hurry up and slice it for me. Got it. In a flash, he brought a plate of fresh fish over to them. Here's your sashimi, guys. Eat up. Everyone's mouths started watering. This fish would have been amazing back in normal times, let alone now. The whole group was practically drooling. Yu Hei-in asked awkwardly, excuse me, are there any chopsticks? The Kang Sung-hoon leaned on his hand and shook his head. None here, you'll just have to use your hands. Right as he finished his sentence, several pairs of chopsticks materialized out of thin air. The girl jumped in surprise. It's Kim Ga-hyeong. Thanks, Kim Ga-hyeong. The Kang Sung-hoon stared at the chopsticks, appearing from thin air, completely stunned. Huh, what the? The group started digging in. Take a bite. This is incredible. They were all grabbing food like crazy. It had been forever since they'd had a meal this good. The praise didn't stop. This is delicious. Simply amazing. It's been so long since I've had raw fish. Kim Ga-hyeong watched them and smiled, deciding to send a few more items, some bottles of water. The old men watched like they were seeing a magic show, mouths agape. Wait, a can of Coca-Cola. How is that even possible? They were shocked to see soda. Donggon shyly offered, would you all like some? The old men were flustered. Is that okay? But it didn't stop there. Instant noodles appeared too. Fresh, savory soup noodles. The old men were completely overwhelmed. Hold on, what are all these soup noodles? Canned fish. Is all of this really for us to eat? Dong grinned and replied, looks like it. I'm sure it's a gift from Kim Ga-hyeong. The men asked in confusion, is this Kim Ga-hyeong person some kind of god or something? Should we bow down before we eat? Just then, a voice rang out. What's all this noise about? It was in Kang Sung-hoon, standing on a massive tree root. Ah, the village chief. Kim Ga-hyeong's eyes widened as he stared at him. Lee Peng Ryol Ding. The system displayed information about the World Tree's guardian. Passive skills, mythical, chosen of the World Tree, vitality of the World Tree, blessing of the World Tree, protection of the World Tree. The Kang Sung-hoon looked down at the crowd with a stern face. He slid down the tree trunk and landed with a perfectly smooth jump. Kim Ga-hyeong was shocked. He looks much healthier than I remember, doesn't he? I'm definitely not seeing things. You can tell just by the way he walks. He used to be so frail, and his mind was fading, which made his legs weak. This is probably thanks to his awakening. Kim Ga-hyeong quickly told the group, that's my grandfather. Could you all please greet him for me? Us, sure thing. Donggon stepped forward. Lee Peng Ryol, it's an honor to meet you. The other Kang Sung-hoon bowed and reported, these are the young men who just arrived. They're incredibly strong, and can even summon supplies out of thin air. He pointed at the supplies. Everything here was conjured up for us by them. The chief glanced over. Is that so? We were actually having some trouble with our water supply. Thank you for being willing to come here. The two shook hands. Thank you, sir. But we aren't actually the ones providing these things. The chief asked in surprise. What then? Where did all this come from? He felt a bit awkward. Well, to tell you the truth, all of this is thanks to Kim Ga-hyeong's power. Hearing his grandson's name, the Kang Sung-hoon started trembling. What Dong added Kim Ga-hyeong sent us here to find you. The grandfather couldn't believe it. His eyes welled up with tears. He asked again just to be sure. The Kim Ga-hyeong you're talking about, is it really the Kim Ga-hyeong? I know. My grandson Donggon smiled and nodded. That's right. It's the same Kim Ga-hyeong who lived at the Somji apartments. The chief was still in shock and kept pressing for more. Wait, you mean? Our Kim Ga-hyeong is still alive. In that case, you all. The Kang Sung-hoon turned and placed his hand on a tree root. Follow me. A massive root lifted everyone high into the air. Kim Ga-hyeong wondered nervously, is everyone up there? I'm finally going to see my parents and grandmother again? He smiled with relief. Even though I can't go to them yet, as soon as the outpost is finished, I can use the King's Gate skill to go find them myself. Oh, he suddenly remembered, when he met his grandfather, a new construction option appeared. Ding conditions have been met. A new construction category has been added, the annex. This can be established in the safe zone outside the house. The annex's territory will expand in proportion to the main house's territory. When activated, it can project the same influence as a declared house territory for a set period. He read it over and over. However, it can only be activated if a relative of the House King lives inside. The price was 8 times more expensive than an outpost, but the description didn't mention anything about it being destructible. Plus, when he took over apartment complex number 1, he received 10 billion in construction subsidies. Even after installing solar generators in every building, he still had over 7 billion left. He just needed to invest 3 billion more to build the annex. Besides, for him right now, 3 billion wasn't an impossible amount to handle. He decided to build it immediately. As soon as he clicked, yes, a brilliant light radiated from beneath his feet. Is this a preview of the annex's scale? The shape and size of this area are almost identical to where I'm standing. In other words, the annex's range will grow along with me. There was no reason to hesitate. However, during the 7-day construction period, a family member of the owner must remain present. Time remaining until the annex is complete, 167 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. He had it all planned out. Perfect. He would ask his grandfather not to leave the area while the annex was being built. Suddenly, the system sent another notification. The house retainers have met a relative of the house lord. Relative's power has been activated. Name Kim In-sim. Level 21. Title displaced relative. Trust 99%. Awakening power none. Is that my grandmother? But she was lying in bed with her eyes tightly shut, with everyone gathered around her. His grandfather held her hand tightly, refusing to let go. He called out softly, "Honey, wake up and listen to what they're saying. They say our Kim Ga-hyeong sent them to find us." As he spoke, he tried to pour his own strength into her. Kim Ga-hyeong, our grandson, is still alive, but she didn't react at all. Her presence was faint and frail. Watching this, Kim Ga-hyeong felt a wave of terror wash over him. Panic rising in his chest, he urgently called out, "Someone please ask Lee Pung-ryol what happened." Xiao stepped forward awkwardly. "Sir, Kim Ga-hyeong wants to know what's going on." The Kang Sung-hoon turned around startled. "Kim Ga-hyeong, how does he know?" the girl explained. "He's sharing his vision with us, sir." Now he understood. "Ah, don't you worry, Kim Ga-hyeong. I'm right here with your grandmother. She suffered a huge emotional shock." The Kang Sung-hoon looked back. Since that day, she had been in a coma. From the day the monsters appeared and started tearing the world apart, she had fallen into a deep sleep. Kim Ga-hyeong watched the scene, his heart aching with sorrow. "This is the first time I've ever seen Lee Pung-ryol with an expression like that. Looking at his face, my heart felt like it was being ripped out." Kim Ga-hyeong quickly wiped away his tears. But thank God she's still alive. Even though she's been in a coma for nearly a month, she looks like she's just sleeping. Her body is still very healthy. It must be because Lee Pung-ryol used his awakened powers to take care of her while she was unconscious. That's how she's held on. I had it all figured out. If I could just give her a quest, I'd spend any amount of money to help her recover. But unfortunately, I can't assign quests to family members. But just as I was thinking about it, Rayon stepped forward and offered to treat her. However, even she was helpless. "Lee Pung-ryol, I'm so sorry. With my abilities, there's really nothing I can do." The Kang Sung-hoon sighed, but he understood. "It's okay. It can't be helped." Kim Ga-hyeong stood to the side, feeling incredibly anxious. "Why is it so quiet? 7 people arrived at once and no one came out to check." He hurriedly asked Ga-do, "Ask Lee Pung-ryol for me." "Where are my parents?" she asked immediately. "Lee Pung-ryol, where are Kim Ga-hyeong's parents?" The Kang Sung-hoon understood. He knew Kim Ga-hyeong was probably watching right now. So he decided to speak as if he were talking directly to Kim Ga-hyeong. The Kang Sung-hoon began his story. "Kim Ga-hyeong, that day your mother went to work and your father went out to earn some money. And then they must be hiding somewhere safe. Your father would never leave your mother all alone." Hearing this, Kim Ga-hyeong understood the gist of it. Lee Pung-ryol's words meant he didn't really believe they were still alive either, and Kim Ga-hyeong knew that. He covered his face in despair. Unless one of them had extraordinary powers like Lee Pung-ryol, the chances of them surviving were almost zero, but he couldn't give up. Even Lee Pung-ryol had awakened. What if his parents did too? He quickly assigned quests to everyone. The next destination, Ga-hyeong Nursing Hospital. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, he had made up his mind. Everyone worked hard today. It's late, so go home and rest. Tomorrow, no matter how small the chance of survival is, Suddenly, he felt a ping. He could sense the presence of the clan head's relatives nearby. What is this? He was just about to give the order to head out. Have they appeared? Which relatives are these? Kim Ga-hyeong barked out an order. Jin, I need you to command the scouts. Jin was startled. Huh, what should I tell them to do? It's them. They're nearby. I can't miss this. Help me find all the survivors in this area right now. The location the system announced wasn't where Donggon-ha and his group were. His family was heading this way. There was no doubt who it was. It's my parents. It has to be them. Indeed, a group of people was approaching the building. Out on the street, people were still working. Some old men wiped their sweat and asked each other, "Phew, it's this late, and we're still not done. Haha, but this means we have plenty of food. We should be happy, right?" That's true. Suddenly they froze. Huh. The whole group looked up at the sky and went pale. What was that? A massive swarm of giant monsters was flying down from the sky. The gatekeeper quickly rang the alarm bell. Monsters. Monsters are coming. Move all the supplies into the warehouse and pull down the shutters fast. Everyone moved smoothly. This wasn't their first time facing these creatures. A man ran into the reporting room. Lee Pung-ryol, things are bad. You need to come outside right now. The people in the room turned around. What's going on? The Kang Sung-hoon could only gasp out two words, monsters. Countless monsters are attacking. There are so many of them, they're coming from the ground and the sky. Lee Pung-ryol showed no fear, standing at the front with his hands behind his back. Dong-gom's group was panicking. Are those all monsters? The Kang Sung-hoon raised his hand. Everyone get back. I'll take on this entire swarm by myself. Only then did he notice the kid Bobby. Why is he injured like that? Donggon's group felt a sting of guilt and quickly stepped forward. We'll help you out. The Kang Sung-hoon shook his head. No need. We aren't their target, are we? What do you mean by that? Do those monsters look like they want to attack us? From what I can see, they have no intention of fighting. It looks more like they're running away. But with this many monsters passing through, there's bound to be damage. That's why we still have to be prepared. Regardless of whether they intended to fight, the Kang Sung-hoon prioritized protecting the area. These monsters were gargantuan and numerous. But everyone could see it, now it was true. The monsters were flying straight past them, though some conflict with the monsters on the ground was unavoidable. It was hard for one Kang Sung-hoon to handle so many monsters. Donggon spoke up again. Let us help you, but the Kang Sung-hoon refused. No, you kids hide inside that building. They were so worried. It seemed impossible for him to handle all those monsters alone. He sighed helplessly. To be honest, those tree summons were fighting incredibly well. Not a single monster could get close. The Kang Sung-hoon yelled irritably, "Get inside. I told you kids to get inside." The young men were speechless. They couldn't even compare to the Kang Sung-hoon. The scene was like a bolt of lightning hitting them. They could only stutter in shock. In an instant, the tree monsters completely wiped out the beast swarm. Not a single monster escaped. The Kang Sung-hoon even used other skills. He was carrying the whole fight alone. Ping Land Shark defeated. Level 24 reached. Experience points gained. Sawtoothed Ray defeated. Level 23 reached. Experience points gained. All relative stats increased by 10% due to trust. For those with the relative title, experience points gained from killing monsters will be multiplied by 10 and shared equally. However, the gold reward belongs solely to the killer. Kim Ga-hyeong watched his grandfather's power in shock. Is this the power of level 55? The Kang Sung-hoon saw the system screens too. What are these? Kim Ga-hyeong thought he originally saw Lee Pung-ryol as just a man with brute force and no plan, but he never expected him to wipe out hundreds of monsters with just one stomp. And here I was volunteering to help. What a joke. It's a miracle I didn't just get in the way. Lee Pung-ryol is basically a monster himself now. On top of that, the system notifications were constant. Lee Pung-ryol's skills were leveling up too. Kim Ga-hyeong jumped. What? Leveling up that fast? Wait, I'm not ready yet. It's too sudden. As he leveled up, he had to endure an agonizing pain. Thunder and lightning shook the entire city. His territory expanded at a dizzying speed. It was exhausting. Damn it. It feels like my whole body is exploding, and I have to feel every bit of this pain slowly. No matter how many times I go through this, I can never get used to it. Ping individuals meeting the requirements for citizenship have been detected. Do you wish to grant citizenship? Kim Ga-hyeong quickly checked the list, but he scrolled through and his parents weren't there. There are too many new citizens registering, so I can't confirm each one individually. But based on what happened with Grandma and Lee Pung-ryol, if any of the citizens were my relatives, the system wouldn't have shown a grant citizenship notification. Instead, it would have displayed something about family. If that's the case, it means my parents are currently out of range. Toongi-chan is working hard to track them down. Once she finds them, she'll let me know right away. Even though my mind is a mess, I don't have time to sit around and rest. How's the situation on your end? The Kang Sung-hoon is still scratching his head over the system. That's really strange. Why do you all look like you've seen a ghost? Lee Pung-ryol. The Kang Sung-hoon asked sharply, sensing something was off. Has your attitude toward me changed or something? Take this for example, before only the meat of the monsters I killed would disappear, but now even the bones are gone without a trace. I find that very bizarre. You're right, it's like nothing was ever there. Jia Kim Ga-hyeong replied, that's probably because of Jia Kim Ga-hyeong's ability. It's the same for us. After being influenced by Jia Kim Ga-hyeong, the monsters we kill don't leave any corpses behind. I only just realized that. Is that so? Then those strange characters floating in the air are also Jia Kim Ga-hyeong's doing. That's right, it's truly a rare power. Since the cleanup is almost done, go ahead and bring the people from the warehouse over here. They didn't quite get it at first, the people in the warehouse. If they want to eat monster sashimi, they have to kill the monsters themselves, for the meat to stay behind, right? Oh, alright, I'll go call everyone. Jia Kim Ga-hyeong didn't even know about that. I didn't realize I was causing such a headache for everyone. Well, I never planned on eating monster meat anyway. But if everyone else can eat it, there's no reason I can't, right? Let's just give it a try. Item registration. Ding, item registration successful. Added seafood item. That's a pleasant surprise. It worked. The price is a bit steep, but with this, I can make enough meals for 100 people. Just then, Tung-ae-chan snapped her eyes open and shouted, Jia Kim Ga-hyeong, I found them. She found the survivors and the system sent out a notification at the same time. Tung-ae-chan has met the relatives of the king of the household. Kinship power has been unlocked. The people outside were pointing toward his building. Honey, look, our apartment building is still perfectly intact. Their names appeared Lee D-suk, level 50. Title First Degree Relative, Trust 97. Awakened Ability Sovereign. Name Kim Dong-hook, level 42. Title First Degree Relative Guardian Warrior, Trust 93. Awakened Ability Body Protection Aura. The main character recognized his parents instantly. It really is them. He was moved to tears, absolutely ecstatic. Oh my god, it's actually my mom and dad. Jia Kim Ga-hyeong realized that where his parents were staying was right at the edge of his expanded territory. As soon as a path opened up, they stepped right into the domain. Luckily, now that the kinship power is active, that transparent wall won't block them anymore. He rushed down to find them, standing there in a daze, unable to take his eyes off them. He finally saw them. His parents were leading the way with a group following behind. He'd finally found them. He hurriedly shouted out for them. The two of them were startled, but then they recognized their son's voice. Honey, am I dreaming? He's still alive. Look, he's standing right there, waving at us. Our son is actually alive. Everyone was overjoyed. He waved frantically, calling out Lee Ji-suk, Dad, it's me. The two of them rushed over for a reunion, pulling him into a tight embrace. Jia Kim Ga-hyeong. They were crying tears of joy, holding him so tight they didn't want to let go. His mom's face was soaked with tears as she thanked the heavens. What's happening? Is this really our Jia Kim Ga-hyeong? He was also tearing up. Yes, Lee Ji-suk, it's me. The family had a happy reunion, checking on each other. Lee Ji-suk, are you hurt? I'm fine, I'm doing well. His dad kept saying, good, this is so good. It's truly wonderful. He took a look at the group they were with. Most of them were nurses who worked at the same hospital as his mother. All 23 of them were awakened. Well, it's not exactly that they were awakened. It's more like his mom had granted them powers. Suddenly, there was the sound of dogs barking outside the barrier. The girl holding the two dogs was confused. Why are they barking so much? Jia Kim Ga-hyeong guessed right away that the two dogs were under a taming skill similar to Kim Gon's. It seemed that since he couldn't grant citizenship to cats and dogs, they couldn't enter. It's similar to the household guardian registration system. Through a master-servant contract, you can sign with up to 100 subordinates and awaken their abilities. Just by signing that contract, their powers will manifest. Whether or not someone awakens early on makes a huge difference in their survival. From this, it's clear his mother's power is beyond imagination. She was still overjoyed, clutching her hands together. This is wonderful, just wonderful. Thank the heavens, thank the Buddha. Thank you, thank you. So the power his dad has was also unlocked after signing a contract with his mom, S-rank body protection aura. It consumes mental energy to create a protective aura around the entire body. While protected by this aura, physical abilities are tripled. The skill his dad has, body protection aura. This power is ridiculously strong, because the skill description explicitly states it triples his stats. If it were just a 300% increase, I wouldn't find it that impressive. For example, if a skill increases physical ability by 200% or 300%, two skills combined would be 500%. But if you take a 200% increase and then apply a triple effect, it becomes 3 times that 300%, which totals out to a 900% effect. So basically, his Kang Sung-hoon is a total badass now. First, there's the buff that all citizens have. The power of faith increases stats by 93%. Then the kinship effect boosts stats by another 930%. Adding those two alone gives a performance of 1,123%. If you add the body protection aura on top of that, he'll end up with physical abilities enhanced by 3,369%. Jia Kim Ga-hyeong couldn't believe his eyes. That's insane. That kind of buff can easily bridge the gap between several levels. The 23 awakened people his parents brought were mostly B rank or C rank, but they were still on a completely different level compared to non-awakened people. That's exactly how they managed to make it here safely. Anyway, enough thinking about that. Bottom line is they've traveled a long way and must be exhausted. I need to get them home quickly. He decided, I'll give everyone 5 houses. If you need supplies like white rice or instant noodles, just let me know anytime. I can give you whatever you want. I hope you can all enjoy a nice hot bath and get some good rest in a heated room. Our son looks fine on the outside, but I think something might be wrong with his head. His dad's head was spinning too. Oh no. Could it be that because the shock was too much, he can't tell the difference between the world before and after the apocalypse? The main character was speechless. He didn't know how to explain it. No, that's not it. He'd just have to show them and prove it with their own eyes. Lee Ji-suk, can you see our building up there? All the lights are on. His mom looked up. Oh. Wow, I'm actually really surprised. The lights over there were all shining brightly. I raised my hand first and said, everyone think about it. In this world where we have no water or power, why on earth would there be bright lights everywhere? Take a real good look at this. Just as I finished, I snapped my fingers loud and clear, showing off. Immediately, all the surrounding buildings lit up at once. The whole crowd just stood there, dazed and confused. What? What the heck is going on? Before they could even wrap their heads around it, I pulled out a bottle of Coke. Is anyone thirsty? Go ahead, have some Coca-Cola. Now, the crowd had no choice but to believe it. Wait, is this real Coke? I handed one to a random person. She gasped in shock. Is something this precious? For real, can we actually drink this? I nodded. Of course you can. All their doubts vanished instantly. They shouted in unison, thank you for being so generous. I gave everyone a bottle and said, once you're finished drinking, follow me. I'll take you all home. After using the King's Gate to teleport to the apartment, I led my mother's subordinates to their rooms first. I provided them with instant noodles, rice, eggs, milk, and every supply they asked for. My parents followed behind me, looking a bit puzzled. Hey Ga-hyeong, my mom said, sounding a little worried. These are other people's homes. Is it really okay for us to just use them like this? I laughed it off. It's fine. When they return, we'll just give the house back to them. But so far, no one has come back. Anyway, Lee Ji-suk, don't worry about that. Just head inside. When I opened the door to my room, 2 girls were already standing there waiting. It was Ga-hyeong and So Ye-jin. They both bowed and said, hello sir, hello ma'am. My parents looked delighted at first, but then they just froze up completely. Son, are they your girlfriends? And there were 2 of them. The girls quickly waved their hands trying to explain. It's not what you think, sir. We will do our absolute best to serve you both. They even started flipping their hair and acting all dramatic. I was horrified. No, no, no. Why on earth would you need to serve my parents? You guys have worked hard. You can go home now. The 2 girls looked totally dejected. Oh, okay. Meanwhile, my parents were right behind me, whispering to each other. After seeing them off, it was just me and my parents. Once they finished showering, I asked them what had happened while we were apart. My dad used to be a taxi driver, and he'd always pick my mom up from work right on time. That day, he arrived at her company exactly when she got off. When the monsters appeared, they protected each other. In the end, they both made it through safely. To no surprise, it turned out my mom was the one who had awakened. I also took the time to explain everything that had happened to me lately. I told them about the powers I'd gained, how I'd been living Grandma's condition, and how Lee Pung-ryol was staying by her side to protect her. We kept talking until late into the night. Even though there are still so many problems to deal with, having my family back by my side made me feel much more at ease. It had been so long since I'd felt this kind of warmth from a family. The scene shifts to Nagasaki, Japan. By the beach in the pouring rain, people in raincoats were asking each other in a panic, What on earth is that? The man's face turned pale with fear. Oh my god, it looks like a monster. This is horrifying. A monster with a body as long as a dragon rose from the water, but instead of coming ashore, it started moving sideways along the coast. They didn't understand what it was or what it was trying to do. It's leaving. Well, at least we're still alive. That's something to celebrate. No one knew where that monster was heading, but everywhere it went was met with brutal destruction and ruin. The next morning, Kim Ga-hyeong sent a video to the others. Lee Pung-ryol, I'm sending you news about Lee Ji-suk and Dad first. When he saw they were still alive, he was so happy he practically jumped for joy. Lee Ji-suk, Dad and I are very safe here. Don't worry. He sat by Grandma rewatching our video over and over. My parents were standing behind me getting impatient. Ga-hyeong, can we see the video of Lee Pung-ryol and Grandma too? I asked them to film it for me. After watching the video of her parents filmed by Ha Dong-gun, my mom couldn't help but burst into tears. I patted her shoulder to comfort her. We'll see them soon. Once the villa is built, I can use the King's Gate skill to go straight to the old base. I asked Ha Dong-gun's team to use my old base as a stronghold and keep clearing out monsters while the villa was under construction. I did this because there are 3 vassals with the knight title at the construction site. Because of them, construction efficiency increases by 50%. As long as Ha Dong-gun, Oz, and Kim Ga-hyeong stay there, the efficiency will be boosted. This means the construction, which was supposed to take 7 days, can now be finished in just 5. Plus yesterday, a huge swarm of monsters flooded in, causing the number of monsters near the old base to skyrocket, and they're at a much higher level now. Staying there to wipe them out is way more efficient than coming back here. Besides, you have to walk a whole kilometer from here just to find a single monster. Since the territory expanded, the frequency of people hunting monsters has dropped significantly. Because the citizens don't know the territory has grown, they keep hanging around their usual hunting spots but can't find anything to kill. That area is our territory now. The remaining goblins were all wiped out during yesterday's upgrade. I used the telepathy ring to call Bin. She answered immediately. Yes, Ga-hyeong. What's up? I have something to announce to the people. Sure, go ahead. First explain to them that the territory has expanded. They have to go past Ga-hyeong Station now if they want to hunt monsters. Got it. Also, I want you to form a rescue team. I need people to rescue survivors within our territory. Have the people who asked for a medical team yesterday join the rescue squad. It'll be a huge help. Understood, I'm on it. After giving her the orders, I started doing some math. There are thousands of survivors in the newly expanded area. Most of them are in critical condition. In the designated safe zones, over 10 people have already died. The main cause is still a lack of drinking water. It's probably because of the monsters that they can't go out to find water. Even though I distribute relief supplies whenever I find someone in a bad way, I can't look after everyone like this forever. I want to save as many people as possible, especially those who still have hope. I have to try my best to save more people. If I have to, I'll use the King's Gate to search for them myself, or find other ways to treat them. I was lost in some intense calculations when I suddenly heard my name. My parents looked at me and asked, "What's wrong? You look so serious." I felt a bit flustered. Well, it's like this. And I told them everything. Surprisingly, they seemed to have an idea. So that's it. In that case, I might be able to help. I never even thought to ask them. I was stunned. Really, among the people I brought with me, quite a few have healing and nursing abilities. Nursing skills are especially effective at treating conditions like dehydration, comas, and poisoning. Lee Ji-suk thought that simply signing a master-servant contract with the rescue team would allow them to gain similar awakening powers. It turned out exactly as she hoped. Over 80% of them received awakening abilities related to healing, although most were rank D and rank C. And their overall levels weren't that high. The situation quickly stabilized once the rescue team got to work. Just like that, after 3 days of grueling work, day and night, the rescue team traveled to every house in the area and saved so many people. With his parents helping out, Kim Ga-hyeong was much less exhausted and flopped down on his bed to rest. Phew, it's finally over. Every single day has been a total blur. Ding. The conditions for accepting citizens are nearly met. Do you wish to grant citizenship? Approved. After expanding the territory, I've been continuously taking in new citizens, and because of that, our population has reached nearly 10,000 people. Suddenly, seeing the torrential rain outside, Kim Ga-hyeong stood by the window and looked out, wondering, why is it raining so hard? Then he heard a voice call out, Kim Ga-hyeong. Kim Ga-bin, what is it? The rescue team is asking to go outside the territory to save other survivors, but it's not a good idea. It's way too dangerous out there. I told them that too, but they said right now is the golden hour for rescue, and they absolutely have to go. It's true, it is the golden hour, but the monsters outside the territory are different now. All the sea monsters that should be in the ocean have flooded inland. In these conditions, it's hard for normal people to even step out of their houses. They really are incredible people. Is it because so many of them used to be firefighters? I really admire them. Fine then, Kim Ga-bin. I'll send the hunting team to go with them for protection. Tell the rescue team to wait a moment. Suddenly, ding. The system popped up. Giant crab defeated, experience points gained. Since there was no gold reward, it meant a family member had killed the monster. Kim Ga-hyeong was completely speechless. It's pouring like this, and Dad is still out there hunting monsters. Ever since he realized his physical abilities were massively boosted, he's been so eager to go hunting. Well, Dad was already strong anyway, so I don't need to worry. But this seems a bit much. Hammerhead shark defeated, experience points gained. Level 22, sawfish defeated, experience points gained. The notifications were relentless. Kim Ga-hyeong immediately felt something was wrong. This speed, it can't be. He quickly activated Eyes of the Sovereign. There are so many of them. Wait over there. It's impossible. Is Lee Pung Ryol taking on that entire horde all by himself? He hurriedly asked Donggon, what's going on? He reported Kim Ga-hyeong, a massive wave of monsters has breached this area. This is intense, another huge swarm. If this keeps up, the number of sea monsters on land will just keep growing. This time, there are even more than usual. Why does this keep happening? The Kang Sung-hoon felt something was off while fighting. Looking at them now, something was definitely wrong. Why are they? Just like last time, they seem terrified, like they're desperately trying to run away. Kim Ga-hyeong noticed the anomaly at the same time. Those monsters were terrified. What on earth could they be so afraid of? And here is the answer. The rain poured down like a waterfall, and the boss monster appeared. It was a colossal legendary dragon. The Kang Sung-hoon's jaw dropped in fear. Kim Ga-hyeong panicked. What is that? No one had ever seen a monster like this before. It looked exceptionally terrifying. The massive dragon let out a deafening roar right in front of them, making even Lee Peng-ryol flinch and back away in fear. Isn't that a dragon? It looks exactly like one. Kim Ga-hyeong froze. If he used Summon Retainer, now he could save Donggon's squad. But Lee Peng-ryol is the protector of the World Tree. He can't leave its side. Doing that would leave Lee Peng-ryol to face the danger all alone. I can't do that. But I also can't let them face that white dragon. Forcing them to fight a monster like that is basically a death sentence. The system notified him time remaining to complete the annex, 38 hours and 21 seconds. He had it all calculated. Once the annex is built and the territory expands, he could take that monster's head. But even with a 50% efficiency boost, making construction 5 times faster, with 38 hours left, they'd still have to hold out for more than a day. The more he thought about it, the more he panicked. Damn it, this is impossible. Is there really no other way? The massive dragon still stood there, towering over them. Suddenly his whole body shivered as his eyes widened. What? The dragon's massive foot slammed into the ground. It was slowly closing in on them. Lee Peng-ryol tried to stay calm and barked out orders. Even I would struggle to face that thing alone. I'll buy us some time, the rest of you take the others and run, but they couldn't leave him behind. They drew their weapons and activated their skills. We're staying to fight too, the Kang Sung-hoon sighed. Good grief. Fine, if that's how it's going to be, then let's do it together. Alright then, Lee Peng-ryol lowered his stance, readying himself. We'll strike first to take the upper hand. The whole group prepared to unleash their attacks. Archers aimed gunners, readied their sights, and spear wielders poised to throw. The tension was at its breaking point when Kim Ga-hyeong suddenly screamed, "Everyone stop!" They all jumped in surprise. Kim Ga-hyeong, I know you're all confused, but please trust me and wait. Moon Bong-ho, get a message to Lee Peng-ryol. Tell him not to do anything. He instantly blinked over to Lee Peng-ryol, blocking the Kang Sung-hoon. Lee Peng-ryol didn't understand and snapped at him. What do you think you're doing? Don't you know how vital it is to get the first strike in a fight like this? The young man quickly explained, Sir, I'm sorry Kim Ga-hyeong asked me to tell you. He's asking you not to do anything at all. The Kang Sung-hoon was even more stunned. What? At the very least, since the monster hadn't attacked yet, there was still time to think. While I was observing that monster, trying to find a weak point, a status window popped up. Thanks to the system, I saw its information. Deep-sea monster, living in the darkest depths of the ocean. Currently, in an extremely weakened state after just laying eggs, only the roots of the World Tree can provide enough warmth to hatch the white dragon's eggs. The moment I saw that window, I guessed that maybe its goal wasn't to fight at all. Perhaps it just wanted to hatch its eggs, which is why it needed the roots of the World Tree. Just as Kim Ga-hyeong predicted, the dragon finally spoke. Protector of the World Tree, you have no reason to be afraid. The Kang Sung-hoon heard it. A voice echoed directly in his mind as the dragon craned its neck down, staring. I didn't expect this World Tree to be so small. It seems I must be careful. The Kang Sung-hoon was bewildered. You? What are you planning? The dragon spoke again. Protector of the World Tree, form a contract with me. That's right. If you form a contract with me, I will protect you until the World Tree regains its strength. As soon as it finished speaking, without waiting for the Kang Sung-hoon's consent, it etched a mark onto the back of his hand. It hurt like hell at first and the Kang Sung-hoon's face was all scrunched up. It explained, if you're ever in danger, use that to call me, and I'll come protect you whenever you need. Also, this dragon really gets humans. It just held up a massive diamond to speed things along. Turns out, it was a dragon egg. I thought it was just a trade, but it said, I'm counting on you to look after my child. Without hesitation, it handed the egg to the Kang Sung-hoon and turned around to leave without even a second glance. Talk about total abandonment. The whole group was pale and shaking like a leaf. Luckily, they escaped a disaster. Ju, his face white with fear, shouted, Good thing I didn't attack it just now, or I'd be dead for sure. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was lucky they stayed put on Ga-hyeong's orders, or they wouldn't have survived. The Kang Sung-hoon stared at the egg in his hands, his brain still trying to process everything, and muttered, Did it just say, a contract? This is clearly a forced deal. After this, the group's loyalty and trust shot up like crazy. Ga-hyeong rubbed his chin, thinking everyone's loyalty has hit 100 across the board, and the limit for vassals has increased by 3. That means I have a total of 18 vassals now. If I keep growing at this rate, I'll pass 100 someday. Right. Man, it would be great if I could take in the people. Lee Ji-suk awakened herself as my vassals, but I tried that before and found out it's impossible. Since they've already signed a master-servant contract with her, I can't register them as my own vassals. My head is starting to hurt. If only there were a way to create awakened people. The natural awakening rate is just way too low. Suddenly, the system notified me that Moon Bong-ho's trust has increased. I received teleportation. Congratulations, you've hit the jackpot. I've also received an awakening pill. This teleportation is beyond anything I imagined. I didn't even dare to ask for this. Wow, why am I always so lucky? It feels surreal even to me. I don't even need to look at the description to know what the awakening pill does. It's a pill that lets someone else awaken Moon Bong Ho's teleportation ability. Perfect. Now where should I use this? As expected, that way is best. Right, I'll call Sister Kim Ga-bin right away. Could you please call my father over for a moment? When my Kang Sung-hoon arrived, he just stared at me with a blank face. Son. What is this? I held the pill out in front of him. This is a gift for you, Dad. A gift, yes. Just swallow it. The Kang Sung-hoon tilted his head back and downed it immediately. Our dear son is so thoughtful. He's worried I'm tired, so he even prepared some supplements for me. But as soon as he swallowed it, things felt different. Mana started surging out of his body. What is this? What's going on, son? You didn't give me something weird, did you? I just smiled and explained. Dad, just imagine yourself teleporting, and move from there to here. Teleporting, yes. The Kang Sung-hoon, half doubting, closed his eyes and tried. Okay, teleporting. Just like that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. It actually worked. He moved from right in front of me to right behind me in an instant. The Kang Sung-hoon was stunned, his jaw dropping. Oh ho, I planned all of this. Since Dad is family, he'll be out there fighting on the front lines. Giving him the ability to teleport is like giving wings to a tiger. The Kang Sung-hoon was overjoyed. Wow, my son was this power from that pill you gave me. Ding trust from your family member Kim Dong-wook has increased and reached 100. You have received protective key. Another bonus, I stared at him in surprise. Can I get specialized skills just by reaching 100 trust with family members too? Wait, if that's the case, then what about Lee Ji-suk? If I get Lee Ji-suk's trust to 100, I can get her abilities too, right? Let me check. Family member Lee Ji-suk, trust level 97. Lee Ji-suk's trust is at 97 right now. Just 3 more points and I can get her power. I couldn't help but laugh with excitement. It's okay, no need to rush. Because I have a secret weapon to boost her trust, now that massive tower that's currently under construction. The next morning, a giant beam of light shot straight down. Ding, the annex has been completed. Ga-hyeong's project of the century is finally finished. It's located right near his building, and it's so high-tech that it's already started detecting and eliminating entities hostile to the master of the house. It's killing so many monsters, land, sharks, and sky marlins have been wiped out. Level 17. Level 18. Sky marlins defeated. Skill level has increased. Territory expansion beginning. Every time this happens, Ga-hyeong has to endure a heart-wrenching, excruciating pain. He slumped down, exhausted and gasping for air. I didn't expect to level up so early in the morning. With the annex finished, all monsters in the expanded area have been cleared. I'm fine, don't worry. Since the system counts these kills as mine, the experience per monster isn't much. But the sheer volume is incredible. Ding entities meeting the requirements for citizenship have been found. Citizenship rights granted. The number of citizens has reached 10. Once the number of citizens reaches a certain level, you can use experience points to help them get jobs. Requirements met. A new construction function has been added. Vocational Research Institute. Sweet, everything is going better and better. Even though this notification is important, something else is more pressing right now. I have to find Lee Ji-suk and finish yesterday's plan. My son, what's up? Is there something you want to tell me? I gave her a smug smile. I've kept her waiting long enough. I reached out to her and said, come with me to see Grandma and Lee Pung-reol. I found a way to see them. Let's get ready to go. Lee Ji-suk was stunned, her eyes welling up with tears. Are you serious? Ga-hyeong has a time gate so he can reach the grandparents in a heartbeat. Just by opening one door, they were right there. Seeing the Kang Sung-hoon, I called out, Lee Pung-reol, I'm here. He jumped in surprise and looked over. Who is it? When he saw the two of them, his jaw hit the floor. Wa Ga-hyeong, is that you? How did you just come out of there? The mother and son smiled happily. Yes, Lee Pung-reol. I'm sorry for scaring you. Lee Ji-suk also shouted, Dad. The Kang Sung-hoon was even more shocked, unable to believe his eyes, and stood up instantly. Good heavens. The two of them hugged each other tightly. Lee Ji-suk burst into tears. Dad, I'm so sorry. I'm finally here. I'm sorry it took me this long to find you. I really am. I should have come sooner. The Kang Sung-hoon was also moved to tears. Don't say that. You and your husband have been through so much. Thank you for staying alive. Thanks to this event, Ding family member Lee Ji-suk's trust has increased to 100. You have received the master servant contract. I planned the whole thing and it was so satisfying. Since Dad is currently with the rescue team saving others, he couldn't come this time. In the heat of the moment, I had to bring Lee Ji-suk here first. It's okay. Having our family reunited like this is more than enough. They sat together in Lee Pung-reol's garden catching up. Wait, so this tree isn't normal. Is the world tree actually growing around our house? Yeah, I was shocked the first time I saw it too. But what about the water and electricity? With this structure, it probably can't supply utilities normally, right? Electricity comes from generators I stored earlier, and for water, we're just making do with whatever is left in the storage tank. Resources are running low now, and the gas ran out a long time ago. Hearing his grandfather say that Kim Ga-hyeong obviously couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Lee Peng-ryol, I have a suggestion. I think I have a way to fix that. The Kang Sung-hoon asked in surprise, how are you going to do that? Looking up at the water tank, Kim Ga-hyeong said, just watch, I'll show you. It was better than a magic trick. The tank was bone dry, but in a split second he filled it to the brim. The Kang Sung-hoon was speechless with shock. How did this happen? I remember the water in the tank was completely empty. Kim Ga-hyeong showed off a bit. I did it, Lee Peng-ryol. The electricity and gas are all topped up now too. Plus, we can live a normal life here, just like before. No monsters will be able to break in anymore. His grandfather still couldn't believe it. Is this all because of your power? Yes. Wow, your abilities are truly miraculous. But that was only the tip of the iceberg. Even though he really wanted to explain the details of his power and the vassal recruitment system, these concepts were still too hard for his grandfather to grasp right now. I'll tell you all about it slowly later. For now, I'll head down first. The Kang Sung-hoon nodded and followed him. Alright, be careful on the ladder. Got it. So, he had finished up here, but there was something else to handle. He activated his Royal Eyes skill. Time to test out his new ability. First, he used Royal Eyes to visualize the room where his mother and grandmother were. Next up, a new skill, teleportation. It was incredible. It actually worked. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right behind his mother. He was pretty impressive getting it on the first try. It was a success. It turns out he could use it like this. By using the perspective from Eye of the Emperor, he could also trigger the teleportation skill. This would significantly increase his mobility. Right then, his mother sensed something and turned around asking, "Oh, Kim Ga-hyeong, I thought you just went up to the rooftop." "Where's your grandfather?" he replied. "Lee Peng-ryol is still busy up there." "How's Grandma doing?" His mother had been looking after her. She seemed to just be sleeping, and luckily her complexion looked quite good. That's a relief. Suddenly the system popped up. A summon phantom beast prompt appeared, making Kim Ga-hyeong jump. Wait, this notification. The button to summon a phantom beast worth 10 billion has been activated. This was exactly what he wanted. After seeing the three-legged crow's power with his own eyes, there was no reason to hesitate. He pressed it immediately. 10 billion spent on the phantom beast summoning fee. A blue magic circle appeared on the floor, its power radiating throughout the room. His mother gasped in shock. "Oh my god, what is this?" He quickly turned his head and shielded his eyes to calm her down. "It's my power, don't panic. Just close your eyes for a second, Lee Ji-suk." Lee Dixu quickly followed his lead, squeezing her eyes shut and letting out a small shriek. A brilliant glowing green egg appeared. It floated in midair, looking more like a giant flower bud. Very quickly, the petals unfurled, revealing a tiny little girl inside. As the flower bloomed, the little one opened her eyes. It was a tiny fairy. She flapped her wings and flew right in front of him, reaching out her arms affectionately. His mother was totally confused. "Who is this?" Kim Ga-hyeong caught the little girl and explained, "She's just like my crow. I summoned her." "She's a little spirit," I called forth. "Oh, I see." Right then, Lee Peng-ryol walked in, saw the little one and praised her with delight. "Well, look at that." His mother turned around. "Father, you're here." The Kang Sung-hoon nodded. "Yeah. Kim Ga-hyeong helped me solve a lot of problems." Kim Ga-hyeong did. It's truly miraculous." As he spoke, he channeled a blue light into the old woman on the bed. It was unbelievable. He did this every day, but she just lay there with her eyes shut tight. The little fairy Kim Ga-hyeong had just summoned stared intently with her big, round eyes. Suddenly, she took flight and dashed toward the old woman like a moth to a flame. Kim Ga-hyeong called out, "Hey, wait," but she didn't listen. The Kang Sung-hoon jumped back in shock. What is this? What's this light?" The little one squeezed her eyes shut and radiated spiritual energy. Spirit level up. Natural recovery rate in the area increased by 100%. It turns out she wanted to help Grandma wake up. The Kang Sung-hoon froze, unable to react, stammering, What's going on?" He couldn't push her away. His face turned red with anger and worry as he roared, "I don't know what's happening, but you need to get away from her. She can't handle that kind of power." But the old woman actually woke up, cutting him off. "Hey, Kang Sung-hoon, I told you already. I've told you 1,000 times. When you come down from the roof, you have to wash your hands first." The Kang Sung-hoon's face went blank. Why are you looking at me like you've seen a ghost?" She sat there perfectly fine as if she hadn't been in a coma at all. Everyone was stunned. Grandma. Only the little fairy was grinning from ear to ear. It was definitely thanks to her. After speaking, she let out a long yawn as if she were exhausted, her eyelids growing too heavy to stay open. "Why am I so sleepy?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she flopped back down and started snoring. The Kang Sung-hoon was terrified, his mouth hanging open in shock. Oh no. He immediately started shaking her. "Honey, wake up, please wake up." But she was dead to the world, and no matter how much he tried, she wouldn't budge. He immediately turned to the little spirit. "Was it you? You're the one who woke her up, right? Do it again. Try it one more time." The little girl was terrified by his intensity, and squeezed her eyes shut. The Kang Sung-hoon was sweating bullets, completely losing his cool as he roared, "I said do it again." Kim Ga-hyeong had to step in and stop his grandfather. The Kang Sung-hoon looked at him desperately. Your grandmother, she just, Kim Ga-hyeong tried to soothe him. Lee Peng-reol, please, you need to calm down. His face fell and he bowed his head, forcing himself to snap out of it and not get overexcited. Finally, he let the little girl go. I'm sorry. I just got carried away for a moment. I'm so sorry. As he spoke, tears began to stream down his face. He had been carrying everything on his own for so long, more than anyone. He wanted his wife to wake up. What just happened felt like a fleeting dream, and he couldn't bear to let it go. Kim Ga-hyeong understood, but the problem was that the spirit's level was still too low. However, there was a way. Kim Ga-hyeong told him, Lee Peng-reol, from now on please regularly transfer your life force to this little one. That way, as her level increases, the amount of time Grandma stays awake will get longer and longer. I've found a way to help her wake up. That tiny spark of hope was enough to make the Kang Sung-hoon's excitement soar again. Are you telling the truth? Yes, of course. He finally let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness. That's wonderful. The little spirit, exhausted, had curled up and fallen fast asleep too. Kim Ga-hyeong watched her, but it seemed like summoning phantom beasts wasn't just about random chance. This time, the little one seemed to have a connection to the world tree. If that was really the case, then did summoning other phantom beasts have their own specific requirements too? Although he couldn't pin down those conditions yet, it didn't matter. For now, knowing there was a way to wake his grandmother was enough. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Having figured something out, he turned to leave. Lee Ji-suk, Lee Peng-reol. I'm a bit tired. I'm going back to my room to rest now. He nodded immediately. All right then, just call everyone if you need anything. Ga-hyeong headed back to his room, but the moment he stepped in, a notification went off. Ding. Citizen Shen Jingza has passed away. It was a death notification for a citizen, likely one of those admitted to the newly built annex. Regardless, the rescue team over at this apartment complex has already been treating everyone. The more he thought about it, the more he feared that hundreds more would lose their lives later on. Although he desperately wanted to bring them here, the rescue team was already buried in work. Whether it's here or somewhere else, people are dying, but whether they live or die depends entirely on where they happen to be. Not just here, but people all over the country and the world must be dying off bit by bit. Some are killed by monsters, while others die trapped in their own homes. People dying in battle. Countless lives are slowly fading away. While some survive thanks to powers they stumbled upon, others have to die simply because they weren't gifted with any abilities at all. Could it be he had never felt this helpless before? Does a greater power truly mean carrying a heavier burden on one's shoulders? The world refuses to give me an answer, so I have to find it using my own strength. Fine then, this time I'll find that answer myself. This is the responsibility someone with such overwhelming power should carry. Ga-hyeong made up his mind. I have to save our country, or at least do everything in my power to try. I'll try to save as many people as possible. That's the answer I've found for now. The number of people I can currently grant citizenship to is 2,200. Meanwhile, I've only granted rights to 1,000 people so far. The top priority right now is to accept more citizens, then continuously level up and build more annexes. That way, I can at least save South Korea, right? Come to think of it, once the citizen count exceeded 10, I unlocked a feature called classes, I think. It said I could allow citizens to take on classes, but I don't see any specific changes on the management board. Do I have to build a class research institute first? Is there a citizen class research institute construction mode? Citizens can freely take on classes that have finished being researched. The class available for research right now is Hunter, which allows the collection of materials from prey. So this is the new construction project that was added. The Class Research Institute is going to need a pretty large plot of land, isn't it? Actually, there's a perfect spot. I can just use the area that Giant leveled last time as the center and build the Research Institute right there. Build Class Research Institute. Construction time 7 days, requires 30 citizens. This part is simple enough, great. I'll just ask Kim Ga-bin to find those 30 people for me later. Cultivate oneself, put the family in order, govern the state, and bring peace to the world. You have to work on yourself first and keep your family harmonious before you can lead a country and bring peace to everyone. He understood this principle perfectly. In that case, the first thing I need to do to save the country is find the family members of my subordinates. They've been giving their all for me this whole time, so now it's my turn to work hard for them. Time to activate the King's Eye skill and see how they're doing. Meanwhile, Ha Dong-gun's squad was heading toward Ga-ja-dong. They were on their way to find Do-hyun's mother in Sin-dong. Although they had been trying to head toward Sin-dong during the annex construction, monsters kept appearing constantly, leaving them in a situation where even moving forward 1 kilometer was incredibly difficult. He still couldn't leave this place. Blocked by the protection circle, he could only stand inside and look out. Can I really only go this far? Alright then, ding. Activating voice transmission. Can everyone pull back for a moment? Summoning Bung-ho would be fastest since he has super speed. He can head back in a bit. He looked a little panicked. Ga-hyeong, I heard you calling so I rushed over. But what are you doing here? They greeted each other quickly. Bung-ho, long time no see. Was that your power that wiped out all those monsters over there? Yeah, that's right. Where are the others? They're on their way, they'll be here any second. As soon as Donggon returned, he understood the situation. So your territory has expanded all the way here, hasn't it? Ga-hyeong nodded. You could say that. With the safe zone reaching this far, executing their battle plans would be much easier. That's not all. The group listened to him in surprise. What Ga-hyeong had already planned this out. The reason he kept Ha Dong-gun's squad here wasn't just to speed up construction. The monster wave had made the path into Sine-dong extremely dangerous. Plus, even if they used the subway line, it would still be hard to cover the distance between her parents' house and the station. But now that the annex is finished, the situation has changed. He announced it to them right then and there. Within today, we'll be able to reach Sine-dong, the place where Do-hyun's family is. The girl froze, stammering. Is that even possible? Even if the safe zone expanded, he reassured them not to worry. There's a way now. Let's get to work. Also, I have a proposal for you all. Since the annex is done and the territory has expanded to Ga-hyeong, we can now use the subway directly. Furthermore, if we just bring Se-jin here, we can use the rats to deploy the poison gas tactic again. As for the Class Research Institute, I've already notified Kim Da-bin. The manpower has been fully filled and everything is prepared. Now all that's left. Ga-hyeong looked at his teammate Seo Ye-jin. I'm counting on you. She nodded. Understood. Let's do this. She closed her eyes and focused immediately, scouting the route from Ga-hyeong to Sine-dong. But if they just head straight through there, they'll likely end up dead. It was true. Looking through the eyes of the rats, there were an overwhelming number of monsters. Ga-hyeong hadn't expected the situation to be this messy. Since the monster wave had flooded the surface, he thought the underground would be clear, but he was wrong. However, he was much stronger now. He clicked his tongue and smirked. It's fine. Since it's an enclosed space, it's the perfect time to use Kim Ga-hyeong's skill. With that, he funneled everything into that space, connecting through two-dimensional space to the rats and wiping everything out using Kim Ga-hyeong's poison mist. Ding, armored eel defeated. Experience gained. He received a massive amount of gold. Ga-hyeong couldn't stop grinning. Talk about a huge profit. The rewards for killing monsters with Kim Ga-hyeong's poison mist had increased. Ga-hyeong realized the power came from the mother. The moment the master-servant contract was signed, Kim Ga-hyeong immediately received the knight title, boosting the amount of bonus gold received. And it wasn't just Kim Ga-hyeong who changed. Seo Ye-jin did too, evolving from the knight title to the baron title. Although the experience distribution ratio and gold remained the same, whenever a subordinate with the baron title kills a monster, the amount of experience and gold gained is tripled. But the stat boost based on loyalty has increased significantly. What's more, it's not just a physical boost anymore. It now applies to all stats, and the growth rate has been doubled. On top of that, Ye-jin received a new ability, Enhanced Dash. Once it's powered up, she can run much faster and becomes incredibly difficult to kill under normal circumstances. She finished the mission in no time and the subway line was completely cleared. Kim Ga-hyeong nodded in approval. All right, I'm not just signing master-servant contracts with them. I want to make an offer to all of you. Donggu's group asked back. An offer. He looked at them with a serious expression. Yes, it's nothing too difficult. I've already signed contracts with every member of Ha-dong's team to boost their abilities, though he hasn't made it out here yet. Acting as the commander, he shouted out, "Is everyone ready? It was time to head out." Ha-dong and Kim Gong, just like Ye-jin, had been granted the title of Baron. Oz, however, received a title one rank higher. She was granted the title of Viscount. Basically, the Viscount title isn't too different from the Baron title. When a follower with the Viscount title kills a monster, the gold reward is tripled. A Baron, on the other hand, focuses on division and growth. In short, there's only one major difference. A follower with the Viscount title can add 3 more slots to their registration limit, meaning the maximum number of followers can be increased. Thanks to that, my maximum follower count has jumped to 21. Ryo-soo excitedly put on his armor. Good, let's move out. His stats had also shot up significantly. With reliability at 93 and loyalty at 100, he stood up with a grin, gripping his sword. He had unlocked a new skill, the Steel Knight Order. That was the new reinforcement skill that Ryo-soo received after earning his knight title. Now, besides his own armor, he can even summon armored golems. He doesn't even need to be on the front lines anymore. He can just summon a whole army and let them handle the fighting. The monsters were both numerous and massive, and the battle was incredibly intense. His summoned knights were powerful, holding their own against the horde. Ju stood in the back with a wide grin, thinking they should seize this chance to finish the fight quickly. The others charged in immediately as well. Okay, we'll leave Sue's troops here to deal with the monsters. The rest of us are heading to the station. Kim Ga-hyeong, we've reached exit number 2 at the upper station. He told them, I've already cleared the path for you. You can go straight to Seoji Station without having to fight. Hearing that, everyone was thrilled and rushed ahead. This is great. The tracks leading to Seoji Station are about 3 kilometers long. With their superhuman stamina, it only took them 10 minutes to get there. They finally made it. This was Yu Hae-en's hometown. She was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, amazed they actually arrived in just one day. Kim Ga-hyeong asked, "So which way should we go now?" She obviously knew the area well. "Go out through exit 2 and we'll be right in our neighborhood. Let's go." But they didn't notice the swarm of goblins surrounding the exit. As soon as they saw people, they started squealing like stuck pigs. Donggu jumped and shouted a warning. "There's a pack of goblins up ahead." Yu Hei-in was losing her patience and drew her bow. "We're in a hurry, so get the hell out of our way." No one had ever seen her this angry as she screamed at them to beat it. A lightning arrow shot out, piercing straight through them. The goblins probably didn't expect things to get this intense just from a little harassment. They didn't even have time to react. The whole pack was wiped out by a single arrow. Not a single one survived. Ding goblins defeated. Yu Hei-in had a new skill, light arrow. Right before it hits a goblin, the light explodes and scatters into dozens of beams. Each beam can pierce through a body, making it a lethal and incredibly powerful weapon. Kim Ga-hyeong watched them in awe, but as he followed the group, he suddenly froze. Wait, what's that? The entrance to the apartment complex was completely blocked off by piles of wooden planks. This caught Kim Ga-hyeong off guard, but he quickly realized it meant there were survivors inside. Ha-dong told the group, "Yu Hei-in, and I will go up there. The rest of you stay here and keep watch." "Got it." Ju summoned his soldiers again. "Rise. Having them guard this area is the best move." The two of them dashed up the stairs, hoping to find their family. It was a moment of truth, life or death. They reached the right unit. Yu Hei-in was running so fast, she almost couldn't stop herself, pounding on the door and screaming for her mother. "Lee Ji-suk, Lee Ji-suk, it's me." But no matter how much she called, there was no answer. She froze, her heart sinking. What's happening? Why isn't anyone opening the door? Her face turned pale. No, this can't be. Dad is already gone. All I have left is Lee Ji-suk. She collapsed in despair, begging, "Please don't leave me, don't take anyone else away." Tears streamed down her face as she gritted her teeth in helplessness. Perhaps her desperate longing to see her family moved the heavens, because the door actually opened. Someone was inside. From behind that silent locked door, a young man appeared. Big sister Yu Hei-in quickly looked up, her eyes glistening with tears. Myung-ha. The door had finally opened for her. They stared at each other, speechless and shocked. She urgently asked Myung-ha, "Where's Lee Ji-suk?" The boy, seeing her crying so hard, quickly replied, "Lee Ji-suk. Lee Ji-suk is inside. Oh, and my brother-in-law is here too." Just then, a woman's voice called out from inside. "Yu Hei-in." They threw their arms around each other. "Oh, my sweet girl, thank God you're safe. You're really okay." They were overjoyed to see each other, asking a million questions. "Lee Ji-suk, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Have you eaten?" Lee Ji-suk. Her mother tilted her head affectionately. "Oh, my good girl, why are you crying on such a happy day? Stop crying." But Yu Hei-in couldn't stop herself from sobbing. "Dad. Where is Dad?" Her mother's expression shifted as she realized what she meant. She turned pale, and her hands on her daughter's shoulders began to shake violently. "No, it can't be." Before Yu Hei-in could even finish her sentence, the tears came pouring out. The joy of seeing her daughter again was instantly overshadowed by the agonizing grief of losing her husband. No. No. They didn't need words. The whole family understood what had happened. They all broke down, their cries filling the air. It was a reunion marked by a painful absence, leaving the family drowned in despair and sorrow. Their grief would last for a long time, but at least Yu Hei-in's family was safe for now. Now it was time for the rest of the men. The next targets were the families of Ha-dong, Kim Ga-hyeong, and Kim Gong. The location was Jeondong. All three of their families were there. He clenched his fists. "I have to speed things up. I have to make sure no one else has to suffer that kind of pain again." After everyone moved Yu Hei-in's family to a safe zone, I used the follower summoning skill to gather them and began moving from the west toward Jeondong. That was the situation. However, I suddenly received a report from Kabin. "So in short, the capacity of the public facilities has reached its limit, right?" She nodded. "Exactly. One thing after another." He thought for a moment. "Is there any way to expand the public facilities further?" Jia had already considered the proposal for those living nearby to return to their homes. Would that be okay? He'd actually planned for this exact scenario. "I'm going to build public facilities outside the complex," he thought. "Things like community centers or ward offices. Plus, I'll set up grocery stores all over the place. That way people would soon be able to live outside the apartment complex." He knew they'd hit their limit eventually, but luckily the newest members all had homes nearby. Besides, with the territory expanding by another kilometer, many residential areas were now within the safe zone. There were plenty of empty houses lately. Once the locals moved back to their own places, it would free up a lot of space. Speaking of which, he planned to set up a few outposts for the hunting teams on the outskirts. He'd use those outposts as hubs to build more grocery stores. No time like the present. "Kim Ga-bin," he called out, "can you help me gather everyone?" He needed people to manage the new outposts. She agreed instantly, telling him to leave it to her. Suddenly, the system chimed. Construction mode activated. Do you agree to build a new grocery store at the selected location and provide basic utilities like water, electricity, and gas? Of course he agreed. He finished those tasks quickly. Now he was more interested in seeing what the others were up to. Let's check in on Ha Dong-gun's team. They've already reached G Station. They're moving fast. Everything must have gone smoothly so far, but Ga-hyeong's poison fog strategy would only work until G Station. From there, they'd have to clear the way themselves because the subway tracks from Do to Dong-na ran above ground for a stretch. Fortunately, Jian released his bird into the sky. Little Black, go get him. The bird, now massive, soared high and spotted a pack of goblins. Naturally, they had to engage. They couldn't let them escape. Bung-ho fired his gun repeatedly. The team had even unlocked new skills. Bung-ho's new skill, Stealth. Ha Dong-gun's team was many times stronger than before. Everyone stay close, Dong-gun shouted. Our night order will break through this area with minimal losses. Let's move. Everyone followed the plan. The goal was to reach Dong-gun's house as quickly as possible, so there was no need to waste time killing every monster they saw. Up in the sky, Jian's bird handled things. Suddenly, Ha Dong-gun signaled for a halt. The road ahead was gone. A collapsed building blocked their path. With no other choice, he carefully climbed inside. Looks like we have to head down, he muttered. Even though it was a 3-story drop, it wasn't a big deal for a team with an average level of 35. The real issue was that something felt off. Who broke that bridge? Jia wondered. How many creatures were strong enough to shatter a concrete bridge like that? There were no giant footprints around, so it probably wasn't a tyrant. Regardless, it meant a monster capable of destroying a bridge was nearby. Whatever it was, they had to be extremely careful. Jia immediately warned them to proceed with caution. Got it, they replied. Jia couldn't take his eyes off them. The spot where Dong-gun's team dropped was near Dong-na Station. To reach their destination in Zhangjiao-dong, they had to pass Myeongryun Station, Oncheonjang Station, and Busan University. They had 4 kilometers left. Their families all lived in the same neighborhood. At this rate, they'd make it. Jia hoped everything would go well. Suddenly, a sound rang out, making his face go pale with confusion. Wait, was that a doorbell? There shouldn't be a doorbell here. He quickly activated his multi-view skill to scan the building and saw a group of people standing there. It was coming from the apartment complex. What was going on? Ever since he'd put Kim Ga-bin in charge, this kind of thing rarely happened. He turned to Xiao Yejin and said, I have to head back to the apartment for a bit. She nodded immediately. Okay, be careful. Teleport. In an instant, he was back at the apartment. He'd been in the middle of something important, so he wanted to see what the fuss was about. The people outside kept ringing the bell and banging on the door. Is anyone home? They asked impatiently. Are you sure this is the right room? It feels strange. This is definitely it. Suddenly, the door swung open, startling the leader. Jia looked at them coldly. Is something wrong? For some reason, as soon as they saw him, a system notification popped up. Their trust levels were skyrocketing. He didn't get it. Why is their trust going up just by seeing me? Usually that only happened with new recruits. The leader asked, Are you Jia Wei? We have something to ask of you. He placed a hand over his heart, looking incredibly sincere. Please let us borrow some guns. Jia wondered where they got the nerve to ask for something like that. Guns? Seriously, he didn't even know who they were. Naturally, he refused immediately. I'm sorry, I can't just hand out guns to anyone. You're already in the safe zone, so why do you even need them? The man interrupted, looking distressed as he stepped closer. No, Jia, it's not for use here. We want to go outside the safe zone, Jia asked, puzzled, to hunt monsters, but the man shook his head. No, that's not it. After hesitating, he finally spoke. We want to go out and save our families. We're desperate. Please, we're begging you. So that was it. Jia understood. They were just like him, losing sleep over their families, constantly wondering what they could do until they finally decided to take action. Jia spoke plainly. I can't help you with everything. The man's face fell, and he bowed, his head stammering. I see. But Jia had only said he couldn't do the work for them. He hadn't said he wouldn't provide the tools. Several guns suddenly dropped in front of the group. They were stunned. This is. Jia cut them off. I can provide the weapons for you, to save your families. They all bowed deeply. Thank you. We don't know how to repay this kindness, but Jia continued. There's no such thing as a free lunch. I have a proposal. The leader flinched and looked up quickly. A proposal? What is it? Jia got straight to the point. Do you want to form a contract with me? It was the master-servant contract, one of the most broken skills in history, allowing him to recruit 100 awakened ones. Actually, this contract has a rather complicated condition. But before he could finish, the man agreed instantly. Fine, whatever it takes. What do we do? The reason Jia hadn't filled those 100 slots despite having such a rare ability was, well, it was embarrassing. His face turned bright red. Please, kneel down before me. The whole crowd was like, what the hell? They weren't even close, yet he's joking. They stood there with their mouths wide open, completely frozen. Everyone just stood there dazed. Is he for real? Is he someone who values power more than I thought? The Kang Sung-hoon leading them actually knelt on one knee like he was proposing. Confused, he stammered, Is that so? I can only say thank you. Then please excuse my rudeness. After saying that, he even placed his hand on the guy's head like a divine blessing. Now I finally understand how Lee Ji-suk feels. This is so embarrassing. I'm never doing something like this again. It was a struggle for him to choke out the words, "From now on you shall serve me." The Kang Sung-hoon was speechless. Kim Ga-hyeong, you shouldn't have rushed to feed him lines like that. You just need to say, "I'm ready to serve you." Well, just do it to make him happy, since even a crazy gun can go wild. He shouted immediately, "I am ready to serve you," and just like that it was done. Ding name Kang Sung-hoon. Reliability, 48. Awakened ability, psychokinesis. The Kang Sung-hoon was overflowing with spiritual energy, unable to believe his eyes. What's happening? My body is glowing, and even more amazing, dear God, is it an A-rank skill again? As for our Kim Ga-hyeong, it was an unexpected harvest. A super powerful awakened had appeared, completely exceeding his expectations. He opened the shop and bought an orange to let the man test his powers right away. Quest details. Use psychokinesis to make the orange hover. Time limit 10 minutes. Reward, mental power enhancement. Penalty for failure, none. The Kang Sung-hoon was a bit startled upon receiving it. Oh, psychokinesis. Kim Ga-hyeong held the orange out in front of him. Kang Sung-hoon, can you try to make this orange float in the air without touching it? The Kang Sung-hoon was intrigued and tried immediately clenching his teeth as sweat poured down like a waterfall. Look at me, give it a shot. At first he strained with no result, but a moment later the orange gradually began to lift. The crowd standing around gasped in awe. It's rising. Whoa, even he was surprised. It worked. It's actually floating, he shouted with joy. Alright, Kim Ga-hyeong, I did it. The orange flew high, but the Kang Sung-hoon was so excited that he accidentally crushed it into pieces. His face was soaked in orange juice. The Kang Sung-hoon was terrified and immediately started explaining frantically. I'm so sorry. I didn't have good control over the power. He didn't hold a grudge against the Kang Sung-hoon and just smiled. It's okay. That power you just felt is the ability you gained after making a contract with me. Now then. Ding citizen, Kang Sung-hoon's reliability has reached 50, loyalty unlocked, conditions met to register as a vassal. He glanced at the rest of the group. Do the rest of you want to make a contract with me too? Of course, the whole bunch agreed. After that, I registered Kang Sung-hoon as a vassal and completed contracts with the others. Even though the other 5 only awakened D to C rank abilities, it didn't matter. They borrowed some gear and gained extra strength, excitedly putting on their backpacks and heading out. Well, we're heading out now. He looked at the Kang Sung-hoon, feeling very satisfied with Kang Sung-hoon alone. Since I registered him as a vassal, I can provide him with some support. He asked the man, you said the OO apartment is in Jodidong, right? That's right. He even saw them off. Good luck everyone. One task settled smoothly. Alright, I should head back too. He activated his teleportation skill, and in the blink of an eye he was standing right in the room, giving Park Hee-gon a huge fright. Kim Ga-hyeong, he teased her with a mischievous grin. I'm back. Did anything happen while I was gone? She reported back anxiously. Kim Ga-hyeong, we're in big trouble. A giant monster has appeared over where Han Dong-gun's team is. The massive monster had 2 heads on one body with horns on each head. It looked like a tough one. He was shocked as soon as he saw it. It was as big as a house, no doubt about it. Now he understood. This was the thing that destroyed the bridge. The monsters were attacking the people frantically, and even Jeon's bird had to jump in to coordinate the fight. It flew around as a distraction, pecking repeatedly, and even managing to poke out one of its eyes. Moon Bong-ho took the chance to use teleportation, suddenly appearing right above the monster's head. With both hands holding a gun, he took aim and blasted its ugly face. Ryu-soo hurriedly summoned his soldiers for the battle, but his soldiers were way too small, only able to leave a few tiny scratches on the monster's legs. The beast was furious, stomping its feet so hard it felt like an earthquake. A single blow was enough to wipe out Sue's entire army. He cursed helplessly. Damn it, our attacks aren't doing anything. If only we could find a weakness, we could probably take it down. Kim Ga-hyeong on the other side quickly jumped in to help. He used a barbell through a spatial rift via the system, dropping it right on the monster's head. Sorry everyone, I'm late. Their faces lit up with joy, unable to stop grinning. With the Kim Ga-hyeong helping, they were in good hands. He declared, from now on let me support you all. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They all shouted Kim Ga-hyeong in unison as the monster collapsed right on the spot after eating the barbell. Talk about fast and dangerous, Ryu-soo asked in confusion. Is it over? Dong-gun reminded him speechless. Ryu-soo, be careful. The Kim Ga-hyeong knew that despite the barbell hitting the monster, the system notification for its elimination hadn't appeared yet. That meant, holy crap, this was bad. He shouted urgently, everyone watch out. Right then they heard the monster's fierce roar. It wasn't over yet. The monster was still alive, and looked even more ferocious than before. He called out to his teammate, Oh Yeonju, do you have a way to slow down that monster's movements? She stared at it. Slow it down, let me try. He made the call immediately. She has to be able to do it. I'm counting on you. The fierce girl charged forward, calling her teammates to channel some extra power. The other girl got the message and acted immediately. The two of them joined forces, and Oh Yeonju's power increased significantly. She aimed straight for the monster's belly and lunged like an arrow. Meanwhile, he summoned an item, opening a system slot right in front of the beast. Summoning bullets. Instantly, thousands of rounds fired previously blasted straight into its body. Oh Yeonju charged in at that exact moment, her eyes glowing red, unleashing her strongest move. Seizing the opportunity, she finally landed a blow that made the monster bleed, causing it to collapse to the ground. Kim Ga-hyeong shouted, "Now you Hee-in, use your bow and shoot it." Alright, our guy didn't miss a single second. Now just a few more light arrows and it'll be finished. The others gripped their weapons ready for combat as he screamed. Yoo Hae-in was ready to release the arrow, but what the hell? She suddenly froze in place. What? The monster actually reacted incredibly fast, throwing a car straight at the group. But Yoo Hae-in didn't give up. She still tried to fire that last arrow. Watch out, the arrow flew out, hitting the car and blowing it to pieces. The tiny people stood amidst a rain of cars. If those piles of scrap metal hit them, they'd be dead for sure. There's no way they'd survive. Kim Ga-hyeong was worried sick, looking for Oh Yeonju. She attacked from behind the monster, but this thing was a true two-header. It was both fast and smart. Before the girl could even get close, she took a direct hit to the gut. Her whole body collapsed in pain as she was thrown backward, and then that thing hurled a car right at her. Yoo Hee-in screamed out in sheer panic, "Sister, Oh Yeonju, wake up!" But before she could even help her teammate, another car was flying straight toward her. There was no time to react. Watching from the sidelines, Ga-hyeong's heart dropped, his eyes wide with horror. No, this can't be happening. Am I really about to lose another person who matters to me? I have to do something. Anything, I don't care what it is, I have to find a way. Think Ga-hyeong, think I have to save Yoo Hae-in right now. As he was frantically racking his brain, a sudden bolt of brilliant purple light shot out of nowhere. Please let it work. It seemed his prayers were answered. That purple light smashed the car into pieces. Yoo Hae-in had escaped death by a hair, her heart still pounding in her chest. She stood there, dazed, staring at the black sparks. What just happened? Everyone turned their heads to see where it came from. Smoke from that blackish-purple flame was still rising from a hand. It was none other than her husband Ha Dong-gun who had saved her. His face was flushed with rage, radiating a deadly aura as he growled, "Everyone get back. I'm going to kill that bastard." It blocked their path to their families and nearly killed his beloved wife. Anyone would be seeing red. Ga-hyeong finally let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, sinking to the ground as his heart nearly stopped. Everything happened so fast he could barely process it. "What just happened?" Jin asked as she rushed over, worried. "Ga-hyeong, are you all right?" Even though they could breathe for a second, Ga-hyeong just brushed it off. "Yeah, I'm fine. I just felt a wave of relief. Let's keep watching and see how this plays out." He knew for a fact that wasn't one of Ha Dong-gun's awakened skills. What was that black energy exactly? The two-headed monster hoisted another car and aimed it right at Ha Dong-gun. Dong-gun was beyond furious now, his expression dark as coal as he gripped his weapon. "I won't let you get away with that twice." With a powerful roar, he threw his spear, a strike more devastating than any he'd ever made. It tore through the air with a whistle, and with a single blow skewered those two damn monsters. A massive hole was torn through the creature's body, leaving it in tattered remains. The two-headed orc was eliminated, and a massive amount of experience points rolled in. This time, it was truly beaten. Dong-gun had handled the whole thing alone. Yosu stood there, mouth agape in disbelief. "It's dead," the group cheered. "We actually killed it." Yoo Hae-in quickly called out, "Sister Oh Yeonju, are you okay?" A giant bear paw gave a shaky thumbs up. She was hurt, but she was alive, and that was enough. Bong-ho immediately asked Dong-gun, "What was that just now?" Dong-gun didn't even understand the skill himself. He looked at his hands confused. He didn't feel like he was the one who fired it. "I'm guessing Ga-hyeong was the one who helped us." But Ga-hyeong hadn't actually done anything yet. He thought to himself, does that black spark only trigger in specific situations? No, wait. Is that power mine? Or does it belong to Dong-gun? It was all still a mystery. But that wasn't the biggest problem right now. That familiar agonizing pain started creeping back in. Ding, the skill level has increased. Once again, a gut-wrenching scream echoed through the building. He sounded like a wounded animal. It was absolutely pitiful. After enduring that same hellish pain, everything went back to normal as if nothing had happened. Jin was so scared for him she was on the verge of tears. Ga-hyeong. He clutched his chest, trying to steady his breathing. "I'm okay. I'm starting to get used to it." Only he knew that all the monsters in the territory had been converted into experience points, and citizenship was being granted to the survivors inside. But this time, something was different. While he was still grimacing in pain, the system alerted him, "Dungeon detected." This was the very first time a dungeon had been found. He received a reward of 100 crystals, making him jump in surprise. A dungeon, wait, and the reward is crystals. That meant dungeons were likely the source of those crystals. The location was near the slopes of Hoanglin Mountain behind the apartment complex. I should send Lee Jun-hyuk's team to check it out. If I sign a master-servant contract with him and his whole squad, they'll definitely have enough combat power. He started searching for Lee Junhyuk's location. Using his vision skill, he found the man standing frozen face pale as a ghost, stuttering. What on earth is happening? The monsters around him were just dropping dead. Ga-hyeong looked at the goblin corpses. It seemed that as the territory expanded, the monsters they were fighting were being wiped out by his influence. He decided to call out to Lee Junhyuk. The man recognized it instantly. Is that you, Ga-hyeong? Through telepathy, Ga-hyeong told him, bring your team to my place. I have a favor to ask you. After telling Junhyuk to head back, I took So Ye-jin through the Emperor's Gate to return to the apartments. Since Ha Dong-gun was almost at his destination, Jin's job was essentially done. He told her she could go home. You've worked hard. She looked up at him, flustered. Wait, Ga-hyeong, can I really just go rest? Don't you need me for anything else? The girl was a total workaholic, he chuckled. You've done everything you could. If I need help, I'll let you know. For today, just go home and get some rest with your family. She was secretly thrilled. Even though she acted hesitant, she was dying to head back. Well, if you say so, I'll be heading off then. She gave a radiant smile and turned to leave. They both waved goodbye. Yeah, see ya. Thanks again. After seeing her off, he turned back toward the house. Alright, Ha Dong-gun's team should be arriving any minute now, right? Last time he checked, they didn't need his help anymore. Their abilities had all leveled up so they could handle most threats on their own. Plus, the most annoying regional boss had already been dealt with. From here on, it should be smooth sailing. Sure enough, the group was finally approaching the apartment buildings. Seeing this, Ga-hyeong felt a wave of relief and smiled. This was the place where the families of Ha Dong-gun, Kang Ryu, and Kim Gun were waiting. As soon as Yosu saw the building, he burst into tears. I can see the house. Dong-gun picked up his pace. Let's move. We have to get everyone out of there. Gun was just as hyped. Let's get them back to safety. They all ran like the wind, pouring every ounce of energy they had left. Everyone was filled with hope. Almost there. Just a little more. Even Ga-hyeong was happy for them. They were so close to reuniting with their families. Soon, they would all be in the safe zone, living a happy life. But suddenly their faces went stiff, and their feet came to a grinding halt. Everyone stopped dead in their tracks. Dong-gun, running behind them, asked in surprise, Yosu, what's wrong? Why did you stop? Yosu's face turned a sickly shade of purple, his smile vanished, and his eyes bulged in shock. Dong-gun and Yoo Hae-in caught up and were equally stunned. Damn it, guys. His hands shook as he gripped his weapon. Yosu grit his teeth, struggling to find his voice. I think we're too late. Dong-gun finally saw what was right in front of them. They were one step behind. The entire apartment complex was crawling with monsters. The whole building had been overrun. It was packed with level 31 dark orcs and orc warriors. Every single one of them looked vicious. Before the group could even enter, the monsters were already marching out with weapons drawn, ready for a fight. Kim Ga-hyeong just realized that a swarm of high-level monsters level 30 and up was pouring out of the underground parking lot. Jusu could only gasp. This is absolutely insane. Our protagonist was panicking too. He knew exactly what this meant, without needing an explanation. He roared, how is this possible? The survival rate for anyone in this building is basically 0. Furious and resentful, he swung his arm, summoning his army to rise and slaughter every last one of them. He was so consumed by rage that he wanted to tear them limb from limb right then and there. The boss could already see where this was going. They were all in the same building, including the families of Ha Dong-gun, Kang Rae-soo, and Kim Gyeon. The two sides clashed violently. Do-hyun looked at Ha Dong-gun with deep concern. This whole situation was hitting him way too hard. Distraught, she called out to her husband, Dong-gun, please. His entire body was now erupting in those dark purple flames. His eyes were wide and glazed over, nearly losing all reason. Only one thought remained in his head: kill every single monster. He fired a brilliant purple blast straight into the sky. The mob of monsters froze, staring up completely clueless about what was happening. Ha Dong-gun's power condensed into a massive, blazing fireball, and came crashing down from the heavens right onto their heads. But even that wasn't enough to satisfy his rage. He declared war. No monster would leave here alive. Those bastards were going to pay. With that, he and the rest of the crew charged back into the fray like literal bullets. All the pent-up fury, exhaustion, and frustration came pouring out. The monsters didn't know what hit them. They just stood there with their eyes wide, though they didn't really need to understand anymore. Within seconds, they were catching arrows to the face while Jian and Su opened fire, throwing spears and rushing in. Everyone unleashed every attack skill they had. Su took down several demons on his own. The boss helped out by summoning a massive supply of ammunition. Using the system window, he unloaded every round he had right into the monsters' faces. The low-level shadow orcs were easy enough to handle for Ha Dong-gun's squad, since they had been grinding non-stop to power up lately. Those grunts were basically no match for them. However, the biggest problem wasn't these weaklings. The real threat was the orc warriors. Every single one of them looked battle-hardened, with rippling muscles, glowing eyes, and razor-sharp fangs. They were on a completely different level. You couldn't even compare them to the regular fodder. Their strength was just absurd. Kim Ga-hyeong had to step in, sending a telepathic message. "Everyone, I'm going to back you up. Hey, watch out for the armored ones. They're heading straight for the formation." Just as he finished speaking, an orc archer let fly. An arrow aimed right at them. Damn it, this was beyond anything I imagined. This is way past the berserker level. It was aiming for Raon, the weakest fighter in the group. She was holding her gun but couldn't react in time. The boss didn't even see where the arrow came from. He could only scream, "Get out of the way," but it was too late. The arrow buried itself deep in her stomach. Blood sprayed everywhere and her eyes went wide in shock as the agonizing pain hit her. The poor girl looked at everyone in a daze, wondering if she'd really just been shot. As blood gushed out, everyone's hearts sank with worry. Raon's hands trembled as she touched the wound where the arrow was still lodged. She collapsed onto the ground, gritting her teeth to endure the pain. Dong-gun rushed over his head, snapping around. Seeing his teammate wounded, he went absolutely ballistic. Raon didn't have much internal power, so that hit was critical. Worse yet, no one there had the healing skills to save her. Kim Ga-hyeong watched him. In the squad, Ha Dong-gun was always the calm one who analyzed the situation and acted. But right now, he was too paralyzed to lead. The enemy had targeted the squad's weakest point. Once hit by that arrow, even regular healing skills were useless. He started shaking with anxiety. What should we do? From here on out, we can't count on Kim Gon's support. Oh, Yeonju might be able to hold on with her high self-regeneration. But if this drags on, the battle will be decided soon. Honestly, the outcome of this fight felt like it was set in stone from the start. If they wanted to run, this was their last chance. He thought about summoning his guardians to help them escape. I should have done that from the beginning. While Dong-gun was distracted, a monster loomed up right behind him. It raised its weapons high, ready to bring them crashing down. Oh hell no. The boss saw it and panicked, screaming at the top of his lungs. Ha Dong-gun. Right then, on the other side, Raon decisively ripped the arrow out of her own stomach and shouted to reassure everyone. "Don't worry about me. It was such a badass move." Kim Ga-hyeong couldn't believe she'd pulled it out with her bare hands, let alone started treating her own wound. "Everyone pull yourselves together. We have to save the people in that building. We don't know who's alive or dead until we check. Go find your families now." Those words were like a wake-up call for everyone. Dong-gun managed to turn just in time to parry the monster's axe as it swung down. Things were looking up. Even though Raon had pulled the arrow out, the intense pain meant she wouldn't be back in the fight anytime soon. Seeing how they were pushing themselves to the limit in such a desperate struggle, the boss felt a wave of regret. I should have ordered them to retreat immediately. But just as they were giving it their all, he realized he couldn't give up either. They were so close to seeing their families. He clenched his fists, trying to stay calm as he shouted. His status window was reflecting his own burning rage, which is why he chose not to run. Ha Dong-gun, Kang-gu, Kim-gon. He made his decision. He would raise them all to level 40, choosing to grant them the power they needed. Ding alert, reaching level 40 costs 1 billion per stage. He didn't hesitate. No problem. Today he was going to make sure they won no matter what. Ha Dong-gun, Kang Rae-soo, and Kim Gon's levels shot up to level 40. They stared at their bodies in pure shock. Kim Ga-hyeong explained, "Everyone's level just went up. Now go wipe those monsters off the face of the earth." Their spirits soared as they unleashed their newfound power. Get up. Even though leveling them up cost over 10 billion, he didn't care as long as they could crush these orc bastards. Actually, the money they'd earned so far was meant for expanding the territory. Gon also summoned a swarm of black crows, waving his hand to order them forward. He'd planned to use it for electricity, water, gas, and new infrastructure for the residents. But forget it, he pushed Ha-ong, Oh-soo, and the others up to level 45. He was going all in today. He might as well take the money they would have earned and invest it back into Ha Dong-gun's team. They more than earned it. The battle dragged on for a long time, and everyone was starting to get exhausted. Kim Ga-hyeong stayed right there with them. "My guardians and I fought on the front lines, joining forces to help Kim Do-haeon, Moon Bong-ho, and Kim Ga-young level up. Their levels hit 40, and he boosted every other remaining member to level 40 as well. Just like that, everyone had surpassed level 40. And for the 3 MVPs of the battle, Ha Dong-gun, Kang-gu, and Oh-soo, they were promoted all the way to level 45. Level 45 is equal to the level of the two-headed vulture from before. That means we now have 3 monsters that are just as powerful. Soon after the massacre, the monsters finally collapsed. In the end, only Ha Dong-gun's squad remained standing on the battlefield. Everyone was gasping for air as they walked into the building, their hearts full of hope. But the deeper they went, the darker their faces became. The interior was completely devastated. Bodies were scattered everywhere. Not a single sign of life remained. Every step up, the stairs felt heavier than the last. A heavy silence hung in the air. No one wanted to speak. They had reached Ha Dong-gun's home. He placed his hand on the doorknob. Yu Hai-in grabbed his arm and whispered his name, Dong-gun. He remained silent, the tension in his body at its limit. The odds were 99% that no one survived, but he still clung to hope. He swung the door open, but the house was empty, covered in blood. Bloody footprints were scattered all over, and a stained knife lay abandoned on the floor. As he moved deeper inside, Ha-dong-gun's face grew darker. He didn't give up searching every room in a desperate, hopeless hunt. The others stood at the door, frozen by the sight. Blood was everywhere, but there was nothing left in the house. Dong-gun stayed silent. Eventually, even he didn't know what he was looking for anymore, but he couldn't stop himself. Finally, he choked out the words, "Let's go." Yu Hai-in looked at him with pure pity. Dong-gun. His face was strangely calm. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even cry. "I'm fine." Yu Hai-in couldn't hold back. She rushed over to hug her husband, sobbing uncontrollably. "You idiot, if you want to cry, just let it out." Ha-dong-gun patted her back, trying to comfort her despite his own despair. "I already knew. I'm okay. It'll be okay." But every other room in the building was the same, silent, empty, and drenched in blood. Kim Ji-yeon slumped to the floor, completely drained. "Is it confirmed?" "Yeah, it is." Is this really reality?" They had all lost their families. Kim Ga-hyeong didn't know what to say. His entire body felt frozen. "I failed." Even though they looked so hopeless, they weren't like Kim Yu-hae-in, who still had family nearby to share the grief. Despite all the effort and hard work, the world had completely abandoned them, leaving them all alone. He broke down, burying his face in his hands and crying. "I really thought I could use my power to save this country. I couldn't even save the people right next to me." Suddenly, Ha-dong-gun spoke up. "I didn't find any footprints at your house." He still held a shred of hope. Maybe they were alive somewhere else. "Even if they aren't, we have to keep living." Because Ha-dong was the one saying this, no one knew how to respond. It wasn't time to give up hope just yet. Because they still had that tiny spark of hope, their situation was much more optimistic than Ha-dong-gun's. He looked up and called out, "Kim Ga-hyeong, are you there?" He immediately replied, "Yeah, I'm here." Outside, the rain was pouring down. They felt as if all their energy had been drained. They couldn't even take another step. "Sorry, but can you unsummon us? I want to rest for a bit." Of course, he did it right away. After unsummoning his subordinates, he began to torment himself. One thought kept racing through his mind. Was it because I was too greedy that I was one step too late? If only I had gone to save their families sooner. Dong-gun turned away. "Well, I'm going to go rest now." Kim Ga-hyeong clenched his teeth, but he couldn't stop the tears from rolling down his cheeks. He kept wondering, could he have saved those people? "To be honest, I was just struggling in vain. My parents survived on their own and found me. My grandfather used his own strength to hold on. Even if I hadn't gone looking for them, they would have been fine. They haven't said anything, but who knows, maybe deep down they resent me for how things turned out. In their eyes, I'm the one who killed their families." He couldn't stand the guilt anymore. He doubled over, sobbing. "I'm sorry. It was me. It's all my fault. It's because I was too greedy." He cried hysterically, repeating those words over and over. "It's all on me. I was so greedy that I missed the chance to save your families. I'm so incredibly sorry." Ha-dong-gun didn't say a word. He stopped, turned around, and walked straight toward Kim Ga-hyeong, who was bowed low, weeping bitterly. He stared at him for a long time, speechless. Finally, he spoke. "Kim Ga-hyeong, stop. This isn't your fault." His whole body was trembling. They said that, but the overwhelming guilt didn't fade. But then, Ha-dong-gun put a hand on his shoulder. "Kim Ga-hyeong, can you look up and see what's around you? Including me, every single person here was saved by your power. We don't have to worry about food, water, or monsters. All of that is thanks to you. If it weren't for you, Bung-ho's grandmother and Yu Hae-in's family wouldn't have been saved." They said it with total sincerity. "You are our salvation. Besides, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to see for myself what happened to my family, and I wouldn't have had the chance to get revenge on those monsters." The main character was stunned. Ha-dong-gun's voice, suddenly raspy, rang in my ears. I could feel just how hard he was clenching his teeth, trying so hard to stay strong. He had gone through so much pain today, yet here he was comforting me instead. When you think about it, with our weak strength alone, we wouldn't have stood a chance against those monsters. There's so much tragedy in this world, but that pain isn't specifically targeting anyone. It just happens naturally to everyone. You don't need to carry all this responsibility. This is the world's fault, not yours. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. You just need to be like a great tree. Being there for us to lean on is more than enough. Just providing a shade where we can rest in peace makes us incredibly grateful." His words were so genuine that the main character was left in a daze. It turns out Ha-dong-gun was much stronger and more mature than he had imagined. After saying those words, he turned to leave. "I'll be heading back now." He couldn't believe it. He should have been the one comforting them, but instead, they were comforting him. He replied awkwardly, Thank you." And it wasn't just him. Even Jian looked at him with a supportive smile. "Hang in there, Kim Ga-hyeong. We're always so grateful for you." Yu Hai-in and Bung-ho joined in. "Yeah, stay strong. Without you, I never could have saved my grandmother." Janon and Tu Ing-gae-chan also smiled at him. "Me too. If you hadn't saved me, I would have died in that house a long time ago." "Same here. Without you, I probably would have lost my mind by now." Everyone was truly deeply grateful to him. Thank you, really. Kim Ga-hyeong stood there, speechless. It was strange. Up until now, I always acted for my own sake. Even when I helped them, it was just a trade. They helped me, so I helped them back. Yet, they call me their salvation. Suddenly, I feel like a real jerk. Does someone like me really deserve to be called a savior? You just need to be like a massive tree. Just stand there and let us lean on you. That's enough. A big tree, huh? How can I make sure I don't let their expectations down? A giant tree casting its shade so that everyone can finally rest in peace. Thank you, everyone. My mind is finally clear. That's right. I'll do my best to become the massive tree that Ha-dong-gun wants me to be. My goal of saving the country, which I set from the very beginning, was nothing more than the pressure from this overwhelming power, making me feel like I had to do it. But that wasn't the goal. I truly desired, and I wasn't even sure I could give it my all. I've always felt that just killing monsters, leveling up, establishing outposts, and expanding territory like I am now was enough. I'm going to cast aside that noble goal of saving everyone in South Korea. My new goal is to become a giant tree and create a blanket of shade so that everyone who enters can have a more comfortable place to rest. I'm certain this is exactly what I should be doing right now. Ding, everyone's trust and loyalty have surged to 100%. Not long after, Ha-dong-gun's team left. Lee Jun-hyuk led a group of people running toward my house. He called out from the door, "Ga-hyeong, I've brought everyone here, just like you asked. Man, this guy's team is huge. They're making a racket all over the hallway. I should go out and greet them." "It must have been a tough trip for everyone," he asked in surprise. "It's nothing, but you said you had a favor to ask me." "What is it?" I slammed the door shut. "Let's change locations first. Anyone who isn't a retainer can't enter my house. Ordinary citizens can only come as far as the gate. But the reason I called them to my house was that after swapping out the door, I swung it wide and invited them in. All of them just stood there, dazed and confused, completely shocked by the scene before them. "Isn't this my own house?" the red-haired girl asked, totally bewildered. What's going on? What kind of situation is this anyway?" Ding, the group's trust skyrocketed. Exactly what Kim Ga-hyeong wanted. I chuckled to myself. That's right. If you want to build trust, showing off your power is definitely the most direct and obvious way. After letting them all inside, I finally spoke. "Everyone, I'm going to explain the details of my proposal now." Lee Jun-hyuk turned back. "Yes, please go ahead." Ga-hyeong reached out his hand. "First, I'd like everyone present to sign a contract with me." Everyone knelt down and waited. After a while, a few people asked in confusion, We're the last group. Is the contracting process all finished now? You've worked hard?" I was so exhausted, I was breaking out in a cold sweat, but I pushed through it just as I'd expected. Signing contracts with so many people at once really is draining. But thanks to that, everything was finally ready. I looked back at the leader, Lee Jun-hyuk. "All right, let's get down to business. With the expansion of our territory, the entire Hwang-lin Mountain has become our domain." Hwang-lin Mountain. Is that the one in the back? That's right, and it looks like a dungeon has appeared there. I looked at them dead serious, Lee Jun-hyuk, and everyone else. "I want to ask you all to explore that dungeon. Will you do it?" He didn't dare make a promise right away. He was clearly tense, but this was a golden opportunity he couldn't pass up. "Of course, that's no problem at all. Thank you for trusting us with this mission." "Very well." Then I was mid-sentence when I suddenly heard someone calling Ga-hyeong. I jumped my eyes wide with shock. Telepathy. It was Kim Ga-bin calling. "What you asked me to prepare is ready. Can you come over now?" I couldn't just ignore her call. "Okay, I'll be right there." Kim Ga-hyeong checked the floor numbers on the elevator. The elevator doors were about to close. Finally, I could take a breather. A huge weight was off my shoulders. I was lucky Lee Jun-hyuk happily accepted the offer to conquer the dungeon. I can finally relax about the dungeon situation. Interestingly, after Lee Jun-hyuk became my subordinate, even though his skills didn't change. His title became the 12th Retainer Viscount Mage. Just like Oju, his title changed from Knight to Viscount. Additionally, in Lee Jun-hyuk's team, the ones who could be called officers like Lee Hyo-chan, Shin Ang, and Kim Ji-ta all reached rank B, unlike most members who were only at rank D to C. It feels like, as the number of signees increases, more data is being accumulated. Reaching high-level abilities seems tied to some kind of innate condition. You could call it potential or raw talent. Looking at the elevator, I figured I could probably only sign master-servant contracts with 100 people, so in the future, it's best to focus on those with real talent. As I spoke, I stepped into the elevator and it started moving. Turns out I was heading to see Kim Ga-bin. When she saw me, her eyes lit up. "Ja-hyeong, you're here," I smiled back. "Kim Ga-bin, thanks for all your hard work." It was nothing. It's not that difficult as long as the pay is right. As soon as money was mentioned, all her fatigue vanished. I could only accept it with a sigh. "I'll give you an extra bonus." Then my gaze turned serious as I scanned the room. "Are these the people you found?" Kim Ga-bin pointed toward them and nodded. "That's right. Just like you asked, I found 10 of the most capable workers." I stepped forward to introduce myself. "Nice to meet you all. My name is Kim Ga-hyeong." Everyone else bowed in unison. Hello, a blonde guy asked, Ga-hyeong, why did you call us here? I got straight to the point. Of course. Let me explain everything. I want to assign you all to department head positions just like Kim Ga-bin. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Really, I had it all calculated. The population has grown significantly, but there are only a few department heads. Right now, we only have Lee Sung-min as the medical team captain and Baek Sung-min as the rescue team captain. This blonde guy seemed really enthusiastic. If you give us the chance, we'll give it everything we've got. There are still 12 department head positions left, so it should be fine to hand them over. But of course, I can't just hand these roles out for free. Ga-hyeong spoke directly to the group. However, I have one condition. The crowd started buzzing with excitement again. What kind of condition? I calmly explained. The reason I chose you all is simple. Once new people join, countless issues, both big and small, will inevitably pop up. I will only grant this position to those who can propose solutions to me. All right then. As I spoke, I held out my hand. Let's begin. If you're ready, please step forward one by one and present your plans. The candidate proposals went on for quite a while. Many ideas were brought up, ranging from waste management in the area to issues regarding the maintenance of internal roads. They offered solutions for a wide variety of problems, and for the most part, I was quite satisfied. Very good. We're getting a lot of great ideas. As expected of Kim, Dane really did pick out an impressive group. One cocky-looking guy raised his hand and said, "All right, it's my turn to talk about my plan." Kim Ga-hyeong gave him the nod immediately. Fine, let's hear it. I believe we currently need a department responsible for maintaining internal security. Even though nothing major has happened yet, if we don't have someone keeping things in check, something is bound to go wrong sooner or later. He immediately caught onto the guy's drift. So, you mean creating something like a police force? Exactly. Just then, another guy stepped forward. Sorry for the interruption, but hearing you two mention the police reminded me of something. Go ahead. The guy finally spoke up. Do you two realize that police station armories store all kinds of firearms, including rifles? Our main character, of course, had no idea about that. His eyes widened in shock. Are you saying there are guns in the police station? I thought only the military had those. The guy scratched his face, looking a bit awkward as he confirmed it. That's right. You know how it is. Since the Republic of Korea is technically in a state of armistice, police armories are fully equipped with a significant amount of weaponry to handle unexpected situations. But since it's just a police station, the scale isn't that massive. Even if the scale wasn't huge, it was still dangerous enough. He had to think this through carefully. He asked again. So if we can get those weapons, it'll help with setting up the security department, right? The closest one to us is the Buanan police station in Samson. Can I get your name? The man finally introduced himself. My name is Kang Ji-ho. Once he heard this news, he knew he had to get to work immediately before those weapons fell into someone else's hands. All right, Kang Ji-ho. Why don't you personally lead a team to that police station? The guy was taken aback. You want me to go there myself? He could fully guarantee the guy's safety, so he gave him a little encouragement. That's right, don't worry too much. Our territory has expanded this time. That police station should be within our territory now. If it's outside the boundary, don't force it, just turn back immediately. Only then did the guy feel reassured enough to accept the task. All right, I got it. Leave it to me. This was shaping up to be a better harvest than expected today. Then get ready and head out right away. He couldn't help but smirk to himself. Rifles, huh? That sounds pretty tempting. He continued. Let's keep going. More and more things are coming to light. The rest of you continue with the previous topic. The day after the minister was successfully elected, Kang Ji-ho's team actually managed to bring back the guns. Everything went smoothly, until he used his emperor's eyes to confirm and register them in the shop. However, the weapons they recovered only consisted of 2 rifles, 3 bullets, and 1 empty magazine. The quantity wasn't the issue, since he could just buy more from the shop once they were registered. The real problem was that someone else had already cleared out most of the firearms from the station. By the time Kang Ji-ho's group arrived, there was very little left. Based on the size of that armory, he estimated that hundreds of guns had vanished. This meant that somewhere out there, a large-scale armed organization of survivors existed. This was going to be a bit of a headache, but if it was an organization that big, they would definitely stand out. He shouldn't even have to dig for info to hear about them, yet there was absolutely zero intelligence. That meant they weren't anywhere near his territory. He decided to set that issue aside for now. He had something more urgent to handle. The priority right now was to distribute those rifles to the people who needed them. The scene shifted elsewhere, where a horde of goblins was swarming the streets. Voices whispered in the shadows. Seo, run. What's the plan? It was that same group of old men from before, peeking out from behind a tree. There are way too many of those monsters. Damn it, we worked so hard just to get this far. None of them dared to charge out and attack. Their ammo was also running bone dry. God damn it, what do we do? Run. Make a decision fast. The Kang Sung-hoon had no idea what to do either, but his comrades kept pressuring him. What should I do? After a long battle, everyone was exhausted, and their weapons were nearly empty. With their current strength, they couldn't handle a mob of monsters that size. Curse it. Is there any way out of this mess? Just as he was hitting rock bottom, Ga-hyeong's voice echoed in his head. Kang So. Run instantly. A system window popped up. The main character sent them a massive stash of high-tier guns and ammo. The whole group stood there completely dazed. This is. Seeing their want to cry but can't expressions, he couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Looks like I made it just in time. The reinforcements have arrived, so go ahead and use these. The whole group, having just been handed a second lease on life, let out a sigh of pure relief. Ga-hyeong, thank you so much. They all scrambled to grab a gun. Everyone, Focus Seo-run looked around, assessing the situation. Is everyone ready? Now that the others had guns and ammo, their confidence soared instantly. Yes, sir. The whole pack charged out like moths to a flame, screaming at the top of their lungs. Charge. The beasts turned around, just in time to see the two sides collide. Seo-run gripped his gun and started spraying bullets like a madman. Open fire. These guys were actually pretty good shots. No matter how many goblins there were, they were all being gunned down. The monsters were smart. Seeing they couldn't win, they immediately turned tail and bolted. The crowd cheered wildly. They're running. We did it. Let's go save our families. Keep pushing forward while you fire. Ding notifications started rolling in. Demi-human eliminated. Experience points gained. Watching the whole battle, the main character found it quite miraculous. Is this the true power of a rifle? Even without using any special abilities, just using rifles alone was enough to push back the demi-humans. This meant that as long as someone knew the basics of how to use a gun, they could generate enough firepower to crush ordinary monsters. Great. Then Jung Sung-jun's squad should be fine for the time being. I'll leave the rest to them. I wonder how Lee Jun-hyuk's group is doing over there, on the other side. That group hadn't run into any trouble yet. They were navigating through the forest and let out a sigh of relief when they finally found it. Before them stood a D-rank dungeon, the Lizardman Swamp. It looked pretty damn dangerous. Lee Jun-hyuk took the lead at the dungeon entrance and peeked inside to scout. Ah, it's completely flooded. This is bad. How are we supposed to get in? But having water there was actually perfect for him since his power was water-based, reassuring his teammates behind him. Don't worry, he immediately activated his skill, water control. Instantly, the water inside the dungeon split down the middle, creating a dry path for them right through the center. Everyone else was left in awe. Whoa, that's unreal. Lee Jun-hyuk led the way. Is everyone ready? He turned back and gave them a grin. Let's head in. Ding. Lee Jun-hyuk's team has entered a dungeon for the first time. They received double experience points and a gold bonus. The main character watched their progress. Since the inside of the dungeon was unexplored territory, there was no telling what kind of dangers might appear. So after handing out rifles to Kang Sung-jun's group, I immediately gave some to Lee Jun-hyuk's group as well. This gave Lee Jun-hyuk's team a decent amount of firepower. Clearing the dungeon shouldn't be a major issue now. However, looking at the system screen, he was a bit confused. What exactly does this number next to the dungeon info mean? At first I thought it was a player limit, but that doesn't seem right. The deeper these guys go, the more incredible it looks. Wow, it's completely filled with water. It feels like being inside an aquarium. I was just thinking that it looks exactly like one of those underwater tunnels. Suddenly, someone in the group flinched, aiming their gun and shouting that they'd spotted enemies, 3 of them approaching from the 11 o'clock direction. This guy is sharp. Those monsters are moving incredibly fast. Everyone immediately went on high alert, aiming where he pointed. 11 o'clock, huh? Aren't they underwater? The water is surging violently now, seemingly no longer obeying Lee Jun-hyuk's control. It's splashing everywhere, creating a white foam. Careful, it's dangerous. It's a mutant green monster, the white-haired guy screamed, warning Jun-hyuk behind him. It was a level 21, lizard man, and man did it look intimidating. With razor-sharp fangs and glowing yellow eyes, it lunged for an attack. Lee Jun-hyuk managed to pull his weapon just in time to block the strike. Damn it, it's not just one. The others are charging in too. Lee Ho-chan gripped his gun and yelled for everyone to focus, noting there were still 2 more left. Open fire. The whole team started spraying bullets into the water. They managed to land a few hits, but it wasn't enough to take them down for good. Everyone was fuming. These bastards. They're moving way too freely under the surface. They're too hard to hit. If we could just get them out of the water, we'd have a chance. Suddenly, Kim Jita's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "I've got an idea." He gave a smug grin. After all, water is his specialty. But before he could act, Lee Jun-hyuk suddenly stopped him, shouting, "Everyone wait." It seemed he had figured it out. In one swift motion, he drained the water from around the monsters. Timing it perfectly, he gave the signal, and they all fired at once. The plan worked perfectly. Ding. Lizard Man defeated. The monsters were finally dead. My brother felt like we were incredibly lucky. Normally, lizardmen use the environment to make things miserable for us. I mean, moving inside a flooded dungeon is hard enough as it is. But facing creatures like lizardmen who can move freely in pitch-black water with 0 visibility, that's a death sentence. Luckily, Lee Ho-chan has that mini-map ability, allowing him to track the terrain within a 100-meter radius and distinguish friend from foe. Plus, Lee Jun-hyuk possesses water manipulation powers, which completely flipped the script. It looks like I won't even need to step in to help. To be honest, with this kind of strength, there was no need to send Lee Jun-hyuk's entire team. Just Jun-hyuk, Ho-chan, and a few support members for firepower would have been more than enough to conquer this place. The group had a smooth run, heading straight to the end of the tunnel. Lee Jun-hyuk asked in surprise, "Are we already there?" The boss room was blocked off by a massive wooden door. They finally made it and headed straight inside, but something felt off. This was the only spot without any water, and there was no boss in sight. The moment the words were out, Lee Ho-chan got super annoyed and snapped, "Hey, every time you say that something goes wrong, suddenly everyone's faces turned pale." "Wait, I feel a vibration." Lee Ho-chan was the first to notice. "Something is coming right at us. It's moving fast. Watch out." Right then, water came bursting out of the cave like a flood. The group was startled, screaming in terror as they were caught completely off guard. Everyone get behind me." Lee Jun-hyuk stood at the front, trying to hold it back by using his skill to split the water again. But this time it wasn't going to be that easy. He was visibly shaken and panicked. There it was, a massive lizard man, holding a trident, standing atop the rushing water. That was the boss, and it looked pretty badass, honestly. The team surrounded the monster guns, aimed and ready. At this point, if they didn't shoot, they didn't know what else to do. The whole squad opened fire, but this was a boss, it wasn't going down that easy. It waved its hand, manipulating the water to create a solid shield. The team started to panic. "They're using the water to block our bullets. Our attacks aren't doing a thing. What do we do?" Lee Jun-hyuk, who had been controlling water all this time, was finally seeing someone else do it. It was a real eye-opener. "So water can be used like that, huh?" he muttered. "Think of this as a training session, everyone. Just stay put and wait for my command." The others were confused and asked, "Huh? What do you mean?" Lee Jun-hyuk didn't waste words. He just dashed forward. "I'll finish this quickly and be right back." Everyone was worried and tried to stop him, but it was too late. Jun-hyuk lunged straight at the crest of the wave to attack the monster. They stared each other down. The boss had a trident while he had nothing. Was he planning to fight bare-handed? Nope, he decided to use the water itself to end it fast. Both sides were evenly matched, neither backing down, but it looked like he had figured out a way to win. He gave a playful, mocking smirk. "So you're using physical force to block my attacks. That must mean you can't move within the water I control, right?" In the blink of an eye, Jun-hyuk appeared right behind the boss. Activating his water manipulation skill, he trapped the monster's neck inside a sphere of water. "This is it. Goodbye. Water bomb." With a loud boom, the monster's head was blown to pieces, blood mixing with the splashing water. The spectators stood there, with their mouths hanging open. They'd never seen anything so cool. Dungeon cleared. They actually did it. Ding Lizardman, Chief Level 23, defeated. Experience points gained. Citizen Lee Jun-hyuk has defeated the boss of the Lizardman Swamp and received 10 crystals as a reward. For the first successful dungeon clear, he received a bonus of 100 crystals. The MC had been watching the whole fight closely. Once Lee Jun-hyuk's team finished the dungeon and left, the dungeon info changed slightly. That number must be the clear limit, so there are 9 more runs left. If I clear the remaining runs, I can pull for a divine artifact. That means I could get another one, just like the communication ring. I can't let this opportunity slip away. I immediately called Lee Jun-hyuk. "How are you holding up?" He still looked like he was in top shape. "Aside from being a bit tired, everything's fine," he replied. After a bit of back and forth, I told him, "Great, I have a favor to ask." He nodded. "Sure, just say the word. I'll do my best." I got straight to the point. "Can you clear this dungeon once a day?" He froze. "Are you kidding? Well, I guess it's a good chance to train." He agreed easily, saying it was no big deal, and he actually followed through. For the next 10 days, Lee Jun-hyuk defeated the Lizardman Swamp boss every day, earning 10 crystals each time. I finished clearing the dungeon for the first time. I got a reward of 100 crystals and an artifact draw. One draw costs 300 crystals, and I've got 400 now. Having the guys back feels great. Everyone worked so hard. "You all did great. Go get some rest," I told them. After checking, it looks like I finally saved up enough crystals for an artifact draw. Awesome. Now all that's left is to actually do it. Artifact draw, let's go. Getting new gear is always exciting, but man, the pain and that blinding light from the magic circle hitting me head on is just the worst. It's so bright, even a blind person could see it. Can't we turn this light off? It's usually bright, but this time it's especially blinding. Ga-hyeong lifted the object with both hands. Ding. The system announced it was the king of the home crown. When wearing it, the buffs granted to citizens are doubled. Even Ga-hyeong didn't see this coming. Right now, there are 6 types of citizen buffs: a 100% increase in experience points and gold rewards, faith power, basic grain tax, population subsidies for economic activity, and job-specific effects. Just by using this, all those effects can be doubled, but do I have to wear this thing all the time? It's a bit cumbersome, but the buffs are just too powerful to pass up. It looks pretty ridiculous, but he tried to cheer himself up. Well, I don't really leave the house anyway, so I might as well just keep it on. Oh, I feel a sudden wave of refreshment washing over me. Come to think of it, the tax cooldown is almost over. Might as well test out what this crown can really do. If I apply the crown's double effect, the 10% tax becomes 20%. A 20% tax rate means I could collect billions. But when he saw the actual numbers, he was floored. Over 15 billion. That means the citizens' total assets are around 75 billion. These people are way wealthier than I thought. No wonder the general store's revenue has been so high lately. It shows the citizens' purchasing power has really shot up. Honestly, it's a good thing that the people are getting richer. Now that I have the crown, I need to level up quickly to add more items to the shop. Just as his mind was wandering, the doorbell rang. Hey, a voice called from outside. Ga-hyeong were back. It was Jeong Sung-jin and his group. Every single one of them looked absolutely thrilled. Hello, Ga-hyeong. We're here to return the gear we borrowed. He looked at them and replied politely. You all must be exhausted from the trip. Thank you for taking the time to bring these back to me. But since they were victorious, they were full of energy. Don't say that it's the least we could do. Suddenly, the whole group spotted the crown and were completely shocked. Hey, what on earth is that on your head? Only then did he remember. He hurriedly yanked it off, rambling an explanation. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing special at all. Anyway, forget that. Congratulations to all of you. He felt like he wanted to crawl into a hole from embarrassment, so he quickly changed the subject. I'm so glad you could all reunite safely with your families. Ah, yes, it's all thanks to you. They shared their stories saying, if we had been even one step later, we might never have seen our families again. But because you were generous enough to let us borrow the guns, we were able to save them. It's a miracle. Ga-hyeong politely waved it off. I only tried to help as much as I could. You're the ones who saved your families with your own strength. But they still bowed deeply. To us, that chance to save our families was truly desperate. Please let us thank you one more time. Thank you so much. Seeing them so happy made him feel good too. He grinned widely. I'm just glad I could help. Ding, everyone's trust levels were absolutely skyrocketing. After chatting for a bit, Jeong Sung-jin's team headed downstairs with their families while I got busy organizing the weapons they had just returned. As I put the guns back into storage, I wondered, is that everything? Suddenly, a series of messages popped up on the screen. Wait, a notification. At that moment, I had no idea there shouldn't have been anything to report. But this was serious. The system was notifying me that a bunch of citizens had died. Ga-hyeong was completely frozen, his mind going blank. What is happening? In an instant, about 15 citizens had died. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Right then, another notification appeared. Lowest level blood demon defeated. Experience points gained. You'd think it was good news, but this notification was actually the start of a massive catastrophe. The scene shifts. Bodies are scattered everywhere. A girl is sobbing hysterically, clinging to her last breath. Help! Help me! Save me! She screamed. A red-haired man was holding her tightly from behind. Surrounded by a horde of the walking dead, he said nothing and took a massive bite out of her neck. Her body transformed instantly. Her skin turned deathly pale and shriveled into a corpse-like state. After he finished, he threw her to the ground for the other zombies to swarm over. He stood there wiping his mouth with a smug grin. Heh heh heh. Keep eating. The prey here is practically endless. His face looked purely evil. Before getting here, finding this safe zone was a total accident. I was actually confused at first, wondering why there was a transparent wall blocking my path. Then I got a prompt offering me citizenship. I just clicked agree without even thinking about it. Once I stepped inside, my jaw literally dropped. My God, I couldn't believe it. This place was packed with people young and old, all playing and laughing. It was like finding heaven in the middle of hell. And look at all that food. It wasn't just the quantity. The quality looked incredible compared to the ones I'd eaten outside. They probably taste several times better. My mind immediately started racing. If I stay here and devour everyone to evolve, I can finally become. Just like that guy who called me useless and threw me away. I'll become a powerful vampire just like him. He had already consumed countless people. With his long, sharp claws, he gleefully fantasized about reaching the mid-tier soon. Before long, I'll have power equal to that man. But just being equal isn't enough. I have to drink more blood to surpass him. And it's not just me. My subordinates need to get stronger too. Right now I'm only low tier, so I can only command 5 of the lowest level vampires. Even though one died during this hunt, it doesn't matter. After all, there are endless humans here. Creating another low-level vampire won't be difficult at all. His grin widened, his eyes glowing a deep red. Once I become a mid-tier vampire, aha, my underlings will then evolve into low-tier vampires, one by one, and they'll keep multiplying, creating even more of the lowest level ones. Just like that, my vampire army will grow in no time. I'll devour every human around here, and then go settle the score with that guy. By then, my power will definitely be far beyond his. And then, I'll finally have my bloody revenge. He glanced back as someone approached, and he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Well, well. Another piece of prey coming here to die. His vampire underlings also began to stir, their eyes glowing a menacing red as they bared their fangs. He laughed gleefully while controlling them, thinking another fool had just walked into his trap. But suddenly, the smile vanished instantly from his face, and he stood frozen to the spot. He couldn't believe it. His puny minions had just charged forward, only to have their heads blown to smithereens in the blink of an eye. What the hell is happening? Not only are all his damn minions gone, they were wiped out instantly. I guess he's actually got some skills. Still, he was foolish enough to provoke Kim Ga-hyeong into dealing with him personally. He watched in terror as Kim Ga-hyeong approached, seething with a rage so intense his murderous intent felt like it was scorching the air. What just happened? There was no warning, not even a clash of blades. In just a single moment, my entire legion was annihilated. Am I seeing things? I can't wrap my head around what's going on. He locked eyes with Kim Ga-hyeong's glowing gaze and couldn't stop shivering. It was as if his mind was rejecting the reality in front of him. But one thing was crystal clear: that man is a total monster. He was someone that the current me couldn't possibly hope to understand. Only one thought raced through his mind: I have to get out of here now. But then, an invisible hand, our main character's skill, clutched him. Kim Ga-hyeong grabbed him by the throat and hoisted him high into the air. He couldn't resist at all. His entire body went stiff as he screamed in agony, begging for his life. Please spare me. Kim Ga-hyeong was absolutely livid. A measly, low-level vampire had dared to kill so many people right inside his own territory. Anyone would be beyond furious. How dare you? He was being choked so hard he felt like he was dying right then and there. His eyes bulged out and he broke out in a cold sweat. I'm dead for sure. He knew that expecting this man to forgive him was nothing short of a miracle. Damn it. After all that, I still didn't get my revenge. Am I really going to die such a meaningless death? But just as he was about to cross over to the afterlife, Kim Ga-hyeong let go, letting him drop like a sack of potatoes. If Kim Ga-hyeong didn't give him permission to die, he had to stay alive. Ignoring the vampire's violent coughing and gasping for air, the main character delivered an ultimatum. From now on, you will answer every single one of my questions honestly. The vampire lay flat on the ground, shaking like a leaf as he looked up at him, too terrified to speak. Only when he was forced to answer did he finally stammer out, "Why, yes, sir." Kim Ga-hyeong's face remained as dark and gloomy as the Grim Reaper. "First tell me, how did you get in here?" This guy was a low-level vampire named Choi Seon-gu. Hearing the story of how easily he'd infiltrated the territory gave me a massive headache. The system notification for granting citizenship didn't specifically require the candidate to be human. It just stated they had to meet the criteria to be accepted as a citizen. I never imagined this meant I could grant citizenship to non-human monsters. And on top of that, a man-eating monster. Kim Ga-hyeong was completely speechless. "So, you were human at first." The vampire groveled on the ground, not daring to lie. "Yes, that's right. Before I was bitten by a vampire named An Sang-hyuk." He kept trying to make excuses, claiming he'd always been a normal person. "Now I get it. That's probably why I was able to grant him citizenship. Go on." In the first few days after turning into a lowest-tier vampire, my memories were a blur. After that, I had to hunt humans to evolve into a low-level vampire. "What do you mean by low-level and lowest tier?" "Those are our vampire ranks, sir. A lowest tier is like a wild beast with nothing but instinct and just enough intelligence to follow orders. But once you become a low-level vampire, you regain human-like consciousness and can even build an army to do your bidding." Kim Ga-hyeong took the chance to ask about that An Sang-hyuk guy's rank. Just the mention of him made the vampire fume. "He's a mid-tier vampire." Kim Ga-hyeong nodded. "The low-level vampire Choi Seon-gu is currently at level 28, so a mid-tier vampire's level must be higher than 28. Although it's still unclear how many sub-ranks they have, one thing's for sure, there are high-tier ones above them. The level of a high-tier vampire must be insane." "Alright, last question. You said that mid-tier vampire's name is An Sang-hyuk, right?" "Yes, that's correct." Kim Ga-hyeong's face darkened further as he growled, "Tell me where he is." Groveling on the ground, the vampire stammered out the name. He was drenched in sweat. The person he feared most now was Kim Ga-hyeong, and no one else. He spilled everything. "In Jeondong. He's in an apartment complex somewhere in Jeondong." Having gathered the info he needed, Kim Ga-hyeong simply said, "I see." Suddenly, the vampire begged desperately, "Wait, please. Let me lead you to him. I'll take you there myself, please." He wanted to find the bastard responsible for all this. Unexpectedly, the system chimed, showing that Choi Seon-gu's loyalty had increased. But the more Kim Ga-hyeong looked at him, the more disgusted he felt. Seeing that desperate, pathetic display of someone wanting to live at any cost, has a loyalty increase ever felt this sickening before? Regardless of whether he was once human or not. I don't need a monster that eats my own citizens, swearing loyalty to me. I've got the info I need, and I have zero intention of taking him in. Kim Ga-hyeong opened the system screen. Since the vampire wanted revenge so badly, and since Kim Ga-hyeong didn't plan on letting him live anyway, he slapped him with a nearly impossible quest. Quest details. Eliminate An Sang-hyuk. Time limit 24 hours. Reward a small amount of experience. Penalty for failure death. So how about you handle it yourself? Kim Ga-hyeong's eyes widened terrifyingly as he declared, I don't need a guide. Go kill him yourself. Choi Seon-gu was obviously scared out of his mind. He yelled out, wait please. He even had the gall to keep begging. Then please. Let me drink some human blood. If I can just evolve to mid-tier, I can easily take him down. Kim Ga-hyeong was completely done with him. The fact that he dared to ask to kill more people pushed his rage to the limit. He gave a final warning. If you dare touch a single hair on a human's head, I will rip yours off instantly. The vampire was so terrified he collapsed, screaming awe. He still didn't realize that this quest was essentially a death sentence. However, Kim Ga-hyeong couldn't let him get desperate enough to go on a rampage and attack others. So he opened the shop and bought an M16 and 100 rounds of ammo for him. The vampire was shocked. Wah, a gun, a real gun. Kim Ga-hyeong was playing a game of cat and mouse. He wouldn't let him die too easily. He'd give him a glimmer of hope. Listen, Choi Seon-gu. I'm giving you a chance. Groveling like a dog, the vampire scrambled to pick up the weapon. A chance for revenge against the one who turned you into this. He gripped the rifle gleefully. With this, he was sure he could do it. I'll try my best. Kim Ga-hyeong simply told him to use everything he had to wipe out all those vampires. Furthermore, let me repeat, if you use this gun to attack anyone other than a vampire, I will kill you myself. If you understand, then get moving. The guy didn't dare disobey. He scrambled away as fast as his legs could carry him. Yes sir, Kim Ga-hyeong then activated his ring to call So Ye-jin. Can you hear me? Her voice responded immediately. Hey Kim Ga-hyeong, what's going on? I need you to send a mouse to tail someone. Can you come over to my place in a bit? Yeah, sounds good. Kim Ga-hyeong isn't heading home just yet. If there are man-eating monsters lurking around here, I have to wipe them all out, if only for the sake of the people's safety. I've got it all figured out. I'm going to form a vampire extermination squad. Dead bodies are scattered all over the ground in this area. I got here way too late. I really thought this place was a safe haven, but in the end, they were all brutally slaughtered like this. Damn it. A little while later, I reached out to Kim Ga-bin to send a rescue team to help out and clean up this horrific scene with them. The girl asked sadly, Kim Ga-hyeong, everything is ready, but we can't find any clues to confirm the identities of these two victims' relatives. There's nothing more we can do, we'll just have to accept it. Yeah, since the internet and signals have all been cut off anyway, there's really no way to verify who they are. If we had discovered those vampires sooner, this tragedy never would have happened. I really wanted to at least help them find their families. I'm so sorry I couldn't protect everyone. I then activated my mid-level fire magic skill, personally cremating the bodies as I made a silent vow. I promise I will get revenge for all of you, so please rest in peace now. Meanwhile, that guy Seon-gu actually took a gun and went looking for that vampire to get his revenge. He was firing wildly at the lackeys while cursing his head off. Die, just die, he screamed like a total madman. An Sang-hyuk, you son of a bitch, I'm back to kill you. Sojin's mouse was hiding nearby, watching everything. Seeing the situation, she reported back. Kim Ga-hyeong, you see that man too, right? Yeah, he's exactly the vampire I told you about. I have no idea what that idiot thinks he's doing. Has he completely lost his mind? I clearly only gave him 100 bullets, yet the second he saw a vampire, he started spraying lead like a maniac. Even though he said they start gaining human intelligence at low levels, they might actually be even dumber than that. Whatever. I don't give a damn if he lives or dies. If he can't take that guy out, I'll eventually have to step in and do it myself. Honestly, I never expected him to be able to kill An Sang-hyuk in the first place. So, instead of letting him keep wasting ammo, I just recalled the gun directly back into my inventory. That guy was in total shock when the gun just vanished. No, wait, stop, he was still trying to beg. 100 rounds. No, that's not right, just give me 50 more bullets. I couldn't help but let out a sigh. Man, he is way too noisy. The moment he heard that voice, Seon-gu's face went pale. He looked up in terror as a woman appeared. Hearing a racket like that, I wondered who it could be. She gave a sinister, mocking laugh. Well, look who we have here. Didn't I kick you out, Seon-gu? How dare you crawl back here? And you were actually stupid enough to come back all alone. Hearing those insults made his blood boil instantly. That's right, it's me, that bitch. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged at her. She didn't look scared at all, just smirked. Oh my, such foul language. She waved her hand, her eyes glowing a deep red as she gave the order. You lot grab him. Her subordinates charged in immediately. It only took 2 vampires to pin him to the ground. He looked so pathetic and miserable, screaming, "Let me go, you bastards." She looked down at him with pure contempt. How boring. She walked toward him step by step. Seon-gu, don't you get why you were thrown away? It's because you're just too damn stupid. The guy just stared back, completely clueless. What? Look at yourself. You can't even fight off a pack of low-level vampires. She was right, and he didn't have a single comeback. He started stammering you. She just brushed her hands off. You can't even take care of yourself. You're just a waste of my food. Even though he was helpless, he still barked out, "You total bitch." She leaned in close, threatening him. "I suggest you start talking honestly right now. Not just about these marks left all over the walls, but that sow from earlier too. I was wondering why you were brave enough to come here alone. Turns out you were carrying a gun, weren't you? Where are you hiding that gun?" Right after she asked that bastard, Seongu actually had the balls to spit right in her face. Talk about gutsy. She just stood there, completely frozen in shock. "Eat shit, you bitch." Even in this mess, he was still acting tough. She wiped the spit off her face. And that's exactly why stupid people tend to have very short lives. Her eyes bulged with rage as she barked, "Kill him instantly." The other vampires lunged at him like they'd gone rabid. Only then did Seongu finally feel the fear. He let out a blood-curdling scream, "Help me." But of course, nobody was going to save him. Blood sprayed everywhere. If he didn't die now, who would? Ding, Citizen Seongu has died. It only took 2 vampires to tear him apart. Suddenly those vampires started smoking from their heads, roaring in agonizing pain. The woman just stood there watching with an amused smile. "It seems you're absorbing nutrients even better than I expected." She couldn't believe her vampires were already evolving. She waved her hand again, ordering them to search the area for the gun. As they all scrambled away, her brain suddenly clicked on something. "Wait a second. What is this smell? Kim Ga-hyeong must have had a hand in this." I knew it. Looking at the screen from Seongu's side, I could see those things would die if they were shot. "Yejin, get ready. I have a plan to pull these monsters out by the roots. While their attention is all on those lethal guns, I've managed to buy some time. Just enough time to pump in toxic gas and fill this entire floor. By the time that woman realizes it, it'll be far too late." She screamed at the top of her lungs. Wait a minute. Don't tell me. This is Sojin. Close your eyes." Right at that moment, the girl squeezed her eyes shut, gritting her teeth as she disconnected. I used my summon to set the toilet paper ablaze. The entire dilapidated apartment building lit up with a blinding flash. Then boom, it exploded into a mass of fire and smoke. Ding. The system notifications kept ringing non-stop. Low-level vampires have been exterminated. Back to Kim Ga-hyeong, he let out a long sigh of relief. Those vampires were even closer than I thought. Even though I'll be able to expand my territory after leveling up soon, that expansion might very well include the area where those things are nesting. It's a good thing I discovered them now. I have to completely wipe them out before they are merged into my territory. Seo-jin just found out about this and asked immediately, "Hey Kim Ga-hyeong, is it possible for those kinds of monsters to appear inside our territory too?" She suggested that if that's the case, we should give everyone missions to carry out punishments. I shot that idea down the moment I heard it. No, that's way too extreme. If people who aren't even vampires get targeted for punishment, how do you think they're going to feel? The girl realized he was right and nodded sadly. Yeah, doing that would definitely destroy everyone's trust. At the end of the day, no one wants a label forced on them like that. I don't want to cause any conflict over this. Right. Besides, even if I did interfere, what I can actually do is very limited. Is there a better way to tell the citizens apart? Just then, a system notification popped up. The number of citizens has reached 30,000. What? An achievement system. Seo-jin saw my face go pale and asked, "Is something wrong?" I was momentarily stunned. Wait a second. So when you hit a specific milestone in this achievement system, it lets you grant titles with custom effects. You're saying I can set the achievement conditions right now. Please define the achievement requirements for killing a citizen. He questioned the system, so I can take these titles away whenever I want to, right? Got it. The title will be Murderer, the effect. An 80% reduction to all stats and both hands will be sealed. Plus, they'll have a giant murderer label stuck right on their forehead. This is the most merciful way to handle it. He finalized the settings immediately. Ding, achievement setup complete. And just like that, one major headache was permanently dealt with. Now whenever someone commits a crime as serious as murder, I can use the system to punish them. He couldn't help but smirk to himself, feeling pretty smug. I can even make the worst criminals wear their titles on their foreheads as a warning to everyone else. The more he thought about it, the more brilliant it seemed. And it's not just for punishment. I can also grant positive titles like Monster Hunter. Suddenly, Seo Ye-jin stood up and looked him in the eye. Kim Ga-hyeong, I've been thinking. She was still trying to come up with ideas. What if instead of using punishments, we send out a broadcast? Something like, "If you're a vampire, come to this location." To her surprise, he gave a knowing smile and admitted, "That's already taken care of. I just found a way to handle it." Her eyes went wide. Really? Oh, that's such a relief. Her eyes were literally sparkling. She was completely in awe of him. I might not totally get the details, but you really are incredible. It was the first time a girl that beautiful had ever praised him, and his face turned beet red instantly. Thanks. He stammered, feeling awkward and quickly turning away. Since they always talked about serious business, he hadn't really noticed it before, but Seo Ye-jin was actually gorgeous. He felt a little flutter in his heart. She just kept on smiling and teasing him. Haha, there you go, being modest again. As he was lost in thought, the sudden ring of the doorbell made him jump. Then a voice called out from the other side of the door. Kim Ga-hyeong. I came the second I heard the news. He quickly replied, the door's unlocked. Just come right in. Talk about perfect timing. She walked in, acting very polite and formal. Sorry to bother you. He had a very good reason for calling her here. She was an indispensable talent when it came to wiping out large numbers of monsters. For this particular vampire hunting operation, he looked over at her and said, thank you for coming. There was no way he could leave out someone like Ga-hyeong. Her poison skills were going to be a total game changer. She was ready to jump into the fray immediately. Do we start now? But Kim Ga-hyeong wasn't in a rush. Wait. Before we do that, there's still one thing I need to take care of. Meanwhile, in a meeting room elsewhere, several men were gathered around a table. A man with red eyes and a scarred face glared at them intensely. Listen up, everyone. Shin Se-yeon is dead. Everyone stared at him in total shock, the room erupting into whispers. Is it because of those explosions on the first floor? Shin Se-yeon is actually dead. How did this happen? All he knew was that the entire first floor hallway had been blown to bits. The low-level vampires who were nearby at the time mentioned hearing gunshots, so my guess is that they're responsible. One of them slammed his fist on the table in a rage. Was it those damn cops? That's right. We were nice enough to ignore those bastards, and this is how they repay us. The whole group started shouting over each other. Everyone had a different opinion. We have to kill them right now and take their guns. Eating them alive wouldn't even be enough to settle this score, but another spoke up. It's not going to be that simple. After all, they've got guns. Getting into a direct fight with them is dangerous. Even though our existence has been leaked, I never expected the police to actually launch a direct assault like this. And besides, how did they find our base? What was the reason for them suddenly storming in? There are just too many things about this that don't make any sense. Then one of them called out to him, Aeon Sang-hyuk, please give us the order to move. We're ready. Our mission isn't going to change just because of this. He understood perfectly. He began to speak. Our objective is clear. We must eliminate those people. The whole crowd immediately agreed. Right, let's take this chance to wipe them all out. But Aeon Sang-hyuk continued. However, to keep our casualties to a minimum, we can't just charge in head first. We need to exploit the fact that they're running low on supplies, infiltrate their ranks, and then tear them down from the inside. The group who had been fired up just a second ago suddenly froze in their tracks. Now for this operation, you'll be the one too. He was cut off by a massive bang coming from outside. The door handle started rattling violently, and the whole group stared at it. What the hell is going on? The loud banging outside didn't stop slamming harder and harder against the heavy wooden door. A voice screamed from the other side, An Sang-hyuk. He stared at the door, his guard up. What's the matter? A vampire's hand shoved the door open, the messenger barely able to force the words out. It's dangerous. We have to get out of here now. It was a vampire who had come to warn them. The guys in the room were completely lost. What are you talking about? What does that even mean? Cough, cough. There's no time to explain. There are rats outside. Right as he said it, a rat lunged through him and scurried into the room. He immediately started screaming in terror. It was one of So Ye-jin's rats. That guy had already tasted what they were capable of, so he started shrieking, run, get out, run for your lives. But the others in the room just stood there, like statues, not reacting in time. They were still wondering what the big deal was. A system screen flickered into existence behind the rat. Aeon Sang-hyuk immediately caught a strange scent in the air and roared out an order. Everyone hold your breath. Get out through the window now. Move it. But it was already too late. Those who had breathed it in saw their faces turn a sickly shade of purple, looking like they were on the brink of death. Only a few of them managed to jump outside in time. The system messages were popping up like crazy low-level vampires eliminated. However, those high-level ones had managed to get away. But did they really think they could escape the MC's hawk-like gaze? Found you. It turned out that guy was Aeon Sang-hyuk. He started tailing him, and she immediately got the memo. Even though Ga-hyeong's poison gas strategy had wiped out quite a few vampires, most of them were just low-level fodder with zero strength. The bunch that had been in that meeting room was on a whole different level compared to the ones they'd killed before. They were at least low-tier vampires or higher, with levels ranging from 25 to 30. This had to be Aeon Sang-hyuk's elite squad. If we don't deal with them now, they'll just keep creating more vampires. We have to give it our all and pull them out by the roots right here. He sent the rat to chase them down relentlessly, but suddenly it was snatched right up into the air. As it looked up, it was met with the glowing red eyes of Aeon Sang-hyuk himself. He squeezed the rat tightly in his hand and demanded, "Who the hell are you anyway?" Of course the rat didn't know anything. It could only let out a pathetic squeak before he crushed the life out of it. Back with the group, So Ye-jin winced a wave of dizzying pain hitting her head. Kim Ga-hyeong immediately rushed over to her. "Ye-jin, are you all right?" He was grit his teeth frustrated. Even with a surprise attack like that, they hadn't managed to take down a single high-level vampire. Damn it. I wanted to wipe them out before they could get any intel on us, but now they know exactly how dangerous that poison gas is. They already know we used the rats to spread the toxic fog. I wonder if we'll get another chance to trap them in a confined space like that again. Plus, there's a good chance they'll move their base elsewhere. Tell your sister. I know she's feeling exhausted, but could she help me check if they've relocated yet? She understands and will get on it right away. I know. I'm a bit worried. Every time one of those rats dies, it takes a mental toll on Seo Yojin. It's going to be hard to keep using them for the toxic fog strategy. I need their help. In our current situation, they're the only team capable of handling those monsters. But first, I need to see how Ga-hyeong's team is holding up. Activating skill, Emperor's Eye. They're in the gym training whenever they aren't on a mission. He looks like a completely different person now. His muscles are absolutely shredded. Ju-hyeon stands beside Han and asks, "How does the weight feel to you?" "It's actually much lighter than I expected," he replies. "You think it's light? This is 350 kilograms in total. Have you been training extra hard lately? Do you want to give it a try?" She quickly waves her hands. "No, no way." Doojeon smiles to reassure her. "Don't worry, I've got you." Her face goes pale. She's terrified but can't really say no. Eventually she lies down and lets him coach her. "Seriously, if it feels wrong, you have to catch it immediately." "Okay." He carefully supports the bar. "Don't worry, just trust me." She squeezes her eyes shut. "All right, here goes nothing." You never know until you try. It actually feels incredibly light. Even she doesn't understand how she lifted it so easily. She immediately questions, "Doojeon, you were secretly helping me, weren't you?" He just grins, swearing he didn't do a thing. Jia Hui watches the scene. Even though Doojeon has acted stoic since returning from the ant tunnel, you can still see a deep sadness lingering in his eyes. Ju-hee-in has been by his side the whole time. She can feel it too. "We've really grown stronger than before, haven't we?" I can't help but watch him. But now it seems like he's finally starting to move past that grief. Doojeon nods and answers, "Of course. Seeing them like this, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief." "That's good. He's doing much better now. It's probably thanks to Ju-hee-in and her family being there for him. It looks like they're ready." Next, I need to check on Damu. He's also been out hunting monsters all day. He can feel it. His soldiers are moving much more fluidly than they used to. Jian is here too. Senior Seo. "Yeah, I've been pushing myself lately." After those dark days of drowning his sorrows in alcohol, he finally woke up and realized he couldn't stay weak forever. Ga-hyeong shows off as well. "I feel the same. I even managed to master this race." Who looks on completely stunned. What the hell is that? Look at the state of Kim Gon. Looks like he's about to sprout wings and fly away. His entire body is covered in feathers as he shows off excitedly. "What do you think?" They start messing around with each other. "Let's head out a bit further to hunt today." Kim Gon's crow control skill has officially evolved into Crow Communion. This is something even I didn't expect. Crow Communion. To think he could evolve a skill through sheer willpower. Does this mean he can actually merge with the crow that follows him? With this skill, scouting will be so much more efficient. If Kim Gon can take to the skies, in that form, our reconnaissance range is going to expand massively. It looks like Kang Rae-soo and Kim Gon are prepared. Now is Moon Bong-ho the only one left? Lately he's been driving his car out to hunt in very distant areas. In the car with him are the two sisters, Oh Yeonju and her friend. He sighs heavily. "Are Mr. Gu and Jian just going to spend the whole day drinking again?" Oh Yeonju replies. "Just let them be. They'll find their spark again eventually." "I guess you're right. Yeah, they're strong. Just give them a little more time." Time is the best medicine for stuff like this anyway. Hearing that makes me feel a bit guilty. Even though I want to follow Yeonju's advice and give them space to stabilize their emotions, they are the elite team that's received the most investment in this territory, and they possess power that dwarfs everyone else. Doojeon and Ju-hee-in. Kim Gon and Kang-soo. Oh Yeonju and Moon Bong-ho. I send a telepathic message to all of them at once. "Long time no see. Have you all been resting well?" Actually, never mind that. I've thought it over, and you guys are the only ones who can solve this vampire problem. I get straight to the point to save time. I have something important to discuss with all of you. The scene shifts to a different apartment building. Voices ring out. "We have to strike first and wipe them out now. They're declaring war on us. Our comrades died because of those filthy rats. We can't just stand here and let them butcher us." On Sang-hyuk. It turns out the vampires moved to a new location to regroup. "Please give the order. We'll go and destroy them right now." Sang-hyuk. "The most urgent thing right now is moving our base. If the enemy keeps attacking like this, we're all going to die here." That guy is livid. What? These guys went from planning to screaming at each other in an instant. "Hey, haven't you heard that running away doesn't solve anything? You moron, the enemy took us down using nothing but a puny little rat. Staying in a compromised location does us no favors. That's why I'm saying we need to strike first. Do you even know who we're fighting? Damn it, who else could it be? You know exactly who. Who else but those idiots with the guns?" Suddenly, An Sang-hyuk steps forward and cuts them all off. "No, it's not them." The others freeze, looking bewildered. An Sang-hyuk. "Do you know their identity?" His eyes glow a fierce red. "I don't know exactly who they are, but I know no one in that organization has those kinds of abilities. Besides, the bodies have vanished." He flashes back to the scene. "Before the toxic fog hit and we escaped through the window, I saw several low-level vampires die from it. Their bodies turned into blackish-purple smoke and dissolved instantly. The moment they stopped breathing, the corpses began to disappear." When Shin Se-yeon died, we couldn't find her body either. I originally thought the body had been blown apart, but that's clearly not the case. Gunshots, explosions, and even rats breathing toxic fog. There are way too many red flags. This doesn't look like the work of those police officers. If it's not the police, then some unknown organization has us in their sights. This guy is actually pretty sharp. He keeps asking himself why. One of them asks in a panic, "Sang-hyuk, we have to get the surviving vampires out of here immediately. You know it too, if we don't know who we're really up against, staying here is just suicide." He falls silent, lost in thought. He remembers someone asking him once, "Hey, you said your name was An Sang-hyuk, right?" "Yes, sir." Back then, he was still green. The man told him, "All right, Sang-hyuk, I'm going to be away for a while. In the meantime, I'm giving you a mission." He pointed toward the apartment complex. "I want you to devour every human in this area to evolve. Then gather and lead a pack of vampires. Also, before I return, you must absolutely not leave this place." An Sang-hyuk was incredibly confused. Although he was deeply grateful for being entrusted with such an important mission, he wondered, what if something happens while you're gone that I can't handle? That guy seems very trusting. My eye for people wasn't wrong. You're very cautious. If it were anyone else, just hearing about the chance to evolve would have made them so excited they'd forget everything. An Sang-hyuk could only say thank you for the compliment. Before leaving, the leader added that to be safe, there really should be a contingency plan. "I'll let you know where I'm staying. If things truly get dangerous and even you can't handle it, come find me for help." After An Sang-hyuk finished thinking, he looked at his comrade Ki-han-sun. "You're the fastest vampire here, right?" Ki-han nodded blankly. "Yeah, but why ask all of a sudden?" An Sang-hyuk was determined to stay put as instructed. He decided, "We aren't moving the base. We'll stay here and wait." Others tried to stop Sang-hyuk, but some joined in. He's right. Based on the recent situation, the ones who raided us will surely attack again soon. An Sang-hyuk remained unshaken and said, "So while there's still time, go find Dong-hoon-jung, the one who created me, to explain the difficult situation we're in. Tell him we need his help." Just like that, they finished their plan. Elsewhere, constant groans could be heard. Cough, cough. "Please don't do this. Cough, cough." One man begged as he was being strangled. "Spare me, I can't breathe. Why? Why are you doing this?" The strangled man sat on the ground in utter confusion. "Didn't you take us in when we were dying and turn us into vampires? So, why are you doing this, Dong-hoon-jung?" He still had his hand tightly around the man's throat. "Take you in, is that what you think? Looking at the circumstances, I suppose it's understandable for you to think that way." The others still didn't get it. "Aren't we the same species?" He decided to lay all his cards on the table. "Fine. Since you're so curious, I'll give you a special explanation. Since ancient times, vampires have been monsters that devour humans. But do you know what? Human nutrients are too scarce. Using them to grow is incredibly inefficient." As he spoke, he began draining the nutrients directly from the vampire. He glanced over while explaining, "But what happens if I eat other vampires who have already devoured humans to grow? If I do that, I can absorb a massive amount of concentrated nutrients all at once. Now do you understand why I turned you all into vampires? In short, it's not that we are all vampires, only I am. You were just raised for your meat." The man realized the truth too late and backed away in terror. "No, please, don't come any closer. While you guys are just..." He gave a wicked smile and said one word before killing him: "Livestock." Dong-hoon-jung began draining the nutrients. When he finished, he complained, "It's ripe, but it's still not enough." Thinking back, it's almost time to harvest that other group. The timing is about right. They must be at their tastiest right now. But I can't remember the location. Where was it, damn it? He racked his brain, unable to remember where An Sang-hyuk and his group were staying. Just as he was getting a headache trying to remember, his prey walked right to his doorstep. "Excuse me, this is my first time meeting you. I'm Ki-han-sun, a subordinate of An Sang-hyuk. The thing is, our area in Gyeongdong is being attacked by an organization of unknown origin, so An Sang-hyuk sent me here to beg for your help." Dong-hoon-jung's face went blank. He couldn't believe his luck was this good. It was like someone handing a meal to a starving man. When he didn't answer, the fool became confused. Dong-hoon-jung couldn't stop grinning. "I remember now. Just then, Ki-han-sun spotted the vampire corpses on the floor. Oh my god. What is the meaning of this? Not too long ago, this was my food storage. The man didn't even bother to hide it as he decided to devour him then and there. Not long ago, you were my food storage. It turns out it was you guys." By the time Ki-han realized it, he had already become the next meal. Dong-hoon remembered the place now and prepared to feast. On the other side, Dong-gun's group had just arrived at the apartment complex. "Is this the place Ga-hyeong mentioned? Everyone grab your weapons and get ready for battle." The group was pumped up. It had been a while since they fought. "Okay, from now on, we're going to purge the vampires here." A little while ago, the entire team of Dong-gun appeared in Ga-hyeong's room, their eyes widened in shock. "What vampires?" Ga-hyeong nodded. "Yes, that's why I called you all here. You said they're in Gyeongdong, right? Are they still there?" "Yes, I've been using Yejin Seo's rats to monitor them. So far, they haven't made any significant moves." He told them that with their strength, they would surely settle the matter smoothly. After all, your current power is more than enough to crush the enemy's strongest forces. But what I'm worried about is that they were once human. Now, however, they are no different from monsters. They might be able to speak or even scream and beg for their lives before they die. I'm afraid that such a cruel scene might cause your spirits to completely collapse. Even so, are you all okay with this? Dong-gun nodded. I understand what you're worried about. He had matured significantly, taking the initiative to adapt on his own. To survive in this changed world, I believe this is a mandatory process. Who knows how many more situations like this we'll encounter in the future. We might not only face monsters that look like humans, but eventually find ourselves in situations where we have to kill actual human beings. Suddenly, his expression darkened. Placing his hand over his heart, he solemnly declared, "We will never shrink back, so you don't need to worry too much." Their attitude exceeded even his expectations. He smiled confidently and pointed behind him. "My team and I aren't that weak." Then with a bright grin, he added, "Even if our spirits take a hit, we will definitely stand back up strong, just like this time." Ga-hyeong stared at them blankly, at a loss for words. Dong-gun continued to playfully tease the other two. "Well, if it really gets to be too much, we'll just follow Yeonju-oh, or Gun's lead, and drown our sorrows in alcohol." Seeing them like this, he let out a soft, relieved laugh. "It seems I was worried for nothing. Having you all here is truly reassuring. If you're ready, let's do this. I'm counting on you all this time as well. Alright, let's head out." Meanwhile, An Sang-hyuk was getting extremely impatient. He's too slow. Ki-han-sun has been gone for so long. He should have been back by now. Could something have happened to Dong-hoon-jung as well? Another man standing behind him clicked his tongue. That Ki-han-sun, do you think he was a coward? And ran away just to save his own skin. An Sang-hyuk looked visibly annoyed. "Watch your words, Hui-sik-shin. That kid isn't that kind of person. That guy is still running his mouth, but it's been so long and there's still no sign of him. Maybe he ran into some massive monster on the road and ended up dead already." He hadn't even finished his sentence when a massive arrow grazed his back, leaving a searing burn. Like that, he barely managed to choke out those words before his whole body froze in terror. 1 millimeter closer, and he would have been freaking toast. Asher was also standing there with his jaw on the floor. What just happened? None of them in this room could wrap their heads around it. The great spear Donovan's crew burst right through the room, issuing orders the moment they appeared. Ha-Dong-gun's team jumped into the fray, everyone with their weapons locked and loaded. Asher reacted lightning fast, screaming at the top of his lungs, ordering every vampire to group up and charge. The two sides clashed head-on. "Where do you think you are daring to what you prick?" Hunter ran straight into Kang Rae-soo, and one single slash was enough to rip him clean in half. It was too fast, too dangerous. The other vampires stood there paralyzed, practically pissing themselves. Not a single one of them dared to step forward anymore. Asher watched in sheer panic, his face turning pale. What the hell? He couldn't believe his eyes. Hunter, one of the top fighters among the low-level vampires, was taken down in just one hit, and it really was just one hit. The system had wiped out the low-level vampire. He saw the corpse vanish with his own eyes. There was no mistake about it. These people. He stood on high, pointing down. "Every vampire follow orders. At any cost, push them back. We have to defend the place Dominic entrusted to us. They're the ones who've been terrorizing us lately. Kill every last one of them." Donovan's group didn't look scared at all. Without flinching, they raised their weapons, ready for a bloodbath. The two sides lunged at each other in a life-or-death struggle. Asher watched it all unfold from above. He couldn't wrap his brain around what was happening. How is this possible? Our numbers are totally overwhelming. Why? Why are they so damn good at fighting? He finally realized we're completely outmatched. This is bad. I need to find another way out of this fast. Damn it. But before he could think of a plan, a spear from Donovan pierced straight through his chest. Donovan looked him in the eye and said, "You lot could never beat us. Because we're nothing like looters like you. We know the pain of having what's precious ripped away." That idiot was still calling out Dominic's name right before he croaked. The promise. Just then, something blocked the path between them, blowing Donovan back and saving the guy's life by a hair. Donovan was stunned, unable to even see what hit him, but he backed off just to be safe. It really was Dominic showing up. "Damn it, I only stepped out for a snack and I'm already a step too late." Asher, having been saved, stammered out, You're here. Save us." And then he just died anyway. Dominic was livid. What the hell is this, dead already? Donovan stood behind him, frozen in confusion. Dominic stood up and sighed. "This one isn't fresh anymore," then glared at the group. "Was it you lot, the bastards who destroyed my food storage?" On the other side, Kang Rae-soo's group was still fighting, showing no mercy. They told each other the situation outside seemed to be under control. Looking over at Donovan, Kang Rae-soo was instantly struck with horror. Wait, what happened? It felt like something just crashed down. Dominic was bitter that his meal was snatched away right at the last second. He glared and spat out. "Was it you? The bastards who destroyed my food storage. How could Donovan have known about that sick game of farming vampires for food? Food storage. What the hell are you talking about? He thought it just ruined the taste. But reality was a nightmare. The system had snatched up all the corpses. He couldn't even react. What is this? Damn it, now I have nothing to eat. Gavin screamed out a warning. Donovan, get back. The guy in front of you is a high-grade vampire. But before Donovan could even twitch, he took a brutal punch to the gut that hurt like hell. He was sent tumbling far away, and the others rushed to his side. Donovan coughed out, I'm okay. He managed to block it but warned everyone to stay sharp. That guy is a high-grade vampire. He kept walking toward them, demanding, making corpses vanish without a trace. Is that your ability? Suddenly he sensed something off. Wait a second. This is strange. Usually humans are pathetic and have no nutritional value. But why do you all smell so damn delicious? His face was twisted with a sickening hunger, looking like he wanted to devour them whole right then and there. Perfect. I've decided. Kang Rei-Su gripped his weapon and glared. What the hell are you rambling about? The vampire roared. If you destroyed my food, then you'll pay with your lives. You'll be their replacements. Both sides charged into a brawl. Kang Rei-Su was terrified they were outclassed. And he was right. Before she could even land a scratch, she was blown away. Her armor was shattered to pieces. She was in shock. I couldn't even react. The guy moved like a blur, unleashing a relentless assault. Just when it looked like game over, she vanished into thin air. Turns out Bo had blinked in just in time to pull her out. That was a close one. The vampire couldn't believe his meal had been snatched away again. He glared at them. You can teleport too. Kang Rei-Su was furious. That bastard. He ordered the soldiers to get back on their feet. Dominic let out a sinister laugh. This was the first time he'd had such an interesting battle. It was actually getting fun. Kang Rei-Su kept ordering the soldiers to attack. But if she got wrecked, those soldiers stood no chance. He mocked them while he fought. These cheap toys won't work on me. But in the middle of his rampage, he suddenly froze. It was Ga-hyeong. She seized the opening, drawing her bow and firing instantly. She triggered her skill and an arrow of light shot straight for him. Would he dodge it? No chance. He was pinned by several arrows at once, letting out a roar of pain that echoed through the air. The buffed bear girl also took the chance to pounce. Opening her mouth wide with those razor-sharp fangs, she moved to finish him. But the bastard still had some fight left. He spat out threads of blood that bound her tight. He ruthlessly tossed her aside. Ga-hyeong drew her bow again, determined not to let him get away. But this time he managed to dodge. He taunted her. I'm not falling for that again. Dodging these arrows is child's play. Ga-hyeong activated her penetration skill. He was just finishing his gloating when he got hit the very next second. His eyes turned bloodshot from the pain, his teeth gnashing together. Over with Ken, he transformed into a bird and flew toward Ha-dong-gun. The two of them teamed up for a strike from above. Ha-dong-gun aimed right for him and slashed down. Die, you bastard. The impact was massive, pulverizing everything below in a cloud of thick dust. But would that be enough to kill him? Everyone held their breath, waiting. But he wasn't dead. He kept provoking them. Answer me. Are you really human? Just who the hell are you? This is the first time I've faced such a tough fight. I guess I'd better go all out. First up, that annoying archer girl. I'm taking you out first. He hated her guts and wanted to tear her limb from limb right then and there. If you'd just behaved yourself earlier, you might have lived a little longer. As he spoke, his body began to transform. His muscles bulged, and in a flash, he charged straight at Ga-hyeong to strike. His eyes were wide with malice, calling her a stupid bitch. But Ga-hyeong didn't show a hint of fear. She even had the nerve to stare back and smirk at him. Kim Ga-hyeong was just waiting for this moment. He pulled up the system screen. Checkmate. Game over. He froze in shock. What's that pinging sound? Summoning a 20-kilogram weight plate. Ga-hyeong smirked as she watched the weight slam right down on him. Idiot. But wait, the victory chime hasn't gone off yet. He's still alive. Damn it, his head was crushed to a pulp, and he can still regenerate. What the hell are these monsters eating to get this strong? Is that just what happens when you become a high vampire? Hey everyone, quiet down. He's awake. As soon as he opened his eyes, Ha-dong-gun asked, you back with us, asshole? This damn monster. He really is alive. Only thing is, half his face is a mangled, disgusting mess. The second he woke up, he clawed at the ground and started cursing. You bastards. How dare you just stand there watching me? Ha-dong-gun said dismissively, you can't move a muscle. We pumped you full of neurotoxins while you were out cold. He just realized what happened and started screaming. Ha-dong-gun leveled his spear at the monster's chest, warning him, if you want to keep your life, you'd better start answering my questions properly from now on. Who are you people? Who's leading the vampires? Where is he? Spit it out. But the guy refused to talk, just squirming and laughing defiantly. After laughing his fill, he mocked himself. I'm pathetic. I never thought I'd see the day I'd be threatened by my own food. You want to know where we came from? We are the new humanity, blessed with power by him. Him? Who the hell is that? Ha-dong-gun frowned, waiting for him to continue. He bared his teeth in a grin. That's right, though even I don't know his true identity. But I know where he's hiding. Ha-dong-gun had heard enough and pressed the spear tip deeper. Talk now. But he wasn't afraid at all, even trying to reach out his hand. You think finding him means you can win. You're just livestock. Stop being so delusional. With that, he plunged his hand into his own chest. Ha Dong-gun yelled in shock. What the hell are you doing? He was literally tearing his own heart out, and yet he wasn't dead yet. Wiping us out isn't that simple. Even if the other high vampires aren't exactly reliable, they won't fall easily to the likes of you. Just you wait, it'll all be for nothing. After saying his piece, he dropped dead on the spot. Ding, you have defeated a mid-tier vampire. He's gone for good this time. Having killed him, our MC was naturally ready for a level up. His territory expanded, but his whole body was racked with pain, causing him to collapse. Sarah hurried over in a panic. Kim Ga-hyeong, having been together for a while, she'd figured some things out. Did the territory expand again? He whipped his head around, startled. How did you know? Looking at her, she was clearly worried. Because you're like this every time the territory expands. Are you really okay? It only just hit him. Now that he thought about it, Sarah always happened to be right there every time the territory grew. He tried to act cool to reassure her. Haha, don't worry about it. It's just a temporary side effect. Never mind me. What's the situation around day 1? It's all clear. Every last vampire has probably been wiped out. Just then a voice called out, Kim Ga-hyeong, you there? Yeah, Ha Dong-gun, go ahead. He reported back, we did what you said and searched the entire apartment complex, but it doesn't look like there are any survivors left. Kim Ga-hyeong felt a sting of disappointment. So, it's just like I thought, huh? Since the monster was dead and there was nothing left to do, he just said, I got it. Everyone go get some rest. You've earned it. Yeah, okay. Sarah, you worked hard too. Go get some sleep. She nodded. I will. But as she reached the door, she stopped. Actually, Kim Ga-hyeong, since when did she care so much about him? I think getting proper rest is really important, so please don't push yourself too hard, okay? He let out a long sigh and asked himself, do I really look that exhausted? Others could rest, but for him it was a luxury. As much as he appreciated her worrying about him, he couldn't stop just yet. There was still work to be done. Open achievement system. With the territory expansion, everyone in that area had been brought inside. I'd love to accept them all as citizens, but there's a chance some vampires might be hiding among them. I'd better set up a specific achievement just for vampires. That way, even if I let the wrong person in, it'll be fine. Set achievement. Achievement details. When a vampire gains citizenship, their powers will be severely restricted, and a mark will appear on their face just like a branded murderer. Achievement setup complete. He knocked out one task after another. Next, I just got 3 skill points, right? I already know where to put one of them. Upgrade shop skill. A quick look confirmed it worked exactly as he thought. Every time the shop levels up twice, I get a 10% discount. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Ding, enchantment feature unlocked. Conditions met. Enchantment workshop added to the construction tab. This sounds mysterious. Enchanting. This new feature was totally unexpected. And it even has a construction mode. The enchantment workshop can enhance gear or grant magical effects. He glanced at the cost and started weighing his options. Even though it's pricey, luckily it doesn't need much space. I can build it right next to the general store. Finally, he decided to set up the enchantment room in room 2011. But surprise, surprise, how the hell is it finished already? Oh wait. Of course there's no such thing as a free lunch. If I want to skip the build time, I've got to cough up 8 crystals. I need to calculate if this is actually worth it. It looks like 1 crystal shaves about 10 hours off the construction time. I've got 100 crystals left, but if I save up 300, I can roll for a divine artifact. I can't waste them like this. The effects of the communication ring and the crown are both super strong, so after thinking it over, I'll pass on the skip. Alright, that leaves me with 2 skill points. I need to be careful and save these for later. Kim Ga-hyeong stood by the window, looking down. Right now, the city reclamation team and the construction team were leading a very lively effort to repair and restore the city within the territory. We've repaired the broken roads and cleared out the abandoned vehicles. While it's not quite like the old days, a few cars are actually back on the road. On top of that, I've recruited teachers and built schools so the kids can get back to the education that was cut short. Finally, everything is slowly returning to a normal pace. Everyone had to overcome so many hardships just to find a bit of their old lives and happiness again. Clenching his fists, he was dead set on one thing: he wouldn't let those vampires trample over them ever again. Now that the job's done, his body was practically screaming for a break. He stretched out, feeling the tension. Man, I'm wiped. Time for some shut-eye. Seo Yejin was right. Resting up is just as important as the work itself. He took off his crown and slumped onto the sofa, thinking he'd just close his eyes for a second. But before he knew it, he drifted off. The scene shifted to a city in absolute ruins. A figure appeared, Jung Dong-hoon. That big guy was finally dead. He looked around with a wicked grin, muttering to himself, "Is this?" Busan Ka-hyun had barely closed his eyes when he suddenly woke up to total darkness. Huh. He looked around, completely lost. Then a voice hissed right in his ear. "Ka-hyun, why did you do it?" A crowd of people were on their knees blaming him. "Why didn't you save us? My whole family is gone. It hurts." It hurts so much. Weren't you supposed to be able to do anything? They swarmed him like vengeful spirits, demanding their lives back. He was paralyzed with fear. Before he could even get a word out, another familiar voice cut through. It was Ju-hyun cradling a lifeless body. My dad. My dad's not breathing. With your powers, you can bring him back, right? You have to. He was scared out of his wits, stumbling backward, but there was someone else waiting for him. Last time you said it wouldn't be the final goodbye. Right, Sigu. I miss my Sigu so much. It was Oh Yeonju covering her face and sobbing. She looked up at him and asked, I've been trying so hard, haven't I? Was it just because it cost too much money? Is that why? Terrified Ga-hyeong tried to explain. Yeonju, no. It's not like that. But those pale hands gripped him tight and wouldn't let go. They tore at him like ghosts, trying to pull him under. Ga-hyeong, Ga-hyeong, Kim Ga-hyeong. His heart felt like it was about to burst from the sheer panic. He couldn't do a thing. Suddenly, he bolted upright, gasping for air. It was just a dream, but it was so vivid, it left him shaken. It took him a moment to catch his breath. Was that just a dream? Have I just seen too many bodies lately? He was used to nightmares, but that one felt disturbingly real. He couldn't shake the image of her crying. Then it hit him. Wait, why hasn't Yeonju contacted me yet? Especially after that whole vampire mess. She should have cleared a bunch of quests by now. He decided he had to find her. I need to talk to her. He picked up the phone right away. Oh Yeonju, can you come over to my place for a bit? A little later she arrived. Sorry to bother you. Ga-hyeong, you were looking for me. He went over to greet her. Welcome. Come on in, Yeonju. I wanted to have a word with you. Oh, sure. They sat down for some tea and a heart-to-heart. Her expression was heavy as she held the warm cup. You want to know why I haven't asked you to bring Sigu back again, don't you? Is it that obvious? He felt a bit awkward. I'm sorry, I should have been more sensitive. But she cut him off. It's okay. I know what you're thinking. That day, her eyes softened as she remembered her son's smiling face. Being able to see my son again was a miracle. And it was all because of you. But then, I saw Ju-hyun's father pass away, and so many others losing their loved ones. It made me think. I heard about Ga-hyeong too. Seeing everyone in so much pain, I couldn't stop thinking about it. If I keep insisting on seeing Sigu, it's going to cause trouble eventually. People will start desperately clinging to you, wanting to hold on to those they've lost. Society has finally started to stabilize. I don't want to be the one to plunge it back into chaos. I don't want my Sigu to be the reason for that mess. Ga-hyeong honestly hadn't looked at it that way. Oh Yeonju had clearly put a lot of thought into this. Everyone is carrying the same kind of pain, but they're still pushing forward. I don't think I have any right to special treatment. Thank you for giving Sigu and me that one wonderful day. It really was a miracle. It gave me the chance to say a proper goodbye. Even now, it feels like a dream. That alone has brought me so much peace. Ga-hyeong watched her closely. In that moment, he realized her expression was completely different from when they first met. She was actually smiling now. Seeing her so at peace made him feel a lot better. Unlike the anxious woman from before, the Yeonju standing there now was calm and composed. Thank you for coming all this way to see me. Don't say that. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Before leaving, she made sure to thank him one more time for looking after her. Sleep well, Ga-hyeong. He gave a small smile and a nod. After that talk, he realized once again that Oh Yeonju was actually a lot more mature than he was. Hearing that she found comfort somehow ended up healing his own heart too. He felt like if he laid down now, he'd finally be able to get some real sleep. A few months flew by and the sound of gunfire was back. Goblins were being wiped out left and right. A trio of hunters let out a sigh of relief. Ding. The quest was complete and they'd earned a bit of experience. Sung Ryol let out a long breath. Whew, finally hit the daily quota. He looked at the twins. How many do you guys have left? About 5. Same here. Hearing that he had no intention of helping, he just gave a sly grin and turned to leave. Oh, is that so? Well, I guess you two can handle the rest on your own then. The three of them started complaining. Hey, who does that? Give us a hand here. Nah, I'm clocking out. You guys need to learn how to stand on your own 2 feet. Be independent. Sung Ryol didn't even hide his contempt for his teammates. Don't spend your whole life leaning on others. Useless bunch. One of the twins was fuming, glaring at his back. What did you say? But the other twin quickly held him back. Haha, it's fine. Just head on back. We'll take care of the rest. Glad you understand. I'm out. The twins muttered to each other once he was gone. Without him, this would be way harder. I know how you feel, but we just have to push through. Remember that day when the Cyclops attacked? The price we pay for being cowards and running away is these brutal hunting quests Ga-hyeong assigns us every single day. And if we fail, we have to endure that agonizing full-body pain for 1 minute. That feeling, it's worse than death. Every day is a hunting hell. One failure, and it's pure agony. Yeah, the more he thought about it, the more it stung. We really messed up that day. Realizing it now is just too little too late. They finally wrapped things up. Even though this hunting hell was exhausting and brutal, finally we hit the goal. Let's go grab some meat before heading home. Sounds good, BBQ tonight, but one of them was still deep in thought. Ironically, this hell isn't all bad. Even if we're forced to hunt every day, at least we still have a mom to come home to. Lee Ji-suk, we're home. Our financial situation started looking a lot better than everyone else's too. My mom ran out to greet us, shouting, "My precious boys are home. Oh, what did you guys buy today? We bought some meat to grill together." "I'm going to hop in the shower first," he said, comforting himself. It felt so good to finally spend money without having to worry about anyone else's approval. Maybe that's why lately I've been feeling like we. Just as he was thinking, his older brother stepped out of the bathroom laughing casually. "I'm all done. Your turn to hit the shower, bro." The two brothers started teasing each other again. "Man, do you take forever in there, or what?" He felt completely refreshed after finishing his shower. "You're in a great mood, aren't you?" All right, I'll be quick. Go ahead and get the dishes ready." His brother stopped suddenly before heading out. "Sure. And hey, Dae-hun, you worked hard today. Let's keep grinding tomorrow, okay?" He suddenly felt like life now was even better than before. The two of them encouraged each other. "Yeah, you too, brother." After monsters first appeared in this world, life was honestly a living nightmare for a long time. But ever since that man named Kim Ga-hyeong showed up, the world has completely changed. Now there are safe zones, and if you put in the work, you get rewarded fairly for your efforts. Before the world went to hell, I graduated from a third-rate university and worked at a soul-crushing company for literal peanuts. Back then, it didn't feel like I was living. It felt more like I was just barely gasping for air every day. Compared to those days when there wasn't a single shred of hope, things are tough now, but at least every day is full of motivation to keep going. Days like these are so much better than before, right? He looked out the window, suddenly noticing how beautiful the moonlight was. It's so peaceful. Kim Ga-hyeong. If it wasn't for him, peaceful days like this would be nothing more than a distant dream. Even now, I deeply regret turning down his request that day. Running away with Baek-jung-ryol like a total coward. He clenched his fist, swearing to himself, I won't let him down a second time. He closed his eyes to pray, wishing these peaceful days could last forever. Suddenly, both his hands began to glow, with a brilliant golden light sending him into a total panic. What is happening? Ding. His reliability and loyalty have reached the absolute maximum. He has been appointed as a vassal. Kim Ga-hyeong's voice appeared greeting him. Hello, Moon Dae-hun. He jumped to his feet, having absolutely no clue what the heck was going on. What is this? Why is there a voice in my head? I had to reassure him, telling him there was no need to be shocked. Relax, it's me, Kim Ga-hyeong. Kim Ga-hyeong. Oh, hello. Why are you reaching out to me so suddenly? I opened the system interface to notify him. I have something I need to discuss with you. Are you free tomorrow morning? He suddenly got all fidgety. I don't think I'm busy, sir. He sat in front of me, breaking into a cold sweat. He couldn't believe the rumors were actually true. I prompted him, Moon Dae-hun. I just asked him gently. We have coffee and tea. What would you like to drink? But even that made him jump out of his skin. Ahem, coffee for me, please. Thank you. I turned around to fix it right away. He stared at my back, still thinking about the rumors circulating among the citizens. That everyone chosen by Kim Ga-hyeong would receive superpowers. The more he thought about it, the more he stressed out. Suddenly, his hand started emitting a freezing chill, and he freaked out when a thin layer of ice appeared. He wondered, is this the power Kim Ga-hyeong granted me? With this ability, the difficulty of hunting would drop drastically. I placed the cup of coffee down in front of him. Here you go. He jumped again, waving his arms around frantically. Thank you, I got straight to the point. First of all, congratulations. Have a seat. You guys have been officially released from the party missions, so you won't be forced into tasks anymore. I gave him a firm warning though. But if something like that happens again, the punishment won't be as light as it was this time. Do you understand? He quickly bowed his head. Yes, I'm so sorry. Alright, now I'll officially explain why I called you here. Do you plan on staying in a party with your old members? The reason I called you today is because I feel like using your abilities just to hunt low-level monsters is a complete waste. I want to hear your honest thoughts. He squeezed his hands into fists. If possible, I want to keep working with my younger brother. But as for Baek-jung-ryol, I honestly never want to work with that guy again. Just thinking about him made his skin crawl. I agreed immediately. Fine. In that case, I'll arrange for you and your brother to join Lee Jun-hook's team. He has water-based abilities. But before that, I want to make you a proposal. What kind of proposal? Would you and your brother like to sign a contract with me? Think of it like a formal job. He was stunned, his eyes wide with shock. Oh, absolutely, I'd love to. It would be an honor. I had already planned everything for the two brothers. Not long after, I called Moon Sung-hun over, and after explaining the master-servant contract, we successfully finalized it. Just as I suspected, ability levels are determined from the moment of birth. It's all in the genes. Both Moon Dae-hun and Moon Sung-hun receive the same type of power. If I combine their abilities with Lee Jun-hook's, it will definitely create an incredibly powerful synergy. By bringing them together, I might be able to form an elite squad that's second only to Ha Dong-gun's team. Right as I was feeling hopeful, ding, a group of people meeting the citizenship requirements is approaching. Would you like to propose citizenship status? A notification popped up on the status board that I hadn't seen in ages. Something felt off. What's going on? Hardly anyone approaches this territory lately. I opened the citizen info panel to check them out first. Name Yu Hei-in. Reliability, 21. Awakened ability, clairvoyance. I activated my King's Eye skill to get a better look. Even if someone started at level 30 and awakened an A-rank ability, grinding to such a high level shouldn't be that easy, right? Looking closer, I realized they were carrying firearms. If Yu Hei-in has guns and has been consistently hunting monsters, reaching level 39 isn't exactly impossible. If I'm going to accept them as citizens, I need to confiscate those guns first. I got right to work. I issued a mission, requiring them to put all their weapons into storage. The mission condition was for them to come to me. Setup complete. All right then, I said, stretching my arms. Time to welcome some new citizens for the first time in a long while. Ding. There it went again. Someone meeting citizenship requirements is approaching. Would you like to propose citizenship status? Today is getting weird. There's more. This time, it was just one person. A lot of strange things were happening today. I opened the citizen info, but the second I saw the face, my expression went pale. What? It was that massive, hulking figure. The status clearly read high-ranking vampire. He was looking for a way into my territory. I guess he's just serving his own head up on a silver platter. That's all for this update. Hey everyone, if you want to keep following this series, make sure to smash that like button and hit subscribe right now. Don't make me lose my cool guys. If you don't smash that like button right now, you better watch out because I might just show up at your front door with a bottle of cooking oil. Goodbye for now, and I will see you in the next one, my loves.